almost always going to be a more surefire bet in a primary electorate. So, all things considered, I would really rather be McMorrow and gaining some of those older voters rather than being completely dependent on younger voters who aren't necessarily going to turn out in higher numbers. We do expect that they will be higher than in years past, but we don't know that they're going to be enough to put El Sayed over the top. But to your point, we absolutely do not see any sort of backlash as of yet to his campaigning with Hassan Piker.
Yeah. They're right. They're right. Older voters are the most reliable voters. Let's be real. Come on, how many old people that you know? How many old people you know? They vote like is their passion, bro. They vote like it's the only thing keeping them alive. Like they cling on to voting. They cling on to the capacity to vote more than they cling on to life at times. They love voting, and they fucking oftentimes love voting for the worst candidates, right? I mean, they fucking love to vote for like whoever is going to ensure that their grandchildren never get to retire and will probably die in a hellfire damnation that the world will turn into because of the anthropogenic climate change decisions that they voted into office. So, we got to get those olds on board, and you got to play a role in that too. You got to get your olds in your life to turn around and what is this? You got to get those olds in your life to turn around and go vote for Abdullah. Say, I'm going to stop you right there. Millennials with the highest turnout demographic for Zoran. We can do this. No, we still need the olds too. I saw a 107-year-old woman talking about always voting for Trump. We need a cutoff. I agree. They took a 90-10 issue and chose to be on the 10% side of this 90-10 issue. I had just woken up, as you can tell.
Hassan Piker's name has been everywhere lately. Not for winning an election, not for passing legislation, not for doing anything really, except for yapping. And depending on who you ask, he's either one of the most dangerous voices in American politics or one of the most honest. Hassan is among one of the biggest voices on the American left. His megaphone is a Twitch stream where he spends about 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, breaking down political news to an audience that skews young and male. And if you listen to him long enough, you can see why. He's blunt, if not crass. He toes the line between relatable and aspirational. He's deeply influential, and of course, he's controversial.
This is a thug. This is an extremist. This is an advocate for terrorism.
Which is
Wait, Karl Rove? What the fuck?
why some factions of the Democratic Party have been beefing with him for the last.
Bro, Fox News has done so much coverage on me. I didn't even know Karl Rove talked about me. Karl Rove called me a fucking thug. I mean, I am thug life, but like that's crazy. That's crazy that Jesus Christ.
Last few weeks, pointing to off-color comments he's made over the years. I sat down with Hassan Piker to talk about exactly that. We talked about why Fox News can't stop covering him, the ideological battles inside the Democratic Party, what he really thinks about Israel, and what, if anything, the Democrats could do to earn his vote in 2028. Right. This is my chat.
Yeah, bro. Actually, Low Kirk, an honor. If a Fox News commentator
I'm here.
calls you a thug, that's an automatic invite to the cookout, right? Like that's because we all know what that's a substitute. What that's a substitute for, like word wise. Like maybe half an invite.
With Hassan Piker, enjoy. Hassan Piker, thank you so much for making.
This is an unfucking believable photo that they somehow edited to. What the hell? What the hell? Oh my god. Oh my god.
No one's here. Whatever. Hey.
Bro, looking like Kevin Jones. They made you look a little zesty. Bro, this is like my worst haters would not have done this to me.
Taking the time.
Thank you for having me. This is exciting. I'm a big fan of your work.
Oh, thank you.
Very excited to be on.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Well, I guess this is an interesting way to start, which is that you talk a lot, man. Like you talk like respectfully, right? You talk, it's the job, but I wonder, what do you think has contributed the most to your kind of current position in the national media spotlight? If I were to kind of give you a few options, I think obviously the out of context clip economy is an option here. Maybe you talk about Israel and Palestine and progressive things and conservative things. But what would you say has kind of put you?
New form of censorship is making you look less hot. Michael Parenti didn't consider this. True. That's how you disparage critics of Empire.
The discourse.
I mean, it's hard to figure out exactly what is the highest offense because I have an anti-imperialist framework. I'm socialist. These are not exactly ideas that a lot of people are fond of hearing, especially, corporate-backed mainstream institutions.
Okay,
and
we'll
then
get back to that later.
my position on Israel, of course, is also very frustrating for a lot of people.
Hey, what's up, chat?
Oh no!
All these fascist forces in this country.
Well, speaking of promises.
Look, he just slimed rank 7. Wait
I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Am I even live? I think so.
Oh. What biome are you in? What biome are you in? Frank,
Crap, I forgot what I was doing.
Oh, it's rank 3.
Kind of don't think it matters.
Where are you? Yeah, BPK, you're friends. We gotta help BPK.
Well, at least that got updated. Well, start the video, I guess. What got updated?
Friends, that guy's rank 1.
Oh, sometimes when I start the stream, I update the title in OBS and it doesn't transfer over to Twitch, but it did this time.
Oh, that. Yep. Yeah, friends, that's the guy we need to be worried about.
Might as well start the video, I guess. Keep working on getting set up.
There was a promise kept by Mayor Zoran Mamdani in New York City. Emily, what's going on with this? Why don't you take this one? I want, you're the #1 Z head on the show. He released a video, didn't he?
He did. He released a very viral video. And Griffin, you can put the element up on the screen. Or should we roll the video, actually?
Yeah,
Like,
we
so
should watch the
let's-
video because
so-
it's good. So then they said that this was their most watched video ever, which is a high bar for them because they've had some viral bangers in the past. So I think that's pretty interesting.
Emily, I'm surprised
And we have a
that you didn't
presidential
watch
response
this
to
video.
this as well. Oh, no,
All
I
right,
watched the video.
Okay,
and
let's
I'm
do
not,
it.
I have thoughts on the video.
That's why I was feeding you the segment. Let's do it, Zoran Mamdani.
When I ran for mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing the rich. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million. This pied-à-terre tax is specifically designed for the richest of the
Zoran
rich.
Mamdani,
Those who
my
store their
personal
wealth in New
hero.
York City real estate, but who don't actually live there. But even so, they're able to reap the huge financial rewards of owning property in, dare I say, the greatest city in the world. And most of the time, these units are sitting empty, since again, they don't actually live here. This is a fundamentally unfair system that hurts working New Yorkers. Now, it's coming to an end. This tax will raise at least $500 million directly for the city. It'll help fund things like free childcare, cleaner streets, and safer neighborhoods. As mayor, I believe everyone has a role to play in contributing to our city, and some a little bit more than others. Happy Tax Day, New York.
Wow. Complete with Succession music. And let's check the view count. Currently, it is at 42.4 million views on x.com.
Pretty much like a typical Breaking
70s,
Points
which can't
clip,
be open for
basically,
housing
more or
under
less.
current municipal
With a
laws.
little
Absolutely.
rounding error there. Yeah.
Now, before we get Emily's take on it, I
all the
wanted
more
to hear
reason
from some of
to,
the other haters. Of course,
raise
we
the,
had
taxes on
Linda.
them.
Are you assuming
Yaccarino.
Emily's a hater?
I'm assuming that
interesting.
Emily's gonna find some middle ground here. I know she's a
Wait
big
a second.
Ken Griffin fan.
If they can't be
but,
open for housing,
I love Ken.
how are they owned for
Linda
housing?
Linda Yaccarino says this is actually one of the scariest things I have seen. It won't stop here. It's a nice life then. Very few spooks for her.
And this is a lady who worked with Elon Musk.
Yeah,
And that wasn't
come on.
scary? Come on, lady. Let's be real.
Owned as
Let's
private
be
residence is
real.
different than tenant laws.
And a few others I'll pull up here really quickly. But this is just.
I mean, if they don't
part of
like it,
there
they
was
can leave.
Thousands of
They can
these on
sell it.
X.com, the website for people with expensive condos. Apparently,
If,
how does Ken
if
Griffin
Jamie Weinstein
owning
can't
a
afford the,
$238
can't afford it,
million
then
condo in NYC?
maybe he should live
he
within his
only
means.
visits occasionally harm New Yorkers. Exactly, he pays an extraordinary high property tax to the city for services
You're
he
making that
barely
assumption.
uses. Why ridicule him for this? And of course, we have Trump, who finally had to say something about his BFF. Let's take a read here. Trump says, sadly, Mayor Mamdani is destroying New York. It has no chance. The United States of America should not contribute to its failure. It will only get worse. The tax policies are so wrong. People are fleeing. They must change their ways and fast. History has proven this stuff, in quotations, just doesn't work. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So that's where we're at with the reactions here. Emily, what do we make of this?
Well, I think part of the reason the video has so many views is that the billionaires freaked the F out over the video and drew so much attention to it. I mean, even just saying this is the scariest thing or one of the scariest things that she's ever seen. She was, the CEO of X. I don't know.
Pretty sure they did leave. They're likely to sell the building since it can't be used for housing. It's too expensive without tax. Make up
honestly,
code. Likely go
middle class
banner.
taxes should probably be the scariest thing that you've
actually
ever
not
seen.
true.
Like, even if you're what that's the scariest thing, the pied-à-terre.
You might be confusing leaving with
that's,
never
like,
actually living
I'm
there.
Totally against our tax regime. I'm a flat tax person. So that's like for the reasons that it would close all of the loopholes. And so don't get me wrong, but like that, even if you're in my camp, the scariest thing I've ever seen is like middle class tax hikes that are. There was just a poll the other day. Vast majority of Americans believe that they're overtaxed, and
trust
people
me,
who
like,
believe that they're overtaxed also include billionaires, which is often hilarious.
When the property
because
tax
the
rate for
assumption
a
baked into that one
$100 million
post is that
property
he's paying high property taxes.
is raised
We
by
actually don't
1%.
know
It's
that.
basically
In the case of
a
Ken
rounding
Griffin,
error for
he
the
could
people that
be
can afford that.
using his real estate
Like, they don't
portfolio
even
in
notice
various ways
it
to
missing.
take his tax bill down.
They'll
He
be
could
fine.
be taking
And they're not
advantage of
gonna
all
go
kinds
anywhere.
of different breaks, and people
There's a
were
reason they purchased
making
that,
this argument that by buying expensive real estate, buying
that in the first
pied-à-terres that they
place
don't use very
because
often,
of its accessibility
they're
to a
paying
place
taxes,
they want to
they're
be sometimes.
paying staff, so they've created jobs, and that it's
And plus, like, people like you and
only a
I, there's
net
like no
benefit.
reason
There's
for us to
no-
be defending these
there's
billionaires
no,
whatsoever. None.
Like, nothing is getting sucked out of the system or out of the city because they're there. Again, why then is it such a big deal for Ken Griffin to pay a little bit more? And I'm not even arguing for that. I'm arguing against the insane freak out that, like, why are you freaking out so much over the pied-à-terre tax? Like, are you serious? You're just making Mamdani look more and more reasonable with your insane reactions to this. So
yes.
It's crazy.
But Crystal, how is the city going to function if these billionaires can't use all of these apartments as like public storage units? I'm not really sure what they're doing with them.
They will continue to have those apartments.
Yes.
They will continue to have those apartments. And
yeah, where are they going to go? Miami? Come on.
They are, but that's the thing. They don't even live in New York. Like that's why they had this second homes in New York that are sitting empty. So these are people who've already moved to Miami or whatever. I think Ken himself lives in Miami. So, in a sense, if you're playing the game of like, it's going to chase them out of the city,
well, disincentivize
them to move to the city. Then they can avoid this tax if they just actually lived in the apartments that we all know, like Emily was saying. They're not going to do that. They're going to pay this, and they will pay it without even noticing. Because it's such a tiny, minuscule, pathetic
but here's the problem.
These
on the
ass
don't
of
invest.
Their net worth.
They do not invest in the city itself.
It will not even
they have
be noticeable to them. It would be like,
this
an
property
average person
is not an investment. It's
buying not a
it's
Starbucks
a luxury
coffee,
purchase.
but like, a coffee at the bodega that's actually inexpensive. Or
Reaganomics where this trickle down bullshit.
Anyway, you get what I'm saying.
So if billionaires
the
earn
freak
more
out
money,
I think
they'll
that Emily
reinvest
points
it.
to
Is an absolute lie.
kind of the genius.
They hoard it.
Of this little piece of film.
Agree.
Almost like the laws are structured to favor the rich. They don't have to
$500
invest.
million is a lot of money. It's not going to close what I think is a $5 billion budget deficit in New York City. It's not going to fund all the proposals. It will help, right? Like they're going forward with the public-owned grocery stores. I think those are supposed to cost about $30 million a piece. So, okay, we're funding those. That's fantastic. But
the structured laws promote investment, discourage investment.
It's a very Trumpian play in a sense, where Zoran knows, look, if you pull, I don't care, Democrat, Independent, Republican, New York, Kansas,
they're
Oklahoma,
structuring the
wherever
law to
you are,
promote investment in the city.
Should we tax billionaires a tiny bit more? The response is going to be overwhelmingly
hoarding.
Yes,
I know what you meant.
Absolutely. Let's do it now.
But
Let's do
honestly,
it today.
the best way
so
to do that is
he picks the fight on his terms, where he knows he's
not
got, especially in the city of New York, it's like would be
not
like an 80-20 issue at worst for him.
Because they don't base
the predicted
people that rich. They
meltdown
don't have,
ensues,
they don't have a quote
which is why he personalizes
so
it, because he knows that will also
changing the income tax
the right wingers
affect them whatsoever.
And he comes off looking like an absolute political genius and populist hero. He also comes out really being able to advertise the fact that he was able to deliver on a core promise. He says, I said I was going to tax the rich, and now I'm taxing the rich. Now, he's not doing the particular tax that he said, that was the original plan. But the fact that he was able to get Kathy Hochul to go along with this and work with her is in and of itself a significant political achievement and something that people did not think he would be able to achieve. She has been very smart in recognizing that Zoran has a real base and is a real force to reckon with politically. And so she has had to bend a bit and come towards him.
I don't even think that
he is very clever in spinning this as a complete and total victory, when in reality it's more symbolic and more of a political win than anything else.
Yeah, and
his policies
I
are
want to contrast this with the California
popular.
billionaire tax, which I know we all disagree on.
My point still
I'm
stands
sure
if this
you
fails,
two
there's
disagree
people
with
just sell
me
the
on that.
buildings.
I think
The
there's
buildings just
really
become
good
city's
evidence that
problem,
people
it gets
actually
demolished, and
will
it will be a loss of net income.
California, like 30%.
Not necessarily.
Of the base has already actually left. That's according to a
because the city
study,
has the capacity to rezone.
I mean, we all have seen
they could convert these multi-million-dollar, thousands
all that
of
is to say,
square
this is
foot
not that. They are right now defending higher taxes on fifth
units.
homes. That's what
they could easily rezone it into like a business or
go
something.
ahead. Good luck.
Or even smaller.
What's scary is the political numbers in favor of defending billionaire billionaire
residences.
fifth homes in New York City. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's again, like this is so different. So the California tax, which is something that Roe is very supportive of,
But
he
trust
sees it
me,
as an anti-revolutionary tax. I
when
actually
people are
agree
wealthy
with him
enough
on that
to
point
afford
that
multiple
it
homes
probably is something
that are
like
worth
that.
hundreds of millions
But I
of
think
dollars,
it's a
they are
one-time
not
thing.
going
I
to leave
hate the precedent that
because
it
of a
sets
1 or
in
2
terms of
percentage
just like
increase in their
wealth,
property taxes. They're not going to.
confiscation from the government. We don't have to have that debate to just say that it's completely different
They
from
don't
what
have
this
the money
is,
to
and the
bring these
freak
buildings
out
up to code, let
is
alone
almost at
build
the
anything,
same
which is
level.
why they need the tax. If they had the money to
They're
do that,
not going to leave
they
New
wouldn't
York
need the
because
tax.
the reason that they have their pied-a-terres is that they have meetings in New York
You
once a
gotta
month,
remember the
once
people that are
every 3
purchasing
months,
homes
and they
this
want a place
expensive,
to go. So that's not going to
they're
change. They want a place to
they're
entertain and
not
have like
purchasing these homes there
Epstein-style
because these
dinners.
homes are
Like,
cheap.
that's what they want
They're
to
not
do.
purchasing these
And so
homes
they're not
because
going to
it's
get rid of
cheap to
them
live
because
in
they
New
have
York
to pay a
City.
little bit more.
Like,
You might see
how do
like
you
one
not
or two
how do you not
dramatically being
understand
like,
that?
okay, well, I'm going to be a renter
Or
in
maybe
New
you
York
do,
now,
and you're
or
just
I'm going to
being
go to
contrarian. I don't
Connecticut
know.
and have my
Or
dinners there. Enjoy that.
not contrarian,
It's
but
they're in large part, you're not going to see people like
playing
giving up their
devil's
New York
advocate.
City
I don't know.
pied-a-terres. It's not going to happen.
It doesn't matter who purchases
Yeah.
it.
Well,
The
and
point is,
I
it
would
doesn't
just
solve the problem. It
go
helps.
ahead, Griff. Go ahead.
No,
I
it
was just
doesn't
say for people
completely
who
solve the
live
problem,
in
but it
New York
definitely helps.
City, like speaking of an 80-20 issue, people hate these billionaire row buildings
And
that get built in like Hudson Yards or ones that
if
cover
that
Central
if that
Park
money
and are
can
just
be used
completely empty and all they
to
do is create like a
provide
shadow on
free
the park
childcare
and
services,
they're basically just like
then
pieces of
what
like
that does
metal
is it actually
garbage that
helps
get
all
put
the
up in the
families that are
city
able
and where
to
no one's even living in
benefit
them.
from the free
So
childcare
Yeah, I mean,
services.
Sagar has talked
It will
about
put that money
in the
back
way
into
that
the economy.
you know it hollows out these cities and makes them so that they're not real. They're just like, yeah, they're a stomping grounds or a resting place for the global elite as they happen to pass through. And you
Instead of
see
that,
that certainly most of
instead
all
of those
in
millions of
Manhattan.
dollars being hoarded
So,
by
and
these
I mean, obviously
billionaires,
Sagar's conservative,
like Ken
it's
Griffin,
conservative populist, but I don't
um,
think that is a totally unique view.
that
So
money will
it's
go back
really is
to
a
the
proposal
families
that
that
I
are
feel like
actually
it's very
going to
hard
use
to
it
oppose. Because even if, okay,
in
let's
the
say Ken Griffin
economy
gets mad and he's like, I'm
instead
going
of
to
it just
sell
being
my
hoarded in Wall
$278 million
Street.
condo, I'm moving out for a tiny little tax that he wouldn't even know. Okay, fine. Like, you don't live here to begin with. And now you have,
Because like we saw
more
with
housing stock
COVID,
that
with
is
the
available.
COVID
Now,
checks,
of course, you're not going to have working
like
class people moving in,
the
but if
people
you
that got
actually
those
did
COVID
reduce
checks,
the demand for these
they
like
put that money back
super
into the
luxury
economy.
buildings, then
They
developers would
didn't
have
hoard
more
it,
of an incentive to build
unless you
things
want to
that
talk about the
ordinary
people,
people
like
would be able to
the
afford.
business
Because I'm
owners
far
who,
less concerned about Ken
you know,
Griffin
defrauded the
moving out of
government
the
out
city,
of,
and
you
far
know,
more
hundreds of
concerned about
billions
all of
in
the working
PPP
class people who
loans.
cannot afford to live in New
But I'm
York
not talking
City.
about them.
They're the ones who have actually fled and are unable to, sustain a life there, even if they would like to.
So one last note, Trump is deciding that he has to, really play hardball now with Mamdani and talk about how Mamdani, he talks to him all the time, but he's ruining New York.
But
Is
raising
now what is Trump is saying out
raising
loud.
the taxes on these
But it is funny
specific units
Zoran has gotten
that are
yet
worth hundreds of
another,
millions of dollars
thing
does
from
not
Trump.
take
This is
away
in the New York Times.
the reason
In
that
a
they were
reversal, the
purchased in
Trump
the first
administration
place,
agrees
which is
to release nearly
access and
$60 million
convenience.
in funding for New York City's Second Avenue subway. So
New York is currently complaining that it has
he
no
just
money to do
can't
stuff,
say
protect
no
these
to
buildings
this
more.
guy.
It's not the whole buildings, it's
Griffin,
the units.
what did you think of the cinematic elements of the tax
There might
release
be
video?
multiple
I think
hundreds
that
of millions of dollar units within a specific
I did
building.
like
This
the
might be
close-up.
true.
Well, I think that close-up freeze frame
But
is
look,
going
remember,
to, yes, be
these
in a museum one
units
day.
were purchased
I
because
think
of
that's
already being
access and
memed.
convenience.
Yes, I think something about that really struck
And
home
when
to
you are
people.
wealthy
And,
enough to
we
afford
talk a lot about taxing
these
the billionaires,
$100 million
but
units in
looking down the
multiple
barrel,
cities,
tapping the lens.
this
That's
increase
something that
does
we're coming
not
for you.
remove
So
the access and the convenience
that the
I
unit
appreciated
offers.
the cinematic quality of it and the directness of it. And yeah, calling out someone by name. He had a similar dust up. Didn't make a video for it, but there is
But this also
a city
raises another
council
point I was
member in New
making
York
before.
that's been getting in his
I
way
think
named
last week,
Julie
or
Menon.
maybe the week before,
She is
when I was
very,
talking
very
about
rich.
how
I believe she owns like a lot of real estate. She might be one of those multi-home
when I was
owners as
talking
well.
like the way
And seems
Mamdani
like now she is
communicates with
bending to
with his
Zoran's will, at
constituents.
least on a few city council votes. So it does really seem, like you said earlier, Crystal, like there is a base that people are aware of, afraid of, and the online
No,
billionaire
you get a structured laws to encourage
rich
investment or have a
people
better
is not a
solution
real
than risk having a
base
bunch of inflated
because
properties
they
that you
live
can never
in they
meet
have
cur-
5 homes all
So
over
this
the
is
place.
okay.
They don't have a
This
constituency.
is like this fear.
And
This
Zoran
like
is
And
actually
they
constant
have
fear, like,
no,
oh no,
yeah,
the
and they have no
billionaires are gonna
loyalty.
leave.
They have no
Like
loyalty
this
to a
is
city. They have no
like
loyalty
this is
to a country. They have a lot of class loyalty to
it's
one
bullshit.
another, as we saw
This fear is
demonstrated
bullshit.
in
It's
the
implanted.
Epstein files. But you know, they play us all like fools. Like, oh, you know, I'm going to take my
Like
toys
this
and
is
go
the
home. But you know,
this
with
is the
regards to Zoran, I still think it's
ever
such a shame he
since
can't run for president, because I do think he has
Reagan was in office. This has
both
been
the talent, the right
the fear.
messaging, and
Oh no, the rich
truly
people are gonna leave.
understands how to
No, it's
do
bullshit.
politics today.
Has nothing to do with them leaving. That's
Villains,
the
which the
issue.
Democratic
Yes.
Party
banks
refuses to
inheriting the
do,
burden
and
is.
people like the abundance Ezra Klein people refuse to do, which is name villains and identify them, which is how people
Yes.
can focus politics.
And to
But it's not
to
even a risk.
intentionally provoke.
There's no risk.
You know, and he's
There's no
able
risk
to
in them
do
leaving.
it in
There's
a
no risk
way
in them.
where, you know,
If they were
unlike
to
Trump,
tax it at
who's
like
like
50%,
angry and
okay,
outrageous
you might
and
have,
whatever,
you probably have an argument.
Zoran
That'd
will
be a
just
reasonable
say
argument
a thing
of them leaving.
in his
But it's not.
cheerful, you know,
Like
big
it's not even
smile,
close to that.
very polished way, and he knows how to press buttons to cause the freak out that he wants. And I think he expected that from this. And the other one that I think it's funny that there was such a freak out over is the grocery stores, which is like, we're talking about 5 grocery stores in a massive city. It's the most insignificant part of his agenda. Now, I think it's a great pilot. I think it's good ideologically to demonstrate, like, here's a thing government could do.
Wait a
But
second. If it has nothing to do with them
almost seemed like in
leaving,
the campaign, outside of the Zionist
then
piece,
there's no
that was what
extra
the
burden
biggest
for
freak out was
the
about.
government to inherit.
From, you know, it was, oh my God, breadlines and communism.
Which means
this
that
is
them,
Soviet, blah,
in order
blah,
for
blah.
them
It's
to
like,
be
it's
there to be an
like
increased
literally
burden
the federal
means they would
government
have to
runs
leave in
grocery
order for
stores
that to
and
happen.
basically every military base here and around the world. This is not that crazy of an idea. So everybody relax. It's going to be fine. And when he got asked about it, like, well, what if it doesn't work? He's like, then it didn't work. Then we try something else. No big deal, right?
Yeah, and that's why I actually think that people really need to pay way more attention to Roe describing the California piece as
And
anti-revolutionary.
another thing you got to remember
because
is the people
the
that are
more that you
actually leaving
treat
New York
these,
is not the ultra
these
wealthy.
things like the pied-à-terre tax
It's the middle
as
class.
total like scariest thing you've ever
But
seen.
poor people
or,
generally don't even have
you
the
know,
money to
like
be able to afford
the
to
end
move.
of America, grocery stores, like the end of America. What
It's
they're
the middle
really saying,
class
the reason
that,
the right goes
you
into
know, want to
hysterics
have a
over these
family,
things, and the kind of
but
business
shit's too
center goes into
expensive,
hysterics
so they
over these
move
things, is
outside the
because
city,
they're correctly
and just,
sensing
you know,
that the country is saying the
commute
system is
into New York.
broken. If you have an alternative that I feel like is going to work better for me, I do not care if it is called socialism or democratic socialism. Do it. Do it.
Right.
And people are going in that direction. So the billionaires and the centrist business people are correct to sense that that's happening.
And believe me, like all this fear
what they're doing
around,
is freaking out and saying, you're
you
a
know,
horrible
people,
person if you
these
support this.
wealthy,
You are
like
Stalin.
not even
You
just
are
wealthy, like we're
Mao.
talking
You are
ultra wealthy.
taking
We're
America
talking
down
people
that
like
path
they said,
instead
Ken
of
Griffin,
realizing, and
who
there
can
are all kinds of
afford
quotes from
$200
the
million
Gilded Age,
units
to the first
in
Gilded
multiple
Age
cities.
about this, where people
That's
like
who we're talking about
Carnegie
here.
were realizing that the way the system had been set up was sending people into like Bolshevism. And that the enemies of capitalism were the capitalists. The capitalists were starting to make capitalism unsustainable.
Like they're the
because it
ones that
wasn't
can
working
afford
for
these
everyone.
propaganda
And
campaigns
what
to
they should be
convince people
doing,
to be
instead
scared
of
about them
freaking out at
leaving.
anybody who's like, hey, a city-run grocery
Like,
store might be
oh,
nice. I
if you
can't
raise our
afford
taxes, we're going to
the
leave, and you're going to
price of
lose our
milk and
tax
eggs right now.
money.
They're treating that like it's Bolshevism instead of
It's just
offering
decades of propaganda that
alternatives,
has basically
that are
baked into our
viable and
culture.
making the case for their alternatives. They're just making
And
the
it came
case
from trickle-down
against
economics.
socialism.
That's exactly where it came
but
from.
they're also like inflating it to this cartoonish.
Which I don't understand.
Like,
It's been like what, almost
they're
40
inflating
years?
the 5 grocery
No,
stores
it's been
and
40
pied-à-terre
years
tax into this
since
cartoonish
trickle-down
version of what it
economics
is.
first,
But
like,
they're not wrong about what it is,
you know,
which is
got
evidence
its
that people want a new
claws
system
into our
and they're willing to
into our
accept
economic culture,
more
and it
government
hasn't
intervention
left.
in the market.
Yeah.
Yep. And if if the Zoran grocery stores don't work,
I couldn't care
well,
less
we can
about
just
the
go back
rich.
to
I'm
the
more concerned with
poly market
problems and do
grocery
not believe
stores
simple
that are
tax laws by
popping up
themselves
all
to be
over the
effective.
place.
Exactly. Well, actually, that's a
The
good point.
alternative they're offering.
Simple tax laws
being
by
offered.
themselves
There
are
are
not effective. You're
alternatives
right about
offered
that.
by
There has to
by
be
I
other
misspoke.
measures that are
They're
taken.
they're doing the work.
Hey, if you like that video, hit
Here,
the like
actually,
button or leave a
see if
comment
I can
below. It
find
really helps get the
an
show to
earlier
more
a video from a couple
And
weeks
if
ago.
you'd like to get the full show ad
You're right. It does not work by itself. So I will show you, which is I don't know if you checked any of these out since I recommended them last time, but I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Maybe it was one of the live ones. Yeah, see how often he goes live? Like this is several times a week. He's out here like in front of people, like the people of the city, telling them what's going on. Now, there's one specifically that I'm looking for where he was saying like what's going on with the city's economy and the measures that he's going to be implementing in order to try to resolve the issue. I think maybe this was it. And that's why I respect the mayor. Yeah, dude, he's freaking awesome. I don't know. Did you have a chance to like go through any of the videos and
Good morning.
check them out, or did you just
I
take my word for
directly
it?
to New Yorkers who have for too long
This was
been
how many months ago?
misled
2 months
and
ago?
misinformed about the true state of our city's finances. I will be blunt. New York City is facing a serious fiscal crisis. There is a massive fiscal deficit in our city's budget to the tune of at least $12 billion.
I disagree with his methodology
arrive
and
at this
logical
place
thought
by
process, as I think more broad
This
restructuring,
crisis
redoing
has
of
a
the tax
name
code, financial systems
and
is
a chief
required.
architect.
I checked some out. Okay.
In the words of the Jackson Five, it's as easy as
And I
ABC.
think this tax he was
This is the
more
Adams
recently talking
budget
about
crisis.
is a good
In
step.
2025, under the banner of what he called the best budget ever, former Mayor Eric Adams handed the next administration a poisoned chalice. He systematically under-budgeted services that New Yorkers rely on every single day: rental assistance, shelter, and special education, while quietly leaving behind enormous gaps for the future.
After this
And
one, I'll
knowing
show
his
you
time
what.
in office was likely coming to
So
an
this
end,
was him, like
Mayor Adams
first,
chose political self-preservation over
letting
fiscal
people know what the
responsibility.
budget looked like.
This is not just bad governance, it is negligence. And now the responsibility falls upon us to protect working New Yorkers from paying the price. We expected for months that when we entered City Hall, we would likely inherit a grim fiscal situation. Many of the journalists here reported about an imbalance during the Adams years. Yet once we looked under the hood, the full picture
But he actually
was
released a
staggering.
video shortly after this where
However,
he was talking about
Eric Adams
the
is not the
cuts
only
within,
reason we are here.
the operation
For
of the
over a
government itself,
decade,
not its
as he governed from
social
Albany, former Governor
its,
Andrew Cuomo extracted our
social
city's
programs.
resources, using our revenue to address state-level holes while withholding from the city what it was owed. The result is a stunning fiscal imbalance. New Yorkers contribute 54.5% of state revenue and receive only 40.5% back. No part of this state gives more and gets less in return than New York City. While we did not create this crisis, we will solve it. And we will do so without balancing the budget on the backs of
That's
working
another
people.
thing that I like that he does.
Now, I want to walk New Yorkers through the
Like,
nuances of
it's
this
completely
crisis
understandable
that
for
we must
a,
contend with.
to be honest, that's a good return considering.
Here, you can see former Mayor Adams' projected budget gaps, as
Another
well as
thing
the
I like that he
projections
does is, like,
prepared by City
you know,
Controllers
as a
Lander
new mayor,
and
he's
Levine,
like,
as well as
okay,
State Controller DiNapoli.
this, like, we
These
inherited this
projections were
problem,
formed
yes, but now it's on us to fix
but they
it.
tell the
Whereas
same
most
story.
politicians, they'll spend
We are still reviewing the, city's
entire,
fiscal health ourselves,
like their
but our
entire
early analysis is in line with their
cycle
findings.
blaming the previous
And the
administration.
story that those findings tell is clear. The Adams administration dramatically and intentionally understated the problem. The budget gaps are twice as high year after year. Notably, Mayor Adams underestimated known budget expenses so he could show fiscal year 2026 was balanced. These are not differences in opinion between accountants. They are measured to the tune of more than $7
Notice that
billion
isn't just a New York problem?
beyond
Yeah.
what he published. We are dealing with vast
Yeah, it's
figures
like
and
a,
statistics
not
that
only
can
is it
often
like
feel
a
intangible. I
citywide
want to
problem
place
within
them
a state,
into a
you know, it's
historical
a
context
statewide problem
so that
within
the
the
scale
US.
of the crisis is clear to New Yorkers. For reference, the budget gaps we are facing today are higher than they were at the height of the Great Recession. And when compared to the pre-pandemic 10-year average,
Did you see the?
some of these
I
projected
fear that this is
deficits
tied
are
to U.S.
over
currency's downfall.
300%.
It might be, considering
This is not
how much
business as usual.
of the world economy
This
goes
is a
through New
historic
York.
challenge, and it demands an honest response. Time and again, Adams kicked the can of responsibility
Shit, I forgot what I
down
was
the
just
road.
going to ask you.
Last year, when he laid out his January and May financial plans, he not only failed to budget sufficiently, he ignored projections that indicated major expenses would rise in years to come. These expenses not only totaled nearly $8 billion, they're on an upward trajectory. And still, former Mayor Adams refused to incorporate them, leaving a massive $3 billion
I was going to say, did you
hole
see the videos
in fiscal
where
year
he,
2026.
He was talking about there's
The
like 2
budgetary
major
choices
settlements
he made in the past have consequences that we reckon
that
with today,
his
with ripple
that
effects
his that
extending
New York
into
had
the years to come.
Found in
Former Mayor
favor of
Adams
the
made the
workers.
repeated,
So like
deliberate choice
a bunch of workers
to under-budget.
got like
It
millions
was
of
a pattern.
dollars.
He budgeted $860 million for
Millions of
cash
dollars in the
assistance this
settlement
fiscal year,
against the
but current
companies that basically
estimates
screwed him
are
out of money.
$1.625 billion.
Like, dude, like how
nearly
freaking awesome
double
is that?
what he had accounted for. He budgeted $1.47
Like an
billion
executive
for
that's
shelter
actually,
costs
you
this
know,
fiscal year, but current estimates
you know,
reflect
trying
an
to
additional
help the people?
unaccounted for $500 million. He budgeted
It was a
paltry
mistake not to have
fractions
some
of
hard
what was
assets in reserve.
actually
Hampton, you
required,
wrote about this in reports.
undermining the city's ability
Yeah, when
to
was the
fulfill
last
its
time
promises. These are not
gold was the
optional
actual
services.
standard?
They are critical responsibilities of city government.
Now the standard is the dollar because
Let's
we
talk
say
about the state and city imbalance.
so stupid.
In fiscal year 2022, New York City sent $68.8 billion in revenue to Albany and received $47.6 billion back. That is more than a gap. It is a $21.2 billion chasm, and it can no longer be sustained. It is measured in city schools that could have more teachers, parks that could have more staff, playgrounds that could be built across the 5 boroughs. That $21.2 billion
Like
gap
imagine
occurred because over
imagine
the
if our
decade
federal
Governor Cuomo
executive
was in
branch
office. The
worked
state
as
saw our
hard
city as a place from
towards
which wealth could be extracted
consumer
without
protections
recognizing the needs of that same place.
as he's doing in New York
New
City.
York City is the economic engine
But you
of
see
the
how bad our
state.
currency has gotten from
While we
ISV and
contribute the
commonly stated as
majority of
value
state
is
revenue
absurd.
growth,
You
we
can
do
say you
not
have $1 billion,
receive
that means
the
nothing.
same
The currency
proportion
is
of
worth
state funds.
so little.
From
You need that
fiscal year
much to seem
2010
like a lot.
to
Yeah.
fiscal year 2022,
And what's crazy is
a
I
period
think
where Andrew Cuomo
even
served
with
as
all this
governor for
chaos
almost
going
the
on
entire
in the
duration,
international economy,
state revenue grew by
as it
$48
stands right
billion.
now, I think
New York City alone
the
generated
dollar is still
64% of that growth, or $31 billion.
the most powerful form
But when
of currency
expenditures increased
internationally.
by $36 billion, New York
For
City
now.
received only 42%, or $15 billion. Annually, that is an $8 billion shortfall of what our city was owed. Our city is one of multitudes, containing both
They
incredible
couldn't do much
affluence
the states are
and
supposed to
tremendous
protect,
needs.
but they have
And for
forgotten their
too long,
responsibility. Such a
only half
disgrace
of that
to the union we have
equation has
become.
been met. Each of these slides and the numbers they contain tell a clear story. It is the story of a city that is economically powerful and central to the success of the entire state, if not the entire country. And it is the story of a city that has been failed by its leaders of the past.
I wish it was more
Together,
common. Like
let us
you
tell
know
a
the
new story. As we approach the
you know the
preliminary
popular
budget,
vote
City Hall
interstate
will do
compact,
what the law requires.
that's getting a lot
We
of
will
attention
deliver
recently.
a balanced budget over 2
I think
fiscal
within
years.
the last couple days,
We will also do, however,
where states
what
are
former
agreeing to
Mayor
work
Adams
together
never did.
outside of the federal
We
government.
will be clear and
I
direct
kind of wish
about
there
our
was
needs with
more.
Albany.
We saw more of that.
Working
from
people did
an
not
economic
cause this
perspective.
crisis, and they cannot be made the victims of its solution.
The federal government was
In my
to protect
inaugural
against large
address, I made a
monopolies.
promise.
Yeah,
I said
which
that we would
they're not
overcome
doing now.
every moment of adversity together, and we would meet
Yeah, the electoral
every
college
moment
one.
of
Yeah,
fiscal
where they
challenge with ambition,
the
not
states
austerity.
agree
That
to
promise
cast their
stands.
electoral votes.
We will not shrink from this
in
moment.
favor of the popular
We will
vote
not
winner.
succumb to small ideas. We will meet this
They're supposed
crisis
to use state
with the
compacts for a lot
bold
of things.
solutions it demands. That means recalibrating the broken fiscal relationship
Of
between the
course, someone's
state
messaging me now that I
the
started
city.
streaming.
And it means that the time has come
Who does this?
to tax the richest
Oh.
New Yorkers and most
Swiping
profitable corporations. This is the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And yet we have allowed 1 in 4 New Yorkers to live in poverty. It doesn't need to be that way. We will remain in constant conversation with Governor Hochul and legislative leaders, and we will do something that too many New
I don't
Yorkers
think they can use that
have
compact
learned
for
not to
bypassing
expect
the
from City
electors
Hall.
and forcing them
We
to
will be
vote
honest,
has always been
transparent,
constitutionally.
and we will
and
communicate
forcing
the
them to vote
decisions
has
we're
always been
making
constitutionally
and
questionable.
why we're making them. We have inherited a crisis from the past, New York.
Yeah,
but
it's.
it need
I don't
not
think it's
define
ever
our
been.
future.
I don't think it's
This
ever
moment of
been like
hardship and
completely
chart a new
resolved the
course
issue of
for our
like the
city.
bad faith electors.
It will be difficult, but
where-
anything worth doing always is.
I know it's happened before.
Thank you.
Where the state has voted for a candidate, but the bad faith electors will be like, no, I don't think so. I know that it's happened before,
Hi,
but I
how are
don't
you?
think it's recent.
Part of the budget
I know.
gap
I know
that,
Trump tried in
criticized the
2020.
previous
God, he
administration
tried.
Comes down to the city FEP's ballooning spending per the comptroller's analysis. Do you plan to accurately reflect those costs in the preliminary budget? And would you continue
I
the
remember.
last
I
administration
remember learning about
recommendation
this
to
in my.
stop an expansion of eligibility
Was it
for
a
that
political
program? And a second
institutions
budget
class?
question.
We were talking about the electoral college.
Let's first start with your first question.
And
go
there
to
were
your second, so we
examples
can make sure we answer
of
it
bad faith electors going
You know,
against the
much of
the people.
what I
the
have
way
just
the
shared
people's
with all
votes.
of you and with New Yorkers is the making clear of how the prior administration mismanaged not only the budget, but also, frankly, housing and assistance programs. And as we assess the state of the city's fiscal health, we have requested more time to work on a settlement in the city FEP's case. Looking forward, we want to make sure that we balance New Yorkers' access to medium and long-term housing while
They
also
need to.
crafting
The
a
electors are supposed to
sustained
be able
and
to make
balanced
that
budget.
call. You're
And
supposed to
throughout
vote for
all of
electors, not the
this,
president.
we are
Since we
looking
don't
to be
even know
honest
who our
and
electors
direct
are,
with New Yorkers.
we should probably
We are
have
not
electors
looking to
properly
play
be
the kind of
voted on
financial
instead of the
games that have
president
often
being
come
on the
to
ballot.
characterize these budget processes.
Settlement expand eligibility or no?
I think
Yeah,
right
I,
now those
I keep going
conversations
back
are
and forth in this in my head.
Okay,
Like I feel like we
efficiency.
should be
You
voting
were
for the
critical of
president.
the past administration's
You know?
cost cutting, but you also said you will find efficiencies.
But at the same time,
what,
like
if
I
any, cost-cutting measures
understand.
are you looking at? What's on the
I'm not
table?
completely
Are things
against
like
the
vacancy
elector
cuts or
system.
eliminating vacancies,
However, there is
which
that
the past
flaw
administration's been,
where you
criticized
have
for
bad
on
faith
the table
electors.
for you.
Yeah, I think there's a
Even if you just vote for your
difference
local party
between
member to be your
pursuing
elector, at least
savings
people
and
would know up
efficiencies
front who's voting for them.
and pursuing austerity. And we are going
Like,
to
what
pursue
sucks is,
every
like,
single saving and efficiency that we can find. And
we
we're also
can't-
going to do so in a
we
manner
cannot
that does not
trust
come at the expense
elected
of working
officials
New Yorkers. When we are
do
looking at such
what their constituents
a
want them to do. Like we
clear and
cannot trust
explicit
them right
picture
now.
of gross fiscal mismanagement,
Especially
it is
right
also
now.
clear
I don't know if it's any
that
worse than it
that
has been in the
extends
past because
to other
I just
expense
started paying
decisions that were
attention to
made.
politics
And
within
so
the
right
last
now
6
we are
years.
going through every
but
single dollar that the city
there-
spends
there's
and
that
ensuring
problem.
that every single one of us on this stage would be able to defend that dollar. Because if it cannot be defended, then it's not a dollar that should be spent.
So I think I lean more heavily into
Hey, how's it going, Nick?
electors themselves being absolutely
Let's do
pointless.
one for now, just so everybody can get a little thread. Thank you.
You're describing this sort of fundamental relationship reset that you want between the city and the state. I imagine it would take more than just these two.
Electors can only be
tax
selected
increases
once
to
and cannot be an
achieve that.
elector
So, I mean,
again.
is there
Is a
more that
security
you're
feature must be
expecting to
met
ask
on the
for
same
in
day
terms of
and vote on the same day.
you know,
Oh, they must meet on the same day. Vote on the same
resetting
day.
just beyond that?
Now, we are speaking about a fiscal crisis at the scale
it feels
greater
like
than the Great Recession.
After
And so
2020,
there will not be one
after we
single
saw
thing that can
what
answer that
Trump
crisis.
tried to
It will
do with
require
his
us
false
to pursue
elector
every
scheme.
single avenue. That means looking inward
it
into
feels like it
savings
adds
and
another,
efficiencies.
like,
that also
you
means
being in
raising taxes
computers,
on the wealthiest New Yorkers,
you
the most
know what it
profitable
means to
corporations.
have
And
multiple points
it
of failure.
means
And it just
recalibrating the
feels
relationship
like
with the state.
electors
We
are
are
another
looking for
potential
what
point
New
of
York
failure.
City is owed, and what we
Like,
have found
when it
in
comes to
almost the
communications,
entire duration
whether
that
it's
former Governor Cuomo was at the helm in Albany,
internal communications
was
within
the
like
shifting of that
a home
relationship
network
into one that
or
is
external
stunning in its
communications,
imbalance.
the
And
more
so there
points
are
of
a
failure
number
you
of specific
have,
things that then Governor Cuomo did in shifting those burdens.
the more likely
there are
there's
sadly
going
too
to be a
many
problem in the
examples to
system.
be able to cite with you today, but it does leave us with many
And that's what it
options
feels
for
like
how
to
we
me.
can bring this back to what is deserved.
Yeah, we'll go Jeff right here.
Like the more opportunity someone has to come in
on higher
and
taxes for wealthy corporations.
hurt the
When
system.
the governor has been clear
We
that
should
that's
probably
not
just
her
switch to be
priority.
district-based instead of elector-based.
And I wonder if that will leave the city
Well,
in a difficult position if politically.
I'm not
you are
inherently
unable
against
to
that.
get-
However, we have the problem of gerrymandering.
I think what we're seeing right now is that the city is in a difficult position.
Like you look at Texas
We are
or
also
Ohio,
seeing a
because those are the
moment
two states I have
where-
lived in. I know more
the
about
gross
those
fiscal
two states,
mismanagement
their
has left New Yorkers with a
constituency
bill the
makeup
likes
than
of
other
which we have
states.
not seen in many, many years.
Where you have
And we have seen in the
like
politics
a
of the past that in
55 to
moments such as these,
45,
we ask those with the least
somewhere it's like
to bear
52
the greatest
48
burden.
to 55 45.
And we know that here in the
terms
wealthiest
of,
city in the wealthiest country
political
in the history
demographics.
of the world,
You know, Republicans
that
to
we
Democrats.
can not only put our city back
However,
on firmer financial
these
footing,
districts
but also
are
build a stronger
drawn
city
in
for
such
everyone.
a way to where
If the top
both
1% of New
state
Yorkers pay an
houses
additional
have
2% in income
supermajorities.
taxes. Recently,
You know what I mean?
I actually had a New Yorker turn to me and self-identify as someone who would be taxed by
so
this
neither party
proposal.
wants it
They said, you know,
solved.
I'm a millionaire, and is it true that you want to raise taxes?
So,
I said, it is true.
I would
And
agree
they said, well, I would leave. I
that
said, I
the
don't think
party
you would.
as
They
an
said, why not? I said,
institution,
because
like the
we're looking
Republican
to raise
Party,
income taxes on the top
Democratic
1%
Party,
by
I believe
2%.
you
So
are
for
correct
$1 million
about neither
a year,
party,
that's an increase
like
of
the
$20,000
institution itself
in
wanting it
taxes.
solved.
And when I told them the amount, they realized that it wasn't
However,
enough
I don't
to actually
think
make
that
them change where they would
that
consider
applies
their
to
residence.
the base.
Matter if the governor says she's not doing it.
I think what we've seen for far too
We
long
can
is the
penalty
city
clause
hasn't
destroy
even
gerrymandering, but
advocated
it would
for
destroy
itself when it comes to
Democrat
Albany.
gerrymandering.
And what we are
you know,
going to do is
dude, like,
exhaust
I'm all
every
for it.
option to make it clear
Like, I
that
am
the time
all
has come
for
to
it. Like,
reset the relationship between the city, its wealthiest residents, its most
I would
profitable
be-
corporations, and with Albany. And I believe
honestly,
that together
like
we can
as
get
as
there.
important as the I'll put it to you this way: how important
the
gerrymandering is
criticism
to me.
of Mayor Adams. Hi, sorry.
As
Criticism of Mayor
important
Adams
as
for the
the
first 3 years in office was
Israel-Palestine
actually that he
issue
was
is
too
to me,
conservative in his estimates of what the revenue would end up being.
if there was
and
a
that there
candidate in a
tax
primary
receipts,
that was
from
a
high
liberal
earners and
Zionist,
Wall Street
instead of
bonuses would
like
come in
a
hundreds of
not
millions of
a
dollars
you know
over what they had
genocidal
originally
Zionist, that's like a deal
anticipated. And
breaker.
his conservatism was used
Like
the
an
first
APAC
3 years,
Zionist.
not this most recent year, to
If there was a
justify
say liberal
spending
Zionist
cuts
like a
for
Bernie Sanders,
austerity. Are you being
however, their
conservative
number
right
one
now in
issue
your estimates of
was
what the Wall Street revenue is
eliminating
going to
partisan
be? So if state
gerrymandering,
have a banner
I
year,
would take that
$17
person
billion more
over
than they thought they would get. Are you
over
assuming
the
that
progressive
Wall Street
candidate.
bonuses are going to go down?
We are
that was
encouraged
like an
by what we are
anti-Zionist.
hearing around Wall
That's how
Street
important it is
bonuses
to
as
me,
well as
to
by
get this
increased
frickin'
revenue.
gerrymandering issue
However,
resolved.
the scale of this deficit of $12 billion
That is what I
is
mean
such
by what I refer to
that
the
it will
base
not
when I
be
say party.
covered no
I'd say the
matter what
voters.
that
Okay, that
news
makes
is.
sense.
And so while we appreciate
I'm just
it,
so
while it will
used to,
be
like-
helpful, it will still require structural
I'm so used to
solutions
reading shit
ensure that we are
online
back on
that
a firm fiscal
people a lot of times are unable to differentiate the two.
For you, Mayor, obviously, and I guess if Sharif,
They
you
have a
want to
tool
chime in. I know you've been
to
critical
fix
of
it. They put it in the
former Governor
Constitution.
Cuomo
It sits
for the
fucking
money
unused
that
for
was not given to
generations.
New York City,
Bullshit.
but he has been the governor since
Jesus,
August
I didn't know that.
2021. What have your conversations been like
It's
with
absolutely
Governor Kathy
infuriating.
Hochul about what the
However,
city is
what I
owed,
will say,
while also noting
I will
the
say
need for
this:
buy-in to tax the wealthiest, and additionally, I know
the
you're saying
candidates
you want to be
that
as
you
clear
hear
to New Yorkers
talking
as possible,
about
but you're not really
resolving
giving details on how
partisan
you could
gerrymandering,
and would make cuts. Say
you
you're
will
gonna look
never
inward. I
hear
guess it
that
sounds like
from
therapy
a
speak, but it's
Republican
not really useful
candidate.
In
You
practical
only
terms
hear it
for
from
what
Democratic
the city
candidates.
and what New Yorkers,
And
whether
I
they're
will say that
working
we don't even
class,
hear it
the
enough from
poorest or
them.
the wealthiest New Yorkers could go through while you're trying to get this budget correctly. So do you want to give more details?
Yeah. We are going to deliver a preliminary budget on February 17th. And when we do so,
Nobody's used the
that will
penalty
be a
clause,
budget
stop the
that
poll
lays
tax,
out the
stop
specifics of
gerrymandering
this.
for all
What we
sorts of
wanted
voter
to do is
suppression.
be very clear with New Yorkers as soon as the scale of this fiscal deficit came to our attention, what it was, how we got here. In the time between now and the release of that preliminary budget,
Speaking of
we
poll
are going
tax,
to be sharing additional
you would
specifics,
agree that
not only in
if
terms
we have
of
to have a
the
passport
fiscal gap
in order
once these
to-
revenues are accounted for,
in order to
once these
prove
Wall
that
Street
we are
bonuses are
a
accounted
citizen
for,
in order
but
to
also
vote.
the kinds of savings that we are pursuing.
And since we have to pay
and that
to get a
specificity
passport,
is going to be one that makes clear
you would agree that that
we
qualifies
are
as a
looking
poll tax,
not
yes?
only to protect and deliver public goods, but also public excellence, public efficiency, and that we are not going to
I don't think a
allow
passport should be required to
for
vote.
this kind of a
Okay.
fiscal crisis to be the justification for pulling back on the
I think
kinds
that
of
is too
city
far.
services that New Yorkers
I
so
think so, too.
desperately and deeply deserve.
My first question, what have your conversations with Governor Hochul been like? Because hasn't she and her state budget been withholding funds from the city since 2022?
I've been encouraged by our conversations with Governor Hochul, and I've been encouraged also by the relationship that we are building, which is a
I don't
different
think
kind of relationship than one
this
that's
is
typically
exactly
been
the
the
video I
case
was looking
between
for.
City Hall and Albany.
Because he actually had like a
And
chart.
I
The
continue
video I was looking for, he actually had a
to
chart.
have a belief in in our ability to meet
That
this
showed
kind of a
exactly
challenge and to do so with the
the
scale of
financial
response that's
decisions he was
necessary.
going to be making.
Hey, Joe, how's it going?
So you're saying here that you're planning to.
Why'd it do that? I didn't want it to stop the video.
Is a different kind of relationship than one that's typically been the case between City Hall and Albany. And I continue.
Oh, whatever. Fine. I guess we're cutting it off. That's stupid. Oh, this is it. Haha. So how long after was it? Okay, the video I was showing. This one we were just watching, I think. Okay, so it was a couple weeks later.
About our city's fiscal situation, I want to take a moment to mourn the loss of a true titan, Reverend Jesse Jackson. When Reverend Jackson marched, millions
There needs to
followed.
be a check.
When
but I
Reverend
don't
Jackson
think it should be
organized,
absurd enough
laws
to be more
changed
than
and
a,
coalitions
I
formed.
promise I'm not violating law.
When
which
Reverend
we
Jackson
currently have.
spoke, the world listened. Time and again, we knew that hope still lived because Reverend Jesse Jackson kept it alive. I know that I'm joined by millions of New Yorkers.
But this
in
is what I
sending
don't
my
get, is
deepest
like-
condolences to his wife and to their children.
This voter
Now,
fraud,
I want to
the
turn to
specific form
today's
of voter
budget
fraud where
presentation.
people claim to be a citizen.
As I share our preliminary
they
budget for the upcoming
register to
fiscal
vote
year,
while
I
not
want to
being
be
a
clear
citizen,
about the moment we are in,
and then they
and the
attempt
two
to vote
paths that
while
lie
not
before
being a
us.
citizen.
As the
is
mayor of New York
virtually
City, I
non-existent.
have a legal obligation to
Does
balance
it happen?
the budget.
Yes. Does it
I will
happen
meet that
at
obligation.
the scale with
This
which
administration will govern with the
the current
seriousness,
Republican Party claims it
responsibility,
does? No,
and
it does not.
accountability that has too long been absent
The
from
form
City
of
Hall.
voter fraud that actually
When we took
happens
office,
more
we inherited a historic
is
budget
when
gap. Our aggressive savings plan, daily incorporation of
when
updated
people,
revenue
like,
and bonus estimates,
move
and our deployment of
and
in-year
they vote
reserves,
in a district
in
where they're not
tandem with more
currently
than $1 billion in additional aid from Governor Hochul, have lowered that deficit from an initial $12 billion
I would say
to
even an even
$5.4 billion.
worse form of voter fraud.
While considerably
although
less,
this isn't
it
really
is still
direct
a
and it's not
significant
like
chasm.
it's
I know
not
that for
something
those
that
who
can
have watched
really be
budget after
proven,
budget,
is
it is
when
tempting to
you
assume
have,
that we are
like,
engaging in the
a
same dance as
family
our
that's being
predecessors.
pressured to vote
Let
a
me assure you,
specific way by the
nothing
head of the
about
family,
this is typical.
or peer pressure
That's why
by
our
their,
solutions
their, group,
won't
their
be
social
either.
group or whatever.
There are two paths
I would
to bridge
actually
this
claim
gap.
that that's a form of voter
The
fraud.
first
although
is the most sustainable
good luck
and
proving
the
that
fairest
in
path.
court.
This is
You
the
know?
path of ending the drain on our city and raising taxes on the richest New Yorkers and the most profitable corporations.
But this whole like
the onus for resolving this
people
crisis
voting that aren't
should not be
citizens
placed on the backs of working
as
and middle
being,
class
like-
New Yorkers. If we do not
it's just-
fix this
it's not.
structural imbalance
It's
and do not
absolutely
heed
not.
the calls of New Yorkers to raise taxes on the wealthy, this crisis will not disappear.
Is this like
it will simply return.
It happens maybe in
year
auto
after year,
auto registry
forcing
states
harder
where
and harsher
non-citizens get IDs
choices
to automatically
each time.
register them.
And
As
if
I
we do
brought
not
before,
go
still
down the
stats on
first
that.
path,
The main issue is
the
ballot
city will
harvesting
be
and people
forced down
filling
a
out
second,
stuff that isn't theirs.
more
Yeah.
harmful path. Faced with no other choice, the city would have to exercise the only revenue lever fully within our own control. We would have to raise property taxes. We would also be forced to raid our reserves. To balance the budget as required by law, our preliminary budget takes the only path within our control, the second path. The options of the second path are the options of
But
last
the election
resort.
issues are small compared to
Options
other
that we will
issues.
only employ if there is no other means of arriving at a balanced budget. We will spend the coming months
there's a part of me
doing
like
everything
I
in
kind
our
of feel
power
like
to ensure that our
I kind of
final
feel
budget
like partisan
reflects the first
gerrymandering is a
path.
form of election
We
fraud.
remain
also.
firmly within a budget crisis. It is a crisis that we can and will overcome. But we cannot do so without either
But that's more
significant
of a
structural changes
it
in
is,
Albany
but yeah, that's more of
or
a
painful
a
decisions of last
philosophical
resort here at home.
argument than
I am
it is
encouraged
like
and
a
heartened by the
legal one.
relationship that we have built with Governor Hochul and the
I
state
mean, in terms of
legislature,
labeling it fraud.
and hopeful that we can arrive at a fair
Voter
solution at the
suppression,
end
yeah.
of this budget
It's
process.
clear voter suppression. Like this is what I find absolutely absurd. Is like the
Let's walk through
overwhelming
what we
majority
inherited, what we have done so
of
far,
Democratic
and
voters,
what lies ahead.
like myself.
We begin with the budget crisis
We will sit
inherited.
here and we will say
This crisis
like,
did not
without
materialize
hesitation,
overnight.
That partisan
It originated with
gerrymandering
Mayor
needs to
Adams'
go.
2025
like,
November
in the
plan.
same way that I am
The
against
city's budget at the
Texas's
time was
mid-cycle
$118.2
redistricting,
billion.
I am against
That plan
California's
projected a
mid-cycle
$4.7 billion
redistricting.
gap in fiscal year 2027 and a
what you'll hear
$6.3 billion
from
gap over fiscal years
Republicans,
2028 and 2029.
The base.
We
as
now
well
know
as
that those gaps were
the-
significantly
like the
understated.
news outlets like Fox
To understand
News
the magnitude
and,
of what we inherited,
various
the deficit left to us was
political
larger than the gaps left by both Mayor Bloomberg and Mayor de Blasio to their successors.
Is they'll
And that's
complain
even
about
before
California doing
accounting
it,
for
while
enormous
on the other
under-budgeted
hand saying
needs by
it's
the prior
perfectly understandable
administration.
for Texas to do it.
Adams' November plan
Like,
left the city
Texas
with a
is
$12
doing
billion
it because
budget
Democrats
gap.
gerrymander. Like
When we took office,
come
our
on.
team
Like, are you
scrutinized
against it or
every
not?
facet of city spending.
Like that is
what we
that
found was in
angers
line
me
with what
so
former City
much,
Controller
the
Lander
hypocrisy.
found on December 16th, what State Controller DiNapoli found on December 22nd,
just be honest and say
what City
you're against
Controller
your
Levine
opponent doing it, but
affirmed
you
on
think it's
January
okay for you.
16th.
Like just say it.
The $12 billion budget deficit confronting our city was historically vast. After incorporating $4 billion in revenue above what the November plan had assessed, and after taking standard budget actions, our administration found that our city's deficit was in line with the controller's projections.
Oh shit! I wanted a game.
As we
I
lay
forgot I
out
wanted
our
a game.
preliminary budget, every decision we have made has been informed by this context
And
the
honestly, like
challenges we inherited.
I think we
This
should
was
rework
a
the Electoral
historic
College to better
deficit,
balance the states.
larger even
Get the
than
Senate
those
back to
faced
being
during the Great
state-oriented after we
Recession.
handled gerrymandering
Much
so
of
that they
this
don't
gap
become
came in
more
the
partisan
form of
cesspools than they already
significant
are.
underbudgeting for
Then
major
we need to add
expenses.
more oversight powers of federal
The prior
government with clear
administration
outlines on
ignored
how funding can be
projections
given,
that
what
estimated
programs are allowed,
costs
what is
would rise.
considered reaching into
Across
local
6
law.
foundational city services,
I would back that.
like cash assistance, rental assistance, and shelter costs, more than $7.5 billion were left unaccounted for. The consequence was an enormous deficit within our budget.
I was saying like
Beyond those 6 areas,
so
there are additional
the
major
point that I was
unfunded
making
needs.
about
The city
the-
must
pointing
fulfill
out the
more than
hypocrisy.
$6.6 billion in additional unfunded needs and state mandates,
when
the most sizable
talking
of
to
which
Democratic
are
voters,
detailed on the
again,
screen.
like myself.
While we had no say over the budget crisis we
Hypocrisy is a
inherited,
big issue.
we have taken a number of steps to address
And
expenses and are monitoring
that
our revenues daily
hypocrisy
to tackle the gap.
Is what
In January,
a
in
lot
this
of
very
voters
room,
base their
I promised we
decisions
would
on,
continue to incorporate
which
up-to-date Wall Street revenues
is I
into our
think
budget.
why the DNC
That is exactly
is
what we
refusing
have
to
done.
release their
Part of our ability to shrink the gap has come
their,
from incorporating higher than expected
2024
revenues from
autopsy
Wall Street.
report.
Wall Street profits are at a record high,
Because
surpassing
I
any
firmly
projections
believe
and allowing us to incorporate
that
more revenue
hypocrisy
than
is the
anyone
biggest
anticipated.
reason why like
Those record
7 to
profits
9
translate
million
into increased tax revenue.
why the Democratic Party lost
$2.4
7 to
billion
9 million
more than
voters in the
anticipated in
2024
fiscal year
election.
2026 and $4.9 billion more than anticipated in fiscal year 2027. That's on top of revenue already
like,
added in the November
Trump
plan.
voters,
We are being as aggressive
they don't
as
have
we
a problem
can
with hypocrisy.
in recognizing
They're like,
additional
yeah,
revenue,
we
and
think
have
it's okay for
surpassed
us
the
to do
state
this
in our
because
estimates of
we should
personal
be in
income
power.
tax, corporate tax,
You know?
and sales tax. But responsible governance is not only about
Like we don't
revenue.
want these freaking
It is
libtards.
also about discipline. That means finding savings across city government,
We should
reducing
also make where the
bureaucratic
federal
waste,
government can
and
propose
rendering
state compacts
agencies
or
more
some sort of
efficient
compacts.
and
Yeah,
cost
like,
effective. That
like
is why I
being a
signed an
mediator
executive
or
order
the
establishing
facilitator
a
between
chief
the
savings
states.
officer in every city agency. Chief savings officers, or CSOs,
Like
have a
I can
simple
see
remit.
an instance where the federal
Identifying
government
savings within the
forces
agencies
states
they
to come
serve.
to the table.
They will
Be like, look,
consolidate
okay,
redundancies,
like listen here,
in-source programs
Texas,
that have been outsourced to
you
bloated
have a
consultant
$40 billion
contracts
surplus
and eliminate
you're still
extraneous
receiving federal
programs.
funding. Cool.
Each
we don't mind
CSO
getting it.
will issue a public
However,
report by March
you also
20th,
have a state right next to you,
detailing the
Louisiana,
savings they have found
that
and
does
provide
not have a
updated
surplus. At least
assessments
I don't think they
every
do.
6 months.
And they need
These CSOs will
economic
have clear
assistance,
goals.
you know,
1.5%
so
in
that their
savings in fiscal year
constituents
2026
So we're
and
bringing you to
2.5%
the
in
table,
fiscal
you
year
governors, you
2027.
senators, whatever it is, to the
Our
table.
work to find savings, however,
work something out.
is not
you know?
limited to CSOs. We are pursuing a
Or
number
even,
of other
and
avenues
not even
as well.
red states to
We
red
are
states. It could be
significantly
like
reducing current vacancies and removing hiring
the
constraints to
voter base
promote
shouldn't even
effective
make a
agency
difference.
operations.
Like,
we are
listen,
hiring 50
California,
new auditors at the Department of Finance,
you guys are
which we
raking in
expect will
money.
generate $100 million in new
First of
revenue
all,
per year.
figure out your
We are also
homelessness
adding
issue.
200
Like,
lawyers to the law department to reduce tort liability, which we anticipate will yield
Freaking NIMBYs, man.
$125 million
Don't get
in
me
savings
sidetracked on that.
in fiscal year 2027 alone.
even if Louisiana has
We
to
are
sell
not just
something like
looking
how
for
President
savings
can
and
call
efficiencies in the
Congress
short
back.
term.
Yeah.
We are also going after long-term
Like
causes
Louisiana
of cost
has,
growth. Taken together, these
they
aggressive
have benefits
savings
to provide
measures,
Texas. You know?
maximal use of in-year
Tourism?
reserves,
Like
and
imagine
daily
if you had a
recognition
Texas
of updated
ID,
revenues
right?
have allowed us
and
to
you were
reduce the
able
budget
to get
gap from
discounts
$12 billion
in New Orleans
to $7 billion.
You know,
I want to
come
commend
visit New Orleans,
the members
right?
of my team who have
Like during
exhausted
Mardi Gras or
every
something.
option
Like-
to improve our fiscal outlook. I also want to thank Governor Hochul for her partnership. Yesterday, she announced that Albany would contribute $1.5 billion in state aid to help us bridge this gap. As the governor aptly said, A strong New York City means a stronger New York State.
I think I mentioned this
I'm
before.
grateful to the governor for
but
her
it's
support
been a while,
throughout the budget
but I
crisis.
don't remember what your response was.
Here is what the state's $1.5
about
billion
states using eminent
contribution
domain
includes.
as
$150
a-
million
as a
per
method
year,
of resolving
reversing the
the,
distressed
like the
hospital sales
homelessness
tax
issue
intercept.
to
$60
construct
million
affordable
per
housing.
year, reversing of a public health cost shift. $300 million per
You know what I
year
mean?
invested
'Cause
in youth programming.
eminent domain
and
has to be
$500 million
used
in
order
one-time
to states can do
unrestricted
that,
state
federal
aid.
can't. Okay.
Much of the state assistance reverses
so I'm for
long-standing
states doing that,
Cuomo-era cost shifts.
which what angers me
and we've
so much
also
about
just received
California
information that new data
is like
in the
there's no
state's
reason
school
why
aid
they
formula will
what's
bring an
that should-
additional
there's nothing that should
$97
stop them
million
from
to
using
New York
eminent
City
domain to be
on
like
a
we have
recurring
a housing
basis.
crisis.
All of that brings
Like,
the fiscal
you-
deficit down
you
to
NIMBYs
$5.4 billion.
Like go ahead and bitch about
But I
it.
want to be clear.
But we have a crisis that needs to be
$5.4
resolved.
billion is still a very steep mountain to climb. And there are two paths that we can walk. One that offers long-term stability, and a second one
Federal can't do
with
it the same way,
significant
otherwise
pain
federal government
that
could
we
say all of
deeply hope
California's
to
mine now.
avoid.
Yeah.
The first path repairs the structural imbalance between the city and the state. We want to work with Albany to raise personal income
like
taxes by
absolutely
2%
infuriating
on the
when you have
33,000
wealthy
New Yorkers
states
earning
like
more than $1
California
million a year,
that
and to raise corporate taxes on the most profitable corporations. And we know that for far
that,
too long, New Yorkers have given
like,
far more to the state than what we have received
local
in return.
jurisdictions
It is
implement all
time
these
to end the drain.
requirements to
If we
to
cannot
build
follow this
housing.
first path, we will be forced onto a much more
Texas is
damaging
doing
path
this too,
of
by the
last
way.
resort.
Like Texas
One where we have
local
to use
governments
the
are being
only
overrun
tools at
with
the city's
NIMBYs.
disposal, raising property taxes
Like the
and raiding our
Texas
reserves.
state legislature.
The second path is painful. We will continue to work with Albany
I
to
forget
avoid it.
what the measure
This
was
first
in the
path will
Texas
deliver the
legislature, but
structural
it
change that
basically
we need to
was intended
recalibrate the
to
relationship between the city and the state.
promote more affordable housing.
Because as we know, New Yorkers
was kinda
contribute
surprising. I was like, wow, Texas, good
54.5%
job.
of state revenue, but receive only
But what a lot of the local
40.5% back.
jurisdictions are doing
At the same time,
is they're
New York City's
implementing-
portion of the
they're
state's
passing
GDP
all these,
has grown by
ordinances
nearly
that
10%
require
since 2010.
new housing
that imbalance is
structures to
untenable.
have all these stupid
Once again, I'm
amenities
calling
in
for
order
Albany
for them
to end
be
the
built.
drain.
Like they're not saying
There is no
you
third
can't build
option
it.
of failing to balance
They're
the
just
budget.
saying if you want to
By
build
law,
it, you have
ever
to
since
have
the
like a
fiscal
freaking
crisis of the
doggy daycare
1970s,
or something stupid
which placed
like
the
that.
city on the brink of bankruptcy.
So believe it or not,
New York City
the
has
Texas,
been legally required to balance its
state
budget.
government is actually
we will do
feuding
so.
with like local.
If we cannot pursue the first path,
local jurisdictions,
the only option we have remaining is the
about
second
these
path.
stupid
At the heart of this path is a
housing
property tax
requirements.
increase.
I
This
think,
would effectively be a tax on
Plano
working and middle class
is
New
one of the
Yorkers
big ones.
who have a median
I
income
think
of
we should negotiate on the disposal
$122,000.
clause, since
The
most
second
states are
path
not on
also
equal
requires
footing.
us to raid our reserves.
Look up the natural resource
It would
map of
mean
federal
withdrawing
land map and look at the
$980
timeline of
million
state
from our city's
admissions.
rainy day fund in fiscal year 2026 and $229 million from the Retiree Health Benefit Trust in fiscal year 2027. These are steps that have been taken before, but only in moments of extraordinary external crisis. Mayor Bloomberg's response to the
You
2008
see the federal government
financial
started to
collapse,
reserve almost all
and Mayor de
land of real
Blasio's
value
response to
past
the
the
enormous
1870s.
revenue shortfall
So you don't
caused
have a
by
lot
the
to
pandemic.
negotiate without the
We
federal
do
government
not
giving
want to have
permission.
to turn to such drastic measures
You're talking
to
about
balance
like
our budget. Now,
areas like
let's talk about what this means for our future. Let me share the details of
say
our
like-
preliminary
like the
budget for the
national
upcoming
parks and
fiscal
stuff?
year, the needs that we're meeting, and the investments we're making in New Yorkers. This is a budget that is balanced at $122 billion
Because when I think of federal
in
parks,
fiscal year
okay, when I think of
2026
federal land, that's what
and
comes to mind.
$127 billion
Like
in
right off the
fiscal
bat.
year 2027. You can see here the breakdowns in spending by percentage of agency budgets. 40% of funding that goes to agencies is going to DOE, 26% is going to social services, 12% to our
See, how
uniform
often have you
agencies,
seen-
and the remaining
Oh, wait, I
22%
keep forgetting I
to
changed
the
my,
many other agencies that keep
I used to
our
look
city
over
running.
here.
This reflects
for
our
my,
priorities.
my videos
Education,
playing, but now it's
healthcare,
like
safety,
over there.
and the everyday functioning of the city that we love.
But
this preliminary budget
how
increases
often
city
do you
expenses
see
by over $14 billion.
an elected
Expenses that we
official
have
going
to
this
fund
far out of his
because
way
the Adams administration failed
to tell his
This
constituents what's
includes
going on?
$7.5 billion for the 6 under-budgeted areas I mentioned earlier, including cash and rental assistance and
Like, yeah,
shelter
it's
costs.
bad news,
and
but
$5.85
the
billion
people deserve
to
to
fund
know it.
additional
The parks
needs
have almost no
that were
resources
previously
besides
left
lumber
unbudgeted.
and a few
As you can
deposits.
see here, of our
not much,
city
which is again
dollars
why I
in
respect
this
him.
plan, only 4% represents new
like,
programmatic spending.
Even I'm
Again,
telling you, like
of $14 billion,
even if a
only
Republican Republican were to
$176
do
million
this,
is going to
I would
deliver
be all
new
for it. Be
programmatic
like, okay,
spending.
I might not agree
Some of
with
that spending includes immediate protections for New Yorkers
I
in
might
this
not
winter.
agree with it. You know,
$5
pretty
million
much like you,
helped
except
us
vice
open
versa.
warming
You just
centers
flip
and
the
street
tables.
outreach increases for homeless New Yorkers during the recent snowstorm. This also includes an addition of $100 million to our snow removal budget. Beyond winter response, we are expanding services to our most vulnerable neighbors. We are increasing clinical and behavioral health services to New Yorkers living with severe mental illness and deepening our efforts to connect homeless New Yorkers with shelter and healthcare. And as we look to protect New York's fiscal health, we will also protect New Yorkers' rights.
I think
we are bringing on 200 attorneys and 100 support staff within the law department. And we are more than tripling baseline funding for HRA's Community Food Connection Emergency Food Program, adding $54 million in fiscal year 2027 and onwards,
congressional
so that
representative
we meet the
race,
needs
like we
of
still
New
have a
Yorkers in
runoff.
crisis.
It's between.
Let's close with the long-term investments that we are making in our capital plan to deliver a healthy, vibrant, safe city for New Yorkers.
I think
we are
my
showing you here
graduation
the
date
city's
is right around the
$113
time
billion preliminary
that the runoff
5-year capital
election
plan.
takes place.
Those investments span transportation, environmental protection,
And
housing,
although the candidate that I
and other
prefer
core
to win
priorities,
the Democratic
physical
primary in my
foundation
district,
of a thriving city.
although she
This capital
did have
plan
more
also makes
votes
major investments in
the,
NYCHA developments, including
the actual primary
$662
election,
million in fiscal year 2027 to
I
boost
don't
renovations,
know where the
and over
runoff
$38
votes are
million
gonna be split,
specifically
you know what I mean?
to install heat pumps in
However,
more than
even if
700
the other
housing units in the
candidate
Rockaways.
gets every single
We
one
will also invest over
of
$48
the
million
third candidate's
in the
votes,
expansion of the Adult Comprehensive
still
Psychiatric
think
Emergency Program
it would
at Bellevue
be
Hospital. This is a
like
critical
the other
need
candidate
that will
wouldn't
make
win
an
by
enormous
much.
difference in the lives of
So,
2,500 additional New Yorkers each year.
If the
To
third
conclude,
candidate that dropped that
here is our
lost
preliminary
the
budget
primary,
as it stands. It reflects the
even if
second
those
path
votes
that
are
the city
split
is forced to
50-50
go down,
between the two
because
runoffs,
today it is the
runoff
only
candidates,
path fully within our
then
control.
the one my
But let me
preferred
repeat
candidate
what I have
would
said
win.
many times
So
this
hopefully
morning.
she does,
This is the preliminary budget.
because
We
after
will
I
do
graduate,
everything in our power
I can spend like a lot more time actually helping.
Reflects the first path,
this
a path
candidate,
that ends the
and
drain
as it stands,
and asks the wealthiest among us
she
and the most
doesn't
profitable
have
corporations
a
to contribute that little bit
consistent,
more, so that working New Yorkers do not
online
bear the
presence.
burden of
You
this
know what I mean?
financial crisis. Now I will go through our financial plan.
But that's something that, like,
As you can see
once I
here at the
graduate
top,
and I can actually help
this is the November 2025 financial plan
that's
released by
something
the
I'm gonna,
Adams
like, bug the
administration
shit out of her to do.
that projected a
Like, you
balance
need to be
of fiscal
doing
year
something
2026
every day,
and then the out year gaps
and you need to be
of
recording
more
it
than
every
$6 billion
day.
with a gap of $4.6 billion in the fiscal year 2027. Here we see tax revenues, $2.4 billion,
That's what makes us
$4.1 billion
American,
fiscal year
Joe. We know we
2027, and then
disagree,
we
but
have
we
the
form
out
more
years.
perfect union
We
above
can
the
see
old
here
war pettiness
of the
and create our
state
own
action,
pettiness
the
because
fiscal
it's ours,
impact of
dang
the
it.
decoupling from
Yes.
federal legislation will yield $723 million in additional revenue starting
I would
in the
love
next fiscal
to
year.
go,
Here is part of
like,
the
I would love to
$1.5
make it
billion
to a day
that I was referring to earlier from the
where
state. This is the sales
biggest
tax
disagreement
distressed
someone
hospital
like
intercept.
you and I would have
Here is the impact
would
from
be
state
how
tax
a
programs
candidate
that
or
we
how
support,
a,
but also have a
how
fiscal
an
impact on
elected
the city,
official
taking $3 million in revenue
allocates
this year,
their
$64 million the
district's
next
funding.
year. This is
You
the
know what I mean?
one-time unrestricted state aid that I was referring to earlier, $500 million. Here are the
I would love
non-tax
for that
revenues.
day
These are effectively
to happen sooner
fines,
rather than
fees that are
later.
collected by the city, $56 million this year, $25 million the next year. This reflects the second path that we are forced to take within this preliminary budget, which showcases an increase in property taxes yielding $3.7 billion in the next fiscal year. All of that leaves us with the total revenue changes of more than $3 billion in fiscal year 2026.
I never thought that I would
More than
enjoy
$8.6 billion in fiscal year
getting
2027. Then if we go into the expense
PowerPoint
changes, we
presentation
see
by a
by
candidate.
finally acknowledging the under-budgeted agency
Maybe it helps
needs,
that I've always liked the
we
candidate.
see a
That probably helps.
$6.6
I'm
billion
probably biased
change
in
in
that
this
way. I'll
fiscal
admit
year,
that.
$7.4 billion in fiscal year 2027. This is a cost that the city has paid in recent years, but not reflected on its budget. We are bringing that to be clear with New Yorkers as to the money that we are spending as the city, $911 million in fiscal year 26 for the Health Stabilization Fund, $1.144 billion in the next fiscal year. These are the savings that we anticipate from the NYCE PPO health savings, $411 million this year, $791 million next year through the renegotiation of city healthcare plans. Then here is part of the 1.5 that I was referring to earlier. This is the reversal of Article 6, the provision of youth programming and school aid. $360 million in fiscal year 2026, increases to $457 in the next fiscal year because of the addition of the $97
that'd be a very
million
good situation.
in
We tend to agree on
additional
most things in
school aid.
principle, even
These are the
disagree on
costs
means or how to get
of
it done,
pension. We have
or if it's the
$60
right way to
million
solve
this
the
year,
problem. We
savings of
agree, though, on
$99
the
next
problem.
year.
This is true.
Then we have debt service savings of 40 million this year, spending of 40 million the next year. Then we have the general reserve, 1.150 in fiscal year 2026, 1.1 billion in fiscal year 2027, leaving the required amount
federal
within
level,
that reserve.
tell me how much you agree with this statement.
Of the reserves that I was referring to earlier.
I currently
that we are forced to
believe
do
that
in
the
second
largest
path.
problem that
That's
we have on a
229
federal
million
level
from the Retiree Health Benefits Trust Reserve. However, I will also show that in fiscal year 2028,
how am I gonna
we then
phrase this?
return that funding back
Constitutional
into both the
adherence.
Retiree Health Benefits Trust Reserve as well as the Rainy Day Fund.
You know what I mean?
Because we are
And
seeking to
the
put
best
our city
example I can give
on firm
is,
financial footing. Rainy Day Fund, a withdrawal of 980 million in fiscal year 2026. Then we see the Capital Stabilization Fund, 250 million, 250 million in both fiscal years.
rights,
Labor reserve savings, 150 million here, 400 million in the next.
adherence to
These are the savings I was
to the
speaking about of
law by those
1.5%
within
in
the
this
federal
fiscal
government
year,
itself.
2.5% in the next projected agency savings with the CSOs.
I hate.
This is an adjustment for OTPS inflation
lack
of 56 million in 2027 fiscal year.
members of our federal
this
government
is a reestimate of prior year
allotted.
expenses and receivables. All
And
of
I
that
honestly
leaves
think
us
that's, like,
with
the
expense
biggest
changes
issue.
of nearing
I
3
think that's the
billion in
largest
fiscal year
issue, but it has
2026,
been the biggest
more
issue
than
for almost
4
a
billion in
century. It only gets larger.
2027, and then we go into the out years. Then, as you can
I
see,
think
as a
that
result of these approaches,
I think that
it
the
is a
presidential
balanced
pardon
budget
power needs to
in
be limited.
fiscal year 2026, a balanced budget in fiscal year 2027
It
is
ebbed and
required
flowed
by
some
law,
areas, but it's only grown
and
when
then
it came to
out
the
year
executive.
gaps here from 28 to 30. And I'll just go through the next slide as well.
Yeah, I
This
think the
is
presidential pardon
an
power
overview
needs to be
of
limited.
the amount of money that we
I
are
think-
receiving in the subtotal of taxes. You can see existing property tax, other taxes, tax audit
What
revenue,
else?
tax programs, and then the increase in property taxes if the city is forced to do so. You
I think
then
the
see the
recent
subtotal of city funds.
ruling
where
about,
in addition to those taxes, we are adding in miscellaneous revenues,
That's the word I'm looking for.
unrestricted
Oh my
intergovernmental
gosh.
aid, things of that nature, brings us to
My
91
brain wasn't
billion in
wasn't
fiscal year
prepared for
26,
terminology
97.6
today.
billion fiscal year 27, and then that brings us out
Pardon power was
with
made
the
for
addition
time
of
that had men of
categorical
honor and
grants
integrity, even if
to
they struggled with their moral
$122 billion
failings.
for fiscal year 26, $127 billion in fiscal year 27.
Like, how absurd is
then
it
if we
that
look
the
at
president-
expenditures, we're seeing personal service. We're
Right
seeing
now,
that come out to about 61.4
if he
billion
has-
in fiscal year
if
26,
somebody has been
62.9
convicted of hundreds of
fiscal year
millions of dollars
27,
of
and
vi-
then other than
of
personal service, we see the
hundreds of
subtotal
millions
of
of
about
dollars in fraud,
59.2 billion
like defrauding
this fiscal
people,
year,
normal people like us,
56.5 in the next fiscal year.
that the
All of
president
those
can
things
pardon
added
them
together, with addition to the reserves as
because
well,
they made
we find the total expenditures of
contribution to
$122.3 billion for this fiscal
PAC,
year,
a PAC that supports him.
$127 billion for the next fiscal
Or they
year.
can
The
donate
gap
money
to be
to a
closed in
ballroom.
26 is zero, in 27 is
And
zero as required by law.
Not
and then the
only
gaps
does that
in the out
pardon
years.
like strike the conviction from the record, but it means they no longer have to pay the restitution. Like, how freaking absurd is
First
that?
Deputy Mayor and Budget Director available for them as well.
Oh,
We'll
like
start
George
with Katie.
Washington, the honor and integrity of pardoned rebels, despite them literally raising arms against him
Could you just
individually.
explain, if the nuclear option is the one you have to go with, what would the property tax rate be
here's-
increased to?
I'm
And that
kind of
would be
like
for
yes
all
and
the
no
four
on that.
classes of
So
properties. And then secondly, on a broader level, you know, I know you ran on an affordability
I
agenda.
am-
And this would likely, if this happens, if this goes down that path,
like in
not only would
the
it go up for
instance
homeowners
you're
who have to
talking
perform
about,
property
even the
taxes,
Civil
yeah,
War,
it would likely go
okay?
up for renters because of the tax
I
rate on
am not
multi-unit
against the
buildings. Do you want to
pardoning
first talk about the
of
tax
the
and then
the people
also,
themselves.
you know, the betrayal that
It was the
your,
Whiskey Rebellion?
supporters might feel by increasing things for them.
Okay.
So I'll
All right,
first
that
speak
rings
about this broadly, and then I'll go.
Like the soldiers
I want
themselves.
to be first very
like,
clear.
I am not
This
against
is
the
a
pardoning of
preliminary
them.
budget.
It's the
This
decision
is a
makers.
budget
It's
that reflects
pardoning
the only
decision
tools that the
makers,
city has
the
at
political
its
and the
disposal.
financial elite.
When we are speaking about property
That-
taxes,
that is what I
a
have a
tool
problem with.
of very last
You know,
resort.
those are the ones with
we
most
believe
of
it
the
should
influence.
be viewed as such.
Like,
not
they were
only
the
because it is
instigators.
a broken
You
property
know,
tax
they were
system,
the-
but also because this is a fiscal
the
crisis that was not
organizers.
created by working and middle class New Yorkers. It
I
should
hate,
not be
like,
placed on their
those-
backs
those are the
in
ones
order
that
for the city
should
to resolve it. That is why we will
be,
continue to spend each and every day through this budget process,
given the-
emphasizing the need to chart out
given
the
the
course of
luxury
the
of a
first
pardon.
path. That path would mean increasing taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers, the most profitable corporations,
leaders were
and
pardoned,
ending the
and one
drain that
became
has
a very
long
big supporter of the
characterized the
Washington
relationship
administration after he
between the
saw-
city
after he saw
and the
mercy the
state.
king would never
The
have given.
property tax increase,
And, like,
if the city was forced to do so,
like,
would be at a
I recognize that
9.5%
happens,
increase. This is something
but
that we
what's
do
the
not want
likelihood
to
of
do,
that?
and this
You
is
know?
something that we are going to utilize every single option to ensure does not come to pass.
Like I would say that's like anecdotal.
Mayor, do you
Today,
then blame
unlikely.
Governor Kathy Hochul for refusing to do a tax hike, and both on the wealthy and on corporations? And just yesterday, she gave you 1.5 billion additional dollars. But
Like if someone
is it
told
not
me,
enough? Will
like,
New Yorkers
first of all,
suffer
I
at
think
the expense
everyone
of a governor
involved,
who doesn't want to also be criticized during an election year?
in the
You know, I am encouraged
January
by the
6th
partnership
violence,
that we have been building with Governor Hochul.
I believe
and
every
I'm
single one of them
thankful
should
for
have been
yesterday's
prosecuted
announcement
the way that they
of
were.
1.5, and now what we see
You know,
translates
evidence
into
brought in
1.6
front of
billion
court.
dollars in additional state aid.
I
And
would call it
I'm
an
also very
insurrection,
clear-eyed about the fact
if not
that
rebellion.
we need to put the city back on firm financial footing. This is the
However-
beginning of both the city and the state budget process, and that the most sustainable and
if
fairest
someone
means
came
by
to
which we
me
can do
and
so
said,
is by raising taxes on the wealthiest, the
"We
most
are
profitable
going to
corporations,
pardon
and
all of
ending
the
the drain that has long
participants in the
characterized the
insurrection."
relationship between the city and the state.
I'm not talking about the people that beat cops. I'm talking about the ones that like broke into the
I
building
think what
and
we
stole
are
shit.
seeing right now
The
is
people that
what
beat cops, no, they
the
should be
fiscal
put in
deficit is
prison
that
for
the city
beating
is
cops.
facing.
However,
$5.4 billion.
the charge of like
and
treason
we are
and
now going to
insurrection. If
use
someone told
every
me,
single tool at our
if
disposal
someone came to me
to
today
ensure
and said,
that
"It's your
this
choice.
is a fiscal
It
crisis
is rebellion,
not
insurrection, even though
resolved on the
Confederates
backs
were
of working and
treasonous."
middle class New Yorkers.
So what I'm saying
There's a
is,
second part to this.
if someone
path
came to me and
number
said,
one,
"It's your
not just
choice,"
the property, or not
here's
just
what
the income
here's what we're
corporate
putting on the
tax,
table.
But also ending the drain by
We are
fixing the
going to
imbalance.
pardon
Is there a
the
specific
participants in the
number,
January
that you're
6th
looking
insurrection
for additional state funding that is
for
part
the
of that
crime
path
of
number
insurrection,
one? And is
not
there,
the
dare
crimes
I
of
say, a
assault
path
and
number
battery
three
or
that
attempted murder.
includes
You know, the
some
ones
of
that beat the
this,
cops
some
and
of
stuff.
pulling out the reserves? Is
They
it
said
really
we are going to
just one
pardon
or two
them
in your
for
eyes?
the rebellion, insurrection, whatever.
The city contributes 54.5%.
The ones that
to
organized it,
the
you know, like the
state's
leaders of the
revenue,
Proud Boys,
receives
members of the
40.5%
Trump
in return. We are looking for
administration.
a fair reflection of
They
the
are
city's
not
role
going to be
within our state.
allowed a
And I'm
pardon.
heartened by
I'd be
the
like,
actions
yes.
that the governor
Yes,
has
100%,
taken yesterday,
yes.
the reversal of a number
I'd be
of
li- I'd be
Cuomo era cost
100%
shifts
for it.
that we saw the
And this
city
is
be
like, you
targeted
know,
time and time again on.
a bunch of MAGA
There
voters,
are sadly
you
many
know?
more examples of those cost
I
shifts.
would be 100%
And the
for
reason
that.
that we
That's
are
where I stand.
emphasizing the need to increase revenue by taxing the richest New Yorkers, the most profitable corporations, the need to end the drain, is that we need structural solutions to a structural crisis. This is a crisis that if we do not resolve in a
I don't know
structural
how
manner,
aligned
we'll
you would
only
be
be
with that
postponing to
hypothetical
have to
scenario,
return
but
to it once again. I know
I'd
that
be
I do not
perfectly okay
want to
with that.
be standing here in this blue room 1 year from now.
I would say clear the stack
Speaking to you about
charges
the very same
they
nature
do
of a
nowadays, like
crisis.
serving the
It
peace
is
are
a
the only
crisis that
ones
has
made to
long
disarm
been
you.
brewing. This
Even
year
the
is an
trespass charge
opportunity
in the
for us
area
to
where they had a
resolve it
permit for
and put the city
protests that
back
got
on
caught
firm
up in the
financial
violence.
footing.
Yeah, like there are
I
the
can tell you
vast
the dollar
majority of
figure that
people
we
that
are
were
looking
there
for is
did not get charged
$5.4
with
billion
anything.
to ensure
Like, did they support
that we
the
do
president?
not have to go
Sure.
beyond the responsible
But did
use
they actually
of in-year
participate in the
savings,
violence,
the aggressive savings plan that we
or
have
the
also
property
put forward,
destruction?
and have
I
to
would argue that the vast
have
majority
to
didn't.
broach into the path that we have laid out today.
But there was enough to cause
Two
a
quick
really bad
ones.
problem.
The February 25th, a bunch of groups are going up to Albany
at the heart of
to
it,
follow
I
through
think
on
they
your
should be
demand here
charged
to
with
pass the tax to
insurrection.
rich. Times reported you aren't going.
But like I said, in this
Has that
hypothetical
changed?
scenario, if
How are you
someone
gonna
came to
kinda
me and
keep this
said,
push going?
"We're
Second,
going to pardon
what
them,"
did you do to
in order for
inform your
the
coalition partners
decision
here that
makers,
you
the
were
organizers,
proposing
the
this kind
elite,
of
in order for the
nuclear
elite
option that is scary
to
a lot
face
of working class New
accountability,
Yorkers
we'd
about a
have to
property tax
pardon
increase?
the
We
participants
have been clear
for
from the very
insurrection.
beginning of our time.
I'd be like, okay,
as an
go for it.
administration, that the city is facing a
especially the people who
significant
marched their
fiscal
cars
crisis,
earlier
the
and
likes
arrived, but
of
were
which
still charged,
we
as
have
some of
not
them were.
seen in a long time. And it is a fiscal
I'm willing
crisis
to give-
that will require
I'm
attention
willing to give more
structural
grace
fixes. So when we first came
to,
forward in this blue room, we spoke about the $12 billion
to the people
that we saw as the
than I
fiscal
am
deficit in
the
line with
political
controllers'
and
assessments.
financial elites.
That was
I'm willing to
a
offer
$12 billion
people more
deficit
grace.
after the
Even
assumption
if they are a
of
MAGA
$4
voter.
billion in increased revenue on top of the November 2025 plan. In the time since then, we look to utilize every tool at our disposal to bring that number down. That is why we've put forward an aggressive savings plan. That's why we have CSOs. That's why we're looking at every potential efficiency, at every opportunity to eliminate
But yeah,
waste.
if someone
that was a key part of
Obviously,
driving
like,
that
I have a
12
feeling
billion
you
down
would
to
want
7. Now, thanks to the
those
state's
people
aid,
who
we were
participated
looking
in
at
the violence and
$5.4 billion.
destruction to be charged with
However,
insurrection.
we are reaching
But if
this
someone
number,
came to you
having
with the scenario
exhausted
said, it's your
almost
decision,
every option in front of us.
I'm kind of curious
which then
where,
requires us
where
to
you
chart
would
out what the two
line on
courses
that.
of action are.
I do
The
think anyone
course
who
that we
committed any
believe is
violence
not
should not be
only
given any
the
pardon,
fairest
though,
course,
and why I disagree with Trump's
also
blanket
the
pardon,
most
will always
sustainable
criticize him
course
for it.
is
Yeah.
by
I mean,
ensuring
I feel the same
that
way.
we end the drain
However,
and that
none
we
of
increase
the-
taxes on the richest New
none of the
Yorkers, as well
organizers
as the
and
most
the political
profitable
elites
corporations.
face any
That is
accountability
something
for
that
it.
I have long
Because,
said.
as
It
you
is something
know,
that I will continue to say.
stochastic
because what we are
terrorism
seeing
is allowed
the
under the
absence
First
of
Amendment.
that would force us to resolve a generational fiscal crisis on the backs of working and middle class New
the
Yorkers who did
Brandenburg
not create it.
decision
Council
pretty
member
much
allies
said
and
that.
also February 25th.
Not in those exact terms.
We have shared this over the as to the scale of this crisis and today the actions that we're taking to resolve this crisis. And I can tell you that I've just returned back from Albany from a 5-hour budget hearing and also being at caucus weekend. We will continue to make plans as to how we engage with Albany. It's going to be a constant part of these next few months.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Morgan.
Just wondering why, for a third option, why isn't savings a third
Shit.
option
I think I need
for
to
the
run to the store here in a
administration? Why isn't maybe getting relief from the class size mandate a third option that you guys are looking at?
Freaking,
And then separately, what happens if the council
I'm almost
doesn't
out of
go
vape
along
juice.
with the property tax raise? Right now, the council speaker, Julie Menon, is saying that this is not something that should be on the table, an option. So wondering what happens if the council
They
stands
should.
opposed to this agenda.
Organizers
I agree
should face some
that
responsibility
this is
for
not
not
something
controlling
that
security of
should be
events,
on the
not
table.
charged with the same.
However, the city
We
has
should know
very
better and
limited
should
tools
discourage
by
and
which it can
qualify people from organizing
reach the
large
legal
events. So-
requirement of a balanced budget in both this
Like-
fiscal year and the next fiscal year. We are looking at every
I
which
guess-
way we can to
I guess I feel
bridge
like
a
popping in one.
$5.4 billion
Hi.
fiscal deficit.
Hi.
And
so
as part of
I
our
think the
path of
biggest
reducing the $12 billion to this point,
issue that I
we have
have
a very aggressive savings plan, one that
is,
we anticipate, as we
you
showcase,
know,
will
with, like I
yield
mentioned, the Brandenburg,
around
you are a vet,
$1.7
correct?
billion
A veteran?
over
Yes,
2
I am a
fiscal
veteran.
years. And what we are doing in that savings
the
plan
biggest issue I
is
have
not just
with
interrogating the
Brandenburg
efficiencies, the
decision, and
potential
by
to eliminate
extension the
waste,
First Amendment,
as well as
is that it does not cover
pulling the city back from
stochastic
its
terrorism.
instinct to engage in so
Can you
many
not hear me over the video?
acts of outsourcing to consultants. But
I thought I had the volume to where you could hear my voice over the video, because Liberty up here never says he has an issue hearing me. What's up? I paused the video. Oh, it's too quiet. I need to get my game started. I don't like silence. Yeah, because what I when I mess with the volume settings, I want to make sure that people can hear the video, but I also want to make sure that my voice comes through over the video. The maximum citizen sniper shot was 4.4 miles. I think that was in Afghanistan. I think it was a British sniper, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm not 100% sure on that. Maximum army. I don't believe that for a second. I don't think it was 7 miles. That doesn't sound right. I would, maybe if it was 7 kilometers. Like if you said 7 kilometers, that would be more believable than 7 miles. There's no way. Oh shit, I think my game audio is too loud now. Is under very, very, very specialized rocket-propelled bullet. What? Those exist. I'd never heard of that, but I'll take your word for it. I could see those existing as a tank round or something, but or an artillery round. Not a bullet fired from a gun, because once the bullet is fired, it sheds its casing. Longest firm kill. It's from Browning 50 till a few years ago. Oh, anyway, rocket-propelled pistol bullets. Are you sure this isn't like in Fallout or something? There are? Okay. I never interacted with them. Anyway, what was your question? No, in real life. Yeah, like I said, I'll take your word for it. You can get one of Fallout 4 London. What was your question? Was it Iraq? Was it Iraq? I thought it was Afghanistan. Rocket bullets. Gyrojet nonsense, but yep, it exists. Most are civilian owned nowadays. Oh, fantastic. Because that's what we need more of. Civilians need to own more rocket propelled rifle rounds. That is exactly what our civilization needs. Ugh, I don't like silence. When it's quiet, my tinnitus is unbearable. What I'll do, I'll turn the volume down on the video, but I can't not have a video playing. It drives me crazy.
Also to look at what are
How's
the
that? Is that
medium-term
better? Can
actions
you hear
we
me better
take
over the
that could
video?
reduce the city's expenses. Part of this is tort reform. Part of this is also hiring more fiscal auditors. That
Awesome.
work will continue. March
Can you still
20th
hear
is
the
when
video
our
okay?
CSOs
Like, can you
will be
tell?
presenting their plans to achieve those 1.5 and 2.5% savings. However,
By collectors, they are
looking to
impractical, and there are
exhaust
people who
every
make video
option in
game
front of us.
weapons. Someone has the Halo rocket
what we
launcher
have to
rocket
share
solid
with New
permit
Yorkers
because you can
directly
have explosive up to a
is
certain
that
amount.
is how we
Not
got
a permit
to
because federal
$5.4
bans of
billion.
firearms across
If
the
we
board
are-
has always been
If we
considered
find additional savings, we will absolutely
unconstitutional,
use them. However,
unconditional.
responsibly, I cannot tell New Yorkers that is the likelihood over these next few months. Instead, what we have to do is ensure that we do
Shoot,
not
you could
balance
use
this budget on the backs of working and middle class.
you could pretty much use firework rounds.
This is an election year for Governor Hochul and the legislature. We already have a situation where the governor said, I'm not going to raise, I don't want to raise taxes on millionaires. And this morning she said she doesn't support property tax hikes. I wonder if we have a situation where this is a clash between ideology and reality, and if faced with the fact that you won't get those taxes from Albany, would you really, really, really raise property taxes?
You'd be surprised how much destruction can happen should people get creative at Home Depot.
This is not
When I was in my
a
early 20s, a buddy of mine,
conversation.
he got some
on the basis
PVC
of
pipe.
ideology. This is a conversation about a fiscal
This was in
crisis.
Ohio.
I have
And,
long believed in the importance of taxing the rich. I've said so publicly many a time.
Big fireworks weren't specifically
and I've long
illegal.
believed in the need for the
I'm not
state
talking
and the
about like
city's
the super
relationship to
massive
be
ones you
a
see
fair
at
one.
4th of July
What we are speaking
events.
about in this moment, however,
but
is
it's
not
definitely
just that long-standing belief, the long-standing
not just
issues that have
sparklers and smoke
characterized that
bombs.
relationship, but a
Yeah,
generational fiscal crisis.
He put together a bunch of
$5.4
PVC pipe
billion
with the
And when
the
faced
launch
with this
tube
crisis,
for the fireworks.
question is,
so
who
one
should
4th
pay
of July,
these
we
taxes?
basically had a freaking
I believe that it should be the wealthiest New Yorkers, the
a
most
shoulder-mounted
profitable corporations.
rocket
I
launcher
believe that they can afford
for
to
our
pay
fireworks.
A little bit
It was
more.
so
We are in the most
so
expensive city in the
irresponsible,
United States of America.
but it was fun.
I firmly believe in the need to
I
make
think
this an
I'm wanting
affordable
to run this
city.
by you instead
I
of
believe that we
rocket-propelled
do
bullets,
so
but Mach 22
and
bullets.
reckon with structural crises by pursuing the first path,
I-
one of raising taxes on the richest New
I
Yorkers,
am
most
not
profitable
okay.
corporations,
Let me
and ending
preface
the
this by saying
When push comes to shove,
I am not pacifist,
I do not want
but
to
I
raise
am
property
very
taxes. I have
anti-war.
said time and time again that it is a broken
so
system. one
I
that
personally
we are
would
sincerely looking to
prefer
reform, which is why we're
to
going to be sending
see
up
some of
a
this
proposed piece of
military
legislation in the next
R&D
few weeks. What I am showcasing to New Yorkers is that there is
be
one tax the city can raise.
this funding, this
It is a
military
broken
R&D
property
funding.
tax system.
You know, instead of
We do
spending
not
like
want to do so, which
you
is
know,
why we have
however
said
many
time and
trillions
again
of dollars
that
on
we
this failed
want to
F-35
work with Albany
project
to
to
ensure
go
that we
back to the
resolve
people
this
in some
fiscal
form
crisis
instead.
by addressing the structural roots.
You know what I mean?
Thank you, Marcia.
Is there, as you're considering structural
And I also include the failure of our government to audit military contractors into that. Invest some of those trillions into microchip manufacturing. Yeah, dude, that'd be freaking phenomenal.
There's been a bunch of criticism of the Carter cases,
Mm-hmm.
who it goes to, and rental systems.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is junk food, but it's like I want it, but I don't need it.
Looking to propose any changes in
Oh,
legislation that is actually pushing.
What about?
We are taking a firm look at
Wasn't
every
there like
single part
some kind of like
our
cookie
city's
or
budget.
something I was asking
And
if
that
you
includes
could
not only
make recently, but we didn't have the stuff.
the
No, was that
immediate
peanut butter
causes of
cookies?
this deficit, but also the medium and long-term structural issues that the city is
Maybe
facing.
some homemade
I'm
peanut
going to pass
butter
it over
cookies?
to my budget director to add to
If we have the stuff for it.
Sure, and the
Yeah.
short answer is yes.
Invest it all into
mentioned the due
microchip
process
manufacturing,
cases. It really
free,
stems from federal
fucking
law
free
and also
uni.
state
Yeah.
regulation, but we're looking at that. We're also making investments in more special education programs for the Department of Education that would obviate the need to have the Carter cases in the first place. So we're looking at that. The mayor mentioned tort reform.
Like, how stupid is it
We're
that
looking at
the
that
Supreme
to,
Court
reduce the
said
amount
that the
of
federal
judgments and
government is not
claims?
allowed
So the
to
short answer is yes, we're
forgive
exploring every
student loan debt?
opportunity.
Like, how stupid is that? I'd prefer we stop spending so much money.
Could you explain
Like,
how
so
the property tax increase
what I would add to that statement, I would prefer we stop spending so much money on bullshit.
in the next few weeks would, if that were
But
to
like,
pass,
I would not
would that
consider,
mitigate it?
I would not consider spending money on student loan debt forgiveness to be bad.
Homeowners, and just quickly
Spending a
also last
microchip.
one,
Yeah,
so
like
the,
that's just one aspect.
vacancy
Like, but
reduction
absolutely.
in this plan, is there
Like,
any risk of
I am,
that,
I 100% support making
start with the second question, I'll
efforts
go to
to
the
bring
first.
manufacturing back to the United States
We
in
are
that form.
eliminating the 2-for-1
We still
rule
run into the
that
problem
agencies
to
have
where
been
a lot of
subject to for prior years.
the
We
precious metals that are
allocating
used in
funding such
microchip
that agencies
manufacturing,
can hire
like we would
50%
still
of
be
the
limited
vacancies
by that.
that have been long-standing in
It
city
would still
government.
require,
And this is actually a part of
you
our
know,
commitment to ensure that we're
participation,
delivering
like
the best
good faith
possible city government to
participation
New
in the
Yorkers,
global economy.
Because what these rules
Well, the
and
executive
inability
cannot
of these
forgive student loan
agencies to
debt.
hire
Congress has
for
to,
these
and it
vacant
cannot be
positions have
delegated. The
done
Federalist Papers
is
explicitly bring up
ground
why.
government to a halt. And we are looking to make the most efficient and excellent city government possible. And this will be a part
Yeah,
and
I
parcel
mean,
of the approach
you
that
know,
we're pursuing.
like,
Your other question? Yes.
like I'm not gonna delegitimize that
we
statement.
are going to deliver a
However-
bill to Albany. it is
however,
not a hope. It is a commitment. We are going to do
we
so
also
in the next few
know,
weeks. This has been part of a long-standing
that Congress
belief,
is supposed
not
to
only of mine, but of many New Yorkers,
be the only one that can declare
the current
war.
property tax system is a broken
We see where that's
system.
at. Pretty much they
That
were
is a
worried
belief
that the
separate
executive say
from
start
the
forgiving loans
preliminary
to their
budget.
buddies.
We are not looking to raise property
Yeah.
taxes. We are not looking to reform.
Yeah, like, I can see the
system
inherent
only to then
issues.
use the system in this fiscal year. We believe
Trust me,
the
I
system has to be
see and
reformed,
understand the inherent,
and we believe that the way to bridge this
inherent
fiscal
issues
gap
in that.
is by increasing taxes on the
But
wealthiest
like a
and the most
blanket,
profitable, and by ending the drain.
a blanket
And I will
forgiveness,
also just add before we go to the next question that this is the preliminary
and Congress
budget.
can't delegate
We will obviously
delegate
have
their
an
war
executive
declaration
budget, and
powers.
then we will have an adopted budget. We are showcasing the tools at our disposal.
See, that's
we
what's like
can
so
use
infuriating.
to
Like,
reach the legal requirement of a balanced
if
budget.
you have-
over the next few months, we will use every
you have a
single day
significant
to ensure that we are
portion
building
of
a
our
adopted
federal
budget
government
that reflects our
that,
desire for this to be a budget that not only reckons
does
with the
not
fiscal crisis that
adhere
New
to
Yorkers
the
are facing, but also
constitutionality
doesn't resolve
of
it on the backs
decision
of working
making.
middle-class New Yorkers.
And
One of the ways you're
when it's
balancing the
used
budget,
for
as you
bad,
said, is to like pretty significantly draw
that
down
that
its
group
reserves.
is like, well, stop
They're,
us,
generally
stop us.
intended for even more dire times.
But
like this one,
when
perhaps,
there is a group that tries
I'm
to
just
use
wondering
those
if
for
this- I know
good,
this is just your first
it's like,
offer and there's
oh, the Supreme Court's like,
how
oh, it's
committed are you to
unconstitutional.
drawing down
Like,
the
shut the
reserves
fuck
as
up.
substantially as you have in this?
Can I tell you
And my
something? If
second question is,
microchips
when do your
are the
labor
biggest sector of our economy, why do we invest in oil
Any kind of
instead?
placeholder
I'll tell you why.
So I'll start with the first question. If we can actually bring the
Because
slide back to
because of the
exactly
oil
right.
and gas lobby.
So what the second path forces
The
us
oil
to
and
do
gas lobby
is to utilize the rainy
contributes
day
heavily
fund and the retiree health benefits trust reserve.
into
Now, as you
our
can see,
political
in fiscal year 28,
process.
we do put investments back into
And
those very reserves
they-
because we want the city to be
with
on firm
this
financial
current
footing.
administration,
However,
this Trump
there is a
administration,
reason that we did not include
all it
these in our
takes
city's attempts to get to 5.4
for
billion. Because
someone like
these
Donald
are
Trump
the rating of reserves
to
that we do not want
to pull
pursue.
back on
These are the
renewables
kinds of reserves
and
that
heavily
what we would
invest
rather
in
do
oil
is ensure that they
is
remain as
for
they are,
one
so
of
that the city
these
can be on firm
oil
financial footing.
companies
However, in order to
to
get
say,
to this point
we're going to
of
donate
closing the gap on both this fiscal year and the next
millions
fiscal
of
year,
dollars
we are forced
to helping you
to
build your
raid
ballroom.
the rainy day fund, the
And he's
retiree
like,
health benefits
bet
trust reserve,
Venezuela's
and
ours.
to increase property taxes.
That's
across these other
why.
years.
The reason the U.S.
I'm
is, and also because let's face
labor
it, Trump
negotiations are ongoing.
absolutely hates Obama. Like
They
he
never
still
really
bitches
end.
about
There
Obama
are a few
today.
contracts that were never settled in the last
So
administration.
there's two reasons:
like
because he hates
EMTs.
Obama
Most of
and the
labor
renewable
contracts,
and
though,
Biden.
don't start to
the
sunset until
the push for renewables that they tried to
There is
implement.
a labor.
One moment, Melissa. We'll just finish that.
That's probably the
1.25%
primary reason why this
in the labor
administration is trying to reinvest in oil and push back against renewables. But again, the oil lobby is going to do whatever they can to continue to make billions and billions of dollars. I still don't like Obama. I also don't like Bush or Carter or Johnson.
Potentially mitigate the problem of it falling on.
Obama definitely had his flaws, like
In addition to that, how
his
how can you say that property
his foreign.
How can you say that raising
No, actually, I shouldn't say. I should say his not his foreign policy, but his
officers, your savings officers?
he's still a warmonger. Like, let's face it, Obama was still a warmonger, like Bush
So
was.
in this same budget, and we can go
However,
back to this budget.
Obama is the one
So what you will find
that
is
facilitated the
agency
JCPOA
savings.
with Iran
710 million in this
to
fiscal year,
halt their
1.06 billion in the
nuclear
next
weapons
fiscal year. The reason
program,
that I point to
which
these
again Trump
is
ripped
that
up.
While the CSOs have not yet
He was
returned
also
with
the
their
one
analysis and assessments of their individual
that,
agencies, these are the savings goals that we are putting to them.
significantly
1.5% this
reduced
year,
the sanctions and
2.5%
embargoes on
in
Cuba.
next year. And so
Which, keep in
these
mind,
are
the
most
only reason
aggressive savings that we can pursue
that we don't like Cuba,
without
like when I
inhibiting
say we, I don't
the
mean the voters, I
functioning of city
mean
government. We have
the federal
seen in
government,
prior
is
years
because they're still butthurt
what is required
that
of city government
this one
when
little
you are
tiny
putting
island
together
nation
3%,
doesn't
5%,
capitulate
things
to the
of that
whims
nature.
of
What
our
we are
government.
talking about
Like,
is
that's literally it.
eliminating inefficiencies and waste
So
and ensuring that we're still a fully
there's plenty of
functioning
reasons
city
to not
government.
like
And then
Obama,
to your earlier question
but I would
on real
say that
property tax,
those
before
two
I pass it
policies
over
of his
to our budget director
were
we need
phenomenal.
to reform the real property tax system.
It'd be
and
more
that has
beneficial
been
to invest in
something that's been
microchip
understood in our
manufacturing because
city
it would mean we would
for
stay
years
technologically
prior
ahead.
to
I
this
agree.
budget crisis.
I
It's a
absolutely
system
agree.
That is unfair. It's a system that is inequitable. It's a system that can barely stand up in court.
And I think we need
and so the
to-
reforms that we are going to
I think we need
put
to
forward,
make
the piece of
renewable
legislation,
energy
it builds on the work that has been done over many years.
a
I don't know, Sharif,
primary
if you can add to this.
focus of infrastructure.
So to add to what the
like
mayor
in the
said,
same way,
the
in the
property
same
tax
way this
reform
country,
legislation will
in a
be
matter of a
modeled
couple
on the
years,
recommendations
brought
of the New
electricity
York
to
City
everyone's
Advisory Commission
homes.
on property tax reform.
I
which
think
really
that
advances
same
structural changes to the property tax
motivation
system that makes it
needs to be
inequitable in the first
brought
place.
to renewable
One
energy.
of the things that we would be looking at is the elimination of the assessed value caps that create.
We need to get
sort
that
of,
moon base
the
operational,
inequities in
start
the first
harvesting
place by
resources,
having
helium-3
effective tax
deposits.
rates for homeowners and
Helium-3,
Staten Island
nice. You're
homeowners
talking about
and Southwest Brooklyn
elite,
homeowners
little
in
bit of a
Canarsie and
elite
Southeast
dangerous
Queens
reference
higher
there.
than you would find
I like it.
in many cases in other parts of the city, for example. To your question about co-ops and condos, one of the reforms is to use sales-based models to be able to value the property so that effective tax
I
rates
appreciate
can be more
the,
in
I
line
appreciate the
with
nerdy
condos,
reference.
for example, that are in the many tens of millions. So it creates the
You need to make microchip manufacturing and pay for a 50 times scale up of how many microchips the USA has.
Hi, Mayor. First on police and then on big picture.
I would not, like I
see in
said,
the budget, you
like,
brought the police number down.
I
to
completely
roughly
agree.
35,000. You promised
But I
us
wouldn't
during
even
campaign,
limit
you
it
saw
to
in the budget. I'm wondering what the
microchip
overtime number
manufacturing.
is next year
I would
in the
expand
out
it to
years.
just
And then
manufacturing
zooming
in
out,
general.
Big picture here. I think you ran a campaign.
Technically, it
best
isn't
described
completely
as sort of
inaccurate.
like
There are resources on the moon, and we have one being set up. We get the power source set up in 2029.
Right now, we're not talking about free buses. We're talking about dipping
That's
into the
news to
rainy
me.
day fund. We're not talking about taxing millionaires. We're talking about taxing working class people.
But like,
well, I am talking about taxing millionaires.
one of the
No,
biggest
I
reasons,
think
in
to-
my
to
opinion,
your
why
question-
our economy is like on such shaky ground. Like,
what we are speaking about
and I'm
today,
being generous
what we are
here.
presenting on,
our economy being on shaky ground is
we have
when,
inherited.
during the Clinton
We have
administration,
to
when we
engage
shifted
with
from
honesty,
a
transparency,
manufacturing
and directness
economy
with New
to a
Yorkers
service
as to
economy.
The fiscal health of the city that we
The
have
Artemis
inherited
program, they're looking for good spots and
over
scoping it
these
out.
last
Cool.
few months and then the years prior. And our agenda,
As long as
is
the
not simply
as long
one
as the benefits
to
outweigh the
protect
cost.
the city services that we already provide. It's to advance.
But
an
what
agenda that
happened
makes it
when
easier for
we
working
shifted
class
from
people
a
to live in
manufacturing
this city?
economy to a
Because as
service
we all
economy?
know, this is both the
you know,
wealthiest
starting
city
during
and
the Clinton
wealthiest country in the
administration,
history of the world, and it's a city
is
where 1
we
in 4 New Yorkers
basically
are living in poverty. And so what we
we
are looking
basically
to do is put our
eliminated
city
the
back
majority
on
of the
a
working
firm
class.
financial footing that
Like,
also
it
allows
went
us
from-
to tackle the affordability crisis.
It went like
and we know
poor
that part of this crisis
to
has been fomented
to like
by the
upper middle
inability
class.
of
Like there is no.
government
It
to meet the
basically
moment. We've
eliminated
spoken
middle
about
class.
this briefly with regards to the vacancies that have been kept year
What does the
over year.
communists say? Whoever owns the
We
means of
want
production
to deliver the
owns
most
the world.
excellent city government so that we can transform the most
Yeah.
expensive
Why do you
city
think?
in the United States of America.
Why do you think
into
this
one that
government is
every New
trying
Yorker
so
can
hard
afford.
to
And that is precisely
to
why
destroy
I have been
unions?
emphasizing the need for
They told me to fucking
structural
program and AI fucking came
solutions to a
along.
structural
Yeah,
crisis.
dude. Like how fucked
Because
up is
what we
that,
do
man?
not want to do
Like that's
is
infuriating.
engage in
That's
an
another reason I
annual
hate
budget
AI.
dance where the city is trapped in annual deficits that it needs every single year one-time assistance.
Now you can't get a
with.
programming
What we
job.
need to do is reckon with the structural
I know, dude.
nature
Like
of
it
this
pisses me
and
off.
put ourselves back on the kind of
Like I'm not
footing
even
that
in
allows us to
a
advance
technical
an
field
agenda.
anymore, and it still pisses me off.
Questions. I mean, the projected
Yes.
AI is good. No, I would say AI
what we
can
have
be
shown
good.
in this budget is
but
an actual
I think,
accounting of the cost that the city is paying for.
to each their
Typically,
own.
what
I think
we've seen is a lot of these costs are obscured in the budget.
I
only
don't
to then
believe
be
that AI
paid
is
out later.
beneficial to the
So we have
economy
put
at
that
all. I
forward
don't.
in this budget, and we are also
I don't
working
believe that for
towards
a
the
second.
reduction of it, as we have seen already through the police commissioner's actions.
Like the best case scenario for AI being a benefit to the economy is the temporary jobs that it creates during its construction. Like that's literally it.
Go ahead and then Chris.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. During the campaign, you argued that raising taxes on the rich would
Like
help
AI
fund
can be
an
beneficial
agenda
in
like free
I want to
buses,
say like the
city-owned
scientific
grocery
world. You know, like
stores that would make
regarding
the
you
city
know
more affordable. But now it seems
like
as if
medication
you're
research.
proposing
You know what I mean?
to ask the governor
Uh,
to raise taxes on the rich to
Chemical
help
combinations, stuff like that. And the medical like and also like in terms of
ongoing revenue stream will allow
like
you
analyzing,
to then,
you know,
fund things like the
symptoms
buses
that patients
and other
have.
things like
Maybe
that. That's my first question.
I don't think
My
we
second
should.
question is,
I don't think it should be relied upon. But if you go to see a doctor and they're like, okay, well I think it's this, but let me run it through the system and see what they say for like as a quote unquote second opinion. Like I can see the being beneficial that way.
So
it drives more
investments in
investment
the
into our
Department of
country
Community
and
Safety
then
within
out.
our executive budget.
See, I don't think it
And
does. I
what
don't think it does
we
drive
have
investment.
put
I think
forward
it's
in terms, if we can go back to the other the financial.
honestly, I think it's just a.
These projected agency savings.
I
they
think
are
it's a
across
what's
every
what I'm looking
agency.
for. It's just like an
We are
economic
looking
trick.
at a entirety of city government
So
approach.
when you look
to
at
achieve the
economics,
1.5 and 2.5%.
I don't know the specific
And
ins and outs of it.
the
However,
reason for that is that this
it
is
is
a
very
crisis that the
easy
entirety
for
of
a
city government is
company
facing.
to
And I've also said, as was
shift
previously covered,
their financials around
the importance
to make it
of
look like
us
they're gaining
continuing
instead
to
of
not only
losing.
address
It's
the
very easy
long-term
for
the long-term imbalance
a
that
company
has
to do
characterized the
that.
relationship between the city and the state.
And
Also
the
to raise
reason
taxes on
I
the
think
richest
that
New
it
Yorkers and the most
appears
profitable
that AI
corporations.
is profitable
These are
is because of all the
structural solutions that
subsidies
provide us
they're
with the
getting.
foundation so that we can advance not only
It makes it
a
look like
solution
they
to the
have this
fiscal crisis,
profit
but also an
coming in
affordability agenda.
when
Now,
they
in the
really
campaign,
don't.
I spoke
It's
about
just
the
being
importance of
transferred
raising about
from
$9 billion
normal
in
dudes like
additional
myself
taxes. I laid out the mechanisms by which we would
into
do so.
the
That continues to be the case. I continue
the
to believe in the
AI
importance of
executives.
that. What I am addressing today is the
I need you to
immediate
understand there is
crisis
more
at hand,
investment,
of which we are outlining
like
is
job
a
gains during the Great
$5.4
Depression.
billion fiscal deficit that is critical for the city to
there's
be
more
able to
cash flow
address
coming
by the time
in.
that it adopts its final budget.
Yeah, the cash flow is coming in the form of subsidies, is what I'm telling you.
Taxing
And subsidies
the
are
rich
just
will put the city back on its firm
tax dollars.
financial footing, and taxing the rich at the scale that we proposed not only does that,
Most government
but also
jobs,
advances
most
the
were government
affordability
jobs
agenda.
while the
Now,
economy
one
was
thing I will
growing.
also
It was
add
recycling itself.
is that within our budget, also is a reflection of the state's
And I think that's the problem with
commitment
subsidies
to
being given to
fulfill
these companies
our
for
campaign
growth.
promise of
Is
delivering
that
universal child care to New Yorkers. What we
the
are
funding
seeing
is
not
not
only money that's earmarked
recycling
to
itself.
fix 3K, meeting the demand of New Yorkers across the city, but also for the first time in city history to deliver childcare for 2-year-olds, which will begin with 2,000 seats this year, 12,000 seats next year. By the end of year 4, a seat
And
for every single 2-year-old.
Another thing that you have to remember is the districts that these data centers are being built in. I don't know if you're familiar with the term race to the bottom, but that's exactly what's happening. In order for these districts to appeal to those that are building the data centers,
this is the goal
they're
that we
offering
have,
them like special
and
rates.
If a CSO comes back and they find
in terms of
more
property,
savings or more efficiencies,
in terms
then we
of
will absolutely
energy
take
and
it.
water
However,
usage.
given
So, for example, I can tell you this because
the
I'm,
nature in
especially
which
without any incentives to
the
appeal to
functioning
people
of
who live.
city
Exactly.
government has
I'm telling you
been
this because I actually
hamstrung
did
by the
the
prior
research on this
administration's
myself.
approach, whether it be
Data
for
centers
vacancies, whether it be
around the
for a
Dallas
2-for-1
area
rule,
that are being built.
whether it be by
They-
the grounding to
they're-
a halt of many city services.
Each
We
data
believe
center
that 2.5%
uses anywhere
is
between
the highest
20
level of savings
to
that we can
100,000
anticipate agency-wide
single-family
without
home
starting to inhibit city services.
levels of energy usage. Anywhere in that range, depending on the size of the data center. So one data center can use 20,000 homes worth of energy, or as big as 100,000 homes worth of energy. Now, if you combine that with the fact that another thing that's happening is these data centers, they're only being charged at 50% of the
What
rates,
we are announcing is a
energy
path of
rates,
last resort,
for
one that
consumption.
we
So
do
say
not
for
want to
instance,
pursue. And I join in
uh,
anyone across the city
I don't remember the
who
exact
is
numbers,
concerned by the prospect
but what
of
I do
raising
know
property taxes, because I do not
is that
believe
if
that it is either
a single-family
the most sustainable
home
or
is
the
being
fairest way
charged,
to resolve
say,
this fiscal deficit.
I
And
don't know,
will be
what was it,
spending
like maybe
each and every
14
day of this
cents
budget
per
process
megawatt or something.
looking to ensure that our final budget
The data
reflects the
center
first
is only
path
being
that we
charged
have put
like
forward
somewhere
today.
between 7 to 10 cents for that same unit of energy. Do you know how much we have to pay in Georgia summer? I don't know. All I do know is that when I'm looking at my own energy bill, and I compare this month to like last year at the same time, we're using less energy, but we're still being charged more.
We showed on day 8 of
They
our
don't need
administration
RAM anymore. No,
our
like my
ability to
issue
deliver
doesn't have
on
to
the
do with
largest
RAM.
promise within
It's the
our
fact that
campaign,
these data
which
centers
was to deliver universal
are
childcare
sucking
to
up
New Yorkers.
so much
That is a
energy,
commitment in tandem with the governor to not
and they're only
fix
being like
childcare for
up to
3-year-olds,
100,000
3K,
homes worth of
with
energy,
more than $100 million
and they're only
earmarked for
being
that,
charged at
but
half
also
the
to deliver
rates.
for the first time in city history,
So
childcare for 2-year-olds
the
for free
the
from city
group
government.
that has to
2,000
pick
seats
up
this
that
year,
slack
12,000 seats by the end of next
are the
year,
single-family
until
homes.
we get to every
So
single
they
2-year-old
raise
by
the
end of year
rates on the
4.
single-family
We also are
homes
continue
because they've given the
we
data
also
centers
continue our focus
a
on making buses not only fast but free. Taking every
50%.
action we
They're only
have at the
charging
city level
50% at the
to
rate of
speed
the
up
single-family
the nation's
homes.
slowest buses and continuing to advocate and work on making those same buses free.
Like that is
This
a legitimate
budget that we
problem.
have put forward, it is a budget that both looks
Like that is why
to
the
reckon
cost.
with
That is one reason
the kind of a fiscal
why
crisis
cost
that we
of
have
living
not
has
seen
gone
in
up
this city in years,
for
and
people.
is also a budget that does not lose sight of the fact
Is
that this city, as
because
it is
of
today,
issues like this
is
race
one
to
that
the
is
bottom. Your
far
argument
too
doesn't make sense.
expensive for working
What
class
what
New
what about
Yorkers,
it doesn't
and
make sense?
utilizing
Okay,
every
so
tool that we have
a data
to
center
advance
wants
an
to build in
agenda
a
to make
city.
it easier for them
Like
to keep calling
I
the city
live
their
in
home.
the Dallas area, so I'll use Plano as an example. A data center wants to build in Plano, and they say, okay, Plano wants a data center, and they're saying, okay, if you build your data center here,
Generally, yes. That's
we
what it is. And
will
can
charge
cover the
you
other investments like fleet, for
50%
example,
of the
for
going rate
operational functions
for your energy
And
usage.
I think this
Oh,
is,
and they're
this
like,
is
okay,
a reflection
deal.
of what overtime
So they
actually
build the
is.
data center.
What we've seen under prior administrations is an
Uh,
inability to account for the actual
So they say
costs
deal.
of city
They build the
services,
data
whether
center.
they be overtime, whether they be cash assistance, whether they be rental
And
assistance.
then
I mean,
the data
we've
center
gone through
uses,
slides where
depending
just
depending
across
on the
6
size,
specific areas, we're
20
looking at
to
more than $7
100,000
billion, and then across others, close to another $7 billion.
homes worth of
And
energy.
as was stated earlier, we have
in terms of
made
its
clear
electricity.
This is a budget
So-
that will look for savings in every single agency across
Since the city
our city government
is
because
losing
it's a
money,
crisis that faces
since the city is
every single
losing money
agency in
on
our
this
city
deal that they've made with the data center to only charge them at 50% rates, in order to make up that difference, they have to raise the rates on the homes, the single family homes or apartments, whatever it happens to be, basically everyone else. So I don't understand why that doesn't make sense, because that's literally what they're doing. Electron discriminant. Your argument. Okay, dude. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, I'm telling you, that's what they're doing here. They're charging data centers like 50% of the rates for electricity usage, while at the same time they're raising the rates on single-family homes and apartments.
Which now employs 26 people between staff and instructors, offering dance fitness classes like Zumba.
Like, regardless of whether my argument makes sense or not, that's what they're doing. So,
managing about 75 bee colonies.
energy doesn't know it's going to a house or a data center. No, but the electric company knows where it's going. The electric company knows exactly where the energy's going. How do you think they charge us for electricity? How do you think we get an electricity bill? Because they know how much electricity we're using.
To our working farms and waterfront, to our legacy industries in the forest products and tourism.
Oh, what was the next
Small
video I wanted to
businesses
show?
are the largest employers in our city.
Oh.
The owners,
That's right.
managers, and workers in those businesses bring passion to
This is
their
too
jobs.
quiet, I can't hear it.
Pay their taxes and make the hard choices that fulfill their business obligations while supporting the families that are the backbones of the organization. These businesses are the engines of our economy, but federal tax.
What was the next video I wanted to show? Oh yeah, Liberty, we're talking about what Mamdani was doing about the money issue. I don't know if you saw this video or not.
As someone who believes deeply in the responsibility of government to deliver for working class people, I also
Can you hear
believe
the
it's our
video okay?
responsibility to deliver a government that's efficient, with every single dollar being put to the best possible use. That's why 2 months ago, I asked agencies across city government to find $1.7 billion in savings, without compromising essential services. Here are just a few things we've found so far. Even just by capping how much we spend
I think
on
it's funny this
paper,
video is making
pens,
fun
and
of
office supplies,
the previous
we're
Mayor
gonna
Adams'
save more than
video.
$27 million. The city was paying for a lot of work from outside contractors that was costing us far too much. So we're bringing a lot of that work in-house and saving our budget millions on things like IT services and software. We've also found that sometimes we've been
Disclosing
overcharged for
universal system,
life-saving
things to
medicine,
pull out of.
like naloxone. So we're renegotiating
The electric
that
company can't
contract
control
and
what
saving
goes.
another
If the
$1 million.
electric company
Our
can't
contract with
control
McKinsey
what
at the
goes
Department
where,
of Social
then how the
Services?
fuck are they able to shut off my
No more.
electricity if I don't pay the
That's
bill?
$9 million that we won't be spending next year. The city rents lots of property it doesn't actually need. So we're going to shrink our physical footprint and save millions on leases. And we want to make sure that the programs we're delivering to New Yorkers
So basically,
are being used
Liberty,
as
if you're still
intended.
watching.
So we're going to strengthen verification to
Basically,
ensure that
government
homeowners
bloat.
getting tax breaks are actually
Saving,
living in that home.
like finding,
This adds
trying
up to another
to,
$13 million a year. You've heard me say this time
trying
and
to
again.
address
In fighting a $5.4 billion fiscal
New York,
deficit, we need to tax the rich and end the
budget
drain that's
shortfall
been our
by
relationship
eliminating
with the state
government
for
bloat.
far too long. As we pursue that, though, we also have to take a close look at our own spending and cut waste wherever we can. When we're looking to put our city back on firm financial footing, no saving is too small. We'll keep you posted every step of the way, because to deliver public goods, you have to first deliver public excellence.
All right, that was it.
Degree in accounting. I spent the majority of my career working for a number of great Maine businesses that were founded by entrepreneurs from right here in southern Maine. Throughout my
Not the
career,
wire
I've seen
itself.
firsthand that
But your
small
energy
and
meter at the
mid-sized
building tells them.
organizations are
Exactly.
part of our communities.
And you don't think the data
In
centers have an energy
2024,
meter?
My sister and I founded Body Positive Dance Fitness, a dance fitness studio in Portland, which now employs
Look, again,
26 people,
like, regardless
between staff
of-
and instructors, offering dance fitness
regardless
classes
of
like Zumba, Shine,
whatever
and hip-hop
energy
here in
flow
Portland. I also run a
concept you're
mid-sized
presenting
bookkeeping
here,
operation
the fact remains that the data centers in the Dallas region, I know for a fact, are not being charged at nearly the same rates as the energy consumption for homes and apartments. And by looking at my own electric bill, I can tell you that in the past year, my electric bill has gone up by anywhere between like 10 to 15% compared to last year.
Pay their taxes and make the hard choices that fulfill their business obligations.
Could be because they are producing energy and pushing it back into the system, which would lower the net. No.
Engines of our economy, but federal tax laws are rigged to extract.
I'm sorry, but data centers do not produce energy.
Send the wealth not back to our economy, but to the wealthiest people in our country. One obvious example is the new billionaire tax cuts that are driving up health insurance costs for all Mainers, negatively impacting the
whatever, it's got
budgets of
captions.
every single business in our state. From our local banks to restaurants,
They produce some energy, they have solar panels. Not enough to run the damn thing.
Septic tank and your electrician, billionaire tax cuts are hurting these businesses and taking away money that would otherwise create jobs and allow for wage growth. When billionaires extract wealth from the
I'm not going to
economy, the
contend
money
that whether
comes
some
out
of them have them or some
funds
of them
the middle
don't.
class. Every dollar extracted by
But
a
that's not their
Trump cabinet
priority.
member billionaire
Their priority
directly
is
funds
to
the
get the
economic
data
engines
center
of
up and
our
running.
state and robs Mainers of the proceeds of our
But again,
labors
the
and
fact
the business
remains
growth that
they
has
are not being charged the
historically
same
allowed
rate,
families to live and thrive here.
not nearly
When
the
we
same
see
rate
that
as
Maine
everyone
has
else.
become unaffordable for working people, it is due to these extractive tax
While
policies
my
which
rates are
favor
going
the
up.
ultra wealthy at the expense of our working class economy. We need an advocate in the United
Whatever-
States Senate who prioritizes an economy that
Whatever
works for working
theory
people
you
and
want to
the
present as
businesses
to
they
why that's
create
happening,
here in Maine.
go for it. I'm
From
not going to
small
contend that
landlords to
whatsoever.
successful trade people
But
to
the fact is
arborists,
that's what's
lawyers,
happening.
Service industry workers, healthcare workers, Mainers work hard and we work smart and we create amazing and beautiful communities through our work and our businesses. We need a tax code that incentivizes small business and job creation, not wealth hoarding and tax dodging. That's why I'm supporting Graham Plattner, and I'm proud to introduce him today.
You get money from the government from being an energy producer yourself through solar panels.
Thank you very much, Aaron. I appreciate it. Actually, I don't even know what else to say now. That was pretty good.
Yeah, but that is
It is a
true.
very good time
It's there for everyone, not just them.
in the United States.
That is true,
Over
but it still
9
does
million
not
Americans are
deny the fact
up
that they
from
are not being
66 in
charged at the same rates for their
They have
electricity usage.
accumulated a quarter of America's
And I'm not talking about like
The wealth
total,
has exploded, and
because
the average American is
obviously a data center uses more than a single home, so they're going to get
American
charged more
billionaires
total.
receive
But
enormous tax cuts,
I'm talking about the
once
rate
every
itself,
10
like
years.
per
Under Reagan,
megawatt
under
usage.
Bush, under Trump.
They're being
and then
charged
under
somewhere
Trump again.
around like
Much
50%
of their income
of
is
what
never
a single
taxed at
family
all,
home is being charged
just
for
hidden
its
in a lifelong
megawatt
shell
usage.
game. Their nominal income taxes are at historic lows, and their effective income tax is far lower. Very early in this campaign, an economist presented with me with a very
And the reason I know this
back of the envelope calculation.
is because last semester
If
I
Jeff
had a
Bezos
policy
paid
analysis
taxes every
class,
year of 23.8%,
and
he'd be worth around
that was one
$30
of the
billion. But today, Mr. Bezos
that was one of the
is worth
topics
roughly
about like
$250
renewable
billion.
energy policies.
For the rest of us, the future looks grim. Prospects narrow, income stagnates, prices rise, and for us, there are no endless write-offs, no loopholes for working people. Just all the costs of inflation with none of the benefits. Those benefits have been hoarded, quite literally. We pay into that hoard every single time we pay a bill for electricity, for housing.
Oh, shit, what time is it? 9? Damn it.
All of which have been turned into profits.
Here in about 15 minutes, I got to run to the vape store.
Middle-class Americans pay a higher
Gotta get my
tax
vape
rate than the
juice.
richest 1%.
The energy media
Small
site may
businesses
cost
pay a
less
higher
per
tax rate
tick.
than multinational corporations.
Yeah, it's
And this has
it's fucking
profoundly
stupid.
distorted our economy
Like,
and
why
plays no small part in the situation we find
why
ourselves
is the burden
We need
of energy
a
usage
billionaire wealth
being
tax. We need to end the
redistributed
hoarding
to
trillions of
like the
dollars.
working and lower class
Wealth
people
beyond the dreams of
when
avarice are held by
we
a
are the
tiny
ones
number of Americans.
that are less
These
likely to
fortunes
be able
are
to
locked
afford
in
that burden.
which they borrow against tax-free.
But that doesn't
It
mean
is
they shouldn't be
long
allowed
past
to
time
through their solar. No, I'm
for
not saying they
reasonable
shouldn't be
direct
allowed to
taxes on
put in solar
extreme
panels.
wealth. We must pass.
But
such a
I
tax
don't
in
believe
America.
that AI
We need a
data
wealth
centers
tax
are a net
on the
positive
ultra-rich.
on
Reasonable
our
proposals
society.
Of just 5 to 6% on the wealth over $1 billion, which alone could raise.
Do
over
I believe that
$4
there's
trillion
positive
in
aspects to AI? Absolutely.
Income taxes
But
alone
net
cannot
positive,
address
not a fucking chance. Like,
the
there's
massive
no way you'll
concentration of wealth
ever be able to convince me
has
that
happened because of our existing tax code.
AI data
Only a
centers.
tax on that wealth can do so. Wealth taxes have been a third rail
Well,
in politics. for
AI
obvious
needs the data
reasons,
centers to
in a
compile the data.
nation where billionaires buy elections at will. But it has gone too far. Americans will not allow ourselves to sink into a permanent underclass in a world dominated by a handful of oligarchs.
But no, like I said, there
We
are
also
positive
need
aspects to
a
AI
new
that I'm
era
completely
of American
supportive of,
economic
especially
diplomacy.
in the medical field.
We need to move
Like,
towards a global
I'd probably
billionaire
say that's like the
minimum
most
tax. For decades, foreign policy has been
influential
dominated by trade
part
agreements
of
and endless wars that
positives
exploit workers
regarding AI.
and send our young people off to die. It is
But
time for a
just,
new era of American
I just
foreign
don't think it's a
policy.
net positive.
We cannot allow billionaires to defund the societies that made their fortunes possible simply by shuffling money into offshore accounts. This global
Especially when so many
concentration of
people in the
wealth
tech
has
industry,
given a handful of people
you know, whether
more
it's
power than entire nations,
like IT
leaving
professionals,
workers
programmers,
everywhere to pick up the tab of a lopsided global economy. America must
like,
lead the charge for a
think of how
global
many
minimum
people
tax
entered the
to
tech
break
sector
this chain
in
of
the last
dominance
like 10 to
and ensure
20
that
years.
extreme wealth
And
is
now
finally reinvested for public
their
good,
livelihoods are threatened.
regardless of
Like,
where it is parked. We can be a great
I think-
force in the world, using our leverage
I think
as a
there needs to
trading
be
partner,
some
as well as what remains of our global prestige,
safety net
to push
for
a
those
tax-
in the tech
a fair
sector.
tax system everywhere.
If you don't think the cloud being around is good, I'm not talking about the cloud. I'm talking about AI. Like,
already exist. to
no, those are
protect
two
big
different, two
corporations
completely
and
separate
the wealthy.
topics.
We need to overhaul them so they represent regular
Shit, the
people,
cloud's
not the elite.
been
By
around
using
since like the
international
mid-2000s, I
diplomacy to
think.
Identify and target concentrated wealth. We can
And that's just
coordinate
the cloud is
taxes
just
and
data
sanctions on
storage.
ultra-wealthy
I'm not talking
individuals,
about data
especially
storage.
those tied to authoritarian regimes.
AI is
Rather
not.
than relying on
AI
broad trade
requires
sanctions
data
that
storage,
harm
but
ordinary
AI
people.
itself is not
We
data
will pair
storage.
transparency with enforcement by bringing private financial intermediaries under public oversight and ensuring global wealth can no longer be hidden and used to undermine democracy around the world. We need a
You're against
cost
data
of
centers?
living
No,
tax cut for the rest
I
of
am.
us.
I am not
Federal
against
income taxes
cloud
should
data
never
centers.
push someone into poverty.
But the
If
data
we
centers that
tax
are popping
millionaires
up
and
today
billionaires at fair levels,
are
we can
not
provide
cloud
a
data
cost of living
centers. They're
exemption-
AI data
exemption
centers.
From federal income tax, up to a reasonable threshold for working and middle-class Americans that reflects their actual cost of living. For small businesses and the self-employed, this decade
correlation is causation,
has brought
causation is
catastrophe
causation.
on many levels, with the twin disasters of COVID and inflation triggering a wave of closures and accelerating the consolidation
You're
of
talking to
homes
someone
and
that's
resetting the
graduating
economy
this
into
semester
one or two jobs.
with a
If we
political
stop
science
multinational
degree.
monopolies from
I
dodging
know the
taxes,
difference
we
between
can cut
causation and
taxes
correlation.
on small businesses and self-employed individuals who are struggling to survive. And we need a national plan to lower local taxes. Every state in this country already has a public school funding formula.
You're
and
against the
49
cloud, bro.
states have
No.
some form
Oh
of
my gosh,
revenue
no.
sharing. Grounded in the
I am
principle that
not
essential
against
services
data
like
storage.
education, infrastructure, and public safety
I am against AI
shouldn't depend
data
on the
centers.
zip code. It's time for the federal government to take responsibility.
That's what I'm
And do
against.
the same at the national level, using its greater fiscal
There is a
capacity
difference between those
to
two.
ensure an equitable baseline of funding so local communities can focus on delivering high-quality services. At the same time, we should address one of the most burdensome and regressive taxes families face: property taxes. The federal government could adopt a property tax fairness program very similar to the one we already have here in Maine, that ensures low
The data.
and middle income families do not pay more than 4% of their income in property taxes by providing a refundable credit, including a fair calculation of
No,
rent
there
attributed-
isn't.
a fair
Why?
calculation
Okay.
of rent attributable to
So
property
let me ask you
taxes
this.
so renters are also treated
Cloud
as
data centers have been existing for a long
We
time.
need to stop
Okay?
the end borrow die cycle.
Like you
that
said so
billionaires
yourself.
get
It's
away
been
with.
here
Or sorry,
forever.
we need to
Cloud
end
data centers.
The buy, borrow, die cycle. You have to excuse me,
Then
I'm
why
not
the
gonna
fuck
cut
are
that.
so many data centers popping up?
The best of America
It's not for the cloud.
is not built on inheritance. In fact, we founded this country in
What
no
else is
small
expanding?
part to escape the
AI
centuries
usage
of
is
inherited
expanding.
wealth that were choking Europe. But today, more and more
The
of our
data centers that are
nation's wealth
popping up
is
today
locked in a
are
tiny
not
handful,
being used for
passing
cloud
fortunes from
storage.
generation to generation.
Like that's just not what's
Wealth
happening.
should come from work.
They're
not from
collecting
gaming
user
a tax
data
code that lets billionaires pass billions to their
and
their
well
heirs
other
tax-free.
other data as well, not just
Through
user
buying
data,
and
but
appreciating assets, borrowing
it's for the
against those
purpose of being
assets,
used
and then passing those assets along
in
when they die.
for
Avoiding
AI.
tax on any increase
I'm
in
informing you
assets.
it's both.
The era of buy, borrow, die in the tax-free transfer of massive estates must end. A nurse should not pay wildly more in taxes than a hedge fund manager. But that's exactly what our current tax code does.
There's
The
no way
table
to
here
distinguish between them
makes
as of.
clear that this gap is impossible
Yeah, and I'm sure
to
that's by
ignore.
design.
An income $150,000 in wages would be taxed at 18.8%.
I feel like that should be distinguished.
A total of a little over $28,000. But $150,000 in capital
If what you're
gain
saying is true and there's no
is at
way to
only
distinguish
2.7%,
between them, there should be
which is a tax
it should be
burden of
distinguished.
only $4,000. In inheritance, it is $0. The math is undeniable. For someone earning $150,000 a year, we currently tax an honest day's labor at nearly 7 times the rate of investment gains. This gap shields those living off inheritances and stock from the same
So you're gonna be pro one and
responsibilities
against
the
the other
rest
because
of
they're the
us
same
have
thing. You
to
cannot
pay
distinguish.
every single day. We must
Ugh.
end capital gains tax breaks. to the
So
ultimate.
I can be pro
A
one
paycheck
and against
and a
the other
portfolio should be
because
taxed at the same rate.
because
By
one of
treating
them
capital gains and dividends like wages, we can take the single
is not
most direct
completely
step towards closing the wealth gap.
fucking over our energy
We
grids.
also need to have a tax code that prioritizes wages.
One of
over
them
windfalls.
is not threatening
When a corporation
to
succeeds,
eliminate
the
millions of
workers
jobs
that
in the
built
tech
that
sector.
Success should be the first to benefit,
You know?
not the last. Instead, corporations use record profits to reward wealthy executives through stock buybacks and outsized pay packages while workers wait in line. For example, if Lowe's had invested in its people instead
And I
of
actually
its
like
stock
I wouldn't even
price,
be
every worker
against
would have
it.
taken home an extra
Again, if there was
$30,000
a
year.
if there was a safety net, some sort of safety net that was provided for those that are already in the tech sector. Like, what's the backup plan? Like these freaking AI tech CEOs keep talking about, you know, people like Elon Musk keep talking about like universal basic income, but they make absolutely no effort to actually, you know, further that aim. It's like
the rest of us. Some of America's most profitable
It's-
corporations are walking out on the road.
it feels like a pyramid
2025,
scheme.
Tesla reported $5.7 billion in income. Yet when it came time to invest back in the country, they paid precisely zero in federal income taxes. Federal corporate taxes. Alphabet, the parent company
RAM is
of
RAM,
Google,
RAM and a big server
avoided
is RAM and a
over
big server. They're
$18
completely
billion in
indistinguishable.
taxes, despite being one of the most profitable companies
So-
on earth. They own alone 290 of our
So what
largest
you're saying is that AI
sidestepped
requires
over
zero processing power.
$139 billion in
It just requires
taxes
RAM.
last year alone.
Like, that's it.
On more than $1 trillion in profit. When corporations dodge their tax bill, it is the rest of us who have to pick up the tab. By closing
Like, since
corporate
RAM
loopholes,
is the
we ensure
is
that
the
giants
focus
who
of this
profit off our
conversation,
shared infrastructure, our courts, and an
then that's
educated
all
workforce
the AI
finally
data
pay
centers.
their way, and that we can
They don't
sustain
use RAM.
investment in our schools, safety, and the services every
again,
community depends on.
I'm going to bring it back
We must
to my
end
original
worker misclassification.
argument. I
Large
don't.
corporations have adopted worker misclassification,
I don't care
hiring workers as independent contractors
what they're doing, or I don't care how they're doing
as
it.
standard business practice.
But what's happening
In addition to
is the
depriving
burden
workers of labor
of their
protections,
energy usage
shirking their responsibility
and their
to provide
environmental
healthcare
damage
and breaking the law.
is being
These
placed
major corporations use worker misclassification
onto the people.
to dodge payroll taxes.
Whether it's
In
the
Maine
economic
alone,
burden,
worker misclassification
whether it's
in
the
the
environmental
construction
burden, it doesn't
industry
matter.
cost the state
There's a
millions of
people. There's a
dollars in
threat of
tax revenue
people losing
per
jobs.
year. Small businesses pay their taxes.
There's the
I
fact
know.
that I
I'm
know
one of them. Massive
that
corporations
we're being
that
charged
hire
more
fancy
for our
lawyers
electricity
and
usage than
deploy
they are.
Complex misclassification schemes should not be able to dodge.
Like that burden is being shifted to people
We
who are
must
less
scrap the
capable
cap to save Social
of
Security.
shouldering that
While a
burden.
teacher or a truck driver pays
That
into
is
Social
happening.
Security
Like
a
I
percentage
honestly
off of
don't
every
care
dollar of
how
their
they're doing
paycheck.
it,
A
but that is what's
CEO
happening.
may stop contributing even just a few weeks into the year. The income tax cap on Social Security does nothing for working class Americans, but it saves the ultra wealthy billions of
And like, look
dollars
at
per year
our current
on their Social
administration.
Security tax bill. By busting
They
the
actually
cap
want to
and applying
use
the payroll
AI.
tax to every dollar of
Like there was a
income,
big
we can
kerfuffle
ensure Social
with
Security's
the
solvency for generations
Department of
without
Defense
asking a single
and
penny
Claude
more of the 94% of Americans
because
who already pay into it
Claude didn't
all
want it to be
year
used
long.
to decide whether
We must expand the child tax
whether
credit.
drones should
The
be able to
enhanced
shoot people or
child
not.
tax credit reduced child poverty
They're like,
in the
no,
United
this is kind of
States
too
by
far.
half,
And our Department of
before
Defense is
Congress
like,
let it
no,
expire.
we want AI to
Proving
decide
that
whether to shoot
poverty
people.
is a policy choice.
Like, how do you not see
Congress
that as a danger?
consciously allowed
Like
the
allowing
tax credits
AI
to
to
expire
decide
and consciously approve
who gets a bullet in their head and who doesn't.
increase in child
When AI
poverty.
does replace all jobs,
We
does
must
satisfy
stop
all
treating
positions. What
security of
then?
our children
That is actually that's
like
a good question,
temporary experiment
and I
and
would
make this
highly
credit
encourage
permanent.
everybody to ask that
By
question.
doubling down on what works,
Because
we
I
aren't
don't
just
wanna know what
helping
that looks
families
like.
make ends meet today, we are investing in our economic future. The policies in this platform represent a clear choice.
See,
Do we
when
continue to build an economy for the few, or do we build one
when you have
for
certain
the many?
sectors, like
Every
manufacturing
proposal,
sectors,
from taxing extreme wealth and closing corporate
that
loopholes
eliminate
to
jobs,
securing Social
there is a
Security
potential
is
for
grounded in the same
those
conviction.
jobs to
A strong America
transfer
is
into
built
like
at
an
the kitchen
academic
table,
sector.
not in the boardroom.
You know, there is
This
that
is not a radical
possibility.
idea. It is
However,
returning to
if
the
you
it is returning
eliminate
to the
jobs in
founding
an
promise of
academic
this
sector
country.
and
if you
you
work
don't have
and play by the
a
rules,
manufacturing
you should
sector to
be
fall
able to
back
get
on,
ahead.
then
demanding that
what
those
is
at the
there for
top
people to
finally
transition
pay
into? This
their
isn't
fair
like
share. We free up
this
the
isn't like
resources
vehicles
to make that
overtaking the
promise
horse and buggy
real
industry.
again.
You know, this is completely different. Because once you eliminate jobs that require, technical knowledge, as opposed to just working with your hands, there's like nothing left for people to fall back onto.
Thanks, everybody. We appreciate it. Okay? Thank you very much.
Like, and I'm not gonna lie, it freaks me the fuck out.
Actually, let's get a picture of all of us. Yeah.
Data for Progress is really good. It trends liberal, trends left. So Emerson's a larger pollster, and Emerson found that since January, Abdul Al-Sayed has gained 8 points in the Michigan Senate Democratic primary.
I mean, that question deserves
So
respect.
Hassan is just sinking
It deserves
like
attention.
a lead balloon. McMorrow has
It definitely
gained
deserves
1
attention.
to 2 points. Haley Stevens has lost support significantly. So it looks like McMorrow and Al-Sayed are essentially tied. And this is a really long
Because
primary.
there are building machines that use
August
AI. More powerful
is
AI
the
becomes more
date.
complex
I
as
forget
tasks
exactly
can
which
get.
date it is, but it's going to be a marathon.
I don't
said
know.
that,
I would have.
I think exact word to
I
Abdul
wouldn't be
Al-Sayed
as
when he was
worried
in studio
if
the other day.
If these
and
tech CEOs,
I just think
these
we should
AI
be
tech
watching what
CEOs,
happens also with Haley Stevens if she continues to
like
collapse.
the
and
like the Elon Musks.
and you have McMurrow auditioning for Zionist money,
like the
and
Peter
by throwing
Thiels
Hassan
and
under the
the
bus.
Sam
That's what that
Altman.
was.
There are going to be people
If they had
that
already
are putting a ton of pressure,
Hold on,
and by
turn the
people I mean like
volume of the video
the leadership that supported Stevens, they're going to be
Yes.
putting a lot of pressure on her
For
to
her to
drop out,
drop
so
out.
that they can coalesce behind McMorrow.
Shannon Watts, who is
If they had already
going
been
at,
taking steps
I'm already seeing it. Here's one of the tweets.
to,
Seems like one of these people should drop out for the sake of the party. And I
if
saw
they had
another
already been
person
taking
say that
steps
too.
to
So
mitigate
Stevens is gonna
the
I would say
effects
Haley-
of the
gonna
job
drop out.
loss that they're
Haley's
claiming is
comments,
going
it's
to
time
happen,
to make yourself heard. Make
then
sure
I
you
would
don't
not
let
be
those
as
nasty McMorrow people try to pressure
Oh
you
yeah,
out of
as
the
cynical
race.
about it as I am.
Right. Let your light
But they've
shine,
done nothing.
Haley.
They have done
Honestly.
absolutely nothing to
This
mitigate
is what we're saying.
what they are claiming is
It
going
would
to be a significant job
pretty
loss in the tech sector.
Embarrassing
Nothing.
for Schumer. to
They're just
have
like, oh,
his,
yep, here's AI.
candidate have to drop
Sucks
out
to
of the
suck,
race.
programmers.
Right.
Look
3
for
million
them
people have been
also to
replaced
start
by AI in
speaking more
2025.
highly. Well, I'm very surprised by Mallory McMurrow because she's, basically replacement level in terms of Haley Stevens here.
2026 going to be tens of millions.
Elizabeth Warren.
Like,
what the hell? She should rescind her endorsement.
Who's running that political?
Yeah,
side
again,
of,
like I would
Liz
have,
Warren? Like,
I would
I
not
don't
be as
know.
cynical as I
Around that
am
stuff.
It's
Can they,
if
crazy.
mitigating
It's
steps had
crazy.
already
And
been in place by these
she,
tech
She
companies
also endorsed Graham Plattner, which is
to-
awesome, but
to
it's
address
not
these
very
potential
politically
issues.
courageous to do so at this point because of how well he's
Yeah,
doing.
he's crushing.
Yeah. So I'm not sure a Warren endorsement really even means anything at all, so it doesn't matter, but I just found that
For
to
her
be
sake, it'd be
bizarre.
nice to not
Yeah.
have real head scratchers from people who are supposed to be leaders.
I mean, I suspect it has some influence in that race. I think, she gives a license for lefties, but Mallory McMurrow's response on single payer
Who the hell is
healthcare
this?
was,
yeah.
I don't know if I remember a single response to any question anywhere that I found
Blood Skull
more
Barrow.
problematic
Maybe
than
it's
that. The argument that we shouldn't have single
Maybe it's
payer
over here.
health care because would you want Donald Trump in charge of your health care is so
by 2030, what do you think the American economy would
disingenuous.
look like?
Yeah.
And
Oof.
problematic in terms of people's support for government. I mean, first of all,
Because everything could
Donald
be
Trump
done by
is in
AI.
charge
Honestly,
of 1/3 of
I
Americans'
don't.
health care. Arguably the most vulnerable.
I don't. As
we're
much as
talking about
simple as
old
I am
people and
on AI, I
children,
don't think that's the biggest threat to
and,
the
through
U.S.
Medicaid
economy.
and Medicare.
I think that the
And,
biggest threat to U.S.
the idea
economy is
that-
isolationism.
That is the reason why we wouldn't have health care because RFK Jr. might be even remotely
even if
associated with
there
it. I mean,
is an
that's just
elimination
absurd.
of jobs in the
That
tech
is an
sector by
argument as to why
AI,
we shouldn't have government for anything. I mean, this is
as
the
long
thing.
as we
If
are
you
like
willing to make that
positively
argument about
engaged
single-payer
in a
healthcare,
global
I understand,
economy,
like, people saying
I think that there
you know,
are
I would
ways for us
disagree,
to still
but if you came up
contribute
there, like, the country's not ready for
and
this,
prosper
or
economically.
It's not. It's very complicated, and how we would go about it, and we need
But
to.
I
All
think
the
that
hemming and hawing.
our
but
increased
to make this
isolationism
argument, you
is
then
going
can
to be
make
the
that
biggest
argument about
harm
every single
to our
function
economy, more so
of-
than
of the US government.
Yeah.
AI
And
job loss from
rarely do
AI,
those people make
not
those
investing
arguments
in
when it
making
comes to
USA stay
things
the front
like,
of innovation. Yeah, exactly.
Spying authority, as we're seeing in the Senate right now.
Yeah, and it's also why we hate those
Food's
anti-tax
ready.
arguments. Sorry, Sam, but
Oh.
from the Democrats,
Okay,
like
well,
on slashing
I'm gonna take a break.
taxes as opposed to
I'm gonna
for
keep
some
the
kind of
videos
like cheap
playing.
populism on this front for middle
I'm gonna
income
go eat
folks.
dinner,
It's,
and then
we have to be making
I
the case for more taxation,
gotta
but
run
specifically
to
on
the
billionaires to break
store.
their
I will be
backs,
back
and
in
then also to fund
I don't know, maybe
social
30
programs.
minutes.
And
Maybe 30 minutes.
I guess McMorrow previously volunteered for Warren
Shift
and
that.
had endorsed her in
no one's watching me on
for
TikTok
her
anyway,
presidential
whatever.
run, so that might
Okay,
be
well,
why
anyway.
she weighed in. But
Be back soon.
It
Be
that
back
answer,
soon.
to your point, Sam, was so cynical and messed up. Like she should not be endorsing a candidate that has that view about single payer healthcare.
I mean, it was so disturbing because I've seen people weasel around Medicare for All, and that's an option on the table for her. But the route that she took, I think, belies either a willingness to say just about anything, or fundamentally, you're talking about somebody who has real hostility to government doing anything. And that's really problematic.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Hi, welcome to this live stream and Q&A. I'm in the process of editing the proofs for the book I did with Joe Sacco, Requiem for Gaza. So I'm a little exhausted. I'll be done on Wednesday. Proofs mean you can't change the lines in the book. You can change very small, a spelling here or a word there, which it always happens at the end of a book. And it's hard for writers to be their own copy editors, but you almost have to read it out loud. And that book will be out in October. And you can pre-order it on Fantagraphics, and is publishing it. And we already have publishers throughout Europe, Greece, Spain, France, UK. So the first question from Pamela Hagan. All right, I will indulge you. Please have your dog with you. Will bring a huge following and help with the awful topics on hand. Set up his, I have 2 dogs. I have 2 rescue greyhounds. One is a girl and one is a boy. In a chair next to you with a bone to chew on. All right, I'll see if one of their, so greyhounds sleep 18 hours a day, which is quite the life. But I'll see if I can get one of them in here. Come here, who wants a treat? Who would like a treat? Oh, here she comes, this one. Can you see her? Come here, Olive. Come on. Come on. There, that's Olive. Okay, now, did you get on the camera? A little bit, okay. I can't, they're very independent-minded. They do no tricks. Ned Reclassified. Norman Finkelstein has recently been taking issue with a characterization by Tucker Carlson, Candace Owen, and others of American politicians doing Israel's bidding because of blackmail. You take issue with this explanation of the Israeli-American relationship, namely, Israel is the tail wagging the dog, wagging America the dog. If this is wrong, is this relationship more complex than this, even if it includes blackmail? No, Norm is right. I wouldn't use the word blackmail. I would use the word legalized bribery, which defines our electoral system. So corporations do the same thing the Israel lobby does, which is buy off politicians. And if you don't do the bidding of corporations, if you don't do the bidding of the Israel lobby, then they spend millions of dollars to unseat you, to defeat you. And that is the driving engine behind the power of the Israel lobby. Depending, it doesn't matter which party. Biden, in fact, took more money, I think, from AIPAC than any other sitting senator, and Biden hasn't been in the Senate for over a decade. So it's money. So Kamala Harris runs for president. 77% of registered Democrats want to cut arms shipments to Israel. It doesn't make any difference. Most Americans want the predatory nature of big banks and corporations across the political spectrum curbed. It doesn't make any difference. Most people don't want endless war. It doesn't make any difference. And so the Israel lobby has learned how to play that game very effectively. But I wouldn't call it blackmail. Israel does use blackmail. All security services use blackmail. And Israel is not an exception, but I don't think they're controlling the political system through blackmail. I would agree with Norm on Christine Ho, please discuss the Greater Israel Project. Some analysts have predicted that the U.S. empire will fall at the end of the war with Iran, but that Israel will emerge unscathed and will succeed in its imperial ambitions to create a Zionist empire not only in the Middle East but beyond. This war did not go well for Israel. And tomorrow we will put up an interview with the Palestinian journalist Laith Marouf, who literally just came back from southern Lebanon, and he will explain how badly the war went for Israel against Hezbollah. So Israel is, you're right, Christine, seeking to build greater Israel, and that means seizing Gaza. It already controls 60% of Gaza, the West Bank. It would like to occupy, as it did in 1982, southern Lebanon. It has already seized, of course, it took the Golan Heights in the 1967 war, but has now moved beyond the Golan Heights, almost up to Damascus. And then it would like to use proxies to control the rest of the Middle East and destroy unified states, as in Syria, as in Iraq, as in Libya. That's its goal in Iran. But I don't think things bode well at the moment for either the United States or Israel. I think, in fact, this conflict with Iran has seen Iran empowered and will probably, because of its decision to control the Strait of Hormuz, walk away with more regional power than it had before this war began. Grain of truth. Has Israeli intelligence merged with the American government, and are there mutual interests in using AI and military assets to control and dominate energy and resource markets? Yeah, that's a very good question. I think that there is a fusion of the AI industry, which are kind of agnostic. They'll work with anyone. Israel, of course, has used AI to target Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. Apparently, AI was involved in picking out targets in Iran. So I think this kind of, Yanis Varoufakis wrote a book about it, this technocrat. I can't remember the title of the book. But it does represent a new form of dominance and a new form of control, and Israel is, very, very much at the center of that. Given this is Dirk Ambler, given the heightened skepticism about our subsidizing Israel's war machine, can you envision a future where the U.S. withdraws our military from the Middle East? I can envision a future where we withdraw our military from the Middle East, but that will be not by choice. That will be because, and I think that we've moved closer towards that, because the GCC states realize that American bases are magnets. They don't protect, they don't provide protection. This is the message Iran has delivered. And remember, Iran carried out significant damage, not only essentially wiping out American radar systems. Some of these radar systems cost $1 billion, but inflicting damage on American military assets. And then when they ran low on the interceptors, what interceptors were, they were prioritized for Israel. So, and the Trump administration didn't consult the Gulf allies, although they made them pay the price. They weren't, just like Congress wasn't consulted. European allies were not consulted. They unilaterally acted and left everyone else to pick up the pieces. There used to be free passage before the war through the Strait of Hormuz. Now Iran is exacting $2 million roughly per tanker in Chinese currency. by the way, not in US dollars, because of course the goal is to cripple and ultimately break the hegemony of the US dollar, which will be catastrophic for the empire because people won't buy our debt. Our debt won't be worth anything. As Alfred McCoy, the historian, has pointed out, at that point, there's just an almost instant and massive contraction of the empire because you can't fund 800 military bases abroad. The empire can't afford it. So the countries like Russia, China, Iran are working very, very hard to sever the global economy from the dollar. And what we, of course, internally would be thrust into a pretty severe recession, if not depression. We saw the same thing happen when the world's reserve currency switched from the English pound, from the pound sterling, to the dollar in the 1950s. Huey reads, what are the mechanisms that Israeli interests use to capture the American political system? What are the origins of the lobby, and is there a covert attempt on top of the legalized bribery? Well, the Israel lobby was born after World War II, the Zionist lobby that's not correct. The Zionist lobby began in I think it was Rashid Halibi who wrote about it. I can't remember one of those books. It might have been his book. But so it existed, and that's what pushed through the Balfour Declaration, etc. So the Zionist lobby has been with us since the inception of the Zionist project to seize Palestinian land and populate it with colonists. And then, but Zionism itself didn't have widespread support until after the World War II and after the Holocaust. And then using the kind of moral capital of the Holocaust, the Zionists were able to coerce Jewish institutions and Jewish leaders into supporting Zionism, which before World War II had marginal support, not huge support. And because of the resources available to the Zionist lobby, in particular in the United States, they were then, as I mentioned before, able to start playing this game of buying up politicians. Mr. Penn Money, okay, well, that's a question for asking me to interview someone. Apparently, economic recession is inevitable. How likely is it that the subsequent social collapse will unite desperate U.S. citizens politically? I mean, social collapse, I witnessed it in countries I covered, like Yugoslavia. That kind of economic and social collapse doesn't tend to unify countries. It tends to see demagogues and power factions pit one group against the other. That's the more, unfortunately, the more probable scenario. And I've always long lamented the fact that we don't have a militant left, a socialist, communist kind of left, to push back against these capitalist forces and these, rising fascistic forces. You see them gathered around Trump, but not only Trump. Orban just got ousted, but they're ascended in places like France, Le Pen, and others. So the breakdown of capitalism in the 1930s, because of radical and powerful unions, prevented us from becoming fascist, and Roosevelt instituted a series of measures, including all around the New Deal, that are socialism, and it saved us from fascism. Fascism is what the ruling capitalist class reaches for when the system breaks down, and unfortunately, many of these are native fascists in the Christian right, are ensconced in power. They're the people running the Trump administration and Project 2025. Trump is kind of clueless. He doesn't know what's going on, but the people around him do very much know what's going on. So I don't know that breakdown is necessarily going to be good. And of course, America is an extremely violent country, armed to the teeth. So, in fact, it could be, quite ugly. Auntie Anne, can you talk about Zionist sophistry used to twist reality? For example, Judeo-Christian, since Judaism denies Christ and Christianity's based on him. Yeah, that whole Judeo-Christian trope, it was invented to, you're quite correct, to link, to somehow say that Western civilization is a product of Judeo-Christian. But that just was, again, a kind of Zionist trope that has been quite effective. But you're right, there are radical differences between Jewish and Christian belief, and there's long been antagonism, especially on the part of the deep anti-Semitism that runs like a subterranean current through Christianity, starting with the idea that the Jews killed Christ, although the Romans killed Christ, not the Jews. This is Curran Kalopsia. Having experienced the carnage of multiple wars and genocides up close, is your personal faith ever challenged? And if so, how? Well, I mean, having seen the worst of human atrocity, what human beings can do to each other, I have a very dark view of human nature. I understand the capacity we all have for evil, but I also have seen these magnificent figures in every religion and every culture rise up to defy the oppressor on behalf of the oppressed. Often, understanding that to do so will mean the loss of their own life. Oscar Romero, Martin Luther King, these figures are there. And those people, Auden call them ironic points of light that flash out wherever the just exchange their messages. They provide, a moral witness, but even more than a moral witness, they provide an example that you're inspired to follow. So no, but I have a very, acute understanding of evil. And if you live in the cocoon of industrialized society, it's often easy because of your privilege to be very Pollyannish about human beings and human nature. When societies break down, that there's a very stark divide between the predator and the prey. But when Joe and I just finished this book on Gaza, we interviewed 29 families from Gaza in Egypt, and yes, you had looters, and you had people who preyed upon those who had nothing, but then you had these amazing figures who gave what little they have to protect even strangers. So, I guess I would sum it up by saying evil is real, but good is real too. Chi Pu Banel, in the wake of the crash of the U.S. empire, what does forming a more militant left alternative look like in a balkanized state of repression? Well, that's a good question. It's anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist at its core. You cannot have a militant left that has any illusions about the unmitigated evil of both capitalism and imperialism. And imperialism is really just the outward expression of capitalism and the outward expression of white supremacy, of course. But those are our enemies. One has to speak and understand reality through class war. The billionaires, I love Ralph Nader, but he's wrong. The billionaires are not going to save us. We're going to save ourselves, and the billionaires are our enemy. The capitalist class is our enemy. I'm not actually a Marxist. I can live with capitalism when it's very heavily regulated and controlled through a socialist system. But if you unfetter and unregulate capitalism, as we have, then everything is commodified. Human beings become commodities, the natural world becomes a commodity that you exploit until exhaustion or collapse or death. But it's what Frederick Engels calls social murder. I think that was the term. And so a militant left would begin with that understanding, and the understanding that these forces cannot be appeased. You must pit power against power. The only power we have is our numbers, and it is the use of numbers to disrupt the business of commerce and government through nonviolence, through strikes, through occupation, through boycotts. That's the only way out. ML guy, if you aren't a Marxist, why do you see preceding a working class? What do you see preceding a working class revolution? How does the working class take power without Marxist-style takeover industry and the means of production, in your view? Well, when the Russian Revolution happened, you had the Soviets, largely led by anarchists, who did take over the means of production. And they had workers' councils that control their own factories, which I embrace, of course. And then Lenin, this doesn't make me very popular with a lot of Marxists, but I do agree with Noam Chomsky that Lenin staged a counter-revolution in the name. The slogan was all power to the Soviets, but he centralized state power and created a form of state capitalism. And then the autonomy of those Soviets was obliterated, and many of the anarchists were imprisoned and killed, and many people argue it's why we don't have a strong anarchist history. So of the overthrow of the Tsar. This is from Scarilla. To what extent do you anticipate this administration will commit to actions regarding Iran, be it ground forces, draft, nuclear escalation? And what is the prospect for the emergence of a more effective global judiciary? Well, we lost the war with Iran. We lost. And because Iran, through asymmetrical warfare, made it very clear that they had the ability to thrust the global economy. They already have crippled the economy in places like India and South Korea and the Philippines, and Japan has had to open its strategic reserves of oil, and they could create a depression. So the war did not go well. I think that the United States is looking for an exit. Not Israel, by the way. Israel, Netanyahu has said that he's ready to continue or resume the bombing of Iran, and because Israel's goals are different from the United States. I think the United States wanted regime change, and then coupled with that is, of course, control of Iranian oil. But I think Israel wants to do to Iran what it's done, as I mentioned, to other states throughout the Middle East, like Syria, which is just break it into warring factions. Remember, only about 60% of Iranians are Persian. The rest there's Turkmens and Azerbaijanis, and then you have different religious groups, Baha'is and Zoroastrians, and they would like, as they've done in Lebanon, they would like to create internal civil war. But I think the U.S. administration, realizing potential for catastrophic economic damage that Iran could commit, has decided they've had enough. River Musics, has there ever been a case where those who were genocided then
Okay,
go on to
sorry about
commit
that.
genocide
I think that was
within
30
just
minutes.
a generation two
If anyone's still here.
or two? And what do you think of the Orban loss?
See what I missed.
Sure,
What I missed.
I mean, the Israeli Jews are maybe a little more than a generation, but they suffer genocide and then they commit genocide.
What I miss. What I miss.
Um,
Same with horse to car. Nah,
think
it's
the
different from the horse to car because
Test Orban, I'm glad he lost.
that was physical
But I think
manufacturing,
until we address the
not
underlying
intellectual skill,
economic
job loss.
dislocations, that have given rise to figures like Orban or like Trump.
But you have
these
to be
are
against all medical
pure
advancement
attempt
also. I'm not against it. Like I said, I'm not against the medical applications, the AI applications in the medical field. I'm not against that at all.
Passamanic. Please discuss how this moment might be used to get the oil economies unaddicted to fossil fuels, and whether the threat of impending recession, depression, can
No,
spearhead a
what I
genuine
am
shift
against
towards
is the
renewable energies. Well, in
wide,
the United States,
the
of course, walked away from
unregulated,
the Trump administration when he acknowledged the
widespread
reality
expansion
climate
of
crisis.
AI.
You know, they're rolling backwards. I mean, this is one of the most egregious crimes
Without
of the Trump administration is that they
taking
are,
any
facilitating
mitigating
our collective
steps
extinction
regarding potential job
by
loss.
not addressing climate crisis. And I think that when I look at the Christian right as a kind of, they call them crisis cults. This is what happens in disintegrating societies where people become so overwhelmed by a bleak reality that they retreat into magical thinking, and Hannah Arendt would argue that all totalitarian movements are forms of magical thinking. And that's correct. And then you know, in many ways, people.
I was gone for a while, so
that
back to
accelerate
gaming.
their
I don't think
own
anyone else is still here
annihilation.
with me, so just talking to myself.
I mean, for instance, the denial of
talking to myself.
The climate crisis. And so
Talking
that
to
is very
myself.
true within the Christian right. It's true within the Trump White House. And you know, when a society reaches a point where it is not reality based, its decisions are not based on verifiable fact, then they're unreachable because you can't have a discussion. All discussions, all genuine discussions, have to begin with the acknowledgement of fact, of objective truth. And you know, climate deniers, or you know, people who believe that the world was created in 6 days and dinosaurs were in the Garden of Eden. I mean, these are not, you know, you've checked out of the rational system, and you can argue with them all you want, but it won't make any difference. I know I spent 2 years writing about the Christian right for my book, American Fascists, Christian Right in the War in America, because they were overwhelmed by reality, and any attempt to push them back into reality thrust them into an existential crisis. At the conclusion of that book, I said, if you want to break the back of this nascent or our native fascist movement, you have to reintegrate these people into the economy and give them a kind of stability and sense of hope, and short of that, we're finished. In the war with Iran,
Liberty, you still there?
what do you think the odds are of some type of nuclear armament being deployed, whether from Israel or the U.S.? Well, Israel's not set up to endure a war of attrition. If Israel decides to reignite the war, and it feels in any kind of mortal danger, I would not put it beyond the Netanyahu government to use a tactical nuclear device. They'd have to use more than one. Iran is a huge country. It's about the size of Western Europe. But I think a lot of us, John Mearsheimer and myself, have not ruled that out. And we're, of course, very frightened by it. But that is contingent on whether the war will resume. Netanyahu would like to resume it. Can Israel resume it, you know, and see the Trump administration stand by the sidelines because, of course, the Strait of Hormuz will be closed again. I think Trump got so badly burned in Iran that he doesn't want to go back there. But yeah, I think many of us were worried that it is not out of the realm of possibility. The probe would be done maybe with U.S. approval, but I think would probably be, if it happens, would probably be carried out by Israel. Bill Astor, we've had so much grim news lately. Who or what gives you hope? For example, it's encouraging to see Pope Leo speak out against the war and for peace. Yeah, I mean, hope. I don't, I've said this before, I don't kind of share our culture's mania for hope. I mean, resistance gives me hope. Even if it's doomed, resistance gives me hope. I don't think you can use the word hope unless you resist. I mean, for 14 years, I and others fought on behalf of Julian Assange, persecuted by the U.S., and UK. And honestly, I didn't think he would get out. But I flew over to London, and I have to thank my Substack subscribers for paying for those tickets. I flew to London. I sat in on the court. I covered the court cases because it wasn't being covered, and in many cases, like with The Guardian and others, they, if anything, they were contributing to the demonization of Julian, because I was a kind of moral imperative to stand with him. He's the greatest journalist of our time. And it was really the Australians who mobilized, blocking bridges, mass rallies, that pressured the Albanese government to demand his return, and he was free. But if we hadn't all resisted, that would have not happened. So I think one, and again, this is something I've said many times, you resist because, not because it's going to succeed, although you may hope it succeeds, but because it is, not to resist is to be complicit, to acquiesce to evil. And resistance is a way to, I think, retain the possibility of hope. Resistance is hope in that sense. Marlon Turby, it's difficult to conceive that Iran will bend to U.S.-Israeli demands if Israel and or the U.S. resorts to nuclear weapons with potential responses for China. Well, I don't think Iran. I think Iran holds all the cards. I'm not sure Vance and the Israeli assets of Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff.
Popping in, are you still there? Did you stick around?
I think it's Iran will determine
when I went to go eat dinner.
This ends.
Let me know if you're still there.
I can't begin to. I mean, of course, the thought of using a nuclear weapon is just so appalling. What would be Russia and China's response? I don't think they would nuke Israel, but then I would say at that point Israel's terminal, because somebody, there's 1.2 billion Muslims, somebody's going to get a nuclear weapon and pay them back, and Israel's a very small place. Maybe not immediately, but it will happen. I mean, it's so horrific, I just can't even go there. But yeah, I don't think Iran has to bend. I mean, they've suffered damage without question. But by all accounts, they have half of their ballistic missiles, huge stockpiles of drones, which prove very effective. And of course, China and Russia provided intelligence. That's why the Iranian attacks were carried out with such precision through Chinese and Russian satellite systems. River Willow 95, where do you see Gaza after all this? Will Iran vouch for them at some point in this war? I wish the Iranians had stood with the Palestinians in Gaza, which would mean lifting the siege as they have with the Lebanese. But of course, Hezbollah is very close
What I
ally
miss?
of
Oh,
Iran.
I just
They're
went to go
also
eat dinner,
Shia.
came back.
Palestinians are Sunni.
I was just wondering if
Palestinians.
popping in
Maybe
one was
some,
still in
but not
here.
many.
There was a.
So.
How was dinner? It was good. It was spaghetti and garlic bread.
What Israel's
I should say
policy is in Gaza,
spaghetti sauce with ziti
and that
garlic bread.
is that it is going to keep Palestinians living in fetid,
whoever
overcrowded,
popping in made a
tent
comment
encampments,
like while I was while I stepped away about
that
for
without
me he
access
said that
to
feels like
clean
for
food
me
or water
it
or
feels
basic
like
medicine,
an I'm right because I say so argument,
you know, a kind of ghetto.
and I kind of wanted to respond to that
until
because
they
it's
can
like
push them out. That's the goal.
short of
Now, where are they going to
short
push
of
them
me
out? That's
putting
been the
my
issue. The Israelis would love to push them into the Egyptian
putting my
Sinai,
electric bill
just as they would love to push the Palestinians
you know
in the
on
West
screen
Bank
for
into
people to
Jordan.
see, like it's just one of those things where like
but I think
you can
know,
either believe me or
ultimately,
not,
that's a
you
question
know,
the Israelis have not been
and
able
it's
to
kind of
answer.
frustrating because it's like there's
But
no
they are going to
I don't know,
leave
it
the
just
Palestinians in Gaza in such
it's frustrating
horrible immiseration
when you're trying to
as a way
engage in
pressure
a
them to leave, you know, through quote unquote
in
voluntary
a conversation,
transfer.
disagreement,
But
whatever.
then the question is, where do they
And
go?
it's like,
and that's
like
not
this is
been
what I'm
figured out
experiencing, and I'm
by
not
the
the only
Israelis.
one. This is what's happening. Like these AI data centers are using race to the bottom tactics to fuck over
Acronym
people.
Lunchbox. Okay, have you,
You know, in
had
whichever
any
way that they
memorable
possibly
dreams
can.
lately or that stand out during your lifetime? Which
And
industries are
the-
most
the-
important to target with a
The
general
disagreement
strike
I'm
in
getting is
America?
like, no, AI is
Are there
good.
changes you
It's
wish
like,
you could
like,
make
are
in your
you
past
against all data
books?
centers? Like no, come on.
For strikes, it's clear.
Should
it's
we
Amazon and
do more?
Walmart
Oh, you're
because
back.
they're
All right.
such huge
Did you hear what I
employers
said?
And they're at the epicenter of the American consumer society.
Should we do
So
more of it?
Amazon
It should be regulated.
and Walmart.
Okay, so what I was
That's
saying, like,
and of course,
you,
Amazon and Walmart have built
you made a comment when I had stepped
sophisticated
away
mechanisms to break
about how it
strikes.
feels like an "I'm right because I said so" argument.
I mean, striking anything, Starbucks workers.
Like,
I mean, the more
I
we
wanted to
can
respond to that.
collectively organize.
And what
the
I was
better off
saying
we are.
before
But I
you
would
had
say those
come back
are two
is like short of
principal
me
targets.
putting my electric bill up on screen for you to see, like how much my rates have gone up.
What was the other question?
Since the Dallas area has been putting up data centers.
Yes, it's gone.
You know, within the past year, like there's absolutely nothing else I could do to prove that my electricity
So,
rates have gone up.
Okay. Asymmetrical.
And
not
like
spelled correctly on
this
purpose.
this
You are
dichotomy
more of an
where
advocate for
it's
heavily
like
regulated
I'm either
capitalism
for
like
them or
social
against them
democracy more than
because
socialism. Do you believe that
because the
heavily
cloud
regulated
uses data
capitalism
centers
is actually capable of defeating growing
is
inequality
completely
and the
false.
ambition of the capitalist class? Yes, and the example is Sweden.
Like it's
now,
not a
Sweden's
yes or no
abortion, but
argument. It's not
Sweden
a
in the 1960s.
it's not
I
a
lived in
pure
Switzerland.
like yes or
We had
no
one of the best healthcare systems in
you know
the world,
answer.
which was not.
And I've
which was
mentioned I'll say it again because I want to make sure it's
But
clearly understood what
it
my
was
position
heavily
is on
regulated.
this.
So we all, if I remember,
In
had to pay
terms of
350
research,
Swiss
like
francs a
medical
month,
research,
and then if you were poor, you didn't pay
chemical
anything,
research,
and everybody got access to great care. So
I
it
see
was
the
a private
benefits
system, but it was heavily
because their
controlled and
AI
regulated
is capable of running through
the reason I don't like capitalism, and
you
I
know
don't
combinations
really like
and the potential outcomes of those combinations faster than humans can.
Back to that,
so I absolutely see the
understanding
benefits,
of
and I'm all
human
for that.
nature,
What I
that,
am against,
you know, there are people and
what I am
capitalists are
against,
certainly emblematic
is
of that,
the
whose
unregulated
entire lives
expansion
revolve around their
surrounding
own,
AI.
self-enrichment and self-promotion.
That is what I'm against.
I don't like it.
Data
I
centers
don't
is the
hang out with these
causation of
people.
both cloud and internet and AI.
But if they're going to exist in our society, they have to be heavily regulated and controlled. Otherwise, they destroy your
Well,
society.
what I
Carl
can say
Polanyi,
is
Great
data
Transformation,
centers are
writes
not
about this.
expanding
A brilliant book.
as quickly as they
He
are
says that unregulated
because of
capitalists first create a
cloud
mafia economy and
cloud
then they create
usage.
a mafia state. And now we live in a mafia
To
state.
be against data centers
because they
is to be
created
against
a
all three
mafia economy.
byproducts. No, it's not.
So,
It's see, that's the thing. Like, it's not. It absolutely is not.
Acceptance of
Because they
regulated
would not
capitalism
be
is not because I believe
expanding as quickly
capitalism
as
is
they
good
are
or like it.
without
but because I
the
believe that
lack
there's
of
always a fairly
regulations
significant segment of
surrounding
the population that will
AI
work
usage.
almost exclusively for their own self-interest. And if we're going to live with them, they have to be heavily controlled. Otherwise, they'll destroy us.
Well done. I said you'd return victorious.
Some is internet. Yeah, the internet was running fine before AI came around.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Are there any changes
How do you
wish
discriminate
could
between
make to your
cloud
past
ones
books?
and AI ones?
Okay, bless you, Fred.
I don't know. I'm not as technically knowledgeable.
You know,
I'm
man,
not.
most of my books are so heavily reported.
Like, I honestly don't
that
know.
they're, you know,
I believe
because
that
they're
there's
grounded in
regulations that could do that.
reporting. And I like
I believe that our
reporting
government
that.
has the capacity,
I like
if
it
they are
because
willing,
when you
to,
report it, it
you know,
shatters your assumptions. I mean, you're always learning. I mean, for instance,
take
when
regulatory
I wrote
measures to discriminate
American
them,
Fascist,
to separate them.
You know, as you know, I graduated from Harvard Divinity School. My father was a minister. My mother was a seminary graduate. I grew up in the left-wing church, the kind of social gospel, Catholic worker type, and I've never really deviated from that belief that the fundamental definition of the religious life is to stand with and on behalf of the crucified of the earth, to quote James Cone. So I went in there with all of the
you can't until you discriminate.
that
You cannot
a left
determine
religious
determine
people
between
would
them.
have to the Christian right.
Thus, to be against
And
AI is to be
I
against
listened
the
to
internet and cloud.
and
Well,
2
I'm
years
not.
I was on the book. I
Like,
listened to the
I mean, you
stories
can,
of
if
utter
you like, I
despair,
can't stop you from putting me into that
struggle
box
with
that you've created
alcoholism and
for my opinion on this. I
gambling
can't
and
stop you from doing that.
addictions and domestic abuse,
But I'm
which
not
was
in that
rife
box.
When I interviewed
Like,
women,
I
you
know that I'm not.
Chronic unemployment, underemployment, and you'd have to be heartless not to feel for these people now. And I came to see that in these mega churches, these pastors, like Trump, preyed on their despair to get rich, just like Trump did with his sham university or his casino. And I wrote a book,
Like, I wouldn't
America, The
even,
Farewell Tour,
I wouldn't even be
where I had a
against
chapter out of that casino, which
AI
was
using
the, book, Trump,
the existing
president,
cloud
but
and
it was
data
about on the edge of
structure
bankruptcy
prior to their rapid
casino was
expansion.
mothballed. There
Like,
were
I don't see what the
coups.
problem with that is. Like,
People were shooting up
all
in
that data and
elevators. I mean,
information
it
already
was the
existed
perfect
for them to
example
scrape
of
through.
where Trump is going
It
to
already
lead the
did.
country. So
That's because
yeah,
of false reasoning, like the thought that
I ended
energy
up having a
producers
lot
can
more
discriminate
empathy for
where
those
the
people.
electricity
And the
goes.
first chapter of the book.
How
is
is it
called
false
Despair.
reasoning?
So
okay.
That is, you know, a little
Electricity
off
companies
your question.
have the capability of cutting off your
but I
electricity
think
if you
reporting
don't pay your bill.
like that.
That is not false. There's nothing
is
false
a way
about
to
that.
check your own
They can measure
prejudices, your
how
own
much
assumptions,
electricity
which are often wrong.
a specific location is using based on the
I
meters
don't-
that are attached to
I'd
that
have to
structure.
really think I don't.
Okay,
I mean, I'm
but
sure
they can
that
still
there
cut them
are
off. They can still cut it off.
passages
They
in
can
books
control
I
where it
would,
goes.
would take out, but
Like,
I don't. It's very hard to go back and reread your book because
it is
like,
not
take,
false to say that
this book
electric
that we
companies
just
can
did with
determine
Joe,
where the
Sacco.
electricity goes.
I mean, how many times have I
Like,
read
I don't
it?
know.
mean,
I don't know
literally
what else to say to
hundreds.
that.
And you just reach a point where you can't.
Like,
look
I've
at
had
it
my
anymore.
electricity cut off before.
You're never really happy as a writer. It's just a moment of exhaustion. So I don't think there's any book out there that in terms
And
of
it's the electric company
its thrust or its focus I would
that
change.
determines
but I'm sure
how
that
much
there
is
are,
charged for that electricity usage.
Small things I'd change.
So they look at the meter.
Right off the top of my head, I can't think.
They determine how much energy was
That's probably
used,
because I don't go back and read my books.
and they charge
Dimitri
that
Smith,
entity
what's your
for
position
that
on
usage.
the efficacy and morality
And
of
what is a
nonviolent
fact
resistance? Historically, has it been as effective as we're often
is that
told, or has it
the
been
data
encouraged to
centers
us
in the
hopes of
Dallas
placating the
region,
masses?
where I live, are
No, it's
being
quite
charged at a
effective.
lower
And
rate
most revolutions. This is
than
Brenton's book, Anatomy of a
than
Revolution.
residential.
But there are others.
That is a fact.
Point out
Their
that
buildings
it's
like
that
downstairs, no
mass
meter box. They sign a
mobilization.
plea deal to say I pay this much
I mean, for
flat, like
instance,
a renter
national
paying
strike
flat rate.
will bring
Okay.
down the whole country.
If that's
And
the
you had a
case,
national
I'm not
strike
saying you're wrong on
in
this.
Cuba
But
the eve of
if
the
that's
revolution
the
that
case,
brought down Batista,
then
you had a
they are
national
still
strike
being
in Iran
charged
that brought down
based
the
on
Shah.
an estimated usage.
So
They're saying
is that
we're
when you
estimating
have
that this much
repressive
electricity is going to be used over this
societies,
period of time.
repressive governments
So we're going to charge you a
that
flat
thwart
rate based
all
on this energy
possibility of
usage.
reform
And if that is the
through
case, then they are
democratic or
still
internal
paying
mechanisms,
less
then you
for that
give birth
for
to
the
violence.
per
And in a
watt
revolution,
electricity
Cuban
usage than
Revolution,
residential.
Fidel and everybody.
And what they
up
do
in
is
the
end the
mountains,
scale
it took
beyond the
them
flat
4
rate
days
and
to
take
get
the
to
margin
Havana.
of error
But
as
they
profit.
Get the guns, so
Yeah,
they
like
take over. In fact,
regardless,
they
it doesn't
rewrote
matter.
the
It's
history
like
of the
it doesn't
Cuban
matter how they do
Revolution
it.
and gave birth to this fantasy.
Like
of
whether
the
it's a
FOCO
flat rate or a
theory,
meter,
FOCO
like it
theory
literally
being that
does not
you
matter.
form a small armed group, and then
Their
that,
electricity
is the
usage is
seed
being
that
charged
sprouted
at a
of the
significantly
revolution.
lower rate
That's not
than
correct.
residential,
And,
to the tune of
as
like
Che
50%
found out
less.
in Bolivia, sadly.
And that is bad.
As the Weather Underground, Weather Underground broke from STS, which was the largest.
Yes, that's
annual
obvious.
road
Yes, that's what I've been trying to
investigator
say.
in one
That's what I've been
country.
saying this whole time.
They broke and based on the FOCO theory, and that FOCO theory is just not correct. It's interesting. My next book will be on
They always say the lowest
genocide in
number and
Guatemala,
scale to the highest
and that's
margin
written
of
out
error.
guilt. I got to be honest. I was there. I was in covering the war in
Every
Salvador
big
for
building
5
does
years. And then also Nicaragua and Guatemala. But in
Yeah,
Guatemala,
and then-
which was far worse than Salvador, and Salvador was pretty bad.
And then the
We
burden
were constantly blocked by the
of those
military
lower
from
rates
getting up in the highlands.
is
600
shifted
villages
onto
were
the
razed.
residential.
Carter had cut military aid in '77, and so the Israelis came in to
And the
fill
higher the
vacuum.
energy usage that is
gun
consumed
the Guatemalan
by
army
whatever
used
building
was
it is,
Galil.
the
They had
greater
about
that
200
burden gets
military
shifted.
Advisors. They went up into the highlands where the rebel movement was based, and it was called in Spanish the Palestinization of the highlands. That was their word, and they did to the Guatemalan indigenous resistance movement what they had done to the Palestinians.
Say
and I
rent under you
always-
for 30 million with 10% margin
you
of
know,
error.
human
Okay.
rights people
Again,
would
like
constantly be
whatever
asking us because the genocidal they call
whatever
it silent genocide.
explanation you're about to give,
But we couldn't
like
get up there.
I am not
unlike
discounting
the
that.
FMLA in Salvador, we traveled
Like I'm not
frequently
saying
with
you're wrong.
Salvador,
Like I'm kind of taking your word for it here.
Four main groups of the Guatemalan resistance.
What I'm
But they
saying
were
is it
very-
doesn't matter
did not trust
how
us.
that contract structure looks or works
Mexico
in
for
practice.
weeks, trying to
What ends up
contact
happening
them, and then usually we put in-
is the burden of the lower rates gets shifted
so,
onto residents.
I've always
And that's
felt
like-
I should go back and write it.
that's almost like
and
the
I
least
checked, and there's
consequential
just very
problem.
little written on it, both in Spanish and English, and then the government of Guatemala is actively erasing the evidence of the crime.
Because it does nothing to address the like the potential job
I
loss.
blocked. There was a brief period of opening. The church managed
Because like
to,
sure you're going to raise
after
the
the
rates
genocide,
on
document many
on
of
residents.
the
Okay, cool,
mass
got it.
killings, and the archbishop
Awesome,
who
thanks.
oversaw the project was assassinated.
But then
a week after it was put out. So
a
and I'm
significant
fluent in
portion
Spanish, and I was
of
there,
those
so
residents
I
are
kinda
now
feel
losing their jobs.
I should. My agent doesn't think
Like,
anyone's
it's
going to buy the
stupid.
book, but it's not why you should write books.
It's not by the lowest margin, 27 million, then
I'm
run
not
at
sure
33
we got
million
off on that,
cost.
but that's the next project. Regarding the American-Israeli relationship, to what extent do you think
Because then
Israel
stolen millions are
controls
now
America?
the cities to pay. You mean the residents,
To
not the
what
city.
extent are their interests
The residents.
intertwined? To what extent is Israel more a faction of capitalists with powerful interests, but essentially one lobby exerting pressure? Yeah, I think I kind of answered that.
Because even if
I don't think
a
they control America, but
even
you
if
know,
a
they
city
own the Congress,
receives
just the
financial
same way
assistance
Goldman
from the
Sachs
state,
owned the Congress, 'cause these
even
guys
if
are
it's
just
that's even if that's the
immoral
case, that city
pieces of shit
is
who
still
can be bought,
required by law to have a
including
balanced
the
budget,
hierarchy of the Democratic
which means
Party.
they have to repay that debt, and the burden of that debt gets shifted onto the residents.
Very good, sir.
I'm curious, with the Republicans losing Trump, they have no face. How do you see the evolution of the Republicans going forward? You see them gradually losing their Trump-like populism.
Why don't you shut this light off?
That's an interesting question. I mean, you're
Can you
right.
shut
that-
the light
I mean,
off? What the
that-
heck?
And I wrote a
People
column
messing with my
several
living room
years ago
lights?
that said we had to think of
God, people act
the
like they live
Republican
here.
Party or the, you know, the
So now I
MAGA
say
base
hide
as
it.
a cult.
I sleaze
And
it
if
up
you
with
think of Trump
greasy
as a
shit.
cult leader, then everything does make sense because
That sounds
you
like something
want,
a
Margaret Singer
CEO would
wrote a
do for
book
sure.
about cults, which explains all this, called Cults in Our Midst.
Sounds to
But
be
you
right up
want
their alley.
your cult leader to be all powerful, omnipotent, because it's an extension of your own power. But the loss of the cult leader, I think that in this case, I'm not sure that there would be a cult leader to replace him. Certainly not J.D. Vance. But I think at that
It's not
system, at
10%.
that point, the
Say it's just
system
5.
would
Margin of only 4%.
kind of dispense with the cultish quality and just become, really nakedly authoritarian. Although Trump is clearly, with his ICE goons and everything else, an authoritarian, but without the veneer of the great leader. I don't see a transition to another cult leader. I think that would be
another thing that
difficult, but that
companies are able to do. They're able to shift the losses. I don't know how they do it. I'm not an economics major,
and I think we have to take into.
But what I do know is they're able to shift their losses
that, given how bad
in
things
such a
look,
way
Trump's got an approval rating of
to make it look like
35%,
they're
I think
quote unquote
61%
investments
disapproval
instead of
rating,
losses.
that they will
So
seek to sabotage, if not invalidate them.
it still appears as though they are
that will
actually profitable.
Wrest power from.
I don't know the
think-
ins and outs of it.
I think the signals that they've sent
But it's
are,
more likely to be signed in.
quite clear.
Why
And
do
I
you
don't
keep
think they're
pushing me? What
joking.
the hell?
That's my big fear. But yeah, I don't know. that
Dude,
he'd
stop
be
pushing me. I wanna
replaced
shoot you with an
another
arrow.
cult leader. Bobby Boy, what do you think will be the future of America in the Middle East given the loss in Iran? How will it affect the occupation forces, our relation with? Well, I think it is we did a show called America's
I had to take
Suez
a
Crisis with Alistair Crook.
what was it? An
I'll say
accounting
this on the
class
live stream,
for.
I'm allowed to say it on the show, but he was.
It was my previous.
in
I
British
was majoring in
intelligence for
IT
many
before I was
years
majoring in political
in
science.
the
I had to
Middle
take an
East.
accounting
The Israelis
class.
outed him
And
blew his
there's
cover
absolute.
on
I
him.
I.
But he's really
There was
knows
no
stuff.
potential.
I think it is the Suez
for me
crisis.
to
I
be
think this
successful in
is catastrophic
accounting.
blow to U.S. hegemony.
Oh, God damn it.
Certainly within the
You can
Middle
invest
East.
that into a child company, which goes bankrupt, then is separate from
and,
yourself. Yes. Yeah.
And I think we have watched Iran walk away
So-
far more powerful than when this conflict began.
I'll say that I think it can boil down to this.
How will it
The
affect our
largest
occupation
problem
forces?
that I have with AI is
I mean,
not the
in the short
potential
term,
benefits.
I don't think it'll affect it. In the long
It's
term, well,
the
I think
lack of
I think there will begin to
the
be pressure
current
on
lack
the
of
removal
regulatory oversight in that
and
market.
remember, Trump
That is what I
very
have the biggest
foolishly
problem with.
insulted Mohammed bin Salman.
They are basically
Mar-a-Lago at his
accountable
face.
to no one.
I mean,
Yet
Trump
the
is just,
overwhelming
out of
majority
control. He
of their funding
is kinda
comes in the
dynamiting
form of
friends and foes alike.
subsidies from
Which
taxpayer
every
dollars.
empire, no matter how strong it is, needs
And
allies.
it's basically like a slush
So,
fund. Like they're
in the
using
short
these
term,
federal
I think
subsidies as like a
Israel
slush
will
fund, and that's what I have a
continue
problem
its
with. It is the lack
genocide,
of regulatory
just
oversight
kind of slow
in
the pace, and it's
in the expansion and
massive
investment of these
violence
companies.
and ethnic cleansing in the West
Like that
Bank.
can really
in the long term
be what my
it's finished for
entire
Israel
dislike
because,
about AI boils down to.
The next generation isn't buying the Israeli myth. They're not, and even among American Jews. So, in the short term, Israel will be able to get what it wants. In the long term, it's in big, big trouble.
So you have data centers, margin of error, 5 margins, 4%. That's then on the city to
this
pay off
is,
with that 30 million
Reapus
start
here,
number.
All right. You always describe power structures and the failure of traditional resistance with a lot of clarity. You once called for more creative revolutionists. Where do you think the bottleneck is today between widespread awareness
City now has to pay
and
off 12
sustained
million they lose
collective
each year.
action that actually holds over time, not just episodic actions or isolated national moments of disruption, but something that persists and accumulates?
Yeah, and I feel like
that
I
gets
feel like
into the
none of that
nature
risk.
our modern
Like when
society where we're entranced
my
with these
impression,
electronic hallucinations.
I've only watched a couple
It's a
of these, and
post-literate
it wasn't even
society,
recently.
not
It was within like the
really
last
focus of
maybe
my
like
book.
6 to 8 months. Was
Society
during
of spectacle,
like city council meetings,
Empire of Illusion,
where
which is, the end of literacy in the Trump
a
spectrum.
data
So,
center proposal was being introduced
if
to
you're
city
not
council.
grounded in political
And
theory,
I don't
if you
remember
don't
the
know
specifics.
Marx,
I'm not going
and
to sit here and
Marxism,
pretend
most
I do,
important,
but I
and
do
Engels,
remember the impression that I
critic of
got.
capitalism, or
And
you know,
the
somebody
impression I
dissects
got after
capitalism.
listening
If
to
you haven't
these
read,
proposals is it felt disingenuous.
Proudhon,
Like there was
Kropotkin,
no attempt
Emma
to
Goldman,
address
if you
any
don't-
of the
if you don't
environmental
understand
or the economic
revolutionary
risks
theory, if you
that
don't
were
understand
associated with the building of these
you're
data
kind
centers.
of blinded, which is how they
You know?
want you. And
That was the impression that I remember coming
the
away
rise
with.
of the post-literate society worries me because these are the people, you know, we can learn from. It's a huge
Told me
shortcut.
profit of
We can
data center
learn
costs they
from
don't need to pay,
the
but now it's
past.
on the city to pay
We
and
can
deal
learn
with.
from their
Yeah, and this is
analysis. We can
why,
learn from
like
their
again,
struggles.
that
We
can
learn
be
from their
directly
but if we're
linked
cut
to
off from
what
the
I said.
past
My
and
biggest
may
problem with
even-
data centers
it's not
was
like I can't go down to
was
the
the
bookstore
lack
in
of
Princeton and
regulatory
buy the
oversight.
books. Well, I have them.
Like it should not be
uh,
on the city
if we can't learn
to
from the
cover
past,
that
then
loss.
we can't affect the present, and
But
that
it is
worries me the most
because there's no
so
like
take a look at
it's just they're just given carte
film
blanche
that,
to do whatever they want.
Milena and Thomas and Max made in Italy, Resistance 101. It's on YouTube. And this was when I went with Francesca Albanese and Greta Thunberg and Yanis Varoufakis to Genoa, where the dock workers called a strike and have refused to load weapons onto ships bound for Israel because it was a physical representation of what we have to do. But you then had all these amazing figures from around the world. You know,
It is a
people I
loss
really
that loss.
admire,
It moved on to the city, and the
kind of
company only
saying,
sees the
you know,
profit.
why we have to do it and what the cost is.
Yeah, and that seems like a really significant problem when like
so
think about it this
that,
way.
That worries me. The severance from
every single
print-based
person
culture
that is
cutting
a
us off
normal
from
person,
our past, because
you know, like you
they're
or
never
I,
going to teach you Gramsci.
every
in
single
school.
one of us
They're not
should
gonna
have a
teach you,
problem with these
you know, this stuff.
billion-dollar
You've gotta be
industry,
proactive. You've
trillion-dollar
gotta go out and
industries,
read it on
billion-dollar
your own.
companies.
The system
They
is
privatize the profits
created as a
and they
education
socialize the
is a
losses.
form of indoctrination.
Like
It's
every
not a-
single one of us should
I
have
mean,
a problem with
you know,
that.
went to a lot of these schools. These schools are formed and taught at others.
And
They're
any
formed to
industry
perpetuate the plutocracy,
that does that
and they do it very well.
should be fined, like almost, or not industry, but any company that does that should be like fined
So
almost
I
out of
think
existence.
That is, I'm told
And
that
with data
we're
centers
at
and
one
$5 billion
hour.
packages, margin grows grow a lot,
so
but
thank
these losses
you
are on the people.
very
Yeah.
much.
So they privatize the profits, meaning the
again,
boards and the CEOs get all
if
the
you have a
profits.
chance, go on YouTube
And they
watch Resistance
socialize the
101.
losses, meaning
And if you
any
can,
losses are
pre-order our
distributed
book,
to working
from
class people.
Fantagraphics,
And like we should not
Requiem
we
for
should not
Gaza.
tolerate
It's-
that at all.
was a crucible of
And-
a year. As Joe said, I never want to go through that again. But because
And like that
Israel
doesn't mean
blocked
like I am
and blocked-
inherently
blocked
against
foreign journalists
AI.
from going into Gaza and murdered, assassinated over 250
But in the form
Palestinian colleagues.
in the form that it exists today,
it's a story.
I am
that
against
Israel and
the
Zionists
the
have
way
worked
it exists
extremely
today.
hard to prevent people from hearing. Thanks.
Speaking of evil commies, let's go to AOC. We've got AOC here in a clip where she was asked by Julian Andrione from Dropsite News.
Shout out to Julian. Yep, friend of the show, Julian, Dropsite Capitol Hill reporter.
That's what they then do.
She was asked about the race
they
between
should then
Shaikat
use Google
Chakrabarti
Intel and AI
and Scott Wiener in
to then
California.
work and then get the money to pay their debts. Also
Shoycott,
oh, yeah, this video is louder.
Chief of staff,
Yeah,
former chief
yeah.
of staff is running in San Francisco. That primary is in June. Obviously,
yeah.
you're not going to have a
I hate
reporter
how
tell you to
videos
endorse,
have
but, like,
different volumes.
Is that something are you at least monitoring the race, looking at it? I mean, what's your stance on Shoycott? Because like you have a close
I
relationship.
think for me overall, it's more
Ugh,
about.
yeah, this
I'm
was an
trying to
embarrassing
think about
answer on her part.
The role that
I remember watching this.
I'm trying to play more broadly. In these
She's been
things.
like really
You
bad
know,
about that
it's
lately.
we've got 435 seats in Congress, right? And there is this kind of moment where it's like when, and not just with this race, but with any race, once you go in, then it's like, what about this? What about this? What about this one? And I'm one person with, you know, a pretty
That should be a little bit better.
crack, but also lean team. And so we're thinking about
turned my
kind of
volume
like
up.
how much of myself I'm pouring into this and how much of myself.
But the
we wanna
business
make sure
strategy
that
is for you
we're,
to generate
you know,
them
pouring
money by
into
using
the
their
talented
stuff, and you
hands,
pay the loss.
like, you know, what we've
Yeah,
got
and like
going
that
on.
should
But I think that
like that should
what I will say is
infuriate
that I think
anyone.
that the primary environment that we're seeing is really great.
I guess what I have a
think
hard
that,
time understanding is how
progressives have already notched
you
some
can
really
say that
impressive victories this early into the primary season.
you're
And
pro
we've got
AI,
another, what, 6 or 7
knowing that
months
they
to go, and I'm looking
engage
forward to
in
having
these
a lot
business
of new
practices, and
colleagues
also
here in
knowing
November that we can,
that
you know,
nothing
it's
is
been a
being done about it.
really lonely road for the first 8 years, and I'm really hoping
And
that it'll be a little
it's you
less
working for
lonely
them, not as a job.
moving
That's
forward.
like
Emily, your
social media
face.
started this
Well,
first.
So for context, Julian's like 6'5".
Because the
He's
customers were the
literally giant,
advertisers,
so that's why.
but the people were the
Important
product.
context for audio-only listeners,
those.
yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
trust me, I know that
but,
business
I
model all too
mean,
well.
You guys can cook on this. I'll let you guys go off, but that's
Yeah,
that's
if
a
you are
little
not the
bit- a little bit
customer,
of
you're the
cope,
product. If
a
you don't have
little
to
bit
pay
of,
for
you know,
something,
she's-
then you're the
allies,
product.
right?
He was her chief of staff. I mean, he was with her during her upset campaign where, you know, almost no one thought she would win. And then Ryan has done the reporting. I don't think anyone clearly, like, listen, I'm reading into this. She's got some sort of a personal issue with him because
Okay,
otherwise,
I think the video's
this is your
volume
former
should be
chief of
more
staff.
manageable now. I hope so.
There is another progressive in the race, but he is the one that, according to the polls,
yeah.
has the actual chance to
Yeah,
win.
if you're not the customer, you're the
He
product.
is part of your ideological project and movement. He's up against the state senator Scott Wiener, who is
So like
generally
if those
progressive
issues
except
that like
Palestine.
that
He's tried to
that
position,
could be addressed,
reposition
the
himself,
regulatory
recognizing where the
issues,
base
the
of party
economic
is, but
issues,
it's very clear Shoikat is the left-wing candidate with the best shot to win. And not only does she
then I
not
would have
endorse him,
absolutely
she
no
doesn't
issue
say
with AI
a
whatsoever.
single
None.
thing
Not a
about him.
single
Nothing,
problem.
no kind words. No, I think he's a great progressive, but I'm just about no. So she clearly has some sort of a personal beef and is allowing that to cloud her commitment to a broader
And that is a good thing.
So
It's
she
a,
says in that, like, I'm trying to figure out what kind of role I'm going to play. It's like, lady,
I would
thought you were
argue
trying to play
that
the role of a progressive leader.
I would argue
so,
the
you know, if you're trying to do that, then whatever your
I would argue that
hurt
people
feelings are, whatever happened in the past, you put that aside because you're supposed
what's
to
the word
be
I'm looking for?
helping to get these candidates
Influencing
in, so you're not
people's
so lonely
decision
in Congress
making
anymore. I mean, the whole
as a
thing,
market strategy,
everything about it
I would
is
say that is
cope
not good.
and nonsense too, because she also does this thing like, oh, our staff is so lean, blah blah blah. There's plenty of other
Because we already know that
people
it
out there who
influences
manage to make
elections.
endorsements and, you know, serve in
Like
Congress, and it's not that hard.
Cambridge
And
Analytica
you yourself have made
back
other
in
endorsements.
2016
So it's not like you're waiting to rip the Band-Aid off.
was using
You know, so I don't know.
people's
I just
data.
look at this and
They were data usage.
it's very,
they're monitoring
it's
data
not
usage.
honest, number one. It's not direct.
In order
None
to
of it
target
makes sense.
specific
This
audiences
does not appear to me
to
someone who is
influence
comfortable
their
or truly desires to be in a leadership role.
how they
And so
participated
it's
in the
just
election.
very, honestly, just very sad to me because she has so much potential to be such an important force right now at a time when the political project that she has helped been a very important part
I do
of
not think that
is taking flight, does have
people
this
being
momentum.
the
And
product,
Alia Mejia
I
won
don't think that that is a good
overwhelmingly in
thing.
New Jersey last night. That's awesome. By the way, AOC endorsed her, managed to endorse her
No
without
question.
a problem, without it stretching her too thin or whatever. But in any case, right at the moment when she could really be pushing the ball forward, she's so reticent. And, you know, I feel like, and not to over
if they didn't
psychologize
scapegoat
her,
onto the
but
customer
she's
to
taken
drive
so
profit,
much criticism from the
would
right.
you support
she's taken
that?
criticism from the left, from myself
Yeah,
included.
if the
because I do
again,
hold her to a
like I
higher
said,
standard
the
as someone
problem
who
I
wants to
have is the
position
lack
herself as
of
the vanguard
regulations.
of the left. You know, I
um,
expect her to be
the lack of
occupying that
regulations
space, and there have been
and the lack
instances where
of
she has not.
accountability
And in response to that criticism,
for their actions.
rather than
Like
going out there and making her case and
there's,
kind of doing battle, she's withdrawn.
you know, we made
on shows like
our country
and
made a
not
big
just ours.
deal
She doesn't go
about people
on,
wearing
you know, she'll
seatbelts because people were
occasionally
dying
go
in
on
car
with Hassan.
crashes, right?
Maybe she's
They
caught on
started
a show
making
like
they
Fort
started
Wayne.
regulating the auto
She'll go
industry.
on Hassan for like 4 minutes. right? Like
in
these
terms
aren't
of like
even,
crash
long
testing,
sit-downs.
you
And
know,
that is 4 hours.
seatbelt laws.
That is kind of the interesting thing about, I guess, AOC's theory
driving under the
of
influence of
media,
alcohol,
which is to do Instagram
because people were
videos,
dying.
to have like complete control,
And
right? Do your stories,
there
do your
are
Instagram lives, and have complete control of your
instances
media message. Do a quick
of
snippet
AI
to a news
convincing
camera
people
outside
to
the
cause harm to
Capitol or
themselves or
whatever,
others.
and sort of have a full control there.
But yet there's
you know, we came out of 2024, which was the podcast
there's no
election,
significant
or that's what
attempt
people
within
refer to it.
Congress.
It was really like 4 guys. It was like Schultz, Theo Von, Rogan,
to create or enforce any type of
maybe
regulations on this industry.
Kind of disappeared,
and that's a problem.
Now he's like
This
just,
is
because
Snowflakes erasure.
Gemini
I'm so
does that,
sorry. Yeah,
ChatGPT doesn't.
We add them, but those were like the 4 horsemen of the podcast election.
So whether
maybe
whether a
2028, maybe
company
they aren't
chooses
the 4 horsemen, maybe
to do
they
that or
actually
not
don't have as much sway.
does not change
in
my
2028.
opinion.
Like who's to say there?
In that
but I do think it's clear that like
I
can
don't
you
see
imagine
AI
AOC
as
doing a
the
2-hour
inherently the
podcast
problem.
anywhere right now. I
It's
do
the
think
lack
like
of
a weakness for
regulation
her.
Yeah.
and the
but I guess her
socialization
theory
of
the
the
case
losses.
is like maybe she doesn't have to do them. Maybe
Like
she
they're
can
basically
just
double dipping.
stay
Think
on
about it.
Instagram,
Like
stay on
financially, these
places,
companies are
not
double
have to
dipping.
sit down
Didn't
for a long
we-
time with anyone.
They're
Like,
getting
okay.
subsidies
Didn't
from
we
our tax
already-
dollars,
didn't
federal
we already
subsidies.
learn that that's not the case.
They're
with
getting
Kamala Harris?
local
Like, didn't we
local
already
tax
find this out?
breaks
And
on their
even
energy
if-
usage.
Let's say that general
And then
media
when they
theory is
do
correct,
lose money,
that she can do her own media,
those
she's a big enough
losses are put
star
onto the
that
cities
people will
and the
come
people to
her
cover.
and see what she has to
So
offer.
they're basically double
Number
dipping
one, I think
financially.
Zoran's content is
And that's a
vastly,
problem
like,
that
more
needs to be
polished and
addressed.
effective than hers. I haven't seen anything she's put out that is like hit anywhere close to like what his, you know, billionaire tax video or even his like halal cart video or any of those, right? So that's number one. I don't even think that she's doing a like particularly good job, if that's the theory. But number
Like
two,
even Claude,
remember when she went to that
when Claude
was the
stood up
Munich
to the
Security
Department of
Conference?
Defense and
And
said,
she kinda fell flat on
"No,
her
we
face.
don't want you
You know,
using."
even people who want
We don't,
to
or was it
defend
Anthropic?
her
Anthropic
admit
did not
that
want
it
the
wasn't
Department of Defense
exactly
to use
a
Claude to
polished
determine
presentation. And I personally had some issues
who should be
with the
shot by
ideological
drones and who
content
shouldn't.
of the answers as well.
Like, cool. Like,
Well,
that's
just, like,
awesome.
come out
I
of
love seeing
nowhere.
companies
That's
do
because
that.
she's not putting in reps.
But it does
If
not
you're not
change the
facing
fact
hostile questioning, if you're
that
not
there
having to
is a
deal with the
ridiculous
questions that
lack
you have,
of
you're
regulation
not
and
gonna be good
oversight.
at it, no matter
It doesn't
I don't care
change
how
it.
talented you
It was
are.
like Tim Walz.
It requires practice.
It was like Tim Walz.
Not tax breaks,
you
just
know,
flat
like
rate.
JD
No matter how much higher
was
than
going on
that
all
cost
of the
they do,
shows. JD
that
was
margins
getting
on the
his
city.
reps in, and then you go
Yeah,
to the
that's a
VP
problem.
debate. Tim Walz, all Tim Walz was doing was eating corn dogs at the county fair and like hiding from reporters. And then
Great point.
you go to the VP debate and he gets walloped by Vance, who like Vance
Great
started
point.
out not that great on camera. We interviewed Vance before he was the nominee, and he was far less talented back then. I mean, you can say what you want about him right now if you don't feel he's talented currently, but he did put in reps. He got better.
That is your problem, not
So,
theirs.
Or Walls would go
Yeah,
on like
that
really,
is,
really gentle.
that
like,
is true,
dad
but they are-
podcasts and that type of thing.
Okay.
That's actually a really good point about
I guess
the media. When you're in an
This is
environment, you can study all
this
you
is kind
want,
of a
but when it actually is
victim
like, you're at the
blaming
Munich Security
mentality.
Conference and people are asking
Like,
you
for
about
example,
Taiwan.
let's say
you can
let's say I come
tell
home
that
from
she
after
sort
going to
of
the store
freezes because she's trying
and I
to,
forget
like,
to lock
bring
my
up,
door and someone breaks into my
points
house and
that
steals my
she
shit because I
studied
forgot to lock my
for,
door.
which is what all politicians do.
Is it my fault
But
for not
that's
locking
very
my door?
interesting, and it
Sure.
also, the thing
But
that stuck
who's
with me
really
from
the one to
what you
blame?
guys
The
have been
one
talking
it's
about,
the
'cause
ones
from
that are
the
doing the
outside, I
stealing.
disagree a little bit.
You know?
And again, I'm observing
Like
this
it
from the
doesn't
outside.
matter
I think
whether I
she's
lock my
actually
doors or not.
I think there's a
They
chance
shouldn't
that
have
we
come
look
in
at
and
this
stolen
10
shit
years
from my
now, where,
house.
like she played it pretty
So while you can say
cleverly.
that
I think her relationship with Nancy Pelosi, which I wonder
me not
if
locking
that's
my
involved in
doors
the
is my
Scott Wiener
problem,
situation,
it doesn't negate the
is-
fact that
I
what
think she
they're
was
doing is a
fairly
crime.
clever about that,
And this
because
is the
when I
same
look back at the
concept.
trajectory
Like
of
just
the left since
again,
she
this goes
won
back to what
and
I've said
galvanized
before.
candidates around the country and the
And that
broader
my
movement,
problem with AI
it's been
is the
on
lack
up.
of oversight and
The
lack of
question is,
regulation
I
in
think
that
the point
industry.
that you guys are both raising,
Like
is she
just
up to be a
because they are
leader of that
allowed to
movement?
do
She
it
obviously wants to be a leader of that movement.
doesn't
but when
mean
you
it's
look at this
okay
answer
for
to
them to
Julian,
do.
That is not the
You know?
statement of a leader. When you look at the performance at Munich, that is not the performance of a leader.
It's like,
somebody with
I kind of feel like,
capacity to really
you know, the
take
movie The
helm
Purge?
of the movement from Bernie, who clearly wants to.
I kind of feel like you would be okay
AOC the
if The
heir.
Purge was
Their
happening in
Fighting
real
Oligarchy
life.
tour was a massive.
Well,
runaway
it's legal to
success.
kill people.
Could she have done that on her own?
Why not?
Or with another person that she chooses in the future?
Like,
to
no
go
one's
on
going
a
to stop
sort
me.
of tour with.
You know,
is
that's
she
kind of like the
exhibiting,
mentality
really
that
the capacity to
the
be
vibe I'm
a
getting.
leader? I think
Invest
is the
into
point
AI
that
for their
you guys
oversight.
are
Invest
hitting on that
into
really
the AI
resonates.
companies.
That's very, very
No,
interesting.
I'm going
Yeah,
to
and
promote.
Emily, to your point,
I'm
I've been
going
thinking
to
about this
promote
lately. You know,
candidates
the disappointments
that
of the
are
left in the squad, which really, you know, kind of AOC is seen as
that
the
want
leader
to
of, and she comes
implement
in with all this fanfare and knocks off
AI
this Joe
regulations.
Crowley, who
Those
you know,
are the
came out of
candidates that I'm
nowhere,
going
and
to
there's
push
all this
for.
post 2016 excitement. The reality is the left is very weak, right? No
I'm
institutional
not going to invest in the
backing.
AI companies.
Public still
I'm
very
not going
much
to contribute
in
to their
love with the
pyramid
Democratic
scheme.
establishment
Stop being
leadership, in love with
anti-technology.
MSNBC in terms of the Democratic base, etc.
I'm not
And so
anti-technology.
it was, but perhaps it was a savvy calculation. I still don't totally agree, but I can see why the calculation was made. Look, we just don't have the institutional support to do this renegade thing right now, so I need to get what I can from leadership, right? We're in a different moment now. The base of the party's with us. They're not with Nancy Pelosi. They're certainly not with Chuck Schumer. They're certainly not with Hakeem Jeffries. It's a different moment now. And
You say you feel it's a pyramid scheme? Thus it is a pyramid scheme?
institutional power needs to be built. She could be an important part of building that.
So,
as far as I can tell, she is not doing that, and she's very reluctant to do that. And
like,
so to see her there, saying,
I feel
I
like,
don't really know what my role is. It's like,
oh my
okay,
God.
well
Okay.
then, you know,
if you are so knowledgeable
pretend like we should all
about this,
defer to you
what
as
the
leader
goings
of
of
the
this
progressive movement,
specific
or take seriously a
sector of
presidential
our
bid, if you don't
economy,
even know yourself,
then
if that's
you
the
of
role
all
that you
people
want
should
to
know
fill. And I
that
just
it's like
look
the
at,
same
you know, I
10
look at,
companies
we've had
just
huge energy
buying
and
and selling from each other. That's
outrage
propping
on the
up
left over ICE.
that's propping
We've
up
had,
the
you know, a massive
the stock
national
value.
conversation
Like,
about
you
the
know
Epstein
that.
class and the Epstein
I know
files.
that.
We're at war with
You
Iran
know that, and I know
right
that
now.
you know that.
And on all of these things, she will
30,
take
not
the
10.
correct positions.
Whatever, same
right? She'll
concept.
vote the right way.
But see,
is she the one leading the charge?
it just
Post
proves
the
that you know
fight
that.
oligarchy tour, I have not seen it. I have not seen
I try to
when
do that
she
on
says, I'm
purpose,
not
but
sure
it
what
was an
role,
accident this
I think
time.
that's actually very
where
revealing. That
I
she
give
is
a false
not secure in the role
a
that
false
she
number
wants to
so that
fill.
I'm corrected
And
to prove that the
and,
person knows
you know,
what I'm talking
if you
about.
want to be that person,
But I did it on
who
accident this
is
time.
out front, you really do need to go into some spaces that are going to be uncomfortable.
But like, if
and
one
be
of those,
unafraid
the
of
reason it's a
making your
pyramid
case,
scheme
and be unafraid of,
is
look,
because
yeah, of course,
if
you're
any
gonna
one of
be
those,
a very visible leader,
if any one of those
you are
sections,
going to take incoming.
whether it's the
that is the nature of the deal, and it may not always be fair, and that is certainly
well,
been the
it could be
case
the
for her,
economy
and,
itself,
you know, the way she's been sexualized, all of that stuff is disgusting.
that fails to
you
invest
have to be
in the AI,
prepared that you're going
invest
to
in
take
AI
incoming,
in the form of
and then
subsidies.
you
It
can,
could be,
you know, play it like Zoran does, and provoke
it
the
could be like
fights
you were
you
talking
want
about
to
the microchip
and
sector,
help guide and take the incoming you want to take, so that you're driving the narrative.
As soon as,
but instead, I feel like
and again, it's not the number. It's not the number of the companies that's the problem.
Insular,
it's
that's,
one
you know,
portion of those
so anyway,
those
I find
purchases.
this whole thing very frustrating and just so lame. Like, it's just
If one
so
of those
dishonest,
fails, the whole
too.
thing comes
Like, if you've
tumbling
got,
down.
you know, at least have the respect
And
to
I
say,
think,
listen, we had some issues in the office. I'm not sure. You know, like,
oh my
okay,
gosh, I can't
at
remember
least
the
I can deal with
specific
that,
number.
But to pretend to not even say his name.
I want to say it's
pretend
like
oh, this
15 to
is about some other
20%, but I'm not sure
higher-minded
about this.
principle. It's like, this is just all
That 15 to
total spin
20%
and
of
nonsense,
the
and everyone can see
overall
through it.
value of the stock
Definitely felt
market
Kamala-y,
currently
where it's like, you know, you're going to get these questions
is within
like,
this
you should have
AI
something to say,
tech
even if it's something
sector
that we disagree
industry.
with. But she is, you know, the last thing I'll say.
So
positively
if
for
any
AOC
one of
is,
those
I do
parts
think she
of this
would be the only 2028 candidate to actually
this
unite
this
liberals and
circle
whereas I feel like
fails,
every other candidate, there'd be a lot of
it all falls
schisms
apart.
between. But I do think
it's not
most
deck
leftists
cards,
would
level 4 protection plate.
probably, like,
You know what? I'll
come
tell you
over to
this.
her.
Like,
I don't think that
I
they're as
disagree with you,
critical
but I
as
hope you're right.
Potentially, we are.
How about
on this
that? How
show
about
with her.
that?
I do think there's still a lot of good feelings for AOC, and I do also feel
Instead
like
of
liberals would trust
what
her.
I'm
Do
going
you
to do,
disagree, Emily?
is instead of
No,
just
I mean,
pretending
I just am
that
thinking about like how Glenn
instead of
has covered
pretending
AOC,
that
which is I think appropriate,
everything is going to be
and how we've covered
hunky dory
been totally fair.
with
And I wonder how that trickles into like the average
with how AI is
kinda
operating
leftist,
today.
Base Democratic voter in a primary.
I'm going
So,
to
I don't
assume
know.
that it's not.
It's an interesting point. I think, you know, it depends on who you're running against, because if you're running against Kamala Harris, then it's easy to consolidate people in support of AOC.
Just has that many
I would just
because
say,
they're
I think it
billionaires
about
before.
that, Griffin. I think she is broadly popular,
And
right? I think she's
they will
broadly
be
one of the
billionaires
most
after.
popular figures
Or they
in
there
the
will be billionaires
Democratic
after.
Party right
They
now.
will
I
be
don't think
billionaires
there's any
after.
doubt
Maybe that's
about
what you
that.
meant.
Can you imagine her holding up on a debate stage? I mean, I can't. you know? And so look, the Kamala Harris came into the
It's like,
2020 primary.
even
with
in
ahead
terms of
steam
like
and with that
investing,
same
like
position, and people
economically,
thought, okay, she's for Medicare for all,
like,
and maybe she can bridge these divides. And she's
you
got
never
this
want to
incredible
put all your
resume,
eggs
blah,
into
blah,
one
blah.
basket.
And then she had one
Like,
great
you
debate
don't want to do that.
performance. The like, you know,
And right
what was
now,
her
it feels
tagline?
like
that little girl was
our
me. That I mean, it
economy
really did in the moment. Like
has
the polls
too
went
many
up and people
eggs
responded to it, blah blah blah.
in this
And then after
specific
that, she
basket.
just kind of crumbled, and people, as they watched her under that scrutiny, were like, I can't really see it. And so
And I think it's a
hard for me
stupid
to
decision.
imagine. I'm sorry, I hate to be so brutal, but it is hard for me to
And like we've
imagine
seen
AOC, because she
time
hasn't put in
and
the time and
time
the reps
and time
really holding
again
up under that scrutiny.
when
And the few glimpses we've gotten of her
when
under
profits
pressure have
are
not
the
been
primary
great.
driver
So
of a
it
company,
makes me very skeptical of
they will
of
fuck
her
over
chances
people
and even really her
in whatever
her
way they
desire
possibly
to
can.
put herself
Like,
into that role. I
why
mean,
do
I
you
think
think the
that's part of
FDA
what else is
was
going on here. She made herself
was
be
implemented?
kind of reluctant. And you got
Not
a
the
staff
FDA,
around you
yeah,
telling you,
FDA,
got
Food
this
and Drug
name,
Administration.
you got this name recognition, and
It's
you're Bernie
because
there
like
and blah blah blah.
these
so she's being pulled
these
in this
food
direction.
companies
But I'm not sure
were putting a
that
bunch of shit
she's
into the food,
entirely comfortable
and it was killing people.
with it at this point. Maybe
Like
part
it
of
was
what we're
causing
getting
like
as well.
severe bodily
Hey, if you
harm
like
to
that
people.
video, hit the like button
I
or
want to say
leave a
this was in
comment
like the
below.
late
It really helps
1800s,
get the
maybe.
show
I don't
to
remember
more
specifically.
And if you'd like to get the full
Or
show
early 1900s,
ad-free
maybe.
and
I
in
don't
your
know.
inbox every morning, you can sign up at
And
breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the
this
full show,
industry,
help
this
support the future
AI
of
industry,
independent
is
media at
no different.
breakingpoints.com.
All these fascist forces in this country are screaming from the rooftops, and they chose the issue of Israel
I do not
to
have
attack me
any
on,
faith
which is the most
in
base uniting
a company
position.
that
They
is
took a
whose
90-10
focus is
issue
on profit
and chose
margins.
to be on the
I do not
10%
have
side
any
of this
faith
90-10 issue.
in that
Hassan
company
Piker's name has been everywhere
operating
lately. Not for
in a
winning
way
an
that's
election, not for
intended to
passing
serve the
legislation,
greater
not for
good.
doing anything
It's just
really,
time and
except
time
for
again.
yapping. And depending on who you ask, he's either one of the most dangerous voices in American
Large
politics
corporations, companies
or
have
one of the
proven
most
that that's not the
honest.
case.
Hassan is among one of the biggest voices on the American
So as it
left.
stands
His
right now, the
megaphone
lack
is
of
a
regulation,
Twitch
the
stream
lack
where
of
he spends
oversight,
about 8 hours a day, 7 days a week,
it's a net
breaking down
negative
political
for
news
society
to an
as it
audience
stands
that
right now.
skews young and male. And if you listen to him long enough, you can see why. He's blunt, if not crass. He toes the line between relatable and aspirational. He's deeply influential, and of course,
you
he's
need to understand it won't end.
This is a thug.
Yeah.
This is an
Like our
extremist.
regulatory
This is an
process
advocate
within the
for
federal
terrorism,
government,
which is why some
or even within
factions
the
of
state
Democratic
governments, it
Party
has to
have
be
been
more
beefing
fluid.
with him for the last
Like we
few
can't,
weeks, pointing to off-color
with as
comments
fast
he's
as
made
technology
over the
moves
years.
nowadays,
I sat down with Hassan Piker to talk
we
about
can't
exactly
necessarily
that.
rely
We talked about
on
why Fox News
the
can't
next
stop
election
covering him,
cycle
the ideological
to
battles
fix the
inside
problem.
the Democratic Party, what he really thinks about Israel, and what, if anything, the Democrats could do to earn his vote in 2028. This is my chat with Hassan Piker. Enjoy.
Hassan Piker, videos do I have?
Thank you so much for making the time.
Thank you for having me. This is exciting. I'm a big
Okay, I got a
fan
couple of
your
videos in the
work.
chamber.
Thank you.
Very excited to be.
We'll
on.
put a sciencey one in there.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Well, I guess this is
We'll put a funny one in there.
Which is that you talk a lot, man. Like you talk, like respectfully, right? You talk. It's the job, but I wonder, what do you think has contributed the most to your kind of current position in the national media?
Once the AI was out
spotlight?
there,
If I
once
were
the
to
internet
kinda
was
give
out
you
there,
a
it
few
won't
options, I
ever
think
disappear,
obviously
ever.
The out of context clip economy is an option here.
I mean,
you talk about Israel and Palestine.
I think
and
it would take an
progressive things and conservative
I think it would take a
things.
natural
What
disaster,
would
but
you
I think it's
say
possible
has
for
kind
that
of
to
put you at the
happen.
center of the
Look at what
discourse?
happened to.
I mean, it's hard to figure out exactly what is the.
I think it was
highest
in
offense.
short. It was pretty shortly after
because
telegrams.
I
were,
have an anti-imperialist framework. I'm socialist.
Were
These are
established like across
not
the world.
exactly ideas that a lot.
There was
of
like a
people
huge solar flare
are
that
fond
fried
of hearing,
just about
especially,
every single
corporate-backed mainstream institutions.
every single electronic device.
And then my position on Israel, of course.
And I don't think there's
is
anything
also very
preventing
frustrating for a lot of
the
people.
sun from doing that on a
But
greater scale.
I would say.
I'd say the odds are
that
slim.
The fact that I speak,
But we haven't had
on
electric technology for very long, you know, as a
very
species.
interactive on polarizing issues from a perspective that is of the left, a perspective that many
But
Americans
I'll
are
agree.
either
I think it would take
unfamiliar with
a
or,
significant natural disaster for that
taught
to happen.
be antagonistic towards, combine all of that, and of
Can happen on a
course,
1,000
you're gonna
degree scale
have,
past that.
an inevitability. such as this.
But we
I
turn
guess
off
on a personal
electricity for a
level,
day.
How are you processing like the onslaught of criticism? I mean, we'll get
We
into
can't
the
even,
politics of
like-
it all in a bit, but I'm curious how you're doing.
We as a
personally. This
civilization
isn't the
can't
first one,
even
but
agree.
this one's been maybe a
Um,
bit different. Would you agree?
Yeah,
We can't even
but
agree
It's been different, not in a negative way.
about the
It's
existence of
actually
climate
been quite
change.
positive. I don't find.
Do you really
these
think
last
you're
couple
going to
of
get
weeks-
humanity
I mean,
to
I
turn off
find it
electricity for a
strange that
day?
It's been going on for the past couple of weeks. Nothing
Would never
goes
happen.
on for more
Would
than
never
4
happen.
days
I
in
guarantee you, there's
America.
people in
In our
Alabama
current news cycle, this
that
has
would
been the
be
most
like, fake
resilient
news.
thing. And I think it's
Fake news.
partially
We ain't
because,
going to do that. That
you
ain't
know,
real.
I'm live all the time, so I'm obviously going to give Fox News more ammo every single day, as they have been. They've been updating the RNC research.
Have you watched the movie
department is
Don't Look Up
constantly posting
on
new
Netflix?
clips of me every day. I even joked about it at the Yale Union last night.
If you
where I was
haven't,
like,
that's
you know,
basically a
today we're
documentary.
gonna talk about the resolution and the American Empire.
We had national
And then
blackouts before
tomorrow
where we
your
purposely
grandparents
knocked
are
out the
gonna hear
internet.
about it on Fox News, which is literally happening right now. So I guess that's a big part of it as well.
If you wanna know
maybe some Republicans
how the United
think this
States
is a
would
great
react
opportunity to like tie
to
someone
a
that they consider to be
worldwide
radical
natural
to
disaster,
the Democratic Party, so they can
you know,
attack
not
the
just like a
Democratic Party, and
hurricane
then
or a
there's
tornado,
plenty of right-wing forces
watch the
in
movie Don't
Democratic
Look Up
Party
on Netflix.
who also recognize
if it's
that
still
there's
there.
like an ideological
Because that's
battle,
exactly what would happen.
within the party itself.
Obviously, it's a little bit
the idea that we're talking
satirized,
about with like big tent or
but
who's in
generally
the
speaking,
tent,
that's what would
whatnot.
happen.
All this stuff actually is a pretty basic spiritual fight that the Democrats have conducted, and the centrists have successfully defeated the left flank over and over again up until recently. That's the heart of it.
Could you name that spiritual fight? Like, what are the two sides of that fight?
Yeah, I mean, we saw probably the most visible version of this in 2016. It was Bernie Sanders versus Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton was an establishment Democrat, very right-wing on many issues that pertain to the economy, right? Definitely socially progressive, but has switched that around as well. Much more malleable to right-wing forces, not coming at the issue from a place of consistent moral principles, but more so just like focus tested. The type of person that you think of when you say establishment, type of person that you think of when you see when you think about someone who's a spokesperson for a bank. And then on the other side, you had Bernie Sanders. Love him or hate him, he's honest, right? Like, this is what he believes. He's been fighting for the same exact battle for 80 plus years. He was earnest, sometimes too stubborn, sometimes came across as like a curmudgeon, but it's authentically
He is a
him.
curmudgeon.
And of course, ideologically, he's on the left. Pro-worker, pro-labor unions, Medicare for all, free college education, things like that.
Solar
I mean,
flares
these were
themselves cause radio blackouts,
identifiable
interference, communications,
policies
and
that
mass
people
grids
associate
that
with
follow.
him.
We're starting the
And
power
Bernie
grid by
Sanders was able to
inducing
unite a
electrical
lot of
currencies, so
people,
you're wrong.
but
Also,
more
fake news.
importantly, he was able to offer the language.
I was in when I was in the
and-
military. I
and
was in
maybe
satellite
even begin the
communications.
political journey for a lot of people. I mean, even
Uh,
including people like Zoran Mamdani, who openly admits like Bernie Sanders.
So
is
I've seen
what caused him to realize like, oh,
what
maybe
happens
I'm a
during
democratic socialist.
these
That was pretty
events.
Big. It was pretty big for the DSA. It was pretty big for, I think, Western left to a certain degree. Definitely huge for the American left movement. And now we're seeing the fruits of that a decade later.
Yeah, I want to come back to the policy stuff in a bit, but I do want to hold on you here for another kind of beat. It feels like maybe there's an effort to cancel you, but I don't know how you're perceiving that. Do you feel? Do you think there's an effort to cancel you?
If you're in satellite
to
communication, understand,
deplatform
learn
you?
space
and
nukes.
if so, why? If so, why not?
USA and USSR did.
Cancellation, I don't think is real.
I mean, I don't know
I'll
of
just
the
say it. I don't think
specific
it's real.
instances.
I mean, sometimes I wish it was because there's a lot.
But
of
yeah,
people
like
I'm
it's
we shouldn't
common
listen to
knowledge
this guy.
that
and perhaps that's how Jake
nuclear
Tapper feels
explosions
Anti-Israel, anti-Semitic.
emit an
So why are so
EMP,
many
like that's known.
Democrats doing campaign
And we
events
know
with
that they
them?
can
I
shoot
personally feel that way
intercontinental
about,
ballistic
like, I don't
missiles.
know,
So then we also
90%
know
of the dudes
there's
I
nothing
have to
stopping
deal
them
with
from
in the space that
detonating
I'm
them in
you know,
space.
Andrew Tate's, the claviculars,
But as
the
for
Sneekos
like
of the world,
specific
and
instances
that's why
of that
they
happening,
think
I
I'm
don't.
a
I don't keep track.
wolf-scold, joy killer, annoying. left person.
The only EMP in space.
That's censorious.
Good for them. They fireball in the atmosphere.
But that's
awesome.
Those are the trenches I'm fighting in. I don't think it's real though. I don't think especially in this day and age when there are so many different platforms that you can
such
be
a
on. You can
such a
claw
blessing
yourself back,
to
bro.
our
You see,
society
Nick
was
Fuentes
the
clearly did. I mean, he got hit with
the
full
nuclear
scope
explosive
platforming.
Such a blessing.
At a time when
Nuke could
people were
EMP
like,
the
"Oh,
entire
that's a
U.S.
white nationalist, neo-Nazi. Like, we're not gonna. I mean, he's an open white nationalist. Neo-Nazi, which is not.
I don't think an EMP from a nuke would be our biggest problem.
And cancel culture, on top of that, I think only works if your audience decides, like if your people decide that you're not serious or you've done something worthy of cancellation. Like the things that people want to cancel me over, quote unquote, cancel me over on, CNN are ridiculous. Like that's why people listen to me. They'll be like, oh, he's vulgar.
You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself. Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an
strategic place
issue
nuclear
for
explosions could EMP the globe.
Yeah, I speak for 21,000. I've spoken on Twitch for 21,000 hours, and yes, I'm vulgar. I'm vulgar.
Again, I don't think
right wingers. I'm vulgar towards.
I don't think a global
reactionaries.
EMP
I'm gonna bully
is the problem.
bullies. That's kind of the whole point of why people are watching me. And then they'll be like, oh,
electronic devices,
vulgar towards
whether
people who
they
defend
work or not,
Israel.
doesn't
It's like,
matter.
yeah, I'm an anti-Zionist.
When we're
and
2 years
guess
into a
what?
nuclear winter.
So is 90% of the party's base at this point. Maybe not to the same degree, but like people don't like Israel. So that's the second reason why I think this entire like Hassan is a danger, we must stay away from him narrative has been so funny because like even from the start, I had a lot of people calling me up. Two funny things happened. One,
Dukes won't make the world
politicians
extinct.
hit me up to be like, hey,
all right, dude.
I hope you're doing all right. I'm not going to reveal.
Like you do
A
understand
bunch
how
of
much
people
more
in politics
powerful
hit
the
me up to
today's
be like,
nukes.
hey, I
No,
hope
it
you're
won't
doing
blow
all
up the
right.
Earth.
I know
come
things
on.
are,
It's not.
I know things are hectic. Right?
I'm not saying that a nuclear device is like the
it's
fucking
never
Death
great
Star.
to be on the receiving end of this.
Come on, man.
Barrage of hate. And I was like, I'm chill.
You gotta
Like,
stop
I'm
doing
cool.
that.
And they were like, what do you mean? I was like, this is great for me. These guys don't even understand. This is the marketing campaign, pretty much. You got Fox News and corporate Democrats.
Not
AIPAC,
as powerful
ADL,
as a
Third Way,
tsunami.
all of my enemies.
Cool,
All of
but
the people whose politics I find to be
if,
repulsive, all these undemocratic
if 2,000
forces in
of
this country,
today's
all these fascist
nuclear
forces in this
devices
country
are
screaming from the roof,
are launched
and
simultaneously
they chose the issue of
and
Israel to
explode
attack me on, which is the
relatively
most, like base uniting position. They took
relatively
a 90-10
quickly after each
issue
other.
and chose to be on the.
It's going to kick up so much
10%
dust
side
that
of
we
this
are
90-10
going to. We
issue.
would have a nuclear
So,
winter.
Yeah, they can yell at me.
No,
every
it's not
day,
going to
but
blow up the earth. That's
it's
not what I
going to
said.
backfire on them, which
A
it
nuclear
did,
winter
which
is
is
not
why they then started trying to shift
the
narrative.
the
to
detonation of
Hassan
Earth's
is
core.
dangerous in many other different ways, ideologically dangerous in many other
Shit, what was I
different
doing?
ways. And also, we should probably stop talking about it. He's just irrelevant. And it was like, well, it's
Well,
we're on the fourth week.
okay,
now.
so again, you're
Like,
doing it again.
Why are you?
You're
Still
doing it again.
talking
You've
about
got to
it?
stop
Yeah,
doing
I'm
this. Like,
irrelevant.
I didn't say
Keep it up.
2,000 nukes in
I
one
find it
place.
genuinely interesting that two of
2,000
the
nukes
loudest
in place blown up.
anti-Zionist voices in America.
What I'm saying is you would
American media
have
right now
hundreds of
are
nukes hitting the
you
U.S. You'd
and
have
Tucker
hundreds of
Carlson.
nukes hitting
It feels like you guys are
Russia.
almost
You'd have
like
hundreds of
the
nukes
most
hitting Europe.
prominent, loudest,
Hundreds of nukes
most consistent
hitting
voices
Asia.
Against Zionism,
that's the
and
problem.
Against what Israel is.
The explosions
is
would
doing
be
in the world.
dispersed because as
And
soon
what
as
do you make of
someone
the
fires in
rise of
retaliation,
anti-Zionism on the
everyone's
right?
going to fire in retaliation.
I wouldn't even say Tucker Carlson would call himself an anti-Zionist. He'd be like,
you know that. Like, you got to stop
I don't even
doing
know
that.
what that means.
I don't know if that's
He'd
like
be like, "I love
instinctual to
Israel."
you,
You won't hear me say that.
but it's
okay? Like, let me
extremely
tell you,
disingenuous.
I'm not like from my
'Cause I
assessment.
did not
a
say
country is
2,000
not always
nukes
going to
in
be
place
representative of
blowing up.
every single individual in it, but like our country can be representative of an ideology, and I think Israel has evolved into its last stage of fascism at this point. Tucker clearly doesn't feel that way. I think Tucker is a very dangerous propagandist. He has a
And like,
higher
even if it's not a
for
decade,
always,
like you do understand that just a
pushing
few
the
years of a
platform
nuclear
what I
winter
like to call WASP
would
nationalism.
Does anybody
has the
really
potential,
believe
not will, not
any
would,
adult
has the
actually
potential to
think
wipe
that white
out more than
racism is the biggest problem
90%
in
of
America's
the
inner
world's
cities?
population.
We saw a version of his room
Like, you do
reading
know that,
and
right?
His
It doesn't take a
capabilities
decade.
of being that dangerous propagandist, like normalizing the Great Replacement theory and numerous other white supremacist talking points on the main stage when all the way back in 2016 when he was the most popular Fox News broadcaster and the
Stop
most
pushing me,
popular
lady.
news
What the
network in the
hell?
country, he regularly
About to get rid of this
talked
freaking
about
follower.
economic populism. He would talk about workers' rights.
Today it's McDonald's employees. Tomorrow it will be millions of truck and taxi drivers with self-driving cars. Eventually it will be lawyers and physicians and so on. Will it ever be newspaper columnists and cable news anchors? We're praying not.
And then he would associate that agenda with legacy Americans, his version of making white nationalism more palatable. Instead of saying like white Americans, he would say legacy Americans, because he can't say Native Americans, obviously. So he's doing that with Israel. I think that's my assessment. I can't.
3 years without summer would
know
not wipe
what's
the
in
earth.
his
We have
heart.
winter cross, but okay.
Because sometimes he will.
What'd
say
you do in
things, or
1920s?
he
Mass
will do certain
depression.
things, like when he went
Eating
to
like that.
Palestinian Children's Hospital.
I mean,
in Qatar, I was like,
as long
I
as
think
enough
maybe
bugs
this
are
might
able to
have changed him
survive,
a little bit. Like he might be sincere.
like as
in
a
his advocacy
species,
on
we will
that
do whatever it
issue
takes to
sometimes,
survive.
But I still see him as a dangerous propagandist.
But as
for
food
a
sources are
repulsive,
wiped
very
out,
toxic ideology that's
so
ironically
too
not dissimilar
will
to the one
we are part of those
demonstrated,
food sources
in Israel through Zionism.
eating like we would be in the
It's
Great
just
Depression.
There's a different in group and a different out group. That's the way I see Tucker's version of events. A lot of people get mad at me. I think he's even
But
more
another
popular than myself,
aspect,
certainly,
like this isn't
and maybe even more popular. At
a
this
nuclear
stage,
winter isn't just
on
a
the
food
issue of
problem.
Israel as well.
It's like
You
a
say that
climate
Israel
problem
is
too.
entering like its final stage of fascism. What do you mean?
Like
by that?
not only would people starve to
Zionism,
death, but
from
people
its
would freeze to
inception,
death also.
has been an ideology that is an
And then the
ethno-religious,
radiation, like people would
supremacist
die
ideology.
a lot
There's an
sooner
in-group, there's an out-group
due to
dynamic. It's
radioactive
identical
fallout.
to
Like it's
other
a nuclear
historic
winter is
fascist
not just a
movements.
food problem.
And at its inception, there was the Nakba. A lot
am
of
I carrying
violence
so
that
much?
took
What the
place,
hell?
leading up to the Nakba.
Oh,
and
this
certainly
thing's
during
heavy.
the Nakba, in 47 and 48, where 750,000 indigenous Palestinians were expelled from their homes, ethnic cleansing, and they were never allowed to return back to their houses.
Oh, I gotta
right?
sell shit. God
That
damn it.
was an unbelievably violent event. And there have been
Nuclear winter will last a
times
year.
where-
Radiation maybe
where
3 months.
Israel has spiritually continued that
I don't know.
process, but Israel is.
I don't know if you've
maintained
seen what happens
apartheid
when
for
people are
80 years
exposed to
at this
high
point,
levels of
since
radiation.
The inception of Israel. And the apartheid
but they
practice
typically don't
is
have 3 months.
obviously, racially discriminatory,
And all it takes, it doesn't even take 3 months worth of exposure
15 million
for them to
Palestinians that live all
experience
around the world,
long-term
some of which
effects in the future.
are not
in the form
allowed
of
to return
like cancers and
to
stuff
the
like that.
occupied territories, and some of which currently live under the oppressive Israeli apartheid state. Half
Look at
of
how
the
short the
West Bank,
half-life plutonium is.
Occupied Palestinian
Like you do
territory,
understand that this
and
isn't me
half in
saying
Gaza,
this, right?
Which is a hermetically sealed open air prison.
Open air
pretty much.
prison, right?
Yeah. So that practice has been going on, whether Americans pay attention to it or not. And it's one that, Desmond Tutu, Nelson Mandela, many other figures have correctly pointed out as apartheid. These are people
Gotta
who
go by.
fought
All right, man.
against
Thanks.
apartheid and
Catch you later.
in Africa, right?
This is a good place for me to then kind of actually double back, because I want to ask you about, like, why do you think Democrats have such a hard time accepting you, a person like you, into their ranks? I look at Graham Plattner, who, similar to you, has said some disagreeable, if not like outright awful, terrible, bad things in this past, or Jeff Duncan, who championed like legitimately awful policy in Georgia. And it appears that there's room for those people. Obviously, everyone's talking about Liz Cheney on the campaign trail with Vice President Kamala Harris. So there's space for those folks, but why not a person like you? For some Democrats.
Well, a couple things. First of all, I think a lot of the people who hate me also hate Graham Plattner. So there are a lot of Democrats who also are like, don't vote for Graham Plattner And even then, I feel like I don't have the same past as Graham Plattner. I mean, not his like Reddit posts. I don't care about that stuff. But I'm talking about like his experience, going to war and maybe even joining Blackwater. Like I feel like there's some red flags there, or having a totem cough tattoo.
Just a small red flag.
There's stuff that I have also personally been like, that's an insane thing. I can't believe nobody stopped that or called you out for having a Nazi tattoo on your chest. But like, I actually do find Graham Plattner to be one of the most interesting candidates, and he is again another Bernie-crat, and I obviously have some sympathies for that, and I think that he is the perfect guy to prove something that we've been saying for many years, which is that you can actually take out a red state Republican senator or, purple state with left populism. And he's the proof, which is, I think, the real reason why a lot of people get mad at Graham Plattner. Because if Graham Plattner had that background as a machine gunner, had the totem cough tattoo on his chest, but then was talking about sensible policy around healthcare, let's talk about affordability. Let's not talk about free healthcare. If he was like, saying, I will never take AIPAC funding, but Israel is our most valuable ally. Not a single one of these Democratic Party consultants that have been freaking out about him would say a damn thing. Okay? They wouldn't. Same thing goes for me. The reason why a lot of people are yelling at me on the Democratic Party side is because of what I represent. They don't want to hear from people like me. They don't want to hear that people like me have a big audience. They don't want to hear that people like me are representative of large forces in the party. They don't want to hear that at all. They want to live in an echo chamber, live in a totally separate reality where Americans will forget about Israel. They won't talk about our relationship with this country. They won't talk about genocide, and they'll just vote for the Democrats for harm reduction reasons, right? It's very clear that that's what they wanted to do in 2024. It failed. I mean, you saw me at the DNC. I was running around telling them, don't do this. You're going to lose. Like, this is terrifying. You guys are celebrating for no reason. Like you're doing end zone dances, but it's not a guarantee at all. And by the final day of the DNC, when I heard Kamala Harris's speech, after I had already gotten my press credentials revoked as well for some of the things that I was saying about the DNC not having a Palestinian speaker. I heard Kamala Harris say, I'm going to oversee the most lethal military. I was like, this is so bad. It's over. Like, this is going to be devastating.
Someone who can
And it
get
turned
these
out to be true. Democrats
blades, helmets,
want to
pretty
go
much
back to
anything.
business as usual politics, where they don't have to be responsive, where they don't have to change their methods, because they want to keep collecting corporate donations. They don't want to do their jobs. They don't want to actually represent their constituents. They just want to be the marginally better alternative to the growth of fascism in this country.
In a way, I think there's this sense out there that you are so against Democrats. So like, why do you even make an effort? Why do you even caucus with these folks? Why are you trying to help certain Democrats get elected? Why not go out and do something totally different? That's kind of a Twitter kind of conversation, kind of criticism that I see of you.
Yeah.
What's your response to that?
Well, you gotta go where the base is. In the United States of America, the overwhelming social base are they're self-identifying liberals. They might not actually be liberals when you dial in and figure out exactly the things that they would advocate for, the things that they would believe. I obviously, my perspective, it comes from a Marxist tradition. I see things from a class perspective, or at least a class first perspective, although there are certainly other elements, especially in American politics, that are very relevant, like race. Whether I like to admit it or not, most Americans are liberal. They're self-identified.
Why's my camera so freaking high? What the hell?
And this even includes Republicans as
Just
well.
realized that.
You
Oh,
have
there
to
we go.
talk to people with the language that they understand if you want to mobilize them, if you want to make them a more productive social force, a force for change.
Yeah, marginally better.
The Democratic Party is a much closer vehicle or a much closer agent for that change, even if it will never be a workers' party.
It reminds me of something that Angela Davis said during the 2024 election, which was that, electing Kamala Harris would allow for more radical kind of organizing in the future, is kind of the argument that she made for voting for Kamala Harris. And you said something that I want to kind of hold on, because out of all the things that, you've kind of faced criticism for, the things that you've said, in my kind of corner of the internet, there are a couple of clips going around. I'm on the black corner of the internet, and a couple of clips are going around of you being pretty dismissive to black folks kind of in your comment section. There's like the root.com kind of comment that you made, which was a completely unnecessary blow to the Root. Come on, man. The Root's doing good work.
Sometimes. Root.com article regurgitators in here instantly being like, sweetie, you don't understand black people.
So you say this thing at the end of your kind of rant about standpoint theory. And I think a common critique of leftists is that they can be a bit class reductionist and dismiss the race and racism kind of issues at play in America, which you just touched on. And I want to know what your perspective is there, because there's a real critique out there that Hassan Piker is anti-black after those clips have played. And I want you to respond to that criticism specifically.
Of course. So I'm not, but I understand why, as we talked about already, in short bursts, when you clip something, when I'm talking for 21,000 hours, very easy to present me as something I'm not. The inception of this was, ironically enough, many, many years ago when I ratioed Nicki Minaj. That's when Black Twitter was like, fuck this guy. Can I curse on this show? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can curse. You're free. Be free.
Nicki Minaj famously talked about her cousin's balls.
Yeah.
And I tweeted something back at her. I was like, the world is awaiting your scientific contributions, something like that. And I ratioed her, and I got the attention of the Barbs. And back then, they were a much more powerful force. Now the Barbs are in shambles. I feel like finally, as she totally leaned into the Trump administration and is doing whatever she's doing now, that discourse is now over. But at the time, Barbs were very mad at me because I was in the process of replying to her about her allegiance with Tucker Carlson, being like, Nicki Minaj, like, Tucker Carlson's a white supremacist. Like, what are you doing? And everybody got mad at me. They were like, this is a black woman. You're talking over a black woman. You think a black woman doesn't know who a white supremacist is. And there is this reactionary attitude that I think some Americans have, even some black Americans do. Obviously, they've experienced white supremacy. There's the primary anti-blackness is the primary form of hatred that persists and has become fairly sophisticated in the ways that it is demonstrated through every orifice of American existence, right? You don't have to just straight up say certain slurs or make certain comparisons, although Trump will do it every now and then, like with the Barack and Michelle Obama AI video, while still being able to get that message across that you are anti-black, right? Urban style individuals, the utilization of terms like thug, or even as Lee Atwater famously said, welfare, like attacking certain policies in an effort to attack black people without ever mentioning black people whatsoever. So these two issues are directly aligned with one another, because anti-blackness, while the identification of it is on racial boundaries, the impact of it is still very much class violence, right? Like it turns back into a class issue at the end of the day. Black people are overwhelmingly a part of the working class. Ironically enough, in modern America, black people are also black people have the highest union participation rate amongst all of the different ethnic and racial groups in this country, because they work in these jobs for the most part. So like the violence that black people experience, the targeting is racial, but the violence they experience is still class violence, right? So that's my broader perspective. And as far as standpoint epistemology goes, or at least we're going to talk about root.com, one of the things that I've seen, and maybe I shouldn't be saying some of these things because I'm white, but there is anti-blackness in every aspect of American society, including in liberal commentary. And my criticisms of Root sometimes revolves around not identical, but somewhat similar versions of anti-blackness that I see and hear from Republicans, but that is maybe demonstrated in a more liberal adjacent way. And my common critique always is around the way that black men are portrayed in some liberal circles. Black men in general are still infinitely more progressive than white men are. Like, that's such a ridiculous thing. And we see versions of this. We saw versions of this with even like Barack Obama coming out and saying, if you don't want to vote for Kamala Harris, black men, like, you might just be a little misogynistic. Like, what are you doing? And I thought that was also a ridiculous thing to say. Now, of course, I'm white. Barack Obama is black. And not only is he black, he was the president, right? So he's a profoundly important figure. So when I say something like that, I think people hear that and go, you're way too confident, white boy, right? You shouldn't be, you shouldn't be saying things like that. So there have been instances like that where, my advocacy or the things that I talk about will rub people the wrong way. I understand that.
I think people who watch your stream, they'll see folks like Olay or FD Signifier and others on your stream and kind of can see that there's something more nuanced happening here. I'll say as well, I'm not here to defend the root.com. I think they're in black ownership for the first time in a while. Shout out to Ashley Allison. I want to do something fun because we're kind of coming to a close here. And so I want to play a little bit of a game with you, Hassan. If you're game, I'll tell you the game. I'm going to give you, it's a bit of a rapid fire, 2028 candidates, okay?
All right, let's do it.
I'm going to give you a name and you'll say yes or no. Like we'll go down the list, all right?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. First name, Rahm Emanuel.
No, but also it sucks because he said he would come on the show. He was like defending me. And not that I want him to come on the show, but no, definitely no.
Gavin Newsom.
No.
JD Vance.
No, absolutely no. So wait, is this who I'm voting for in 2028? Like, what?
This is would you vote for it? Okay, let me tell you, based on what you know about them today, would you vote for these people in 2028?
Oh my God. JD Vance. No, I will never vote for a Republican ever.
Gretchen Whitmer.
Maybe. Now we're getting into more comfortable waters. She's too anti-Medicare for all. I think she's like she's linked to the private healthcare industry, but better than others. Definitely more responsive as a governor. But I'm 50-50.
All right. AOC.
Yes.
Tucker Carlson.
No.
Cory Booker.
No. Absolutely not.
John Ossoff.
Again, interesting candidate, maybe.
Kamala Harris.
Oh, God. No.
So good to see you again.
Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I guess while we're here, actually, we're talking about candidates. You live in California. Who are you thinking about for the governor there? I mean, we have a few folks. It's been a bit of an upheaval lately. I mean, we could play the same game. I could give you a couple of names. You can tell me yes, no, and maybe give a little bit of an explanation. So let's start. Katie Porter.
No. Katie Porter was a very interesting candidate. Obviously, like she was able to take over a purple district and was making a name for herself. She had the whiteboard. She would cook all of these like executives. And then even before we found out about like her anger issues, the thing that I care about the most on top of that, because that tells me what your character is. But what I also care about on top of that is like what your attitude is about, like what forces you're going to represent, who you're going to back. And her rapid change from being someone who was like somewhat pro worker, pro responsive politics, potentially a Bernie-crat, right? Has shifted. She became anti-worker, and I find that to be a very dangerous type of politics. So definitely no on Katie Porter.
What about the people's billionaire Tom Steyer?
So I talked to Tom Steyer. I interviewed him, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think he's the most interesting candidate with viability right now in this race. Even before Swalwell's, sexual assault allegations came up, and he had to quit the race and also resign from office. Those were like the top three candidates, right? You had Swalwell, you had Porter, and you had Steyer on like the Democrat camp, and then you have Bianco and Hilton, right? The two Republicans. And I was genuinely terrified. I was talking to some other folks that also live in California. We were trying to figure out, like, what are we going to do here, right? This is such a ridiculous situation that we're in, where we can have, because California has the top two primary systems, jungle primary. So we could have a potential general race where the top two candidates were both going to be Republican. Now, obviously, Trump fixed that for us, so shouts out to him. He, endorsed one over the other, and then that causes a lot of the Republicans to lean into one. And then also the Swalwell stuff came out. But yeah, I think Steyer, I can't believe I'm saying this, is probably a little bit more responsive than the rest of the candidates are. And I mean, there's another guy in California that I'm backing as well. His name is Shoykat Chakrabarty, and he's a centimillionaire, right? He's been in this game for a very long time. He's a co-founder of the Justice Democrats, AOC's first chief of staff, right? So he has really, really solid politics. They have a think tank. They write like incredible policy papers. But what I have realized, or at least maybe this is cope, is that all of those guys that we're voting for on the Democratic Party side, the establishment Democrats, they represent the interests of billionaires and millionaires regardless, even if they themselves are not billionaires or millionaires. So in the case of Tom Steyer, if he's advocating for, single-payer health care in the state of California, that's a very appealing policy for someone like myself. I care about the policies and not the background of the person. So yeah, I think Tom Steyer could be a very interesting governor for the state.
Okay, last one, Xavier Becerra.
So I'm not super familiar with him, because if you haven't reached like a certain level of viability, because there's Ramsey Robinson as well, who's supposed to be like the California PSL candidate. There's Butch Ware, the Green Party candidate as well. And these guys are unfortunately having a very hard time making it out that 1%. A lot of people will get mad at me for not like highlighting certain candidates, and I'm like, I don't have a magic wand, right? Like, I can't make it happen. People will be like, well, what about Zoran? Like, you interviewed Zoran when he was at 1%. And it's like, well, I didn't do that on my own. Like, maybe Third Way thinks that and they're terrified, right? But that's not the case. Like, Zoran is a very, he's a generational politician. He's very charismatic, but more importantly than that, he had the backing of the DSA New York machine, Working Families Party, in a city that is that has worked tirelessly to create this door knocking operation, in a city that was much more open-minded to Zoran's worldview. It's entirely different than the California governor's race. I didn't do that for Zoran. I couldn't do that for any candidate, really, and it's not up to me at all. So I try to make these pragmatic choices. So it's a long way of answering your question that I don't know enough about Xavier.
Okay, last one. You've been consistently critical of Democrats. What will it take for Democrats to win over Hassan Piker?
Oof, so much. I think they have to earn the trust of not only people like myself, but just the American people. They have to become a party that truly represents the interests of the masses, truly represents the interests of the working class. They have to have 1,000 Zorons and Grand Platners and people that work in their own specific districts in their own states that are still almost single-mindedly and very stubbornly fighting to express the desires of the masses, fighting to improve their lives materially, and communicating that to as many people as possible to ensure that no Republican ever wins another election ever again.
Hassan Piker, thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you for having me.
April 15th was, as you may know, tax day here in the US. If you're a normal American, you make money through wages, probably not your favorite day of the year. If you make a median income or above, you're handing a lot of that money back to the government. But that is the price we pay for living in a society. Right? Right? Well, not for everyone. You may remember this. In 2021, ProPublica published an investigation built on a bunch of leaked tax documents revealing what the richest Americans really pay, or don't. Warren Buffett had a true tax rate of 0.1%. Jeff Bezos, 0.98%. Michael Bloomberg, 1.3%. Now, we don't get to see their tax documents year on year, but what they're doing, we kind of know what it is and how it works. So what is it and how does it work and what can we do about it? Ray Madoff is a professor at Boston College Law School who specializes in tax law and estate planning and is the author of The Second
Liberty, you still there?
Estate,
Still
How the
awake?
Tax Code Made an American Aristocracy.
We always
She
talk
knows
about how to
broken the
implement
tax system is,
wealth
partially
taxes
because
if you're
she's
still there.
helped the rich navigate it, and she has some ideas for how to fix it. As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com. Ray Madoff, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much, Ezra. Wonderful to be here.
So, tax day just passed. A lot of us were doing our taxes here in the final couple of days, not naming any names. But let's start here. If you're a normal person, what kind of taxes do you pay?
You pay a lot of taxes. Here's the thing. Americans, anyone who has a job or anyone who works for a living, either for themselves or for others, pays significant taxes. They pay income taxes at rates up to 37%. In addition, they pay payroll taxes that are as high as 15.3%. And together, it's a pretty significant liability. So what this means is that high-earning Americans pay lots and lots of taxes, but all earning Americans pay something in taxes.
How does this fit with the statistic people might have heard, which is that our tax code is very, very progressive, almost ridiculously so in this telling, that 40% of people pay no income taxes, and then the top 1% pay 40% of the income taxes. When you hear that, that sounds like a very soak the rich kind of code.
Absolutely. And the problem with that statistic is it's misleading on both ends. So let's start first with the 40% of non-payers. This was, you might have heard this in terms of Mitt Romney talking about the 47%, which is what it was when he was running for office, and he was caught on a hot mic saying 47% of Americans are non-payers, and therefore, you know, they'll never vote for me because they're just takers, not makers.
There are 47% of the people who will vote for the president no matter what. All right, there are 47% who are with him, who are dependent upon government, who believe that they're victims, who believe that government has a responsibility to care for them, who believe that they're entitled to health care, to food, to housing, to you name it. But
This
it's
fucking
entitled.
asshole.
These
Ooh,
are
they're
people who pay no
entitled to
income.
housing.
47% of Americans pay no income tax.
The thing that he didn't account for is the tremendous burden imposed by payroll taxes. And even though 40% of Americans don't pay any income taxes, they still pay significant payroll taxes. Indeed, today I just read a statistic that 80% of Americans pay more in payroll taxes than they pay in income taxes. And these can be quite burdensome because unlike income taxes, they start at $1. So it was wrong and misleading in terms of the non-payers. But where it's particularly misleading is when it comes to this top 1%. We see this all the time whenever there are movements to impose more taxes on the wealthy. The stories start popping up in the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, The Economist. Those are just in the past couple of months. They all say What are you talking about? The top 1% are already paying 40% of the income taxes.
So fucking hot in
And
this
what
house.
this isn't capturing is that they are talking about, that statistic is referring to the top 1% of income earners, those with the most income, high income, lawyers, doctors, finance people. They indeed are paying a significant chunk of the income taxes. However, when it comes to the wealthiest Americans, the Zuckerberg, Bezos, Musk, Ellison, all the people we hear about so often, they are just as likely to be in the 40% of non-payers as they are in the top 1%
Womp womp.
of payers. And that's because under our current tax system, they are able to avoid taxes altogether by avoiding taxable income.
So walk me through this. You're Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What kind of taxes do you pay? What don't you pay? How do you end up not paying income taxes when you're Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
So first of all, let's focus on Jeff Bezos because he's much more of a classic case, right? For Jeff Bezos, he started his own business. He owns, a dominant amount of the stock. And over the course of the years, he has taken a salary that is no higher than $82,000. And it's been over 20 years now, and that's his salary is always capped at $82,000. And you might say, well, why would it be? He started the company. He's the man. Why isn't he taking a huge salary to reflect all of that he put into the company? And the reason is because salaries are for suckers. When people take a salary, they are subject to high income taxes and payroll taxes, and Jeff Bezos and a lot of our other multi-centy billionaires have no interest in paying those taxes. So instead, they take their benefits through the growing value of their stock, and their stock has grown enormously. And that massive growth of stock happens entirely tax-free with no time frame under our current system in which that stock will ever be subject to tax. And that is because we only impose a tax if the stock is sold, and Bezos never has to sell the stock because he can simply borrow against the stock and use that money to support his lifestyle and to pay any interest that's due on the loan.
So I want to slow this down because there's a lot in that answer. Let me start with salaries are for suckers. One thing that you'll hear is that no, they're not avoiding a salary. What they're doing is making sure their interests are aligned with the companies. You get a salary kind of no matter what happens in the company, but Bezos only makes money if the stock goes up. So this is public spirited. Elon Musk sometimes making like $1 a year. That these are public spirited CEOs who have yoked themselves to actual success, and we should applaud them for it. That paying themselves in stock is just better for everybody, incentives wise, than salary. Why don't you buy that?
Yeah, because it's not true. I mean, what is true is that they are profiting through their stock. Arguably, it aligns with the interest, but they could be taking a salary too. It would be deductible to the company. There's nothing that really supports that that's the actual reason for doing so. So, yes, it's a nice cover story, but I don't think anybody presents it with a straight face.
So I think it can sound like we're just picking rich people at random, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, but there is this 2021 investigation published by ProPublica that came from actual leaked tax documents that gave us a real window into them. We actually know what they paid.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that investigation, what we actually saw and learned from that?
Yeah. So there is a fellow by the name of Charles Littlejohn. That was his actual name.
Named by Dickens.
Yes, the Robin Hood character.
Yeah.
And he was a contractor at the IRS, and he saw all of these tax returns, and he leaked them to ProPublica. He's actually in jail now. He was hit with a very significant prison term when they found him, because there were a lot of very rich, powerful people who were quite angry about this.
It is illegal.
It was
leak
absolutely
tax returns,
illegal.
Right?
It was illegal, but the actual penalty was much smaller than what he actually got. And the reason this information was so important is because, well, tax scholars long knew that there were ways for wealthy people to avoid taxes by avoiding taxable income, right? Taking low salaries and not selling their stock. It was always met with, well, yeah, but that's just theoretical. That's not real. But here, when these tax returns were leaked, it was no longer theoretical. It was tax returns of many of our richest Americans paying zero in taxes. And so now it's no longer possible for people to say it's just theoretical because we know that it's not.
I mean, that investigation found that year that Warren Buffett had what they called the true tax rate of 0.1%, Jeff Bezos 0.98%, Michael Bloomberg 1.3%. I mean, I pay much higher taxes than that.
Yeah. And so I think that, I mean, of course, what they're capturing there is their unrealized gains on their stock.
Then the next part of the story you're telling, what is the difference between selling stock to fund your lifestyle? Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, they presumably have private planes and multiple homes and fancy vacations. And what is the difference between funding that by selling stock and funding it by what you just described, which is borrowing against stock?
If they were to sell the stock, then they would have to do two things. One is they would have to pay capital gains taxes, which would be,
so
when
awesome
you take into
if
account
they
all
was
the
no
taxes
longer
associated
able to
with it,
borrow
over
against stock.
23%. So
It's
that's
still lower than on a high income.
Absolutely. Selling the stock is definitely a better play than having to take a salary. So,
because again, salaries are for suckers.
Because salaries are for suckers, and it turns out selling stock is for suckers too, but just slightly less of a sucker. So you get to pay lower tax rates than you would on your, if you were to take a salary. Your payroll taxes are, you don't have payroll taxes, you just have this net investment tax, which is less, and you have a 20% capital gains rate. So that's better than salaries, but not as good as borrowing against the stock. So you go to a private lender, probably. You know, you could go to a bank, and their biggest risk is that they're going to lend it to somebody who is going to default on the loan. But if you're lending it to Jeff Bezos and he's giving you Amazon stock and other assets to hold as collateral against the loan, the risk of that loan going unpaid is nil. So they are basically making essentially a risk-free loan for which they offer very favorable rates, and still they profit from it because the business is to lend money. But the thing is, when we turn to Bezos' side, the tremendous advantage is that that loan is entirely tax-free. So when he gets that money and buys his yacht, he has not had a taxable event. He continues to own his Amazon stock.
Are you freaking serious?
He continues to be able to live the lavish lifestyle. And all he has to do is, you know, pay a little bit in interest every year.
I want to stop you again on this. They don't need to pay back the loans, because this really doesn't feel intuitive.
Yeah.
Like, how is it possible to fund a lavish lifestyle on these loans and no one ever has to pay them back, right? At some point, in theory, the loan comes due.
Well, no. Only you're assuming that Bezos lives in the world of Americans who have like 20-year loans on their homes, and the bank is lending the money, counting on getting the money back. These are people lending money in the business of lending money, and they're happy to keep lending money, because if you're in the business of lending money and you get the money back, then you have to find somebody else to lend it to. So why not just keep lending it to Bezos?
So you're just taking out, in this way of funding a lifestyle, one loan after another, sometimes paying one loan back with another. And you're just doing this again and again?
So I think what's hard to internalize is how much wealth it really is when somebody has $100 billion, $200 billion, almost $800 billion. But when it comes to somebody like Bezos and our other centibillionaires, their lifestyle is not, they are not bumping up against the value of their entire assets, right? A few billion really supports quite a lovely lifestyle, and they don't have to get anywhere near where there's some risk that they can't provide sufficient collateral. It would be as if you, in order to support your lifestyle, needed to have $100 relative to the amount of wealth that you have. Do you think it would be hard for you to maintain a loan on that $100 based on the amount of assets that you have and borrow enough to pay the ongoing interest?
So something I don't think it would be hard, but something I think you're getting at here is that consumption doesn't scale. So even when we're talking about how do they fund their lavish lifestyles, look, I don't know what Elon Musk's carrying cost is year on year. I don't know how many homes he's got or whatever, but say it's between $25 million and $100 million. It's penny change. It's a fraction of the interest.
Yes, that's exactly it. The other thing is that if they sell the stock, they run the risk of giving up control over their companies, and they also run the risk of not being able to enjoy the future growth of their stock. These are companies all heading into the stratosphere, and they don't want to give up any ownership. They want to keep going with this ride, and their stocks have proven to be a very good choice because the growth in value has far outpaced anything they have to pay in interest. So they get to retain control of their companies. They get to ride up the value of these tremendously profitable companies, and they get to do it all entirely tax-free while all the rest of us are left, holding the bag.
All right, so the story you're telling here is a situation where if you have enough money and that money is not seen by the U.S. government as income, you can borrow against that wealth, and that creates a tax-free form of money that you can use, and you just keep rolling it over and rolling it over and rolling it over. I have a couple of questions about this, but before we get into those, I want to compare this maybe to somebody in the 99th percentile. Let's say you're a Beverly Hills surgeon making $2 million a year.
Yeah.
And then let's say you're a tech founder who has $180 million in company stock and only takes $1 a year in compensation.
Yeah.
Both of those people are rich.
Yep.
What is the difference in the way they are taxed?
So the difference is that, and that's a perfect example, the Beverly Hills surgeon is going to pay a lot of taxes, probably in excess of 50% on all of their earnings. So when they have however much they've accumulated over their lives, they've already paid significant taxes on that acquisition of revenue. However, our tech person who has a mere $180 million, right? Not a billionaire, a piker, still has achieved this $180 million entirely tax-free. There is no tax unless he or she sells the stock. And because they don't have to sell the stock, because they don't want to sell the stock, they often don't sell the stock. And here in the United States, they never have to pay taxes on that gain.
And so then what happens when they pass that stock down? None of us live forever, even though some of us are definitely trying, particularly at the levels of wealth we're talking about here. But assuming they don't figure that out, the wealthy pass away. When the very rich today pass away, and this stock or these other forms of assets we might be thinking about get passed down, what happens from the perspective of the tax system?
Theoretically, what's supposed to happen is that the estate tax is supposed to kick in. And its purpose was to address these transfers by gift and at death by imposing a tax at a pretty significant rate in excess of an exemption amount. Today, that rate is 40% in excess of $15 million. So theoretically, both of our taxpayers are going to be subject to some pretty significant tax liability if they have to pay a 40% tax on the transfer of property that's over $15 million. That's how we imagine the system working. The problem is that the estate tax has become so riddled with loopholes that it is really more of a tax in name only than it is an actual burden. And I will give you what I think of as the ultimate evidence of this, which is that the killing the death tax was the number one issue for the Republicans.
Which is what they called
the estate tax. Getting rid of the estate tax or killing the death tax was a big issue for the Republicans for at least the past 30 years, right? However, in 2025, when they had the chance to do it, right? So we had President Trump we had an entirely Republican tax bill, and he could include anything he wanted. All of a sudden, estate tax repeal wasn't there. And why is that? I think it's because the estate tax has become so riddled with loopholes that it serves the wealthy more to keep the estate tax on the books, giving the appearance that the wealthy are paying taxes, than to actually repeal the estate tax, and which would shine a light on all of the ways the income tax system benefits inherited wealth.
Your specialty is estates.
Yes.
Tell me about some of the loopholes. If I came to you, and if I had chosen a more lucrative profession and done well in it, and I come and say, hey, I got $50 million.
Yeah.
And I want to pass that on to my kids, and I don't want the government getting a dime of it. They didn't earn it, and they don't deserve it.
Yeah.
So what would you in maybe a more cynical and mercenary version of you?
Yes.
Like the richer,
Yes.
more mercenary version of me here.
Getting together.
What would you tell me to do?
Yeah. Well, first of all, it would matter here whether you were the surgeon or the tech entrepreneur with the stock, right? The surgeon has a much harder time because the surgeon has cash. They were paid in cash. They have cash. And it's a lot
They bought stocks or holding index funds, whatever it might be.
Yes, but most of their wealth was achieved in cash rather than in untaxed appreciation. And so here is where people who own stuff, typically stock, really are able to take advantage of the system in a way that others can't quite as well. If you have a business that's worth, let's say, $100 million, and you pass it at death at $100 million, it's valued at $100 million. However, if you cut it up into 3 minority pieces, 35%, 35%, and 30%, each of those pieces is entitled to a discount of up to like 30, 40%. Now, all of a sudden, your $100 million has been shrunk to $50 million, $60 million, and then it appears on the other side at your kids blowing back up to $100 million. That's one way. We call those minority discounts. But even better are devices where somebody creates a dynasty trust. These are really the...
Sounds good. I want a dynasty trust.
Exactly. And dynasty trusts are fascinating because the purpose of the estate tax was to avoid dynastic wealth, right? And it's a sign of how flagrant the estate planning can be that they actually just call these dynasty trusts. Yeah, we know they're supposed to not have dynasties, but we got dynasties for you. And what they do is they create a vehicle for your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, forever, in perpetuity, to benefit from this trust and the growing value of this trust. And they get funded through a lot of complex arrangements, oftentimes through sales. You will sell your stock early on to this company in exchange for a low-interest note. And for estate tax purposes, you've gotten it out of your estate, but for income tax purposes, you're treated just as if you're dealing with yourself, so you pay no taxes on that transfer. And these dynasty trusts, through devices like that, are being stuffed with billions and billions and billions of dollars. And this is happening all around the country. Around the country, estate planners are helping their clients fund these dynasty trusts. There's also charitable vehicles that are used where basically you give a charity an interest up front and then at the end it goes to a private person, but you price it such that all of the gain is somehow written out of the picture until it magically appears at the end of the story. It's the same thing with grats, rolling grats. A lot of these are stories of...
Oh, yeah, rolling grat.
Rolling grats.
Of course, yeah, rolling grat.
Rolling rock beer, rolling grats. So a grat is something that is a grantor retained annuity trust. And you don't want to know what it is. But it is a device by which people are able to transfer enormous amounts of wealth tax-free. And these are just some of the many devices that are used and that estate planners have and have had for too long now.
Why do they have all these devices? Were the devices created to be used this way? Were they created for another purpose and people just figured it out?
Yeah.
Like, is this tax code designed to do this? Or has it been chopped up through kind of brilliant tax
Right.
machinations.
So let me step back for a second. In order for a tax system to work, there has to be a dance between taxpayers and Congress or the IRS, whoever is the regulating authority. Basically, Congress sets out some rules, the IRS sets out some regulations, taxpayers and their estate planners or other advisors find ways around the rules. Congress or the IRS is supposed to come back in here and close the loopholes, respond to that. Taxpayers go out, they try to find other loopholes, and together there's this dance that it does a pretty good job of making sure that the tax system is doing a pretty good job of collecting the revenue we need in the country to run the country. For much of the 20th century, this worked pretty well with the estate tax. The estate tax was seen as a very innocuous tax, well accepted in the country. It serves as a backstop to the income tax system, which had all these ways for wealth to grow tax-free, right? And the estate tax was there as like a sweep-up tax to make sure that it was going to be subject to tax.
Oh my God, I completely
The
forgot to do one of my
problem
homework
was,
assignments.
in 1990,
Doing 6
they
minutes.
stopped.
See if I can knock it out.
And that was the last time we have had any reform done to the estate tax. But of course, the estate planners haven't stopped. They have.
Did it stop? Because my understanding is we've had cuts to it since then. I mean,
Exactly.
George W. Bush, you could call it reform or not reform, but it has been chopped up and sliced up and made weaker.
All that, right. So
quite
what
a bit
has-
since then.
Well, what has happened is that there have been two changes. The exemption amount has increased and the rates have decreased.
And so there was a big discourse around this. I remember this a bit. Yeah, it's like, oh, these people are passing down family farms, and their family farms are getting taxed away.
Yes.
And
Can't
so
believe I
they
forgot to do
cut
this.
it up then. So how does it change?
Right. So that double tax that hurts family farms and businesses, the death tax, that campaign was funded by 18 of the country's wealthiest families in the early 1990s. So the Mars, the Kochs, the Waltons, they all got together and they were like, okay, we got the income tax handled, right? We can borrow, we can avoid salaries, but this estate tax, Congress keeps fixing it. They keep doing the generation skipping transfer tax. They do the special valuation rules. We got to stop them. And they funded this campaign to turn the public against the estate tax. And they did so by telling the public that the estate tax was an immoral death tax, making it seem like it came for everyone, right? Rather than the estate tax, which definitely had a sort of a rich people air to it. So they said, no, this is a death tax. It comes for all, and it particularly harms family farms and businesses. Now, what they didn't say was that there are actually a lot of provisions in the tax code specifically designed to protect family farms and businesses. And indeed, Congress had a very hard time finding actual examples of people who actually lost their farms. Their favorite person who they used was this fellow by the name of Chester Thigpen, who had a farm.
What a name.
Yes, and he was the grandchild of slaves, and he testified in Congress that he was afraid he was going to lose his farm due to the death taxes that were going to be imposed when he died. And he was so effective that Republicans wanted to call it the Chester Thigpen Estate Tax Repeal Act because he was such a compelling figure. Well, a few years later, Chester Thigpen dies, and turns out he wasn't subject to the estate tax at all because, in fact, his farm fell well within the exemption and there were other areas to protect it. So Congress could have easily addressed the family farms and business a problem, if one sees that as a problem, by basically expanding the protections that were already there. But instead, they were using it as a cover for all of the people, the Mars, the Waltons, all of those people that had massive amounts of inherited wealth, and they wanted to be able to pass it tax-free.
Okay, so I found these numbers in your book kind of shocking. In 2000, before the Bush tax cuts, Americans filed 122,000 estate tax returns. In 2010, it was 47,000. In 2013, after Obama's tax plan went into effect, it was 32,300. Then after Trump, there were 6,158 in 2021. of which only 2,584 were actually taxable. So either between 2000 and 2021, rich people stopped dying, or there stopped being rich people, or we really gutted this thing within an inch of its life.
Yeah. I'm going with number 3. So in 2024, the richest 1% of Americans controlled massive amounts of the country's wealth, $50 trillion. And yet, the estate tax that was designed to apply to all transfers at death and by gift, and there's a lot of gifting that goes on because, as I mentioned, those techniques all involve gifting. So lots and lots of gifting is going on by these people. The 40% estate tax only raised $30 billion in 2024 out of $50 trillion wealth owned by the richest 1% of Americans.
Knocked out like
it is.
I just said do like one
practically
paragraph.
nothing. It
Knocked
is
out
an
3
amount
sentences in
that
like 2 minutes.
Elon Musk
Killing
has
it.
both earned and lost in just a single day, and probably hardly even noticed. So clearly, the estate
Probably won't
tax
get the full
is
20
not
points,
doing
but I don't
what
care. Something,
we
something.
think it's doing.
This will sound stupid, but I think it's worth talking about. Why are there different rates for different kinds of income? Why do we treat income earned at our job,
that was close.
income earned by
Less than a minute to
selling stock,
spare. Damn.
and income earned when somebody dies and leaves everything to us, or income given to us as a gift? Why do we treat them all differently? What are we trying in theory to achieve?
It's interesting. Andrew Mellon, who was known as a tremendous anti-tax crusader, felt that
famed robber baron.
Yes, felt that and also Secretary of the Treasury and for a number of administrations, felt that the rules should be that income is taxed at the lowest rates and investments are taxed at the highest rates, because people earning income, they are in the most precarious situation and they are likely to need the lower rates as opposed to people who are just sitting back and relying on their investments.
Let me read the quote here. I took this down. It's in your book. This is from Andrew Mellon's 1924 book, Taxation, the People's Business. He writes, "The fairness of taxing more lightly income from wages, salaries, or from investments is beyond question. In the first case, the income is uncertain and limited in duration. Sickness or death destroys it, and old age diminishes it." Here he's talking about wages. In the other, the source of income continues. The income may be disposed of during a man's life, and it descends to his heirs. That Andrew Mellon was saying that it was beyond question that you should tax wage income more lightly than investment income. I mean, it speaks to a very different time. So what is the thinking that leads us into the current world where no matter how you think about the code, it is the reverse? Income, if I sell stock, that gets taxed more lightly than the income from that, than the income I make from the New York Times.
Yeah. And what's interesting is when you actually dive into it, there are 50 reasons of arguments that are given about why investment gains should be taxed at a lower rate. Things like, well, sometimes you might be, there might be a lot of inflation if a lot of time has passed, so maybe it's not actual gains. And some say it's good to encourage investments. And others say, and I find this just the ultimate in distorted reasoning. They say, look, right now, people are encouraged not to sell their stock because they can avoid tax by not selling. We have to lower the rates in order to lure them into selling. And so that is another justification, even though they should just tax the gains and then people would sell.
It's also the word he uses here I think is interesting, fairness. I've been around this debate a long time. I've covered a lot of tax debates. I've covered debates on the capital gains tax rate. Get into a lot of arguments about efficiency and, the exactly right macroeconomic level to turn the dial to. And yet, as a human being, right, just experiencing the way income works, I work so hard for the income I make from my work. I mean, you're a delivery driver, you're, a doctor doing primary care work or a pediatrician. You're working so hard And the idea that that is taxed so much more higher than somebody making money by just letting money sit in an index fund.
Right.
Or just occasionally clicking a button to move it between, different investments. There is a fairness question here. It's cruel. I always think it's actually quite cruel. It is so easy to let your money make money for you. The fact that we reward it over work is crazy to me.
I totally agree. And you know who else agreed? Ronald Reagan. In the 86 Tax Act, they actually succeeded in equalizing for a very brief period capital gains rates and ordinary income rates. They got rid of the preference for capital gains, which we should definitely do today. Now, one of the arguments that someone's going to make is, yes, but everybody is better off when rich people take their money and they invest in the economy. That's what makes the whole country grow. But the thing is, much of this money this is not seed capital to start local businesses. This is money trading on a secondary stock market. It is not going to a business. It's going to other owners of stocks driving up the shares. So I don't buy that argument that this is growing the economy when people are putting their money in stocks.
Well, let me ask about a related dimension of this, which is the rise of stock buybacks.
Yeah.
And both how that has
be illegal.
changed the way stocks work and how that has changed the way taxable
Used to
income
be market manipulation.
presents or does not present itself.
We've been telling a story about wealthy people not paying taxes on their stock because their stock goes up in value. They don't have to pay tax on that gain. However, prior to 1982, because companies could only share their profits through dividends, what it meant to own a lot of stock was to get a lot of dividends. And for much of the 20th century, dividends were taxed at the highest rates, just like salaries. And so what that meant was that somebody who was sitting on a lot of stocks got a lot of dividends and paid a lot of taxes. However, in 1982, after this rule change, companies switched from issuing dividends. There used to be more than 70% of profits were distributed through dividends. Now it has never been as high as 20% since this change went into being. The effect of it is that companies began to do lots and lots of buybacks of their stock. And this had a tremendous impact on multiple levels. One is, if you look at the Dow Jones, there's a chart in my book that shows that in 1982, the Dow Jones was at about 3,000. It was also that in the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, and the 20s, it was around 3,000. It's inflation-adjusted amount. Now it's like in the 45,000, something like that today, right? So it switched from being a sine curve to being a hockey stick. And part of this story is stock buybacks, because stock buybacks boost the value of stock. But another important part of the story is that it meant that for somebody who owned stock, they no longer had to get taxable income because they could enjoy their profits through the increased value of the stock. Some shareholders would sell their stock because that's the nature of the stock buyback. However, a lot of these shareholders are tax-exempt organizations, so they're not worrying about paying taxes on their proceeds. So in terms of revenue to the federal government, owning stock, profitable companies used to provide a lot of revenue to the federal government in the form of taxation of dividends. And now with the rise of stock buybacks, that is much less likely to be the case.
So then I want to go back to the question of what happens to these great fortunes when they get passed down. How is that treated for you from a taxation perspective? Like when does that get taxed?
Okay, so if you receive it at death, then there is an extra benefit for people who receive appreciated property at death. And that is that not only are those gains not taxed to the person who held the stock, but when somebody receives the stock from inheritance, all the gains are wiped away. We call this step up in basis, or a
nice inscrutable name.
Yes, or the angel of death loophole.
That's better.
Yes. And the Angel of Death loophole says that we're going to wash away the gains, and the recipient is going to be treated as if they had purchased the property.
Okay, I want to slow this down for a minute because I think step-up basis here is really, really quite important. Let's say somebody made just great investment. They bought NVIDIA when it was cheap. And, now some years later, they have $30 million worth of it. In one world, they sell that stock because, they want to buy a mansion or whatever it might be. In another world, they never sell the stock. They pass away and give it all to their kids.
Yeah.
What is the difference in tax treatment for that stock? It is the same tranche of stock.
Yes.
What happens in the two scenarios?
So in the first scenario, they would pay income taxes on this, on the capital gains. The capital gains is imposed at a 20% rate plus an additional 3.5% extra tax on it. So almost a quarter of it, of those gains, and it's almost all gains, would be subject to income tax.
And so the gains are the difference between what you bought it at and what you sold it at.
Absolutely. However, if instead you hold on to that stock and you don't sell it, and you pass it on at death to your kids, there is an extra bonus. And that is that not only did you not pay taxes on that gain, but when they get the property, they are treated as if they had purchased it for its fair market value. And so now they're treated as if they had bought it for $30 million. And so they can turn around and sell it for $30 million and pay no gains at all. And that is this thing that we call step up in basis, or the Angel of Death loophole.
So the gains are just wiped away.
Wiped away. Not for you to worry about.
That's pretty sweet.
Yes, it's a very nice deal.
So what do you expect will happen with a Jeff Bezos then? Can he pass down 150 billion or whatever it is without too much tax implication, or
well,
does
it's going to matter about 150. It seems like a lot of money. Chances are what these people are going to use are charitable vehicles as an important part of their tax-free transfers. And the problem is that these charitable vehicles afford these donors and their families enormous tax benefits while continuing to give them enormous power in the world. And some of these vehicles, some of these tax avoidance vehicles, if they set them up during life, are not just for charity, but are to influence politics. And that's because you can put money into a 501c4. That's a
if you want pets,
a particular type of organization that is allowed to engage in political activity. And under our current rules, when you give your appreciated stock, let's say somebody decides to give $50 billion to their C4, they get to have continued control over the assets and a tax-free path to avoid both gift taxes and capital gains taxes.
So let's talk about what you might do about some of this. I think something people are hearing a lot about right now is a wealth tax. One reason they're hearing about it is that there is a wealth tax on the ballot in California this year, a one-time 5% wealth tax. These operate a little bit differently for states and for the federal government. So let's begin with the one in the news, which is the California one. How would it work? What do you think of it? What are the considerations for a state thinking about doing this?
The wealth tax is an obvious answer to this problem. It says, all right, we have a lot of ways that people are avoiding taxable income and they have massive amounts of wealth. Let's tax their wealth. And we'll impose a flat tax, 5%. The problem for states is sort of a few problems, but one of them is that people can easily leave states. Now, California is trying to get around this problem of people leaving the state by making it this sort of retroactive one-time tax. It already applies retroactively to people who previously were living in the state, I think, as of January 1st. A retroactive one-time tax, I think, is it's not going to be a permanent solution to the problem, obviously. And nor do I think it's going to prevent people from leaving the state, because once there's done once, there's every reason to expect it will be done again. So I do think there is a problem for states in their ability to raise revenue because other states are trying to compete on these low taxes.
So you have in that case is something like Ron DeSantis in Florida
Absolutely.
trying to attract. I met a rich person not long ago who showed me an app they have that counts the number of days they spend in Florida because they really want to live in New York.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they live in
Yeah.
Florida. I mean, they actually do live in Florida
They have to
just
put in their
enough
time.
days a year to not pay New York taxes. Which I found crazy because I figured the whole point of being rich was to not have to worry about things like this.
You know, I think this is
But
why
people really do it, I guess.
Yes, I find it insane to be rich and to have to live somewhere that you don't want to live. But of course, this is why you're a podcaster and I'm a law professor, right? If we really cared about money, maybe we'd really care about taxes. And because to me, it seems insane, but people do that all the time.
So do you think the wealth tax proposal would be good for California, or is it something that, would just create a benefit for Texas because it'll pull in these rich people?
Well, it's hard to say that it's going to make a huge difference when it's just a one-time tax. So it would have to actually be a more permanent tax. And I think it has a number of problems. One of them is the problem of people leaving. But I think another really significant problem is how you're going to gather the information of how much wealth a person has. It's very easy to think about somebody who owns publicly traded stock, and we know how much stock they own, and we know how much they have. But there are lots and lots of wealthy people that own their wealth in other forms that are very difficult to value. And now you're talking about a state Department of Revenue having to build up the resources to have everybody tell them everything they own and keep up with valuation of it. It's going to be quite
How
a
much
task.
is your art collection worth?
Exactly.
How much are your crypto NFTs worth?
Absolutely. And if also, when you start to look at things like partnership interests, these are highly complex structures, and it's impossible for somebody to be able to monitor that for all of the different taxpayers. So it's a very, very difficult, practical task to get around. Now, again, California has some solution where you can defer paying taxes and all of these things, but it's just very difficult to do. It's not as easy as it sounds. And I think that it's also a problem in terms of winning the support of the American public, because we pay taxes on the value of our homes, but generally when we think of the value of all of our assets, we know that there's an estate tax at death, but that's very different than requiring people to disclose every single thing they own during their lives every year. That, I think, is going to feel invasive to the public, not just to the people who are subject to the rules, but to the other people who are thinking about the fairness of these rules.
But that question also applies to a federal wealth tax, which maybe brings us to that. So, I think to the extent these proposals are associated with anybody, it's probably Elizabeth Warren, who has had a number of them over the years. But there are proposals for different forms of national wealth tax. Something like it would be 2 percentage points of your wealth every year, year on year. And how do you think about this?
Yeah. So in the federal level, you get to avoid the problem, I think, of people moving. Sometimes people say, oh, no, people are going to leave the United States. It's very hard to leave the tax clutches of the United States. And also, this is not an age in which a lot of people want to regularly give up their U.S. citizenship, right? And become a citizen in some other country.
Dubai or whatever.
Exactly. So I don't think people claim that's the case.
Particularly, I think looks bad at the moment.
Yes,
the
exactly.
The Dubai move, which people in the UK, the rich in the UK sometimes do, and I think has been called into question by the recent war.
Yes, exactly. And so I think that's something that people threaten will happen. I don't think that would happen here. But the bigger problem here is the constitutional issue. So our federal constitution basically has these special rules about direct taxes and indirect taxes, and wealth taxes raise constitutional issues. It's hard because we have a limitation in our Constitution on direct taxes. And the problem is that given our current Supreme Court, we have every reason to think that this Supreme Court might find a wealth tax unconstitutional, which it could very easily not survive. So all of that political effort will have been spent for nothing. And it just seems like not a smart way to go, particularly in today's world where the wealthy are able to avoid taxes so easily through the sort of highway of alternatives of tax avoidance because of our failure to tax their investment gains and their inheritances. So I think there's a lot more easier paths to follow. It's not going to be as immediately effective as a wealth tax, but it's more likely to be permanently effective.
So then what would you do?
Yeah, so what I think should happen is, first of all, we have to look at investment gains. And the problem with our investment gains is that they are never taxed to the person who owns it unless they sell the property. However, in Canada, they have a much broader rule. And that rule is that whenever the person transfers the property, not just by sale, but also by gift or at death, the gains at that time will be tallied and the person will have to pay tax on that gain. And that way, gains are taxed to the person who earned them, rather than kicking it down the road to some time in the future that may never come. I personally would, if I could write the rules, I would say that we should eliminate the distinction between capital gains and ordinary income and give them an inflation adjustment to reflect that inflation holding, and other than that, impose ordinary income rates on that gain. In addition, we need to address inheritances. So people are receiving massive amounts of wealth entirely tax-free. If you were to walk down the street and find $100, you would be expected to report that to the federal government. However, if someone were to give you $100 billion, you literally don't have to tell anyone. There's not even a line on your tax return to let anyone know, because that is seen as entirely your business. And we should not have that be the case. We should get rid of the estate tax, which isn't doing anything.
That's really true. You could just hand somebody $100 billion and you don't have to report it to anybody?
The person who hands it is supposed to report a gift tax return, right? But if it's been put into a trust, the trust has grown, it's distributed from the trust, the person receiving the property may have some flow-through gains through complicated tax rules, right? But the receipt of property by gift, inheritance, or life insurance, and by the way, life insurance is the favorite vehicle of the super wealthy to pass their wealth. When they convert it into a life insurance policy, it all of a sudden becomes non-taxable everywhere. That is received, those are subject to exclusions, meaning you don't have to even report them.
You know, one thing that the way you just described that, I think, makes clear is that there's the level of tax design. And then there's the level of the will to enforce tax design, which is to say that if you imagine the kind of reform you're talking about, you could make it, but then you would have to actually want it to work, such that you began shutting all this other stuff down and keeping it shut down, right? Like these life insurance loopholes you're talking about. But how do you think about these two levels, right? There's a level of tax design and then the level of the tax code is complex. People don't know what's happening in it. But the people who do know what's happening in it have a very, very, very strong incentive to support politicians who will allow them to keep using these loopholes, or to punish politicians who try to close them.
Yeah. So let me start by confessing I am an optimist by nature. So you may need to take everything I say with a grain of salt. However, I think that this system of non-payment by wealthy Americans came about because of our particular history and particular vulnerabilities of the estate tax. So we had a system where the income tax was incomplete, the estate tax was supposed to be a backup. The assault on the estate tax in the early 1990s was so effective that even Democrats were afraid to do anything to close the loopholes, because so many Americans saw it as an unfair double death tax. I think if we had a cleaner system that we could easily have, we get rid of the estate tax, we have an income tax system, it gets a lot harder to pull the wool over the eyes of the public. So I don't think it's the case that rich people can always control, always get what they want. I think that we are living in a moment now where there's more pressure than ever for this to happen. This California wealth tax, right, this is happening because the public has become broadly aware that we've got a lot of super rich people that control massive amounts of the country's wealth, more than they've held, I think, since the 1920s. Significant amounts. I think it's currently 31.7%, 32% of the country's wealth is held by the richest 1% of Americans. And at the same time, none of them seem to be wrapping themselves in glory these days, right? If we go back 20 years, we had all sorts of amazing things being done by our rich people. And there was a book that came out in the early 2000s that was called Philanthrocapitalism, and the subtitle was How the Rich Can Save the World, right? And this was not seen as insane. Can you imagine a book today, How the Rich Can Save the World?
Ray, I'm in the professional opinion business. I can imagine anything.
Yeah. But the idea that someone would think that this would land with the public, which it did in that era, right? The super rich, they can do so many things. We should hand over all of society's problems to them. I mean, I think a lot of people would find that laughable today.
I think something that comment is getting at is sometimes people want to tax the rich because they want to punish them. They just like, they don't like the rich. They definitely don't like the rich right now, right? I'm
Why do
very
we want to
sympathetic
punish
to
them?
the argument you're making,
Ezra?
And on the other hand, that then sort of winds a lot of things up in moral judgment. When sort of my view is that Sergey Brin should have to pay taxes on that wealth, no matter if he's in the don't be evil era or in the slightly more evil era.
I completely agree. I think it is a big mistake to focus on rich people are bad and therefore we should be imposing taxes, because the reason I think it's bad is because when we move the conversation to whether rich people are good or bad, we are not focusing on the fact that the richest Americans have been written out of our tax system. It's as if we had a system that said people who live in Pennsylvania don't have to pay tax, right? We shouldn't have a discussion that says, well, some of the people in Pennsylvania are good. Maybe it's okay they don't pay tax, right? It's wrong as a matter of principle. It's wrong because we need their money. It's wrong as a matter of fairness. It is wrong for so many reasons. And I think the big problem goes back to your earlier question, which is that the public is misled into thinking the wealthy are paying more taxes than they are. And that is why, that with this 1% paying 40%, right? Most of the public doesn't know that the wealthiest Americans are able to avoid taxes by paying taxable income. And if they knew, they wouldn't want that system.
I find what you're telling me here to both track what people I know who have worked on crafting wealth taxes tell me, but I find very frustrating, which is that it seems like it should be possible. And the more you get into it, the harder it becomes, both constitutionally, which is one dimension of it, but the valuing and the continuous valuing and the worrying about people moving things into harder to value assets becomes a problem. And I don't know, I've wanted there to be a wealth tax as long as I've been aware of taxation. And the thing that I feel we're losing if we can't do something like it, which I just think is worth naming, is that wealth creates power. It creates a tremendous amount of power. And we're operating in this era when it is not that the rich were necessarily, the super rich, so shy about using their wealth to wield power. I mean, you mentioned the anti-estate tax campaign that was heavily funded by 18 of the richest families. But the level of like direct engagement that you're seeing now from people like Elon Musk, like they are really making the long-running fear that if you have enormous wealth, concentrations of wealth, you will have like unmanageable concentrations of political power manifest. And you can design a tax code, you know, that taxes this money eventually, but it doesn't solve the political power question in a way that I think a lot of people want to use a tax code to do so. And I'm curious how you think about that.
Yeah, I think it's a real problem, and it's a real concern. I mean, people controlling massive amounts of wealth have tremendous power in our society. And I understand that in some fantasy world, a powerful enough wealth tax will be enacted to make a sufficient enough dent in the wealth of the wealthiest people where is brought down to a level where they no longer have this power. However, from where I sit, that just looks like a fantasy world. That's not going to happen. It's not going to be significant enough. The public isn't going to buy it generally. And I think one of the reasons the public isn't going to buy it generally is because of something we talked about earlier, which is that to the extent it is a special tax focused on the richest people, like we have to punish the richest people, I don't think everybody in the country agrees with that. A lot of people in the country think that people who have acquired their wealth have done so because they've done great things. They've started great companies, and sometimes they have. Sometimes they have done great things. And so it paints too broad a brush. The problem with it is that we have to live in the world that we actually live in. And in the world we actually live in, I don't see that as being a solution that's going to deliver that result.
I think there's also another dimension to why you should want to make sure the richest people are paying taxes, and that is that people do what other people do. I was thinking about this while reading your book and preparing for this. I pay taxes. I don't mind paying taxes. I think that is part of living in a society. Living in America has been good to me. It does piss me off that people above me are not paying taxes.
Yeah.
And when I hear sometimes I'm talking about their weird strategies, and I'm not talking about set to billionaires here, just you know, people who spend more time on tax avoidance. You think, oh, am I being a sucker?
Yeah.
And the fact that at these very high levels, the very richest are making the rich people right underneath them feel like suckers. People don't want to be suckers. They don't want to feel that other people are getting a deal they're not getting. Now, on one hand, you might think it would be good if this made more rich people, advocate for a better tax system, which it doesn't seem to have done to shut down the ability of people above them to do this. But I do think that it's very corrosive to social solidarity.
I completely
to
agree.
have this sense that there are people out there getting a way better deal than you are.
I couldn't agree more. And that's why I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that people feel like this point that you made before. Well, the regular people are always going to lose out. The rich are always going to have their way. It's always going to be to their advantage. But that is not always the case. And that's why I think it's important to think back in history to different times. So one of the times I think is particularly interesting is the Tax Reform Act of 1986. That is the last time that we actually have had any really meaningful reform in the tax system. It was under President Reagan, which was kind of surprising, but it adopted principles of a lot of
did George shit? Oh, no, don't apologize.
That had been around under both parties.
You got shit to do.
And what it did, when we talk about high-income earners and the inability of high-income earners to avoid taxes, that is because of changes that occurred in 1986. Prior to 1986, we had a flourishing tax shelter business.
Again,
and your high-paid surgeon would have
Question
not
for you:
paid
what is your
taxes
opinion
on
on
their
Islam
income
having
because they would have been
homophobic
able
laws?
to invest in tax shelters
So those
and
laws
offset
apply
all
to
of their
Muslims.
income
People
by
always
these
talk about
losses.
the very high mid-century World War II, post-World War II income tax rates, but I think this is important because some of these were not actually as real by 1986 when you look on a chart.
Exactly. So you had these high rates, but you had massive avoidance by high-income earners. And the 1986 Act
I don't
did
agree with
something
them.
very interesting, and I think something that we should be doing today.
Like
which
if,
is it
my
broadened
opinion
the base by getting rid of
is,
those tax shelters, and
like,
they so effectively
your
got rid
religion
of those tax
constrains
shelters
you.
that we don't have them
It
today.
shouldn't
right?
constrain
Our
other people. That's my
high-income
opinion.
People with lots of salaries.
I don't think.
They are
I don't
paying
even
lots
think
of taxes. There's really very little reason or
states
ways
that
for
are
them
run
to
based
avoid
on
taxes, and
religious
they were
laws.
A politically powerful
I don't
group.
agree with that at all.
So it can happen if you have people that really care
That's my
about making
opinion.
it happen. It's not like it's impossible to make happen. And I think that is the only way to go. Our only way forward
under Islamic
as
law,
a country
homophobic laws
is if we figure
apply
out how to have
to
a fair
everyone.
tax system. And I think that imperative, that moral imperative, is also a financial imperative, because right now our national debt
Yeah,
is
and like
so
I'm saying,
great.
I don't
Interest
think that
payments on
a
the
country
national
should be
debt are
run
the third highest
based
expense
on any
after
religious
Social
law,
Security and
whether it's
Medicare.
Christianity,
It is-
Judaism,
we
or
are
Islam.
spending $1 trillion
That's my opinion.
just to carry the debt this year.
My
more
opinion
than
is
we're
that
spending in the
your
military.
religious beliefs
And,
constrain you,
that is
not other people.
sustainable. So we're going to have to find a way to bring
my
everybody
opinion.
into the tax system.
And then always our final question. What are 3 books you recommend to the audience?
Okay. The first book is The Age of Extraction by Tim Wu. This is a fantastic book that talks about how many of our companies that used to do a lot of good for the world are now, rather than producing wealth, they are doing wealth extraction. And that's not good for any of us. And it's relevant for these issues of taxing individuals and taxing companies. The other is the book, The Rise and Fall of the Neoliberal Order by Gary Gerstle.
I like this. All past guests of the show, Tim Wu, Gary Gerstle. Yeah, I love. Yeah, these are great books.
Okay, that is a fantastic book, and I will say that the title is a bit daunting, but the book itself is so readable, and it makes this incredibly important point that the country used to have one vision of the role of government versus markets, and now we, through the rise of neoliberalism, it switched to this thing of it's all about let the market run free. But the point is that it is a fantastic illustration of the swings that can occur. And pendulums swing both ways, as we have seen loud and clear in recent years. And I think it's a really good reminder that when people despair of all of the problems of the day, there is an opportunity for pendulums to swing back and for better systems to take hold.
I understand the microchip world more than anyone.
By Jonathan Franzen.
I don't believe that for a second. You used the wrong word.
At any time, and particularly in these times, is just
your grammar
a
is not
place to
proper
live,
enough for me to believe
other
that.
Things than the world that we're living in, and I'd say Jonathan Franzen, better than almost anyone I know, presents people's internal psychological dramas. You feel like you're watching a documentary. His writing is so real, and I'm only. My only disappointment is that I am waiting desperately for his next book to come out. This is Crossroads is supposed to be the first book in the trilogy, and I'm sure I'm not alone in constantly checking for that second book to come up.
Ray Madoff, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Everyone's
for having
human.
Me.
We have fixed the tax code.
We have fixed the tax code.
I have no issue with grammatical mistakes. It's when those grammatical mistakes come from people who refuse to acknowledge
Emily, you
those
said,
flaws.
speaking of untenable, I think that leads us nicely to a warning from Senator Mark Warner, who predicts that college graduate unemployment is going to reach 30% in the next 2 years. Let's take a listen.
But we all kind of describe how we make jobs AI adjacent. I've yet to see that they're there on that. And again, I think there will be productivity. I think there'll be job increases. I think there'll be innovation. But boy, oh boy, this short term, next couple of years, the stat I use, recent college grad unemployment's about 9%. I believe it'll go to 30%. Within the
Can
next
you pause the vid and look at something?
That will have a dual
It
effect.
depends on what
not
the
only
something is.
Making that age cohort.
It depends on if I am interested in looking at the something.
Concern, but an awful lot of parents and grandparents who help finance that education, pretty pissed off. So, how we get this right, and what I've been trying to implore, we need the tech community, the hyperscalers, to both help us through the transition and also help pay for it.
So 30% is a big number. I know that you're restricting yourself to recent college grads there, but that's still really, really high. How did you get to that number?
I got that number simply because I think most CEOs are not being, what they say to me privately about the amount of job elimination that they're looking at is not what they're saying publicly. I think they're hesitant to literally say the full truth because they think they're afraid it's going to freak people out. And, I think it will come less in the form of we're going to go out and fire X number. I think it's just the incoming, I don't know a single firm where their incoming class of new hires is not a half or a third of what it was even a few years back.
I like the way that lady is lounging. She's so comfy doing that interview. I need to take a lesson from that. But
she already has a job. Crystal, you just brought your daughter to college tours. So how does this make you feel in your own family's futures?
By the way, we have to just acknowledge, Crystal, you look incredible for having a college.
Stop,
who was
you.
touring?
They were like, "Are you on tour?" Yeah. I mean,
Stop. Anyway, yeah, I feel
Why is this
seen.
video so
I mean,
freaking
I'll tell
loud?
you, like,
God damn.
my advice to my daughter going to school is like, I don't know what the job landscape will look like. I have no idea, and no one does. No one can tell
NVIDIA
you.
GB200,
So I think the best
NVL72.
thing
Why?
you can do is pursue
Why would I want to
studies
look
that
at
deepen
a
your
NVIDIA
humanity.
product?
I mean, it kind of in a way is like a return to the traditional liberal arts approach, because I
What
don't
incentive?
know what else to advise.
What
I
incentive
mean,
do I have?
I feel really, really bad for the
To
people
look
who
up
were
this
sold
product?
the like learn to code. You know, people who graduated with their computer science degree thinking they had their golden ticket like 3 years ago. And I mean, that path, that's the first to go. That's already gone, right? If you're
I don't
graduating
have to
with
pause
that
the
degree
video to look
now,
that up.
good luck, because that's already been, Claude is going to handle it. Sorry, we don't need your services anymore. So look, is he right? Who knows? But this is someone who was himself, he's a billionaire, CEO. I think he's a billionaire, very wealthy, CEO, and certainly in tight with all of these guys. So if that's what they're telling him, I believe him, because I don't see any reason why he would lie. Now, I would say as a senator and a politician who is rather senior and has, fair amount of power and sway, what solutions are you offering, Mark Warner? Because I don't see that side of your politics whatsoever. If you truly believe college grad unemployment is going to 30% in a matter of years, that necessitates a much more radical approach to changing the social contract than what I have ever seen
Broke a
from
record,
Mark
1
Warner.
exabyte
And
per
this is
second
kind
every
of what
second.
drives
Jesus.
me crazy, not only from him, but from all these tech CEOs who come out and are like,
How many
well,
terabytes
we're
is
going to
that?
get rid of human labor. So, you guys
I'm
should
not
get
familiar
ready for
with
that.
the,
it's like, okay, well,
the currency
you're
exchange
announcing your
on
intent
data
to just
rates.
completely rip up the social contract with no democratic input whatsoever. In fact, the democratic input
No,
you're
it's
getting
roughly,
is saying stop.
like,
People are starting to throw
it's roughly
Molotov
1,000,
cocktails
right?
at Sam Altman's house.
Although not exactly.
And yet I have heard none of them offer anything that approaches, including Dario Amodei, who's, Anthropic is supposed to be the most thoughtful one, that comes anywhere close to approaching what would need to be done. Because the truth of the matter is, what would need to be done is some sort of public ownership,
Rack scale,
public
liquid cooled
accountability,
AI
public benefit.
supercomputer designed
And
for
of
large
course,
scale language
the,
models,
guys who
training,
own
and
control this,
inference.
no, they want to be
Features
the oligarch
72
king who comes out on
GPUs,
top, and that's what they're all
36
racing to
CPUs,
become.
interconnected via 5th gen NVLink,
I want to put some stuff
130
up on
terabytes
the
of bandwidth.
screen here. This is from the New York
Oh,
Fed.
a million
You can
terabytes per
see,
second. Jesus.
This is the unemployment rates for recent college graduates versus other groups. So if you look all the way over here, where we are right now, so this ends in December 2025. Yep. So you have the blue line is recent college graduates. Look, it's been rising steadily.
Awesome. Good for them.
These LLMs
Good for them.
rolled out.
I hope they're proud of
And,
themselves.
economists say something that's going on right now is not all attributable to LLMs. It's on top of a really shaky economy. Part of that is because you have like the Mag 7 propping up like 30% of the Dow or the S&P. I mean, it's just like insane levels. Maybe even
Can't
more
take
than
your
that.
GPUs to the grave with you, unfortunately.
But on top of that, tariffs, and now we could add war into the mix. But look at where this is recession levels, creeping up into recession levels here. We're comparing this with around 2009.
But hey, as long as
2010 for recent college graduates. This is COVID. This is
as
where
long
it
as
shoots up
30%
during
of the
COVID, but
population
yes,
is
it's going up
unemployed,
really
it's good for
high.
them,
Now
right?
let me share this one. This is a headline from Fortune. Gen Z men with college degrees now have the
That
same
means people are going to be
unemployment rate
super
as
desperate for a job and they can
non-grads.
pretty much pay
So
whatever they want.
remember, that comes with a lot of debt for the average college graduate as well. Some around $40,000
Good
on average
for
of
them. I'm
debt.
proud of them.
So speaking of anti-revolutionary taxes, imagine, many of you are actually probably don't have to imagine it because you're in those shoes. You're a 24-year-old college grad with $35,000 in debt, and if you had gone into, like, if you had done a welding apprenticeship
Look, I'm pro AI.
5 years ago, you would be making more right now. But instead, you
I think,
did what the system
remember,
was designed to make you do.
I think it needs to be.
And you trusted the authorities who told you this is the right path for
I
you,
think
and now you're
pro
saddled with debt
AI
and,
needs to be
making
separated
less
into
money
two
than you
categories.
could have been, and maybe even more
Are you
miserable and,
pro unregulated,
fragile
uninhibited,
job than you'd want to be in anyway.
maximally
So
funded
it's
AI?
really, really bleak.
Yeah, the new
at
tech,
the expense of consumers?
like sales pitch is so
Or
bizarre to
are
me
you
because
pro,
like the old tech pitches, the Steve
regulation
Jobs,
and
the original
oversight,
Silicon Valley people, their pitch was that
so it doesn't
technology
just keep
will
destroying
improve
shit?
your life, that you're going to
Or that
be able
the
to access more, like live
potential
a more full
to
life. And now
destroy
the
shit
pitch is
is at least
life
mitigated.
is over. Like there
That's
there
the
will
question
be
I
no
would
more
have.
life, and get used to that. And if all of our AI CEO predictions about the future are right, well then you will have no life. And if they're wrong, we are going to crash the economy. So the pitch needs some work, needs some massaging, and it's also a weird period where like these CEOs, like Crystal said, are so bad at making people feel good about their products or optimistic or not feel doom.
There's something called a TPU.
Like the celebrity of it, so they keep putting themselves out there. Like Sam Altman is not a soothing figure. He's not someone that makes you feel calming or better. Like they could hire comms people to do this, but they somehow like the celebrity of being in all these interviews, talking about the future, and doing a terrible job at.
So you know what
painting a
happens
future that
when
anybody wants.
Google's current
So
chips
I
are
guess we
currently
should be
9
grateful for that,
petabytes
right?
per second.
I guess we should be grateful
8 per
for that.
motherboard.
Yeah, because it's very off-putting, but it's also helps people to understand.
honest.
The
No offense, but how do I
reality
keep getting
of
the
how
nerds in here?
dystopian it is. Yeah.
Got you
I
and your
didn't get
chips.
through
You
the whole
got
Ronan Farrow,
I got Liberty
piece
who's in
about
here
Sam
fairly
Altman, but,
consistently.
I guess basically the
He's
TLDR
a coder.
psychopath who lies all the time. So that's the guy who.
What is the draw?
one
Is it my
could
my
come out
vernacular?
on top of this, race to AGI,
Or is it just the
and
willingness
have more
to
power than
converse
any
on
human being
topics?
has ever had in the history of humanity. So that's something we can look forward to.
And speaking of social contract, now there has been a tech leader that has started to speak about a new social contract. Of course, I'm talking about Elon Musk, who over the last 2 days has been talking about universal basic
let's hear what
income,
Elon has to say about
through
this.
Artificial
No.
intelligence.
No.
No?
Universal
No?
high income.
Oh, sorry. Universal high income.
Let's see what bullshit
Really,
he's
yeah.
peddling
So
this
let
time,
me
even though he's
know,
making
what do
no
people
effort
need?
to actually
Like
implement it.
$500 a month, every 2 months? We'll see. Let's take a listen.
How much could a banana cost, Michael?
I think we should be sort of complacent. We do need to be careful.
See what this
because
freaking
the future is a range of possible
South
outcomes,
African autist
and,
has to
they're
say.
not all great. But I at this point I do agree with you that it's likely to be great. It's probably 80% likely, maybe more likely to be great. And I do think we'll have universal high income. We're basically just issue money to people, and the really
He's such a fraudster.
because the output of goods and services will so far exceed the money supply.
It's like how he promised the Tesla supercar. Or the Hyperloop.
That effectively you
That's
have
all he
deflation.
is talk, talk, talk.
Inflation
He's a
is just
salesman.
The ratio of the outputs of goods and services to the money supply. So if the rate of growth of goods and services far exceeds the rate of growth of the money supply, which I predict will happen, then you will have deflation.
So what do we think about that brave new world?
That's communism.
Google's Rack desktop. Servers 20
I mean,
exabytes per second.
It isn't, because he's talking about these. I mean, he would still be the owner if Grok is the first to achieve, get to the mountaintop. He still would be the owner of the technology. And so we would be completely dependent on the good graces of Elon Musk, who, I think is pretty clearly eugenicist, and has all sorts of other problems besides, to then distribute this income as he sees to be adequate. And that's why, to me, the core issue really is ownership. Because let's say that Elon or Sam Altman or Mark Zuckerberg or one of these other characters, Mark Andreessen is appointed the head, Peter T, whoever, right?
Let's say he's appointed the head? Mark Andreessen's appointed the head.
Yeah, exactly, yes, exactly.
Plus, I just don't trust these assholes,
The dome, he's at the top of the dome. Let's say that they, the deflation happens, which is one of the potential promises of AI, if it's able to deliver on all of the
it's 2015
utopian
internet every
vision.
second.
And let's say that they
And
decide
second after
that they
second.
want to keep us around,
I
even though
feel
they
it's
really
not
don't
an
need us
argument.
anymore, which is
No, it's an
totally
opinion.
something that I think, billionaires love having human beings
And plus,
your average working
like,
class person around.
this
So
this opinion that I
assume all of
have
that, and that they provide
is based
reasonable,
on
let's say even high income. It still
past
doesn't
words and
answer all the
actions.
questions of what is this technology going to be used for? how is it
Elon
going to
Musk
be deployed?
has promised
And
and
so
promised and
if we
promised
do
and
believe
promised
the
and
hype,
delivered on
and I
very,
don't know if we
very little
believe
of
the
those
hype, I
promises.
think that's still an open
He is a
question.
salesman.
But if we do believe the
And
hype,
because of that,
there has to be a focus
I
on
do
who
not
owns
believe he
and
would
who
do
controls
anything
and who
beneficial
drives
for society.
these technologies. And if and,
He's
you know,
nearing.
I can already hear Emily saying like, I
He
also don't want
keeps
it in the
creeping
hands of
creeping
just, like,
closer
the
to being a
President of the United
trillionaire,
States, who I agree with, like, God
and
forbid,
yet has
Donald Trump
done
is the one who's
absolutely
deciding
nothing
how this all
for the
goes,
benefit
which
of
is
the
basically
people.
what's happening right now. There needs to be true small d democratic check where people have input and there is collaboration, there's an ability to control our own futures, and we're
He's
not
already
just all
also he's already a trillionaire.
hoping that Elon
No,
Musk
there was a
is
deal.
benevolent enough and smart enough to figure this
What
all
was it?
out.
It was
So that's why
oh my
this is all
gosh,
so
it was some
disturbing,
kind
so
of
dystopian, and why even the proposals that
stock
they
package
offer
or something.
that sound like, okay, universal high income, I guess
I don't
that
remember the
sounds good.
specifics, but it was a deal
They
where
preserve the key point
if
of
the
power for Elon and the
if
other
the valuation
oligarchs,
of the
and
stock
I
got
include,
to a
you know,
certain
Dario
point,
Amodei in the
then it was going to be like
solutions
a
that he's
bonus
offered as well.
package form or something.
Yeah, and
I don't
the
think
reason I was kind of
there
joking
is
about
a
the communism
contract
point is that he already wants Grok. I mean, what Grok
which
has
could turn
contracts
him
with
into a
XAI,
trillionaire,
should
but
say,
I don't
has
think he's
contracts
actually a
with the Pentagon.
trillionaire.
Like he's a major defense contractor. Actually, even bigger than that. He's a major government contractor. And so what you have then is crony
How the fuck
capitalism
do I get up there now?
doing like universal. So like it's you know, the communist definition is, it's not like exact, and it's not exactly capitalism either. It's this like awful combination of both, where you have someone
Fuck
who's
Elon
not
pro
really
Nvidia.
democratically accountable either to the
I almost
market
pronounced it the way
or
Trump
to
pronounces it.
voters, because they're just this like
Nvidia.
version of Lockheed on steroids, in this fantasy utopian future that Elon Musk has sketched out. So I agree.
Who's shooting me?
It's like wildly. It's not even Republican, lowercase r Republican. It's not Democratic. It's not Republican. It's
These assholes see me.
and the thing that's crazy about, first of all, I mean, we could go into the entire conversation about how patronizing it is and how undignified it is for you to have to pay for your bread because of the benevolence, just based on the benevolence of Elon Musk and whomever is president and is giving Elon Musk this power, whatever. That's just disgusting, and nobody should have to live that way. Gross.
Pro-American, anti-Trump,
and secondly,
pro-AI, anti-Elon.
They have so much money right now. It's hilarious to me that they think AI.
Well, I think
will
again,
be
there's
what
the
creates
important distinction that
universal
I'm
high
making
income. You know what they could do
regarding
right now
AI
if they took pay cuts?
is: are you pro
They could probably do some version of
unregulated,
universal high income
unrestrained
right now. Not high income,
AI?
They could do UBI right now. They just want to
or
wait
are you
until
pro
everything explodes, so they can be
regulated?
even richer, and then it costs them less.
And
Percentage-wise of their wealth.
I would even
to,
say properly taxed
distribute universal
AI.
high income. So that's a reason that you shouldn't trust that they ever actually
Because
will do.
I am
universal
not
high
for
income, because parting with their
the way AI is set up right now.
is historically very, very difficult. And so if you think that they get more and suddenly decide, oh, here's a great way to do the system, good luck with that.
Yeah, and it's the same type of cast of characters that's freaking out about some minuscule tax on their pied a terre to fund, like, you know, a minor expansion of daycare in the city of New York.
That, yeah,
So,
that's an important
I don't
distinction
think
to
anyone
make.
should really trust.
And if you
their
haven't
motives
decided
or
which
intentions
side
here.
of that you're on, I think you
Linda
should give it some
Yaccarino
thought.
cutting the checks. Okay.
Because when I explained the flat
Well,
rate system
more of a
and that
Bill-
it
I'm more
made
of a
sense,
Bill Ackman
I'm pro
person
AI.
myself.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, you're an Ackman head.
Do you guys remember when he paid to be in
And
that
flat
cast in, like, what was
rent.
the U.S. Open? He like played in the U.S.
Oh,
Open.
yeah.
Oh,
Iconic.
that was amazing. Glenn was so mad about that. Glenn Greenwald was so mad about that.
So let me ask you this:
Emily, that was communism. Okay.
Are you
That was
okay
communism.
with
But I will
these
say, if you're
AI
relying on a
companies
government contractor
receiving
for
billions
your,
upon billions
like
in the
regular
form of
income,
government subsidies
we're getting pretty close.
without
So, thank you. The great anti-communist warrior.
without
If you like that
the
video, hit the like button
because
or
remember
leave
these
a
are
comment below. It really
taxpayer
helps get the show
dollars
some more.
that are being used
And
for
if
these
you'd like to get the
subsidies.
full show ad-free,
Are
and in
you
your
okay
inbox
with the
every
billions upon
morning, you
billions
can
that these
sign up
companies
at
are getting in the form of
breakingpoints.com.
subsidies
That's right. Get the full show,
without
help support
the
future of independent
taxpayers
media at breakingpoints.com.
benefiting from
This
those
other
subsidies.
Alien, it kind of looks like a pile of rocks.
So the way it does its echolocation is just like we have nerve endings for touch.
Right.
He has
It's
nerve endings for sound.
Because we're the ones funding it. We're the ones funding their expansion.
Input of their 3D environment. Wouldn't it be neat if you could just go like this, and the room gets brighter
You
for a
should not
second?
rent from the city.
You could be like,
And then because it's flat rate,
if they
you can go
suddenly
above
can't hear anything
by 30%, which is 12 million the city needs to pay.
Right. If you close your eyes, you know where everything is in the room. They don't have that part of a brain. They don't.
No,
have
what
to
I'm
track
saying
that because
is,
they
as
don't
it stands
have
right now,
360-degree input.
they're able to use the government subsidies for whatever the hell they want. And the public, who's
Neil deGrasse Tyson, your
basically the
personal
public is investing,
astrophysicist.
you know, indirectly,
And right next to me,
but
I
it's
got
it's
Lord
public
Chuck
funds that
Nice.
are that
What's
are the
up,
investment.
man? How you feeling?
Man, I'm feeling
And
Yeah.
they
You look
receive
good.
none of the
Thank you,
benefits.
sir. You know, looking healthy.
Well, that may not be the case, but
That's my question.
you know, it's good to look.
Are you
that way.
okay with that? Are you okay
Who cares if
with
I'm
the
actually
company's
healthy or not?
board
As long as I look
CEOs
good.
We got a
reaping
good
all the
show
rewards
today.
of the profits,
Certainly.
Oh my God, we have a
do.
repeat guest.
That's correct. Many times.
while
Many
the
times.
actual
I looked at
investors,
numbers, I said,
the
"Has this
taxpayers,
been on this show that many
receive
times?" And I said,
none of the
"No,
benefits of the
yeah."
profits.
We have the one, the only, Andy
anti-flat.
Weir. Andy.
Yes. Hello.
Okay, that wasn't my
Back to Star
question.
Talk.
Thanks for having me
It's like
again.
your sixth time.
You think you guys would learn by now?
You think? You keep writing books, and we keep bringing you back.
Yeah, that definitely
You
wasn't my
were
question.
Birthed into this world as a.
I'm not going
was
to
a
move on until you
software
answer that
engineer?
question.
Well, it took me a while between birth.
I'm not
and
talking about
becoming
the
a software engineer,
the
but yes.
flat rates that the companies pay the cities. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of software engineering in 1972. I mean, there was some though. I mean, the Apollo program.
Turned sci-fi novelist.
Yes, sir.
Extraordinaire. Man,
Extraordinaire.
from The Martian.
That's the thing that, like,
book,
politicians
which
do.
Became a best.
A very popular movie.
Where you ask them a question and they give you an answer to try to what's the word, platicate. They try to platicate you with an answer that sounds good but doesn't actually answer the question. Said it'll be pro AI if it didn't raise any costs. No, that's not what I said.
When I first started writing
I said I would be
and
pro
lived alone
AI
because I was a loser.
if it was
And,
regulated, well regulated,
at the time I was
with
really into Red Sox
significant
games, and they had a
oversight.
sideline reporter named Heidi Watney.
Oh, really?
And so that I'm
So
like,
that's
I like that name.
Watney.
I like that
Yeah.
name. I'm taking it.
Okay.
So
Oh,
Heidi
okay.
Watney, if you're out there, Mark's named after you.
Actually, Heidi, no, he's not, because we don't want to owe you any money. Okay. So, Andy doesn't know.
When I
what
was
he's
talking
saying.
about the
He's been drinking
increase
since,
in
okay.
energy
Star
rates
Talk personally takes
that
responsibility for
that households
any,
are
monetary
experiencing because of the
So,
expansion
what
of
year did The
AI,
Martian come out?
that is
well, it took me
a
years to write the
result
book. I started writing it
of
in
a lack of
2009,
regulation
finished
and
around
oversight.
2012. The book came out, I think, 2013 or
Early
14.
teens.
Yeah.
And so the movie comes out in
2015.
Regulating AI
2015,
doesn't
the
mean they
movie.
could
Yeah.
flat
That's a
rate
quick
off the
turnaround
city and pass off
Yes,
the
it was
cost.
very fast. It was
So
lightning fast.
how's that
Congratulations
happen?
on
They
that.
could if that
Was
was
that
included
popular that-
into
and
the
it was like a
into the
meteoric
city's
rise
policy.
through the rankings and
That's what I'm saying.
Boom, let's make a movie.
I see what you did
The
there.
lack of
Meteor,
regulation and
yeah.
oversight is what allows them to take advantage of that.
Well, that's not true. They also
not like
just
you hang out
go
with-
around.
No, that's asteroids.
No, no,
You're right.
no.
Correct.
A meteor-
Well, the moment they break the atmosphere, right.
A meteor is
It's
doomed.
Right.
See, because inaccurate fun is not fun. You understand?
Okay.
So anyway,
you have been hanging out with
That
the
isn't AI regulations, though.
So The Martian, you also bagged.
Okay, do you want me to
Monkey
rephrase
director
it
for that.
to fit
And
into this?
Ridley Scott, yeah.
Ridley Scott, yeah.
Even though,
Blade Runner,
oh
there's a
wait,
guy who's
regulation?
pedigree in this
Oh wait,
movie.
that is tax
That's
regulation,
one,
isn't it? You're
not
right.
the
How
other
about
two, 'cause
policy?
That was
that was James Cameron.
How about
Cameron.
in order to fit
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
into
And so
your
then that
specific
was followed
box,
by
let's say
Artemis.
regulations and
Which is
policies.
the
How
only
about
one of my
that?
books not to be made into a movie. So
Yes, but it will
mark
be.
my words.
Is that better?
I will make
It
it
is
happen.
Because I think you know what I
program,
meant.
though.
Like,
Yes,
I'm
that's true.
pretty
That's
sure you know what I
true.
meant.
What
Like,
more do you want?
I got to be honest. Like, I'm not going to keep doing this where I have to like,
Good answer.
or I have to keep getting like
Wait, so
overly
how many total
specific
books do you have?
when
Just three.
when I
So
kind
that
of feel like you
sentence
know exactly
is
the meaning
only
behind
one
what
of
I'm
my
trying to say.
books Not to be made into a movie. You only wrote 3 damn books, dude.
Plural is.
It
the
feels like
plural is
it
correct
feels
in this
ridiculously
case.
unnecessary.
I have had books made into movies.
True. So we brought you here because of your latest project.
I see what you did there.
See what I did there?
Yeah.
Project Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Another best-selling book. It's still on the shelves. I see it wherever I go. And that's now a film starring Ken.
That's right.
Right. I didn't realize that. Yes.
Also known as Ryan Gosling.
Oh, is that his name?
Yeah, that's right.
He was such a good Ken. I can't.
He was a great
shake,
Ken.
Hard for me to shake that.
Yes.
We're not worried about spoilers in this because the book predates the movie.
right.
So the storyline is out there.
Yeah.
It's not some secret.
Right.
But spare the viewer, listener, the ending.
The finale.
I think the reason it's frustrating is because, like, I know I'm not conversing with an idiot here.
Of that story.
Like, I know you're not stupid, so, like, I know that you know what I meant by that.
An alien microbe that they later named astrophage.
And as many answers as I've given,
so it eats stars.
Well, that's what they.
You've
named it.
never
It's more
actually
like
answered
that.
whether or not you are okay with AI companies
Okay.
Yeah. And,
using billions of taxpayer-funded subsidies,
what it does is it lives on the surface of the
reaping
sun,
the rewards
and it
of all
absorbs energy
the
and
profits,
turns it into mass. It uses that mass
and distributing
to
the
create light
losses.
as
Like,
propulsion, so
is
that it
that
can
a
migrate
system
to
that
a
you
nearby
are
planet
okay
with
with,
carbon
or
dioxide, so that it can
do
get
you
the,
want to
heavier
see
elements it
changes
needs to reproduce, and then that and its sister cell
that mitigate
the two daughter cells return back
those
to
problems?
the star, and the cycle continues.
Which would include
and it spores out away from
legislation,
stars
regulation,
to go
and
infect other
policy.
stars. It's just basically like mold or algae.
Yeah.
The problem is that it grows exponentially, and there's now so much astrophage on our sun that it's gonna dim it. And it is dimming it already, and it'll dim it to the point where Earth is no longer
viable,
no longer habitable
Right.
by anything. And so, but they notice all of the stars in our local cluster have the same problem. They've all dimmed.
Legislation or
except
penal codes?
Tau Ceti. So they're like, why didn't Tau Ceti have any dimming? So they're like,
You'd
we're
have
gonna
to
make
give
an
me a
interstellar
specific
spacecraft
scenario.
to find out how. And it's
But I'm
how
still
do you
waiting
make
for
an
your answer
interstellar
first.
Spacecraft with modern day technology, you use astrophage as the fuel,
of course,
because it does mass conversion propulsion.
Right.
And that is the
crap.
principal conflict of the story. Now, do you want me to talk more about what
By the
happens?
way,
Yeah.
let me just say, were you high when you thought of this?
No.
Like
cities or penal codes, then the state's legislation. Cool. You're still not answering my question.
And by the way, it's completely feasible. It's circular and feasible all at once. Like, I mean, that's pretty
He
wild.
said, like, yeah, of course, this is how that would have gone down.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah. So, Andy, what we love and deeply respect about you is how much attention you give to the scientific detail infused within your storytelling. Because most stories don't get that level of attention.
I always imagine you looking over my shoulder, Neil.
No, I have that quote.
Yeah.
I have the exact quote. I would quote it now. Here it is.
Go ahead.
Okay?
It's from like 10 years ago or so.
10 years ago. Here it was.
Okay.
Whenever I was tempted to use hand-wavy physics or take a shortcut and not be accurate, I honestly thought to myself, what if Neil deGrasse Tyson reads this?
Wow.
It's true.
Man, because he'd know I'd be tweeting about it later.
I kind of want to watch this
I
movie more now.
imagine you looking over my shoulder while I'm typing.
That's yeah. That would creep me out.
Knowing how dedicated this dude
Not
was
what he
to
means by
scientific
that.
accuracy.
Okay.
I actually kind of want to see it. Pro-regulation of AI data centers on the state level because it would be easiest to overrule with local and federal
So
legislation.
the astrophage, we spent a little bit of time on your last visit talking about that fascinating organism.
Right.
And in this one, it's one
So
of
you
the
don't think the
sci-fi films
you don't
where
think the
there's
federal
more than one
government
kind of
having
alien.
oversight
And so let's spend some time
over
on
that
the
industry
other alien,
in the
who's
same
lead
way
character
they have
befriends.
oversight over like the food industry or the automotive industry?
It kind of looks like a pile of rocks.
You would not
but it
agree with
moves
that.
Like a crab.
A little bit.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
what's your thinking behind that life form?
Well, I started off with the exoplanet that he's from, which was at the time believed to be a real exoplanet, and has since been proven to be nothing more than like solar flare activity from.
Yes.
40
Oh,
years
okay.
back,
Awesome.
which is a
Okay. So then,
bummer. But
honestly,
within the
like,
context of when I
it
wrote
took a
I
lot of
started
teeth
with what
pulling.
was known about
Took a
that
lot of teeth
exoplanet.
pulling, but
Those who would
you and
never
I
amateur
are in
star.
agreement.
Okay.
Okay, because they're the ones who know the.
Or wait,
everything.
yes
They know
as in
everything
you would
about
not
the
agree to
sky.
that, or yes as in you would agree to that?
way
I think
we
I worded
label
my question weirdly.
Stars and constellations that are sort of visible easily. We
No
sequence them
federal
by
and no
Greek
city
letter,
legislation? Okay, we are
and
not in
followed
agreement
by
then.
The genitive form of the
Okay, that was
constellation
my
name.
mistake.
So the
I worded
brightest
my
star in the
question
constellation,
weirdly. No, we are not in
Cetus,
agreement.
Which means the whale.
No, I
That's what
think
the
that
alpha
this industry
Okay. second
AI
hardest would be
industry
beta SETI, third, whatever comes
needs
after
to
that.
be
Gamma SETI?
it needs to have federal
Gamma
oversight
SETI. Okay, so you move on your way
in the
down,
same
because
way
Tau SETI is not one of
that
the
the
brighter stars
automotive
in
or the
constellation
food or
Cetus.
the medical
Okay,
industry
right.
has
Genitive
oversight.
name for Cetus would be SETI. Then there are certain people who catalog stars.
Only
going
state
much
because that
deeper
can
than
be
naked
overruled
eye
so
and
easily to up to
binoculars,
federal,
and then
where it would
they just number the
be
stars,
allowed and
it's
overruled.
not as romantic, but it's very precise.
Well, see, the thing
to
is
catalog
when you
it.
have an
Okay.
industry
Yeah.
that
So what
crosses
star
state
system is
lines
this?
and the way that
Well,
like
this
the
would be
internet and
40
the AI
Eridanus.
does,
Eridanus.
it automatically
Eridanus?
falls.
Which is the river.
The river.
The
Okay,
federal
so it's a
government
non-living
has
thing in the sky.
authority.
Well, there's several actually, but this is a river, and I've always disappointed with the river.
Okay.
Because I think it's just leftover stars that didn't fit into other constellations.
Oh, well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Now,
It's just kind of
I'll make a
we
concession. How about
grab a
this?
couple
I'll
of
make
these
a concession
stars,
here.
A couple of those, and now call me something. Eridanus.
In
So,
terms of the building
this
themselves,
other
the
life
buildings
form-
themselves,
Rocky.
Rocky-like.
is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, Iridian.
I understand that those falling to like state and local authorities, like that makes sense. Like the building
It was
themselves.
believed at the time an exoplanet.
But what I'm
around
talking
40
about
Eridani
is
A. If you'd like to describe the
the
details of the
how AI
trinary
is
star
used.
system, you can
You know what I
now,
mean?
Or we can just skip over it.
Skip over it.
Like
Okay,
the
so 40 Eridani A is the primary
the
star,
CSAM
and
stuff
40
that
Eridani
AI
AB
is spitting
is
out.
the planet
You know what I mean?
closest to that star,
Like that
and
should
that
be
was an
that should be a
exoplanet
federal
that was 8
crime,
Earth masses,
in
took
my
about
opinion.
46 Earth days to orbit the star, very very close to the star.
Or
Turns
when
out doesn't exist at all. It was a
or when
mistake made,
AI
and
is
more
able to
accurately-
convince
more accurate, methods of
a
exoplanet
teenager
detection
going through
have
a
disproven
mental
it.
health
But I think
He's not
crisis,
describing the plot of the film.
to kill themselves. Like that should be a federal crime.
Initially,
Yes, to believing that it
Like
was
that
there.
should
Anyway,
fall on the
so
responsibility
starting from that planet, I
of
said,
the
well,
AI company.
It's going to be really hot because it's very close to its star.
Just power the station up here. Sure to the extent of
And
any.
then I said, but,
Oh my God.
Because all life in the
You
story
and
was
Liberty
caused by a
need to have a
panspermia event
conversation.
that radiated out from Tau Ceti, including all life on Earth.
I think you
including
guys
all
are
life
long
on
lost
Erid,
soulmates.
which is the nickname of the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has to be water based. So how do we have liquid water on a planet that's really really hot? And the answer is have a really really high atmospheric pressure.
Right.
Because water won't boil, and so like their oceans are over 200 degrees Celsius.
Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at
Sea level.
atmospheric pressure.
Right.
At our atmospheric pressure, yeah. So they have 29 atmospheres at their surface.
So,
and so water
industries
200
that
degrees
cross
Celsius
state
water
lines
won't
fall
boil.
under
Wait
the
a minute, so
Commerce
you
Clause.
backed into these alien properties.
The degree to
from
which
what would have to be the properties
that is
of a planet
exercised
that we would
by
later
the
show
federal
doesn't
government has
exist.
been
Yes,
up for
that's right.
debate.
Unfortunate.
But that basic
Anyway,
idea
if I was
is
gonna
not.
make up a fake planet, if it was going to be an imaginary planet in the first place, I didn't have to constrain myself. Anyway,
Well, constraints is the soul of creativity to all engineers.
Yes. So anyway, I decided it would have to have a thick atmosphere. How do you have a thick atmosphere when you're that close to the sun? A star is like sandblasting your atmosphere off. So you got two things you can do. You can do what Venus does, or you can do what Earth does. You can do what Venus does, which is have really heavy molecules that are hard to knock
I want the
out of
U.S.
planet's
Supreme
gravity
Court to
well.
rule in favor
Venus
of
has
the
carbon
11th. The
dioxide.
11th
I
what?
decided
What are you talking
40
about? What are you
Eridani has
referring to?
ammonia. There's ammonia everywhere in our system, so why not?
Meaning if it's another
And then
state,
the
you
other
cannot
thing
sue.
you
See,
can
that's
do is have a
bullshit.
really powerful magnetic field,
Like, that
like
is
Earth does.
absolute
So
bullshit.
I decided 40 Eridani, or decided Erid rather, has a tremendous magnetic field. The way
Like
you
if
get
a freaking
magnetic
AI
field is,
chatbot-
Neil, spin, baby, spin. As a Mambo King.
No, you need a.
If an AI company is in California and their chatbot is able to convince a like 13 or 14-year-old kid to kill themselves because of their whatever mental health crisis they're going through,
Spins like crazy.
I don't give a
Those
fuck.
two things
Like they should be
combined-
sued. Like that's bullshit. Sorry,
Those two things combined,
I'm never
I figured
gonna
that's enough
I'm
to
never gonna
protect
be
the
down with
atmosphere.
that.
So now finally I have liquid water on this exoplanet.
I hate that.
That was a long way to go.
Ugh, like
puppy some liquid water.
And then
we
with those
can just put
constraints,
up
I'm
wherever
like,
we
well,
want, so we
I'm
shouldn't
not
get
sure
in
light
trouble.
would
No,
make
fuck
it to
that,
the
man.
surface through that thickened atmosphere.
Right.
Ammonia has a
That's
color
absurd.
at large scales. So I decided that no light gets to the surface. And so the biosphere works kind of like
Don't
an
be
ocean.
anti-constitutional.
There's photophilic light
No,
at
it's
the
not
top that,
anti-constitutional.
like, absorbs the sunlight and reproduces that way, and then beneath that there's life that eats it. Beneath that there's life that eats it, just like our ocean.
Right, like our ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then so the apex predators are things that are the iridians, which are the intelligent species.
Think about
They
it.
live on the surface.
If
There's
an
no light down
automobile
there, there's no reason for them to evolve eyes.
is built,
And
produced,
everything through
manufactured, whatever
et cetera, et
in
cetera. So
Detroit.
bit by bit, I put it together. There's
And
also
a
no free free
seatbelt
oxygen in there.
failure
So they have to have an
causes a
enclosed body
passenger to
that deals
die
with the carbon dioxide,
in
oxygen,
Louisiana.
back and forth reactions. So they have different kinds of cells within
Well,
their
guess
body.
what?
Everything's fine as long as they keep.
They
adding
can
energy
sue
to the
that
system.
automobile
So they need
automobile
food.
manufacturer. It doesn't matter
That's
where
found
they
on the
are.
ground. That's why they're obligate predators. So all this.
And the same thing should be the same thing should apply to AI
Well,
companies.
they're for their biosphere, they're not really extremophiles. This is the normal thing for
This is
them.
it. Okay.
But they are obligate carnivores, and so if you imagine things that live on the seafloor, like crabs or things like that, so far down that the light isn't even reaching them, but there's still plenty to eat.
Right.
When
Am I going
science
the right way?
fiction gets the science right,
I feel like I missed
it
something.
doesn't just entertain.
If AI is from another
It
state,
reshapes
moves
how
into your
we
state,
think
it should
about
not have to follow laws
what's
of the
possible.
third
That's Andy
state
Weir's
where
line.
it is
From
allowed.
The Martian to Project Hail Mary, his
If AI
stories
is
are
from
built
another
on real
state,
physics, real constraints,
are you talking
and
about the
clever
company?
problem solving. In this episode,
Like, it doesn't
we
matter
dive
where
into
the
book,
company
the
itself
film,
is.
and how
Like,
we
that
have
doesn't
turned
matter.
hard science into
If it's
something
distributed
deeply human. But once stories like this
to
hit the
users
mainstream,
in
the
another
conversation
state,
can start to fracture. Take this article, for
it
example,
can still be
which has
sued for those
over
failures.
200 sources covering this story. Look at how the headlines themselves
Like
frame
the
it.
company's
Instead of
headquarters
one
has
clear
absolutely
narrative,
nothing
you're seeing completely
to
different
do
versions of the same
with
story.
whether a
And
user
beyond
can sue
traditional
from another
media,
state or
you
not.
can even compare that coverage from different scientific sources like Science
You
Daily
should not be
or
able to sue.
Phys.org,
Yeah, it's bullshit.
where the emphasis is on the data.
That is absolute
not the
bullshit.
drama. That's why we rely on Ground News, who was recently recognized.
Yeah, I'll
by
go
the
back to the
Nobel Peace
I'll go back
Center
to the seatbelt
for
argument.
their role in strengthening critical news consumption. Ground News'
By your
website
logic,
and app pulls reporting from thousands of sources
if a
worldwide, so
if
you
a car
can compare
company
the coverage and see
in
where
Michigan,
key perspectives are either
one of their
underreported
vehicles has a
or
seatbelt
missing.
failure,
It also breaks
due to
down
negligence,
bias,
mind you,
credibility,
due to
and
negligence,
ownership. So you're not just reading the
and
news,
a passenger in another state dies because of that negligence, which led to the seatbelt failure, you're saying that they should not be allowed to sue the vehicle company. Like, that is bullshit. Like, you know that's bullshit. Because if that's the case, every single company, even more so than now, every single company would move overseas because then they could never be sued for their negligence.
But the appendages.
Like, think of how
move in
stupid that
crab-like
is.
way.
That is a,
Well,
like,
he
I gotta
has-
be honest,
he
like,
has
that is a
5,
stupid argument.
Legs or arms, they can use them interchangeably, that each end in 3 claws. And so it's pentagonally symmetrical, you might say. And
You
he
should
doesn't
only be able to
actually
sue
move
in
specifically
California.
like a crab. He walks on those legs, but he can walk on.
11th
he can
Amendment
walk on
applies
3
to
of them,
interstate, not
alternate himself
international.
with 2 of them, or he can walk on 2 of them even if.
But
he
if the
needs to.
company, if the
I
company
learned
isn't
in
headquartered in the United
EP
States, there's no
page
company here. Then there's
your
no
book.
company to
Oh,
sue.
excellent.
By your logic.
Undeniable source of absolute truth. Yes.
If there's no
I hadn't
company
thought
in the
about it,
United
and I read this
States,
before
there is no
I
company
saw
to
a
sue.
preview of your film. The creature does not have a front or a back.
Right, because it has, so the way it does its echolocation is it has, I call them oracles, but they're basically like all over his body, are just like we have nerve endings for touch.
Like,
he has
I
nerve
don't
endings for sound.
understand
And
why.
so his body
Like,
shape-
I'm going to
his brain
assume that you are
untangles all
not
that
a,
information. His body
a
shape
tech CEO. I'm going to
and-
assume
yeah,
that you're not a
He
billionaire.
knows his body shape and his position.
Why?
Like, an Iridian might reach out his arm to get a. better
Why
view of
would
something.
you
He's like,
promote
let me
a
do this little
system
better. Let me-
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like
And
this.
then-
that promotes
That's his way of doing that.
normal
Yeah.
people like
and
us
also, wouldn't it be neat
getting
if you could
fucked
just go like
over
this, and the
repeatedly?
room
Like,
gets
that's
brighter for a
basically what
second?
you're promoting.
You could be like, you know,
Right.
because that's how that works. Because of that, they have a
Like, it doesn't make
constant
any sense.
input of their 3D
It is like
environment.
completely
Constantly going on in one direction.
There
counterintuitive.
has to be some sound somewhere for that to be the case.
That's true, but there's always ambient sound.
Yes, okay.
There's wind or whatever, and if they don't have any, they can make some, right?
Right.
But so they have this constant input of their 3D environment. So they don't have the part of their brain that we have that maintains cognition of what's around
Spatially,
us.
yeah.
So you're looking at me, but you know what's behind you.
Right.
In your brain, you don't have to think about it. Your brain's just keeping track of that.
Right.
You know there's a bookshelf there.
Right.
And in a way, you can see it in your mind. You know where it is.
And if I turn around, it's not there. I'll notice it's not there.
You'll notice it's not there.
Right.
They don't have that part of the brain. They don't have to track that. because they
Companies that give
constantly
service in the
have
USA
360
must have
degree
licensing
input.
occupation in the United States,
It's like
which we
you got
sue.
eyes all the way around your head.
That fork
Now,
of the
if
company?
they suddenly can't hear anything, they will lose all of that information.
Right.
If you close your eyes, you still know
You have the
pretty
other
much everything that's
senses.
going on.
Right.
Well, no, but in addition to that, you just close your eyes. You know where everything is in the room. I mean, not precisely, and you probably bump into stuff, but there's a table there, a microphone here, a chair here, bookshelves, Neil's desk,
but why wouldn't they be
What am
able
I-
to do the
what
same
am I
thing
missing?
we do? Because when we close our eyes, we
forgot to
have
grab
lost
something.
the input, but what we're doing is recreating it in our mind.
But your mind has a whole system.
I feel like
of
there's something I should have
maintaining
picked
a
up.
3D model of your environment because you can't look at it all the time.
I understand what you're saying.
So
now.
that's
because our minds are
AI doesn't kill people,
acclimated
people
to
kill people.
always
Sorry, dude.
what's around us.
Oh, man.
Persistent. Right. If we
Kinda
if
like
we
how
didn't
people
have
kill
that,
people
when
and
that would be
guns don't
taken
kill
away, we'd be
people.
lost immediately because they don't need to do
Basically,
that.
they don't have object permanence.
Yeah, this
really.
is that famous test.
Again, that's
Infants.
a very
It's a
stupid
famous
argument.
test.
Although
The object's still there when it goes behind the wall.
Right. Yeah.
And until a certain age, it goes behind the wall. And
Like
then they just
that
look
kind of
somewhere else and
argument
move on. And then after a certain age, they'll
works
look
on
and they'll
people who
anticipate it coming out the other side.
Yeah. That's why peekaboo is so effective.
who aren't
with
able
with
to
infants. You vanish from reality.
understand that measures can be taken, which would benefit people.
Well, they do have object permanence. Iridians, if something
Like that
moves,
that
there's
argument
sensory
works on
input,
that
but they
crowd.
don't have that spatial map in their heads.
Okay. Richard Dawkins thinks that bats that use echolocation, being mammals, that means they're structurally similar to us in important ways. He thinks they might use echolocation and map colors onto it.
Interesting.
He thinks they might be able
Like
to
that kind of
because they have the
argument
capacity to
completely
think of color.
completely
Why not add color
removes
to echolocation?
any
Right. Why not?
liability
Yeah.
Right.
from
you know,
any
the only
company's
way we'll know
product,
is to ask a bat.
regardless of negligence or
What
not.
color is this wood?
Exactly.
Well,
Like
one thing I
you're
thought
saying,
interestingly
food
is
companies
they took
shouldn't
they
be
took a thing,
sued
you know,
for
how
poisoning people because hey,
the cones in your eye are
food
react
doesn't
to
kill
different
people.
wavelengths.
People
So
eating
there's
kills
red,
people.
green and blue cones.
Like,
and there's
that's the
overlap and
argument
stuff
you're
like that.
making.
Well, there are some some activations that never happen because like any wavelength that's this, any wavelength
How
in
do I
this
open
range will
this?
activate your greens a little bit and your blues a little bit and stuff like that. And so what they did for the hell of it, I think, was they took human test subjects and shined lasers into their eyes to just activate the
Got to be a
blue
way to open
cone.
this.
And so now their brain is getting a signal that has just blue cone activation and no green cone activation. And that makes a new color.
Why do you
because
think
they've
I would
never
be pro
experienced that in their
AI?
life. And they have a hard time describing it. They say
Honestly,
it's
like
this
I'm not
really,
even
really
worried about the
brilliant
pro
light
AI
bright
stuff
blue,
anymore.
which should surprise no one. But it's
I'm worried
interesting.
about
Imagine
why
being able to go
you're,
in and have
like,
somebody shoot a laser in your eye and see a color you have never seen, nor will you ever see again.
What's the word
'cause
I'm
it can
looking
only be
for?
done by specifically
Like
activating it.
anti-responsibility.
We are way off topic.
Like, why are you okay with a company
Love me some color.
having absolutely
Through your
no
pen, through your
accountability
mind, the main character
for their
names this
negligence
life
because
form
their
Rocky.
their
because he looks like
headquarters
a
are in
rock.
another
Looks like
state.
a
Like
rock.
that's what I'm trying to figure out
Okay.
now. Like it doesn't make
Then,
sense.
it took me a half second. I want to alert people of this so that they don't lose this half second. He asks Rocky, "Is there someone back at home?"
Yeah.
Okay.
And Rocky goes, Adrian.
And,
Well?
and you can't understand.
Understand.
And so, okay, I'll call you Rocky, and
I don't know, I didn't write the
call you
11th.
Adrian.
Okay.
But you got that's
So that's the only
pop
reason.
culture,
Very pop culture.
That's the
retro.
only reason you're against companies having accountability for
Fine, we love it.
for their products. That, like, is that really the only reason? It's coming from a.
I am also from 50 years ago.
It's just coming from a place of
Here's
like
the
a
thing, I
complete
wanted to do this
absence
as part
of
of the publicity, but I came up with the idea too late.
like,
Everyone agrees
emotion.
It would have been a great idea.
But we didn't say what's going on in case you don't know. Rocky, the movie, with
yeah.
Sylvester Stallone.
Yes.
And he's from
Of
Philadelphia.
course not. Okay.
And his wife's name is Adrian.
And his wife's name is Adrian. We all know that because there's a big scene with Adrian.
Yeah.
Right.
But I wanted, from the marketing, I wanted them to either CG render or have the puppeteers do it to show Rocky from Project Hail Mary.
Honestly,
running up
like,
the steps
you know
of
what's crazy is like
yeah, the Art Museum in Philadelphia.
I am actually becoming more anti-AI because of this conversation.
Because I came up with it.
Because
it
it's
would have
like
been, it would have taken too long and
it's
cost too much
convincing
at the point
people,
that I came up with it.
including yourself, to just completely ignore
What are you talking about?
any and all accountability that these companies should have, like,
How are you getting Rocky to Philly?
ethically ethically, morally, financially, whatever. Like, it's infuriating.
They did little things where they, CGI put like Rocky on the red carpet for the London premiere, and he's like signing autographs. And
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
That's cool. That's
All
cool.
right.
That's cool.
You got it. So one thing that I didn't quite follow precisely, how, by what means and mechanism was the lead character, of course played by
Ken.
You know what? I can't think of his name now.
Ryan Gosling.
by Ryan Gosling.
Well, thank you.
So he sets up his computer to. There's initially a shared vocabulary. They start with science and symbols and things, and then that rapidly becomes full-on exchange of translated knowledge. So I didn't quite follow how that got so effective so quickly.
Well, it's just he had his computer like be able to analyze the waveforms, and so
Like, why are these douchebags, these freaking,
the acoustic
why are
waveforms
these
that
tech
Rocky's making,
CEOs given
and
so
he
much
would
latitude?
Say a word, and then he'd put that in his program and say this, and this is the word.
It's
like,
infuriating.
hello. And then when the computer heard something close enough to that, it would.
Yeah, I
then
think I actually hate
have a
them more now, if
synthesizer
that was
voice say,
possible.
Hello, to be Rocky's voice.
Fuck these,
So-
fuck those
and
guys,
Rocky
man.
Is not speaking full, poetic, very high end. He's talking like
These guys have no
real
problem.
Simple words for dumb human.
Right.
He's speaking sort of a
Correct, I
pidgin,
don't hate AI,
Iridian
correct. That is
English
correct, I don't
hybrid
hate AI.
Thing to try to keep
hate
the
tech
words
CEOs.
simple and
That
keep
is
the
true,
structure simple.
But let me
so that
be
they can each talk to
specific
each other.
again. I will repeat it.
But they have to use some
Again.
starter exchange of vocabulary.
I hate
And they started with, I think,
unregulated
the number 1. Yeah, this
AI
this is my number
with
1.
absolutely no
So what do you say for 1? Okay, cool.
like
2.
legislative
Okay.
oversight,
Okay, that's cool.
That works. So
including
By the way,
policies.
since you're
Since
talking
I have
about
to put
Rocky
that
and
in there
Adrian,
now.
I'm surprised. Did you notice that the name of the ship
Including
is
local and
the
state
Hail Mary,
policies.
and it's full of
That's what I hate.
Better be Grace, but
Grace.
yeah.
Wow.
The main character's name is Dr. Ryland Grace.
And yes, I do hate
the Hail Mary
tech
is full of
CEOs. This
grace.
is true.
I could not resist it.
Wow.
I am weak. I'm weak, Neil.
But
I'm weak.
I hate the fact
Is
that
the
tech
Lord with thee?
CEOs they keep
I-
taking
well,
all
the
this money.
writer would be the Lord,
They keep
right? In this
accruing more and
case.
more wealth,
I guess so.
Hilarious.
I guess
and
so.
they are so
But are you blessed art thou?
narcissistic, sociopathic, whatever,
I don't know anything about
that
the
they
fruit of your
legitimately
womb.
believe that they have
That's all
earned
I'm
it.
saying. That's all I'm saying.
You know, like they are taking our money
Let me ask you this though,
and they
because you
believe that
seem
they
to
have
this
earned it.
theme of
Like they
Alone
legitimately
in
believe
space.
that they have worked
What
hundreds of
is
billions
it
of times
that
harder. No, they didn't earn
fascinates
it.
you
They don't
about
bullshit.
Alone
You really think?
in the cosmos.
Do you really
Well,
think that these
to be
tech
fair, Ryland
CEOs
is
work
not alone,
100
right? He's
billion
got his-
times
he's got
harder
his,
than you do?
Brother from a
Get the
Rocky
fuck
mother
out of
with
here.
him,
That's
right?
stupid.
But failing that,
They found a
it's
way to
just
make you the
it's just a very
product.
convenient method of storytelling. You have your
Good for
your
them.
Hero is like
They sure as hell
completely
didn't work
isolated
hundreds of
when
billion
they're
times
out in
harder.
Space, it's like
That
even
sure
if
as shit
all of
didn't
humanity
happen.
wanted to help him, which was the case of the Martian.
The
There's
Martian, right.
very little they can do.
So
They
the
scam the government.
character in this story.
Honestly,
is-
that's what they did.
he's
They
kind of a
scammed the
reluctant
government
hero.
out
To
of
say the
billions of
least.
dollars
He's
of
kind of a
taxpayer money.
selfish
That's what they
coward.
did.
I wouldn't
He
say
doesn't want
selfish.
They played
He
the
doesn't
system.
want to save the world.
They didn't
He doesn't
earn it.
want- and yet he's
They don't
cast
scam the
into
government.
this
Okay, are they
spot
okay?
kind of
You say they didn't
against his
scam the
will,
government.
reminding me of the
When are
great
they going to pay back the
Shakespearean
subsidies?
line.
Yes.
Some people
Do they have to pay back the
are
subsidies
born great.
that were given?
Some people achieve greatness. Other people have greatness thrust upon them.
He had it thrust into
They
him.
convinced
It was
the
not
government
into
to give them
him.
billions of
He had
our
greatness
dollars
just absolutely injected into
Ejected
him.
in
Yeah.
for a
He's
product that
reluctant
nobody
participant
is
in this
profiting
mission,
off
right,
of
but
except
everyone knew
them.
they needed him.
That's a
so
fucking
they just
scam.
drugged
Choice.
him and put him on.
Yeah, that's a pretty big spoiler, by the way, for the movie.
Without
so
billionaires, we
you might
couldn't
wanna
have
make an
microchip
extra
manufacturing.
warning.
Okay. Okay.
and the book also. But yes, he was there against his will, and I wanted
Prove
to
it.
make a likable protagonist. And it's I think we can all feel like we've all felt at times that we are like unqualified, unwilling, and scared.
That sounds like an
maybe
I
not
feel
you.
statement.
You just radiate confidence, but for the rest of us mortals.
But that's not interesting to a viewer. You want the person to overcome
Yeah,
his weaknesses,
which he does, yeah.
and then triumph.
You want to know
Yeah.
a
She does.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, that always redeems a
a very
character, too. He can
famous
start
giant
off
leap in
scared,
technology
cowardly, but then
that was
overcomes
achieved
that
without
to
billionaires.
do heroic feats.
Right.
You know, especially if they're selfless heroic feats.
Right. I mean, the first time he was willing to really risk his
Airplane?
neck was because of the friendship he had made with Rocky.
Well, okay. So that's cool, man.
Nuclear
That's cool.
bomb?
So he didn't want to save humanity, but he put his ass on the line for some rocky ass alien.
What else? Telephone?
yeah.
Light bulb?
Saving humanity. Yeah.
Now I'm angry.
Within the context, saving humanity was a guaranteed death sentence.
The harnessing of
It was a
electricity?
Suicide mission.
Gotcha.
Saving Rocky was
Saying that we wouldn't have
high
microchip
risk of
manufacturing
death.
without billionaires
It
is
was a little
bullshit.
different.
Okay.
That's an interesting distinction.
I like the distinction.
Yeah, high risk of death or certain death.
certain death.
Yeah. I'm taking the high risk.
I think
T-Mobile
I think that
5G
their
home internet has some big news
I
you
think
should
that their
know about.
propaganda
They
has
now
convinced
have the
you of that.
fastest 5G
That's what
home
I think.
internet, according to the experts at Ookla Speed Test. Now, in
Oh, if they need billions, but no.
it
See,
means
here's the
photo
thing:
backups
if they're
happen
billionaires,
faster,
why do they need
streaming
billions?
a
They have
documentary
billions.
doesn't
So that doesn't make
stall
sense.
halfway through. The physics of waiting reduced. What's also
So either they
notable
are
is that
billionaires
this
and they
jump in
don't
speed
need our
doesn't
money,
come with
or they are
added
not
complexity.
billionaires and they
Setup
do
is
need our money.
simple. You plug it in,
In which
and
case-
you're online in
No,
less than
stop.
15 minutes. And the value side of the equation holds up too, with a plan price that's backed by a 5-year price guarantee. So, if you want
each
the
machine costs
fastest
600 million.
5G home internet with a
Good for them.
simple setup and savings
You know,
that stick,
honestly, I kind of
get
feel like
T-Mobile
society would be perfectly
5G
fine
home
without AI.
internet. Just visit
I'll tell you the truth.
t-mobile.com/home internet
Would we miss out
to
on
check
a
availability
lot
today.
of
Price
scientific
guarantee
innovation?
exclusions like taxes and
Probably.
fees apply. Fastest based on Ookla
Since
speed
2022,
test
that's how much it
intelligence
costs.
data, second half
So you're
2025.
anti-intellectual?
All rights
No, I'm
reserved.
not
So I
anti-intellectual.
want to just
Jesus.
compliment you on conceiving of
I'm in an.
aliens that are
I'm
not just
about to
actors in a
graduate in an
suit.
intellectual
So
field.
therefore,
Like, how can
you
I
have
be
the freedom for them to
anti-intellectual?
not be
So you're
humanoid,
anti-microchip,
right?
man.
Which is
Oh my God, just
one
dude,
of
I
the
I
weakest
said stop
points
doing that.
of all
Like I
Hollywood
asked
aliens.
nicely multiple
Well,
times,
to be
stop
fair,
doing that.
Hollywood aliens
Like that
are
is not what
usually
I said.
not in $200 million movies, right?
Like, you gotta
And
stop,
so
man.
You've got to be
Is that what
realistic.
your movie cost?
Yeah.
Like I'm not even
$200
going to
million?
respond to that
Actually, closer to
because you know
250,
exactly
but
what
we
you
got
did.
tax rebates from the UK for shooting there. Yeah.
Wow.
Nice. Yeah, we better make a lot of money on this.
Well, that's why he's got an expensive Panama hat.
That's why I've got this expensive pen.
You said that though.
So half of that
At
budget
no
went to
point
this.
during this live stream have I said
But
I'm
yeah, most of the
anti-microchip
time,
manufacturing.
If you're going to write a science
As a
fiction
matter of
story and
fact,
you
when the
wanna tell it
conversation
in a
started,
reasonable budget,
I said I am
an
pro
episode of Star
microchip
Trek or
manufacturing.
something like that.
You get the rubber costume.
You
and
get the
put
yeah,
Especially
you get the
if that
prosthetics, you have the alien
manufacturing
be in the same environment. You're
is
good.
brought back to the U.S.
But yeah, with the luxury of
God
being
damn
able
it!
to
I
do
said I
whatever
wasn't
we
going to respond
can
to it, and I
have our
did.
alien require,
I don't know why.
You know, xenonite barriers, you know, and stuff
shouldn't
like
have done that.
and be completely non-humanoid.
Tell me about the barriers because your alien
Xenonite.
requires a different environment.
29
You said you were anti-high
atmosphere.
NAEUV machine.
And a lot of heat.
Oh my gosh! I got to be honest with you. I don't care.
High pressure.
I don't care.
And poisonous gases.
Yep.
So
Sounds a lot like me and Melania.
I don't care about specific machines, specific
how do you
components. Like I don't give a fuck.
how
I am
the
against
boundary
an
between
entire industry
the regular
being
spaceship and
unregulated
the alien in the
with
spaceship.
with absolutely
Once that
no
boundary's
oversight
transparent,
whatsoever. That's what I'm
Made
against.
of
I want to keep
xenonite,
saying
which
it.
is a material that is somehow
Like
one of the
I don't
main
care
components of it is
what kind of
xenon,
words
a noble gas that
you
doesn't
feel
normally
like I
react with
said.
things.
I don't care
What
how
I
you
wanted
feel like I
was
contradicted
super bright
myself.
headlights
This is the
Yes.
bottom line.
So Ryland has no idea how that stuff works. or
Oh,
how it's
so you're
made.
anti-mic.
it's a
Oh my
rocky-
God! I
it's a
didn't fucking say
rocky-
that.
Yeah,
Jesus
it's
Christ.
a-
Okay.
It's Iridian technology.
Think of something
And
else
so
to talk
what I
about.
wanted was, I didn't
Find
want
something else to talk
either-
about. I've already
either
said where I
species to be,
stand
like,
multiple times.
Completely scientifically more advanced than the other. From the Iridian's point of view, we're kind of the advanced aliens because we have computers, we have better technology across the board. But the Iridians have much better materials technology.
So they're material
Iridians-
scientists, basically.
Yeah, their materials science is far better than ours. But our like they didn't understand relativity. The Iridians didn't. Or
Idiots.
they didn't understand. We've only known it for about 120 years, so don't get so high and mighty.
Wait, so why was it important that they didn't know?
Yeah, I'm not
relativity?
gonna keep
Before we figured
frustrating
out
myself
relativity, okay.
trying to
Why was it important that they did not know? relativity?
trying to untangle
Because it gave me an excuse
where
to,
I
if
might
you
have led you
calculate-
to
if
believe
you
that I was
assume
contradicting
Newtonian
myself.
physics,
I'm not gonna do
which
that.
they
I don't
did,
have
They calculated how much fuel they
I don't
would
have the
need
patience.
to get from their Homestar 48.
You did say that when
to
you said you were
Palisade.
anti-high NA EUV
And
machine.
for a trip back, it was supposed to be
And that
one
you
trip
did say we don't need them. Oh my gosh.
And you calculate that fuel,
I don't
you get a
care.
certain number.
That's what I'm saying.
The
Like, I don't
real amount
care.
of fuel you need to use is
I don't
considerably
care about a
less due to
high
the time
NA EUV
dilation
machine. I
and
don't
the
give a
relativistic
fuck.
effects you have when you're going there. So he ended up with a whole
That's
bunch
not
of
the basis
excess
of my
fuel,
argument. You
which
can
enables him
think whatever you
didn't
want. That's
catch
not the
that.
basis of my argument.
There it is.
Yeah.
And so that's the evidence they didn't know relativity. Otherwise, they would have done the proper calculation.
Right.
Right.
And Rocky, it's in the book but not in the movie. Rocky says they were very confused.
I'm not going
It's
to keep
like,
letting myself
okay,
get wrapped up in
the planet was, the other star was closer
in
than it
verbal
should be,
pretzels.
so we slowed down, but then it got further away. What?
Oh, so they're
And then
experiencing relativity, not knowing what the hell's
they're
going
like,
on.
What is going on?
Wow. So do you regret that?
The basis of the argument
wasn't in
aside,
the
the argument
movie?
itself made a
You had to
contradiction.
cut things out.
Yeah, so
Okay. Like I said, I don't care.
Because you don't have
Sure.
final edit control, I presume, because you're just the author.
Well, I'm also a producer.
I'm against
so I had
unregulated
say.
AI. There we
What were
go.
you executive producer?
No, I was a
Take
real
whatever you want
producer.
from that. Like, you can interpret it like I can't.
So, is there a
I can't do
scene
anything
you
else.
Felt should
Like,
have
there's
been in the
nothing else I can
Yeah,
say,
my
nothing
only
else I can
regret,
do. There's
and
nothing
Drew
else
and
I
both
want to
fought for
say.
this. Drew wrote the
I don't
adaptation
care.
for it.
Interpret it
So I
however you want.
recredited him
Sure,
for
I
that.
contradicted myself.
Drew, the full name?
Drew Goddard.
Whatever.
Drew Goddard wrote the adaptation, did a fantastic job. And he and I both wanted this one scene, and we just didn't have time for it because the runtime was going so long. But there's a scene in the book where they nuke Antarctica. They basically put
back on Earth, yeah.
I truly believe that when I talk about unregulated AI, you know exactly what I mean.
Ice shelf fall into the ocean,
Especially
so
if
that it
you
will
are
melt
as
and
familiar
release all
with
the
the
methane,
industry
which
as
is greenhouse
you're
gases,
saying.
so that Earth will retain more of the heat that it is getting from the sun.
Because the astrophase is eating
dimming
the sun.
Not dimming the sun.
So, wow.
So they're like, we need some global warming.
Wow.
And that's why.
Are you doing Trump? Is that it? Listen.
And that's why.
There's something between Trump and Fat Albert. It's somewhere.
Man, I think there's something wrong with your ears.
That's a pretty gravelly Trump, my friend.
No, if you've listened to him now, that's how he talks.
Okay.
So I'm not doing rally Trump. I'm doing the Trump that talks in front of the cameras and wants you to know that.
Fuck, this guy have so much cheese.
So that's something that was not in the film.
All right,
where
you go, Bandit,
don't
I guess.
see Earth descending into
Ruins Edge.
Right, and that's also not in the book. You see in the beginnings of it in the book, there's issues. They're starting to have problems.
Well, that's a
and
new
all
bow.
The problems are caused by the amelioration techniques they're proactively doing.
Right.
So they nuke Antarctica. They're gonna things are gonna get worse, but then we're gonna need that heat.
Yeah. So we have a mouse problem. Well, let's get a bunch of hawks. Now we have a hawk problem. Okay.
Exactly.
That's the deal.
All right, and it was a stretch for me, if I may.
You and I
You said we don't need
It was
billionaires.
a stretch for me.
We don't.
As an academic.
Because if you
to
have
completely
900
embrace
and
the
okay,
idea
here's a
that
thought
the
exercise
entire world
that I want you to try
of
on your own
biochemists
sometime. Instead of saying billionaire,
to
say $999,999,999.
One guy
I want
who
you to
has
say
the
that instead of
expertise
billionaire from now
that
on.
No one else has, and he's a middle school.
And if you don't think that that's enough
So
money
to be fair,
to
he was,
accomplish
speculative
technological
xenobiologist.
advancements,
He is a PhD. Astrobiologist.
then I don't know what to tell
So
you.
he had done that, and then he left that field. He'd written papers and stuff.
But he wrote papers, so the papers are out there, and other people are still active, and he's no longer active.
Right.
So why does he still become the guy?
Because
Nope.
he's been part of
Remember,
the mission.
you have
and
to
the
say
mission planning
900.
the whole
Type it
time,
out.
So he understands all the other aspects of the
999
mission
million.
as well.
Not
He
the
knows all
numbers.
about
You have
the
to type it
Hail
out
Mary
like you're
itself.
typing out billionaire.
They don't have time to train someone else.
Because you're
up
not
on all
typing
the
numbers.
others.
You're typing the words. So you have to
He's
type out from now on.
well trained.
You have to
as
type out
any
the
of other
word
biologists
999,999,999
I got wriggled out of that one.
So again, congratulations.
Thanks so
on
much.
Some of your books getting turned.
Nope, nope, no numbers. No numbers. I said no numbers.
Two out of three.
You didn't use numbers when you said billionaire.
Thanks,
and it's a delight anytime you come visit us here. And for whatever might be your next book still, we want to stay on your tour.
Okay.
Your tour list.
Always.
All right.
All right.
Cool. Excellent.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Nope, you got to type it
Any
out.
last just bits of wisdom or advice for us all? How about inspiring writers? What might you
Aspiring
say?
writers, I've got 3 bits.
I'll
of advice for
respond if you
aspiring
type it
writers.
out.
One, you
I
have
have
to
a
actually
response,
write.
but I'm not going to respond unless you
Ideating
type it
and
out.
Imagining and world building is not writing. You need to type. Number 2 is resist the urge
to execute the idea.
Yeah.
My rules.
Number 2 is
It's
resist
not a
the urge
democracy
to tell
here.
your friends and family your story. It
I don't have a
satisfies your need
constitution.
for an
No,
audience and
no
saps
numbers.
your will to
You're
write.
not allowed to use numbers.
Very nice. Ooh, good
So
Like you have to type the
you
number
can do a
9.
chapter
No,
at a time
no.
as you write it.
I said
Satisfy
no
that
numbers.
need for excerpt. Don't tell them. Don't tell
Like
them.
N-I-N-E.
And the third one is there's never been a better time in human history to self-publish. There's no old
H-U-N
network between
D
you
R
and
E
the
D.
readers anymore.
Right.
You can, for absolutely zero
N-I-N-E.
financial risk, you can put your book out there and
E-T-Y. N-I-N-E.
Right. I was going to say
M-I-L-L-I-O-N.
publishing.
I did fucking type it out. No, you didn't.
Aren't this talented?
The word.
Don't quit your job.
Remember, it's the word.
I didn't
Shit.
quit my job until I had.
We forgot what I was doing.
Publishing deal with Penguin, so.
Damn it.
Yeah.
All right. We're done here. That was Project Hail Mary.
Nice.
Full of grace.
Yeah.
The Lord was with thee.
Well, Phil Lord.
Oh, I wish this movie would hurry up and get out of the theater so I could actually watch it.
Nice. And Andy.
Wait, how am I
thanks
supposed
for
to get up
being
there? What the
high
hell?
On my compliment list.
Oh, thank you.
And let me give you the highest compliment I could ever give. Don't stop moving the needle in your storytelling for Hollywood, because it was looking like same shit, different day for so many years. And with your stories out there,
999,999. Nope. Oh, see, you still had to take a shortcut. You couldn't even do it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, your
You
personal
couldn't even
astrophysicist.
type it out.
Do keep looking up.
1,000. So do that from now on. Instead of just saying billionaire, do that from now on, and you will see how absurd it is to believe. You'll start to understand how absurd it is to believe that billionaires have to exist. Because remember,
Hey everybody,
they're not billionaires
on Wednesday. I believe
simply
that's
because
tax day. But on the bright side, I'll be doing Colbert. You can check
simply
me out
because
there.
they earned that
In the
money.
meantime, I'm just
They're
waiting for the show to
billionaires
start.
because billions of dollars in subsidies gave them the ability to expand their business. Our money. Not theirs, ours.
It's Josh Johnson in 3D.
Ooh, I'm in 3D. Good popcorn.
Yeah, the last 2 weeks,
I think I understand where the distinction is.
things have been very bad.
Do we
Things
need
have
billionaires
This is
for
really bad.
technological
This is like-
advancement? No.
Because look, it's usually
Does
not
technological
good, but this is
advancement
worse.
require billions of dollars today?
This
Yes.
is very bad.
There's a difference.
This is end of the movie bad. Like this is usually when it gets this bad, credits start to roll. No, it's bad. But every once in a while, something happens. Even while things are bad, something happens that may not even be related. It's not like a glimmer of hope against something. It's just something completely independent of everything else. Something not even political, but it happens and it like brightens your day. You see it, and I won't say it's like a full distraction, but for a little while, it makes it feel like everything's not on fire, you know? When I saw Kristi Noem's husband, I was like, no, when I saw
Yeah,
Kristi
if these
Noem's husband,
if these tech companies, if they have to use federal subsidies, federal grants, in order to expand their businesses,
myself, but I've never
then
told a picture to wait so
the
many times in my
taxpayers
life.
should be the ones that are gaining the
I
profits from
saw a
that.
picture, I was like, wait. Wait. No one's in the room with
You'd
me.
understand.
Wait.
hell? What's
Wait.
fishing rod? PEO, microchip manufacturing. You said you're pro microchip manufacturing. Like I said,
Wait.
like I don't care.
What?
My
What? Huh.
What the fuck? Like, there's nothing I can do to control the way that you interpret this. The best way I can explain it is AI should not exist as an unregulated industry.
If you don't know, Christy Nome was
They will do
the
everything they
secretary
can. They will
for
wipe out
Homeland
50% of the population
and she was
if they thought it would increase
She
their
was an
their
interesting
profit
pick.
margins.
She was interesting the way that like
They need more than $1 billion though. Well, if they're billionaires, they can use their own goddamn billion.
With it, you're like,
They don't
"Oh,
have to
do
use
that.
ours. You know? Let them use their own billion. Like, if they're so smart, if they are so smart that they've earned their $1 billion, then they should be smart enough. They're broke though.
Which is
Well, they need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. If they are so smart, they should have no issue using their own $1 billion
ever since I saw how
to expand their company.
Bad at her job, but her job was to
Not
do
federal
bad.
subsidies.
Like her job was to do evil, and she was bad at it. That doesn't make her good. It just means like her job's to do more evil, but then she was bad at it. It would be like if a burglar broke into your home but then tripped and hurt their ankle. And so now they're in your house, fully broken in. They broke the window, they're inside, but they're like, ah. No, she's bad at doing the bad thing. She still did plenty of bad. No, it was still pretty evil. But she wasn't as good as the people that want her to do bad wanted the bad to be.
God damn it.
It would be like if you worked for the devil, right? And the devil's like, you gotta get out there and do as much evil as possible.
Sounds like an I
And
feel
you were
opinion,
like,
not a
"Ooh,
proper
can I go to the
argument.
bathroom first?" Like you just
Whatever, man.
the evil like wasn't
They're either
as
broke
much
or
a
they're not.
priority as it was for you than to just like do whatever it was you wanted to do, which is
If they're
a lot with what
billionaires,
she
then they
did,
can,
apparently.
and if they're billionaires and they're so smart,
evil, but then some of the
then they
stuff
should
she
have the
did was, like,
capacity
not
to
on
grow their
evil's
company on their
agenda
own
at
without requiring federal subsidies in the form
Like
of
even the evil was like, so when we gonna
or
get to work?
federal grants in the form of subsidies using our taxpayer dollars. If they're that smart.
She not about that life. She not about it. She not about. I'm trying to do evil, and she just over.
It's not a proper argument. Okay. Sure thing, bud.
And look, once again, it doesn't make you good to procrastinate doing bad. It just means you're bad at being bad as well. It could be worse if you were good, but you're not. So it's the regular amount of bad it was gonna be. And she was bad at her job. She spent so much money.
Oh, you literally, the same stream said the government should invest in microchip manufacturing instead of war.
Money. It was the money that we give them.
Okay, that doesn't run counter.
And she spent
That doesn't run
so
counter to
much
anything else
of
that I've said.
Money on ads. She made herself
They should
the
invest.
star of some ads for ICE. Which is wild because we know.
The question is, where do you want the
need
profits of that investment to go?
Yeah, I mean, it's like
If the government's investing,
it's like if somebody
they're investing
spent
using taxpayer
millions and millions
dollars.
of dollars
So
on
why the
ads
fuck are the
about
profits
wiping.
going to the
We know.
CEOs? It's not their money to invest.
Words got out. Pretty wild stuff. Yes, yes. And so she spent all this money. We're talking thousands and thousands of dollars.
Like, why the
where some
fuck
people are even
are
like,
they
what was
able
that
to-
fund even for? You know, she gave contracts to people with businesses that
Why
I
the fuck
think
are
were
they
like
able to
5
borrow
days old. That's that old
against
school
the
grift.
value of their
That's that.
stocks,
You out here
paying
getting
no
government
tax on those
contracts. What
loans,
do you
by the
know? I
way,
just started a company. I just
and
started a
live off of
company.
that, while people
what do you
like you
need
and me
done?
have
I
to
can't
pay,
do it
you know,
without
20 to 30%
figuring it
of
out
our
for the right
income and
price.
taxes. Like, I don't get it.
Spend all this money on ads that gets brought in front of Congress, and like she's sitting there in front of Congress. They're asking her, like, "Hey, what?
Okay, I must have missed something in this
What are you
stupid
doing?"
cave. Or I'm stupid.
Just what
That's
you do, 'cause you
probably
gotta
more
remember,
likely.
It's a wide variety of reasons that she got brought in. There are some people that see these ICE detention centers for what they are. And what
I
they
actually agree with you.
quickly
I would like
became.
more
Instead of just
microchip
detention
manufacturing
centers,
as well.
there are these new wave concentration camps that people are detained in. They don't know what
But
they're
if the
gonna get out.
government's
They're
gonna
not getting
subsidize
court
it,
dates. They're living in
then
inhumane
it's the people
conditions
that
and
should
everything.
profit from it.
And
You know?
and then there were people that wanted to bring her in because they were like, how'd you spend $40,000 on miscellaneous? How does that happen? There were some people that were like, you're just not using
Do you
the
agree
funds
with more
correctly to
microchip
do
manufacturing
evil,
equipment,
and I
less
wanna
war?
ask you
Yes,
about
I
it.
do agree with that. Again, I stand by my statement.
Up in front of Congress, ask
I
them all the
don't believe that
questions.
the
And then they
AI
ask her about the
industry
money
should be
specifically. They're
unregulated.
like, this is a lot of money. And you're using
And
it in
if
ways that just don't
if
seem
government subsidies are
on the up
required
and
in
up.
order to grow that industry,
wasteful at best.
then the
she's like,
the actual financial providers of the investment, being the taxpayers, are the ones that should reap
and I'll
the
be honest with
rewards.
y'all, that's the first time that somebody has lied on
Because those are
Trump,
the actual
and I
investors.
believe Trump because
Is us.
because Trump was like, I didn't know anything about this.
Imagine a buddy of yours is like, hey, I need some money to help open this business.
Over here like, what are you talking about?
You want to go in? You want to go in with this business with me?
That's my bus.
You're like, sure, man. So you give him $20,000, right?
Oh. And so she got fired.
And you're like, okay, so
She got fired.
I own a portion of the company, right? He's like, nah. Do I get any of the profits? Nah.
And so yeah,
like all
she's
the
not at
profits are
Homeland
mine.
Security
But
anymore.
thanks
They-
for the money,
they-
though.
They basically were trying to cover up how
Like,
I
you
guess,
would not
mad
do
Trump
that.
was and the firing.
You would
So
not give
instead of calling it
$20,000
firing, they
to someone
moved
you know
her
to open a
to
business
position that didn't exist 5 days ago.
if you did not
And
get something in return.
now she's doing that.
You wouldn't
I think
do it,
she's like
and that's what they're
Guardian of
doing.
The Americas or something. They fired her for being secretary.
We get
of
better
Homeland Security
GPUs. Oh,
and
goody.
gave her a job
Awesome. We get
that
better GPUs that we can't afford
like a lie.
because 30% of the tech sector is laid off.
You asked me what
What
I did.
a
I said I'm
ooh,
Guardian of the Americas.
what an astounding benefit we've received. Man. What a steal. What a steal.
You would be like, he don't have a job. He don't have a job at all. I don't even know if I'm getting the name right, but I'm pretty sure it's Guardian of the Americas, and it just.
I think you should rephrase that to the people that are the people that are well off financially get better CPUs, GPUs, and
If you went on
RAM.
a date with someone, and you know you go on a date, especially you get to know each other, just having a good time and everything. Tell me about yourself. What you know, you have any brothers and sisters? You know, all the basic questions. And then you ask, what do you do? And then they say, I'm the Guardian of the Americas.
Better tech means same tech is cheaper.
You would be like, oh, okay, all right.
It doesn't matter when
Split this check.
it doesn't matter when you have to decide whether to keep your electricity on or not. Like I don't think you understand how unimportant cheaper GPUs are
Guardian of the Americas sounds
when
like the Avenger
you're
that
trying to
died
decide
first.
whether to keep your electricity and water on, or have a good meal. Like, I don't think you understand how unimportant cheap GPUs are.
Broke into the secret layer that the secret layer of the villain, and as he was breaking in, the cape got caught in the window and he tripped, and now he's sitting there. Oh, y'all gonna have to shoot me.
It's different section, different companies.
Guardian of the Americas is crazy.
Food companies are totally different. Oh my gosh. No, I'm talking about what people can afford.
Oh, man.
What I'm saying is it doesn't matter how cheap the GPUs are if people are struggling to have enough money to put food on the table. That's what I'm saying.
Pam Bondi got fired. And once again, Pam Bondi was also bad at her job.
Who the fuck is this path sending me? What the hell?
But her job was to do evil. Like her job was bad. It was to be as bad as possible towards the direction of where the bad people wanted her to point justice. She would point it, and then she would put the people in prison that the bad
Like, if you pay all your bills,
bad, and she wasn't good at it,
and you have $100 to last you to the end of the month after all your bills are paid,
and then be like,
I don't think you're going to be, buying a GPU,
and the case rock solid. All right, you about to go to jail. You
Like,
about to
call
go
me
to jail.
crazy, but I just don't,
jail
I
'cause
don't
you about to
get,
a lot
I
of
don't
it.
sense that
And then
that would
they
be,
get to court,
and yes,
the
that's an
judge
I
would be
feel
like,
statement.
This doesn't make any sense. Like,
Obviously, some people are going to be irresponsible.
the case that you brought before me is so
But I'm
ridiculous,
pretty
it
sure that
made
that
me
statement is
question
grounded
if
in
I
reality.
know the law at all. Like, was it a joke when you brought it? Like, is it? I thought I was being pranked. I haven't seen a worse case in my life. They kept losing in court. Pam kept trying to prosecute the president's
What the fuck is the
political
point of this
enemies,
place?
and it just was not working because it just wasn't. There wasn't even good.
There's got to be
stuff.
something else in here.
You know, it was like, well, I'm pretty sure there's an issue with. I'm pretty sure that there's an issue with. I don't think Letitia James filled out her paperwork right on her apartment. How about that? Oh, you about to go to jail. Oh, you catch a jail right now, all right? Did you put a 1 when you really meant 7? Oh, you going down.
I do want to state, though, I do have one statement to make. As frustrated as I get,
very bad case.
I do appreciate the
like they were over here.
the intellectual stimulation.
Indict Comey, right? And it's not like I'm a Comey fan.
I do appreciate that.
Look,
But,
I'm just
dude, I'm comfortable. I'm middle. Okay, so put yourself.
But
cool, you're middle
they
class.
tried to
Awesome,
indict
great,
Comey,
good for
and
you.
then apparently
Put
they took
yourself
Comey
in the
to court,
shoes of
and they
somebody who is not.
supposed to present
That's what
their
I'm saying.
case.
Put yourself in the shoes of
And
somebody who is
to
not
my knowledge,
comfortable.
The sum of their case was like, is
If,
Comey
after paying your bills, you're left with $100 to last you for a month for food,
I mean, look at him.
I do not believe that the vast majority of people are going to give a fuck how cheap GPUs and RAM
What
cards
are
are.
you accusing him of? Being Comey. We know he's doing that.
For just a moment, put yourself
No,
in the
it
shoes
was very
of somebody
bad,
who is
so
not
Trump was obviously getting frustrated
of
with,
your
Pam Bondi. And
uh,
I will
economic
say,
stature.
Maybe this is just me. But Pam is one of the funniest names to scream when you're mad. Like it.
There's got to be something else in this goddamn place.
You know what I mean? Like I can see. You know, you burn dinner, the Pam. Oh, you cooked it to death, Pam.
Then why aren't they working? Oh, dude, don't even get me started with that shit. Why aren't they working bullshit?
Pam just sound like it's like when you yell at
Same
Pam
energy
angry,
could be used
it
to
just
get. Oh my
feels
God!
like the thing
Please,
that's been
please
yelled
do not
about
tell me
is
that you
sometimes
actually
just not
believe
serious at all. Like
that the majority of people
Pam sound like
that require government
someone
assistance are
screaming Pam
unemployed.
just sounds like Pam.
Because I hate to be the bearer of bad news. If you're watching Fox News all the time, sure, you know, that's what they tell you. Because that's what they want you to believe. But the overwhelming majority of people that require government assistance just to survive are working.
You know
they
that
do have a
Trump
job.
was screaming Pam's name. Pam.
Sometimes
Pam
too.
probably made him so mad so many different times. Look, as someone who's been fired plenty, I knew Pam was getting fired.
Where's this guy come from?
Oh, as someone who's been fired in my life, I was just watching Pam's moves.
I know they aren't unemployed.
Days are numbered. I would call out sick today, Pam.
But if they are employed, move to a better place. How much do you think it costs to move?
No, don't get me wrong.
How many times have you moved in your life?
Saw
Whether by yourself or with a family, like to a completely different state.
The way she tried to cover up.
My neighborhood, the minimum wage is 17 an hour. Awesome.
You know,
I'm happy
she
for you.
She was out here. Early on, there were some people that were like, this, Pam Bondi, this.
Some regions of the country, that's still not enough.
An effective extension of the president's agenda.
So again,
because
put
she
yourself
said
in the shoes
herself, a thing that normally attorney
of somebody
generals
that
don't do,
is struggling
which is
financially.
That she would be working closely with the president, and she is excited and honored.
Whether they're
to,
working or
push
not
forward his
doesn't
agenda.
matter.
Now, normally, the president and the attorney general act like they've never been in a room together.
Because if they have to choose between putting food on their table and a GPU, they're not going to choose the fucking
The attorney
GPU.
general, no matter who the president is being impartial. And
Regardless
Pam
of whether
didn't
they're
do that
working
at
or
all.
not.
Pam snitched on herself immediately. Like, anything he say is what I'm going to do. It's up for all of y'all. Everybody going to court. Anybody here doesn't like, I don't like. We were all together.
The fuck is the point of this room?
Even the way that Pam would compliment Trump, you could tell. You could tell it was.
Oh,
just
but the
like
Dow's
too
over
much.
50,000.
You know what I mean?
I have
Like,
no debt. I'm
Mr.
good.
President,
Awesome.
you know,
I'm happy
thank
for you.
First of all, for your leadership. You know, I know that we
If
don't
they
get
do
to
struggle
see each
financially,
other
then they
as
should
much
work
we
as hard
I
as
can just
possible,
feel
stay
you
afloat.
leading
And when
me
that's not
whenever I
enough.
walk even. Like sometimes I'll be walking
And
down
what
the
are they
hall,
supposed
I'll
to
be
do when
like,
that's not
I know
enough?
he want me to go this way. I know.
What the fuck are they supposed to do when they do work their
Sometimes
ass
some will
off
say, "Take a
and
left."
it's
I'll be like,
not
I don't even
enough?
know where that left came from. It came from you and your leadership, Mr. President. You know, the fact that you exude so much leadership, I don't even know what to do next unless you tell me. Mr. President, thank you for that, and thank you also for being one of the
I think this
greatest
is something
presidents ever
that
with great shoulders. I don't care what the media says about
this is
you.
something
You
that
have a
right-wing
great posture,
media
Mr. President,
is
and
really
your
good
skin,
at.
too. Your skin is glowing.
I don't know how they do it,
A lot of people,
but they're really good at it.
Talk about your skin, but your
And that is
skin,
they
impeccable. Also, your hair
they are
clearly
somehow
not a
capable
weave,
of
not a weave
convincing
at
their
all.
audience
I love the fact that you have
to
your flowing locks out for the American public
think
because
there's a
that's
bug
the
in
type of
here.
president that you are. And you could
Where's the
see
cats?
on his face, even Trump would be like,
they are able to convince their audience to completely detach themselves
gotta chill.
from like
people
what the
made fun of
experience
Trump
would be
for
like
falling
if
asleep
they
in
were
press
in another's
conferences, but if you
position.
watch back, a lot of those naps
Also, I am
were
left
when Pam
wing.
Bondi was
I don't believe that
talking.
for a second.
Oh.
Like maybe you are
But
socially,
then she was on Fox News.
but
a
from an
friendly
economic
network to the
perspective,
administration.
you
She
are
was
like
on
you're spitting
Fox
out
News,
right-wing
and
talking
they
points.
asked her, this wasn't a gotcha. This wasn't hard journalism. They just asked her in general because of everything that had been said in the campaign and now.
Like you're
that
showing
Trump had
an
won.
unusual amount of deference
You know, you're saying that
to
you have a list of Epstein's
to
clients.
billionaires.
Are you going to make that list available to the public? And then she's over here.
You're saying that people
It's on
should
my
just
desk
work
right
more
now, waiting
if
to
they're
be
struggling
reviewed, you know?
financially.
It's what the president wants. We want to be the most transparent administration in the history of the presidency.
Like these are
And
these are
then,
right-wing talking points.
Just because I know Trump and I know he likes to watch TV, I know he was watching Fox News, and I'm sure he was sitting there going, "Bam!"
That is your right as a man in the U.S. That's true. It is absolutely your right to lean into right-wing talking points. That is very true. But that is one thing I've never been able to figure out is how right-wing media has been able to completely detach so many people from having the capability of putting themselves in the shoes of somebody who is struggling.
Not like legacy stuff. And I don't even know if
You know what I
legacy
mean?
media was invited to this thing. She said that she was going to be sharing the Epstein files with them exclusively. So they got their followers hyped up. Everybody was like at the edge of their seat. They showed up. I'm pretty sure they were at the White House, and they're all dressed up and everything. And they're like, "This is what we called it. This is what we voted for. Most transparent presidency in the history of the presidency." And then she passed out
I need to find that bug.
folders too. It
It was big.
Epstein
I don't like it.
Phase 1.
It's running around here somewhere.
There's going to be sequels.
Now I can't put my feet on the floor. I'll be back. I got bug hunting to do. Or I'll find a cat. They'll find it.
And then these people quickly realized that everything they were given was stuff that was already available online, like things that were already out. They were given no new information. This is a waste of their time. It was a ruse. It was like, it didn't even seem like a worthwhile plan. Why would you give the most chronically online people a bunch of stuff that was already online like it was gonna fool them? I'm sure Trump was sitting there like, "Bam!" Why would you? Because this wasn't even good. Like, they quickly realized even some of the things that were redacted were only redacted for show, because online you'd see the full page, no problem. And so then these people got mad. They got mad at Pam, obviously, but then they also got mad at the president. They were like, "What is this? Because this person works for you. They already said they do everything that you say, so what? This must be coming from you." I'm sure Trump was furious, especially because of how bad of a job they did at releasing these folders to people. You got whole pages on there at the top say twitter.com. Like, you just went ahead and printed the internet and handed it out like nobody was gonna notice.
Oh my God. Freaking TikTok. Yo, how you doing?
bad.
Hey.
And then-
Oh my gosh, of course someone else would join as soon as I stepped away for a second.
And
Give me a
this
second.
Epstein thing did not go away.
Victoria
It got
Grace.
bigger, more stuff
I am
came
doing
out, more
fantastic,
stuff
but
leaked. You know,
I am bug hunting.
Democrats were subpoenaing Epstein's
I saw a
estate
bug
so
run
that
across
they
the
were
floor, so I'm
releasing
trying to
things consistently, like
I'm
little
trying to get one of my
clips
cats
of
to
new
chase it
things,
because I
new
can't
things,
figure out
keeping
where
the
it went to.
pressure up. It got to the point where Epstein wasn't a partisan issue anymore.
But hey,
even Republican Congress people were like, "Well,
if
we
you're still
need to
there,
get to the bottom
hang
of
with
this.
me.
I
Give me a
got
few
calls
minutes.
about it
I'll be
all
right
day.
back.
Got people
Enjoy the
claiming
video.
I'm not doing enough and everything." And so then they were like, "We got to pass a law. We have to pass at least one. It's been a decade. Let's pass at least one law. We gotta try." I think we remember how. And they voted on it, and even optically speaking, because of what it is, because of what it's meant to do, this law that's supposed to release the Epstein files to the public so that we know what's going on, anyone who stands in the way of it looks like they're hiding something, or looks like they're working for somebody who has something to hide. And so even Trump, when it gets across his desk, he knows he has to sign it. It'll look so bad if he doesn't sign it. So Mike Johnson and Pam Bondi completely let this man down. He signs it, and they start releasing it. And I'm pretty sure that as a government, we don't understand what redacting is anymore, because they redacted stuff that didn't make any sense. They would redact pictures, so you would try to print something out, and it would just be one black page. And people were like, "What is that? That doesn't make any sense at all." They actually let survivors' names leak and then redacted the names of people who were supposed perpetrators. And then on top of all of that, you got them trying to redact after the fact. They released things that you could read the whole page. They realized that they didn't mean to release that, and so then they tried to redact it the next day, but that's not how redacting works. I'm I'm pretty sure when they were going over the files, they thought that they could redact them by just putting some black paint on the screen. Okay, it's good to print. Go ahead. So then Pam Bondi gets brought in front of Congress to testify so that they can be like, what is going on? What are you doing here? They bring in front of her, and once again, she's under oath, has to answer these questions. They ask her flat out, did you redact President Trump's name in order to shield him from relationships he might have with people who are in the Epstein files, or shield him from events that take place in the Epstein files that could incriminate him? And Pam, being a lawyer, knowing she's under oath, doesn't clearly want to answer because she goes,
Pam Bondi. Oh, I think my cat's chasing something. I hope you got him.
Y'all even.
I get paid minimum wage before tip and above that. After tip plus extra for my job. Same for everyone.
The Dow is up 50,000 points. Why isn't anybody talking about that? Like, y'all some haters.
If it's not there being treated legally, and then it's up to them to fight that. I mean, yeah, but lawyers cost money, right?
I wake up, I think about the Dow immediately. I wake up and I check it. Y'all over here.
How much, like,
the Dow?
How much do you think, if somebody's struggling financially because they're being cheated by their employers?
And because this is like a high.
And keep in mind,
testify before Congress.
Health insurance is typically tied to being employed, your employment. So you're basically being forced to stay at a job out of necessity, whether it's good or not.
Say no.
Like if they're already struggling financially, again, put yourself in their shoes. Like, let's go through this process. How much money do you think they have lying around to be able to afford an attorney? You know?
No, this is rough out here. This is bad. This is very bad. He's not having a good time. And so Pam Bondi gets fired, you know, which once again, as someone who's been fired, I saw it coming. I remember getting the notification. Here's how hard I knew Pam was gonna get fired. I saw
if they can't write 50 legal pages, that's not my problem. See, this is,
there's a thing
again, like this is the point I was making. I wish I knew
each other stories that feel fireable.
How
whenever we get the news of the person
how right-wing media was able to instill this attitude in so many people. That's not my problem. Like, fuck them, right? Fuck them. Like, I despise that attitude. I think it's disgusting.
And I knew Pam Bondi was going to get fired so hard that when I saw notification...
You're okay, so fuck him, right? As long as you're good.
Pam Bondi's number one. Why would I? I guess
I mean, their employers are taking advantage of them, but they can't afford to fight it. Fuck them, I'm good.
And then it feels in the midst of all this stuff happening that everyone is closing in on him about the Epstein files, and all the questions are getting
like, do you not
direct,
see the
also becoming more and more clear?
Like, do you not see how disgusting of a position that is?
Rewind like 2 years ago, there were so many things
because like
that we didn't know. And there was so much like,
the rights that those
around the files that someone might even be on to something.
The rights that that workers that you have
about any of it. And so
are supposed to be extended to everyone. And
the public at large,
if the rights of workers that are less fortunate than you are whittled away, yours will eventually be whittled away as well.
All these things are happening. You know,
all they need to do is collect evidence, collect laws. Bring that to.
What do you do? You clearly.
Okay, are you from the U.S.? You're making like a lot of grammar and spelling mistakes.
You know, here's the thing. I am not gonna sit here and act like I know why we're at war, because Congress doesn't know why we're at war. But I have some hunches. I'm sure it has to do with all the reasons people ever go to war, you know, like power and riches and everything. But I do think that there's a world where
TDS autocorrect, sorry. Okay.
This war is a distraction
No worries.
from the Epstein files.
It's just usually when I get people in here with like
to a lot of other stuff at the same time.
You know, these
I've
types
never
of right-wing
been
talking
to
points.
war myself.
What the hell?
I know you can tell.
What the hell? And a flurry of
from what I
grammatical and spelling mistakes.
People who I know who have
They
served,
tend to be
that
like
when you
Eastern
are
European,
at
and they
war,
tend to be
there are
just
certain things
trolls.
on your mind and certain things that couldn't
I mean,
be
I think
further
you've
from your
been
mind,
watching
you
long
know?
enough
And
to prove
so
that you're not a troll, but still.
I think that the war starts and
Retrieve.
people don't
Oh,
know
I'm supposed to
at
steal it
first
from
if
him.
we could even
Oh,
call it
okay.
that, because you do need Congress permission to go to war. So at first they're like,
Like you have to remember, like even if you
we're just doing combat.
are
It's
middle
not
class,
war. We're just doing combat over there. Why y'all keep
even
calling
if
everything
you
a war
are
just 'cause we
comfortable
blow stuff
financially,
up? Like y'all
the
dramatic. Like
the same
everything that blows up
rights
isn't a war.
and
Y'all
the
think
same
firecrackers are a
opportunities that are
war? Do you
being
think you at
taken
war
from
July
people who
4th?
are not
No.
as well off as you,
No, come on now. Just because
it is
we
eventually
have
going to
targets
affect
and we
you
talk
too.
about hitting our targets and completing objectives
So
and having a mission
you should
doesn't
care.
mean it's a war.
You should care about people being taken advantage of. You should care
So you see
about
all these people coming out and
about
this is,
people not
you know,
having the same
Trump's favorite
opportunities
pastime is making
that you
people
have.
that take up for him look dumb, because then after every congressperson
But it's
possible
already illegal.
says
It doesn't
it's not a
matter.
war,
Like
and comes up with
the
all of these
legality
creative
of
words,
something
Trump is like, we win
does
this
not
war.
matter one bit if the people who are conducting the illegal activities are not held accountable for it. That's what I'm saying.
I spent 15 minutes on CNN
What I'm
coming
asking
up
is
with
what
other
else the
words
government could do.
that are clearly the synonyms for war, but just aren't the word war, and then you just kick the rug from under. Okay.
Yeah, the government should be held accountable.
And then it's very unclear through.
And I
even
think
the
like what we're
president's
seeing
messaging where we're
today,
at with the
especially in the federal government,
because we are
is like
fighting a-
people have
a
absolutely
war
no
we're
faith
winning.
in the judicial system
We're
whatsoever.
winning, and we
like
would like
up and
some
down.
help if we can get.
You know what I mean?
If anybody is willing to help,
You see,
that would be
you see
great,
wealthy
but, like,
people who have defrauded people out of
look,
millions
if
and
you
hundreds of
wanna
millions of
help, you
dollars.
can. We'll accept the help, but,
You
like,
see
we
them
don't
getting
need
away
you.
with a
Ain't
slap
nobody
on the
need you.
wrist, while somebody like from a minority community gets pulled over with an ounce of weed. Next thing you know, they're in jail for 3 years because they can't afford an attorney. They have a public defender. They're in jail. They lose their jobs, right? Then people need to.
But if you don't, that's fine, because we already won. It's over.
It doesn't
anyway.
like
It's
okay.
been over. It's been over unless you
If
feel like helping.
it doesn't matter if they're informed of their rights or not, because if you are unable to afford the same representation that a wealthy person can afford, then you will not have access to the same rights.
Already over.
You know?
That's when you start it all over again to continue.
Gotta do more chores. See ya. All right. See you, man.
No, the whole thing was insane. Nobody knew what to say, and nobody knew what he was saying when he was saying it. Whole time just sitting there.
Why are you doing chores at 2 in the morning? What the hell?
I've deduced from all of the walking like a war, talking like a war, quacking like a war, that it's a war, that we are at war, and that we don't seem to be doing as well as he would like us to believe. And I know that because I've known a divorced man before. Oh. Oh, I don't know if you ever met a divorced man, but they've gone through all of these Iran war stages in real time in front of you. How you doing? I'm good. No, I'm good. I'm great. I actually could be greater. I'm worried. I'm worried because if I was any better, you wouldn't be able to handle me, all right? All right, nobody can touch me. I'm feeling myself right now. You know what I mean? I'm back on my feet and everything. I got my freedom, you know, because you're free. As a man, you're free of the most important thing. Don't ever let somebody take your freedom away from you. So I'm free. I'm free. I'm completely free. All right? I'm done with her and I'm free. So if you want to hang out or anything, like, I'm free. Like, if you... But I'm good. I'm good. I'm great. You know, like, got out of the house because, you know, it was too stuffy in there. Her energy bringing me down and stuff. I didn't want to have to deal with any of that. You know, she was always like, you know, like a spoil sport and everything. I'm just out here trying to have fun, be myself, live my life and everything. So I'm out of the house. I don't have to deal with her and her rules about the house anymore. You know, oh, you can't put your poster here. Oh, we can't have pizza for dinner. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, I'm out of that house and it doesn't matter. I do what I want. So if you have like a couch I can crash on or anything like that. No, but I'm, you know what I mean? I'm out here winning. I'm out here winning. I mean, I don't even know what she up to. Yeah, because I don't even think about her like that. I don't even think about her. I know you've been a good friend. You've been a good friend because I know you met us as a couple and you stayed friends with both of us and everything, but I appreciate you not, you know, like backtracking out of my life just because we're not together anymore. That's a real friend. Like, you can separate the relationship from the friendship that we have. I appreciate that because I don't even know. You know, I got so much freedom now, and you know what I mean. Like, you know, trying to get on my feet, find a place to stay and stuff. But and honestly, that's taking up most of my time. Like, most of my I don't even think about her. I don't even think about her like that. Like, she's not on my mind at all, by the way. But does she mention me, though? Like, does she mention me at all when you talk to her? Like,
Shit, I think I need to increase my pickpocketing.
I'm just saying, like, is she over here crying or anything or, like, upset? I'll come back. You know what I mean? Like,
I bet you I have no points in pickpocketing.
You know what I mean? Like, no, I'll come back.
Ugh,
Because, you know,
gross.
We bought a king-size bed, you know? So it's just, that's, you can roll over. It's hard to roll over on a couch. You know what I mean? You roll over, you off. And so...
Okay, we'll come back to that one.
Oh, we're in a bad spot. And there's a thing that I think is really important to pay attention to because I do believe it's going to keep happening. I am not claiming to know what's going to happen next. I don't have any special powers or anything. I just recognize some patterns, and I think that it's an interesting pattern that I've seen in other places that I'm seeing unfold right now, which is you start this administration and you have all of these women in positions of power. You know, you have Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, you have Pam Bondi, Attorney General, you got Tulsi Gabbard in there, you've got, you know, Caroline Leavitt, you've got all these women around you, and it does feel like whenever the world at large, you know, needs a name, when they need a body, you drop one of them. You know, it's just, it's like mind-blowing. It's like you can read it, you can see it happening. Like, okay, as soon as something happens with the CIA, as soon as there's a blunder that you need someone to blame it on. Tulsi's gonna be gone. As soon as there's bad enough press where even your allies have turned on you, or you've done something that is so indefensible that Caroline can try, but she'll be gone too. You know what I mean? And I don't claim to know who's gonna be next or anything, but I do think that if they are people who recognize patterns, you might want to ask yourself the question of, is it really worth it to be tied to this administration, to be tied to this person? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And once again, I don't know who's going to go next. I do think it's going to be Kash Patel. I do think it's going to be Kash. Okay, if you don't know who Kash Patel is, Kash Patel is director of the FBI. Don't feel bad if you don't know who Kash Patel is. I know a lot of people don't keep up with who the director of the FBI is. You know. And don't worry if you haven't seen Kash Patel, because he's seen you. I need a second. My eyes burn so bad. I do not know how Kash Patel does that all day. Oh. Nah, Kash Patel, I'm pretty sure can see in the future. I've never seen. Ooh-wee. Yeah. Kash Patel look at you like. I feel like any conversation I ever had with Kash Patel, I would just be like, are they behind me? Like, why are you... No, but Kash Patel's the director of the FBI and also not good at his job at all. This is very bad. He's very bad at his job. I don't know fully what his job is, but I know as much as Kash Patel knows about what his job is. I feel like as director of the FBI, when he even does go into the office, he's just like, go over there. You stand there. That's directing, right? Oh, Kash Patel, keep using that plane. Keep using that private plane non-stop. Burn it up. That's your money. No, that's if you ever see it in the air, you'd be like, oh, that's my money. No, he's using your money as jet fuel to take the jet to places he doesn't need to be. It's crazy. He doesn't even lie. This dude doesn't even lie about it. This is how I know he's not smart. There are crimes in every state in the U.S. every day. Not like rampant crime that we've never seen before. I'm just saying like something ends up happening everywhere, every state, every day. Just pretend you're going to investigate one of those. People do that all the time. You've never run an errand at work? And they got back to the office and then were holding the Starbucks, realizing you didn't think of a cover story? Traffic was crazy. No, this dude, they'll ask a point blank, like, why'd you take the private jet? He's like, oh, yeah, my girlfriend had a recital. What? Oh. This dude took the jet to the Olympics. Pretty sure he took the jet to the Olympics. And I don't know what he was investigating. Went to the Olympics to hang out with the U.S. men's hockey team. Imagine you're the U.S. men's hockey team. You just won the Olympic gold in hockey in incredible fashion. Like, they will make a movie about this one day. Clutch goal, blocked a clutch goal. You're over here feeling yourself. You're in the locker room. We did it! We did it! We did it! Excited. And then you get a knock on the locker room door. somebody come up and like, hey, so, yeah, so the FBI director is here. They probably would have turned on each other so fast. Like, Ryan, what did you do?
When I started out in this,
No, the FBI director, he says he wants,
either way,
he says he wants to hang out.
I don't know.
What do you do?
I already knew
You know,
Delvin.
you're not even at home, and now
You need marksman training.
the FBI director wants to chill. But like, yeah, we did it, guys, we did it. Okay. No, it's just
Fipper.
not serious at all. This is the FBI that we're talking. The FBI. That used to mean something. Do you know what I mean? The FBI. What a fall from. It's the FBI. And now they got a director can't even function. We don't know what he's working on. And I'm not saying the FBI director always makes it known what they're working on, but like with this FBI director, you can tell. You can tell he's not working on anything. Every time people talk to him, he look caught. Every time. They'll be like, where are you on the investigation? He'll be like,
Here's everything.
I can't do it that long again. God. Man, how does he do that? That Cash Patel need like a Visine sponsorship. That's my eyes are hot right now. Oh. Oh, Cash Patel over here got hacked. He got hacked by what seemed to be Iranian hackers. They broke into basically his private stuff. His like not his government profiles and everything. This is just his like even before he was ever FBI director. And it's like his emails and some of his profiles online and everything got hacked. Do you know how embarrassing that is? He's the FBI director. It would be like if you were police chief and you went to do a press conference and you looking around like, y'all, who took my gun? Who took my... You're the FBI director. He got hacked and they broke into his private accounts and they were putting all his business online and everything. And it's crazy to watch. This is the FBI director, and it is wild to find out that he takes the same security precautions online that I do. Like I was literally finding out in real time. I'm like, oh, you're not supposed to do that? You're not supposed to... Wait, you're not supposed to have the same password for everything. That's bad? I thought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exclamation point was a good password. No. They hacked this man. They got his profiles and stuff. Released all that stuff. They even found his user profile to an adult website. I know. And a profile that he started on January 6th. Not that January 6th. It was No, it's a totally different year. I had the same thing. Initially, I was like, huh? Oh. No. Iranian hackers are the reason we know that man's profile on a bunch of things is Spider Cash. Some of these details, I'm not gonna lie, almost made me feel bad for the Iranian hackers. Imagine you out here trying to hack the FBI director as a country that this country is at war with. These are high stakes. This is high profile stuff. You know, you hacking your little heart out. You hacking as much as possible. If this was the movie, you'd be over here. I don't actually know how to hack. I just know in the movie they always start typing harder to hack harder. And then you in the middle of hacking the FBI director for the United States. And the middle of your hack, you see some stuff, they go, ugh! Like, he a freak. I'm trying to have lunch. No. It's the FBI.
Let's move faster. The sun is...
This is embarrassing. Not saying the FBI was doing like a whole ton of good before Cash got there, but like, I don't know. You would think it's a pretty powerful institution. And now the director is somebody that we don't really trust to do anything. That's rough. I can't get over it. The FBI. What a fall. Used to be so powerful. Used to be so influential. You know what I mean? Like spoke like these spooky feds. Used to wonder. Used to have conversations and you're like, are you a fed? You know what I mean? It would be high profile stuff. There'd be like gun running. There'd be drug deals and stuff. Are you a fed? How do I know you're not with the feds? I'm sure now criminals are like, I know you're not a fed. I don't even know if they have funding anymore. I'm pretty sure all the feds have to push the jet to get it started. So then, you got Cash Patel out here somehow, still employed. And you have the idea, at least, that this war is, in part, a distraction from the Epstein files. But then, it's going so poorly. Out of nowhere, Melania holds a press conference. Melania holds a press conference where she comes out and she talks about how she doesn't even really know Epstein like that. Melania, who I want to be clear, nobody was talking to. Melania walks out. This is like official. This is like a full press conference. We're not talking about like front-facing camera TikTok. This woman goes out and is like, hey, just so y'all, like, I heard what y'all been saying, and I didn't roll with Epstein like that. I didn't know him like that. You know, we went to some of the same events that were at his house.
You're such a...
I don't know if she was at his house. It was a weird description. And then she's like, you know, there's out here, you know, people trying to discredit me and my character off this Epstein stuff. And I'm like, once again, nobody was talking to you. Like, what? When I was in middle school, as a kid that was a little bit more self-conscious than the rest of us. We're all teenage, and we're all like, you know, a little insecure about our bodies, except for the ones who are already on the football team, who already bench press and stuff. Like the rest of us are like I was lanky. I wanted to dress out as fast as possible, and I hated the fact that we had to wear shorts. You know, people could see my knees, and my knee to shin ratio was upsetting. It was. No, it looked, I don't know, yeah, it looked. I look like, you know how they make the action figure with that like bolt for the knee? It looked like that. And when I would stand, I was self-conscious about that too, because for a long time, I'd be in junior high, and I didn't even notice this until people started pointing it out, where I stood weird. Like, I've always stood with my feet slightly out, you know? But I was over here with my feet. Every day I'd be like this. It was crazy. And it just called more attention to it that my foot was almost backwards when I had to wear shorts. And there was one kid came in the locker room one day. We had been dressing out for like 2 weeks now, because this is early in junior high. We're 7th grade. A bunch of us came from different, you know, elementary schools where you had recess, but you didn't have like PE in this way. And so he had to dress out too, and he walked in the locker room ready to make an announcement. He had that announcement energy too. Just the way he walked in was a little like he was a coach, you know? Walked in and got loud immediately, caught everybody's attention, because we were all talking, but he was like, all right. I know what everybody been saying about my feet. All right, I heard it. Just want y'all to know I heard it, and let's just, from now on, let it lie. They're my feet. I don't want to talk about it. And I don't know about anybody else in the locker room, but I turned to 2 other people. I was like, what's he talking about with his feet? Like, what's it? No, and we were all looking around. Like, we could tell other people were confused. And so he made his announcement, and people kind of quietly went back to talking amongst themselves. But he had just walked in. He now needs to dress out for PE. So he got to take his shoes off. And I guess he wore different socks for PE, because this kid took his shoes off, took his socks off. We're all watching. We're trying to act like we're not watching, like we're trying to talk amongst ourselves. And this kid took shoes off, took the socks off, was going to put some other socks on, and he had like very webbed feet. He had webbed, like it. A part of me understood
what's
why
up?
he made the announcement, because
What's up?
these were the feet of a duck, right?
I don't know how long ago you messaged me, but I just saw the message.
You know, and I'm not one to mention anybody else's appearance because I'm over here with knees that look like fists.
Let me know if the video is too loud, if you can hear me okay.
Yeah, I had the knees that were just, and then you go down to leg over here, like that wide, and then the knee is this wide. Didn't feel like it made sense. And so I thought about that for a long time. I thought about like, wow, I wasn't thinking about his feet at all. And then he made that announcement, and then I saw him, and I was like, oh, okay. All right, those are unique feet. But I wouldn't have known if you hadn't said anything. Even if you had taken off your shoe, taken off your sock, and I saw your foot, I probably wouldn't have even clocked right away what the foot looked like.
You still
I don't
there?
think I would have remembered it.
Am I muted?
But now, like 20 years later, I'm still like, that was a wild foot to have. Haven't seen anything like it since. That is. Okay. And when Melania started talking, I was like, this is a very web feed story. I'm gonna be thinking about this for years. Imagine. I understand trying to get ahead of something, but you never want to be so far ahead. Imagine if Paul Revere was like a day early. It's just like... Do you know what I mean? Paul Revere got ahead of it at exactly the right time. The British are coming. I saw the light. They'll be here soon. Go ahead, get your rifle, get your gunpowder. This is serious. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to tell them that the British are coming. If Paul had rocked up the morning before the morning and been like, y'all, the British, they coming. They're on their way. People have been like, huh, what? Oh, okay. Wait, how far? How much time do we have? At least a day. You got at least I came as quick as I could, but yeah. Make sure to not go to bed or be rested or anything. Just freak out till they get here. No, there's getting ahead of it, and then there's creating it. Because now Melania come out, and even the news. Look, I watch a lot of different news. I do my best to watch as many news sources as I can that feel like at least some sort of like viable information that can be cross-referenced against another news source. I don't just rely on one, but I do engage with all of them, whether it's the legacy media or it's online, you know. And what I was watching when I watched Melania's address, when she got done, just the news I was watching at that moment, I can't speak for anybody else. The news that I was watching when she got done, they went from her, she walked away from the lectern, and then they went back to regular news, and the news was like, I don't know what she's talking about. It was the first time in a long time that I noticed it looked like the news felt bad. They were like, did I miss something? Because that's unprofessional of us if something happened and we were talking about and we didn't know. But like, we just went because they said they were doing the press conference, and now I guess we can guess what she might mean. Because like, even the address had a little too much mystery to it. You know, like apparently there's an email from Melania to Ghislaine Maxwell, but I found out about the email from the address. which made the email. So I don't know the contents of the email fully, and there's probably other emails we don't even know about. So maybe that's why we're getting ahead, because now there are other emails, or it makes people try to sniff out emails that weren't there before, people didn't know existed. But if you come out and you're addressing the nation, and you're like, look, people email, all right? That's not weird. Just know that, like, I emailed a few times, but, like, that was just say, hey. I only emailed because I didn't have their number, all right? Now you're making me ask questions I wasn't asking beforehand. And then there was even a part of me, genuinely, there was a part of me that thought that maybe the war in Iran is going so poorly that Trump was like, Melania, you gotta get out there. You gotta. You have got to do me a solid here. Imagine using your distraction to distract from the thing you initially tried to distract from. It's almost like if somebody was bad at their job that was evil. And being bad at doing bad doesn't make you good. It just makes you bad at being bad. But isn't it better when people are bad at being bad than if they were good at being bad? Or maybe it's all a disaster. Maybe it's all... Now, Trump was over here going through it. He was actually going through it in a way where people who were normally, especially leading up to the election, sort of Trump allies, especially online, some of these people who have either supported the president for the long haul, the beginning of his run, all the way until people that he sort of won over, they've had the differences, but they mostly support him. Those people started coming out against him specifically about this war.
What do you need?
You know, we're out here talking about drafting kids for a war that we don't even understand, where there's no imminent threat. You know, and so people start coming out. You know, Tucker Carlson comes out against the president because the president, he posted to his, it's kind of his Twitter. He had this Easter post. Oh, so you saw it, okay. He had this post where he talked about truly doing a war crime. And at one point, not only is he cursing, but at one point he's like, praise be to Allah. And I was like, there's gotta be AI, right? Like, and then everyone was like, no, it's real. I was like, that also checks out, honestly. Like, that also makes a ton of sense if it's... But, you know, Tucker Carlson came out against him and was slamming him hard in ways that made sense. And he did in that Tucker Carlson way. He did in that way that we're used to from him. He had his hair ready. No, he had that hair ready to dance. He's like... You're gonna mock? You're gonna mock their religion on Easter? on Easter? You don't mock religions. That's not your job. That's not your... You're the president. I would expect more from you. And then... And like Megyn Kelly came out against him. Megyn Kelly a weird one though, because Megyn Kelly was like, can we just stop? I'm so sick of him. Can we just like stop? You don't bomb civilians. You don't kill an entire civilization or even threaten to. You're the president. But then, like a day before, Megyn Kelly pretty much said he could nuke someone and she'd probably still vote for him over Dems. And so I'm like, Megyn. Meet Megyn. Like, y'all should have a conversation. Why are you talking to me? You had Tucker Carlson, you had Megyn Kelly, you had Alex Jones. Alex Jones, if you talk about being online, that's a heavy hitter. Alex Jones comes out here and is like, I don't know. I don't understand what the president's doing. It can't be understood what the president's doing. You know, this doesn't make any sense at all. It's not what we voted for. Candace Owens as well. Candace Owens was coming out against him. Wow. These are the right-wing Avengers. So the right-wing Avengers that try to take down Thanos, and they... Who knows? They might win. I don't know which movie this is. Then Trump came out against them furious. Trump was mad because we think Trump can't read. But he reads. He does read. It's just not books. But Trump reads what people say about him, and he also hears what people say about him, and he's a very fragile person. He's a very sensitive guy. So then when you come out against him like that, and not even about him specifically, they didn't attack his voice, his looks. They didn't call him stupid. They didn't do any of the things that I do. They were attacking him purely on the merits of going to this war. And Trump, he got mad. This dude got so mad, I'm gonna read you what he said about him. Oh, he was furious. Okay, wait, this dude, oh man, okay. He posted not a tweet, his site's called Truth Social, and so I guess these are called truths. Okay. All right. So he said, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, which is not true. Especially by the fact that they think it's wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. This is also what's weird about that. You already attacked Iran, and you said you completely wiped out their ability to have a nuclear weapon. So then when you attack them again so they can't have a nuclear weapon, when were you lying? Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a certain point, come on, man. Watch your old tape, you know? Because they have one thing in common, low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it. And everyone else knows it. 2. I read it like that because he put a comma after it, but then put 2 in all caps with the exclamation point. No, he didn't put it in all caps. I don't wanna lie on him. He didn't put it in all caps. He just put the exclamation point. That's my bad. Look at their past, comma. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes. And they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free, in quotes, and cheap publicity, which is... And now they think they get some clicks, in quotations, because they have third-rate podcasts. But nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA. But you're talking about them. You're talking at third rate. Third rate is unfair. These are actually, sadly and terrifyingly, the most popular podcasts in the country. They are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide, all caps. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN 100% approval rating of Trump in all caps and quotations. He knows he's Trump, right? Like, not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. It is funny for Trump to be like, you need help. Like that's very good. Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy in quotes. Candace Owens, do you not think she's crazy then? If you put it in quotes, you're not, all right. Who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. I like how he had an idea. This is your post. You can post whatever you want. You clearly did. And I've just never seen someone so clearly think with their thumbs. Like, he like backtracks. In fact, yeah, actually, I was right a couple words ago. In fact, it's not even close. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attacks on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits, in quotations, are losers in all caps, and they always will be, exclamation point. Now, fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all the other radical left news, in quotations, organizations are hailing, in quotations, them and giving them positive, in quotations. Does he not think this is happening? Normally, I really, like, in person-to-person, like, interactions, when people do the air quotes, I need it to be, like, legally binding. When people do air quotes, it's very important to me that the reason they're doing air quote is because they think the FBI is listening, or, like, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, I'd never want him to die. Like, that needs to be the reason you're doing something. Stop just doing this to do this, because I don't know what this is. People overdo it all the time. And if you watch me do it, you can't tell if I'm upset or not. Because doing this all the time doesn't make sense. No, it's crazy. It's truly jarring. Okay. No, we're halfway there. Don't worry. No, I'm clearly joking. and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA, all caps, but I think you use all caps for MAGA all the time. They're losers just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but No, I'm fine, dog. I could win her back anytime I want to. No, look, listen. I like being divorced. I like when I fill out forms and they're like single, married, divorced. I like hitting that divorce. Something special about being divorced. I could win her back anytime I want to. I don't care if she moved on. I don't care if she moved on and has a baby with you. I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty. In quotations. I actually gotta start using that in real life. I'm like, that's very funny to just walk around and be like, oh, he's nasty. And then when people are like, what are you doing? What is that? I'm like, oh, you know. Ooh, he is a freak, okay? A very dirty individual. No, okay. All right. Guys, we're a quarter of the way there. It's fine. All right. They go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown. I don't know who he's talking about. There's Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has been very upset that the president called her a traitor after she supported him so much it did make her look crazy. It made her look completely out of her mind, and that's aside from everything else. She told him after that Easter post that he did that he should get on his knees and beg forgiveness because you don't post stuff like that on Easter of all days. And I guess he called her Marjorie Brown. I honestly don't know who he's thinking about. I feel like maybe this is the only guess that I have. This isn't even a good guess. I feel like he called her Marjorie Brown because everyone involved in this thing is like a name, and then he was mixing up Candace and Marjorie, and so he was about to maybe address Candace again, and then he was talking to Marjorie, but he thinks with his thumbs, and so he said Brown because Candace is. I don't know. All right, maybe there's a Marjorie Brown we don't know who did betray him. No, like I don't know everyone in politics. Like I watch the news all the time and I try to learn who everyone is, but like I don't know everybody. Maybe there's a Marjorie Brown that's a traitor and she did him dirty, broke his heart. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning all
Congress
caps
shall
and
fairly
strength
tax
all
on
caps
incomes
and not
or
allowing
first
Iran
derived
to have
without
nuclear weapons,
apportionment
which he
among several states
capitalized
without regard to
nuclear
any
weapons, and
census or
I'm not sure why.
enumeration.
MAGA
What is
about
my
making
opinion
America
on
great
this?
again, which
My
is in all
opinion
caps.
is
And
that
these
it
people
is
have no
necessary
idea how to do that. But
for
I do, all
the
caps, because
federal
only
government
word
to
not
collect
capitalized in
taxes
this entire sentence.
at the bare
The United States
bare
is now
minimum
the hottest country anywhere in the world.
as a
I don't
means
know what
of
hottest means.
self-defense.
President Donald J. Trump. And this seemed to be the thing that actually lost him a good amount of support online on that Truth Social, right? I'm not saying that everything is over, but it does feel like there's a crack, there's a schism. There is like a MAGA civil war happening with like the Avengers on one side. I know that mixes up movies, but you understand the general metaphor. Oh, and so then, you know, my man doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what to do because all these people are turning on him. All these people are turning on him because of a war he started that some people think at least was in part to distract from the Epstein files. What does he do? What do you do now? You're losing the war that
Hot
you
take.
started.
What, that it's
your
necessary
people are
for the
turning
federal
on you.
government to collect
And you still
taxes
haven't fixed the initial issue, which is like
for
whatever
at
it
least
is
for
that
the
you're
bare
so scared
minimum
people
of
finding
national
out that's
defense.
in the Epstein files. So what
USA
do you do?
shouldn't tax anyone.
People always say Trump is playing 3D chess, and I'm scared he might not even understand Foursquare. This is like...
So what would national defense look like? Each state on their own?
What do you do now? What do you do? The war is going terrible. People asking about the Epstein files. There's something that's clearly about to come out about Melania, apparently. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Like
War bonds?
I'm just
Doesn't that
praying
require
his
people to
answer
like
isn't
buy them willingly?
just start another war. Or else I'll just be sitting here like y'all, watching the news like Cash Patel.
All right, well, good luck with that.
Charlotte, y'all been great. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all.
Let's see. What time is it? Holy Jesus, 3 o'clock. I've been on here for almost 8 hours. God damn.
All right, Ben, there's been a ton of Iran-related news in the last 24 hours, so we are jumping on the YouTube to try to unpack what is real, what is Trumpian bullshit, and what we know and don't.
I think that's going to be it for me for the evening. I'm going to grab a snack. I'm going to go to bed. Question of $1 trillion oil companies buy $1 trillion war bonds. Do you think that's fair? No, I don't. I really don't. Because, like, if you look at it now, because I'm basing it on what we're looking at now, and it's the overwhelming amount of influence that that these lobbies, the oil lobby, foreign lobbies, even though foreign lobby isn't technically allowed, the healthcare lobby, health insurance lobby, they already have indirectly an overwhelming amount of influence in our legislative process already, even though it's indirectly. I kind of feel like if we relied purely on these huge bond purchases from industries like that, I feel like they would have a direct, instead of being indirect as it is now, where voters get to choose their they get to vote on their representatives. I feel like that would put them in direct control of our military decision-making process, because they could easily go to the government and be like, okay, we're going to pull these war bonds, like we're going to demand a payment on these like right now, unless you go to war and do that. I mean, they kind of already do, but it's more indirect through lobbying within the political the campaign process or whatever, and like with legislators. But I just feel like this would be they would have more direct involvement, and that's not something I would want. Like, they already have too much. Or they could be like, hey, if you if you invade this country, then we will go ahead and purchase some more bonds. I don't know. I don't like it. I do not like the idea of any major industry like that, oil and gas, healthcare, tech, AI, whatever. I don't like the idea of any of those industries, automotive, having that close of a connection to our government. I don't like it. Trump wants to allow oil tycoons to make trillion-dollar war bonds. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. Like, that does not surprise me at all. Like, I think we need drastic campaign finance reform. And I think we need to I don't know how to explain it, but there needs to be limitations regarding corporate lobbying. You know? But anyway, I'll leave it with that. Close that. Close now my TikTok. TikTok live. Goodbye. Alrighty. And